From Hollywood, it's time now for
Johnny Dollar.
This is Mr. Costello at the Plantation Hotel in Vicksburg, Virginia. You left word?
Oh, yes, Mr. Costello. I'm acting for Eastern Seaboard Casualty Insurance. You know, investigation.
Oh?
I understand you had a burglary down there.
We sure did, Mr. Dollar.
Well, the main reason I wanted to talk to you, Mr. Costello, was to let you know I'm getting the first plane out of Hartford as soon as the weather clears.
You're coming here to Vicksburg?
Yes, that's right. Eastern Seaboard Casualties asked me to investigate the burglary for them.
Good. Then I'll expect you when I see you.
And I'll be there.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Chief Accountant, Eastern Seaboard Casualty Insurance Company, Providence, Rhode Island. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the plant agent matter. Expense account item 1, $2 cab fare, my apartment to the Hartford airport. Item 2, $173. One airline ticket from Hartford to Vicksburg, Virginia, and back again. We took off in 10 below zero weather about 1:30 in the afternoon. By 5 o'clock, we circled into Vicksburg for a landing. Item 3, $5 cab fare to the Plantation Hotel, 3 miles outside of town. A pleasant, spacious, gentle old building set back among the wintry trees. 15 minutes after checking in, Mr. Costello appeared, wrung my hand, and reported that the Vicksburg police had apprehended the burglar who had rifled the hotel safe the night before. All of the loot had been recovered. As a matter of form, I spent 2 hours with the police itemizing the stolen property, which was all intact. Then I returned to the hotel, assured Mr. Costello that everything would be all right, and got busy trying to make return reservations for Hartford. Now, the rest of this report is by way of apology for my tardiness in submitting the expense account. In between phone calls to the airport, I went downstairs to the bar for a drink, and then stepped outside for a walk and a breath of fresh air. In the back of the parking lot behind the hotel, a blonde woman, about 30, in a green suit, was talking to a tall, typically dark man who had his back to me. They were arguing about something. As I walked past them, I couldn't help hearing too well.
Please help me.
Are you talking to me?
Yes, please.
On your way, mister. This is private. You hear me?
Here, just keep your hands to yourself, bud.
Well, keep rolling, then. We're having a little argument, private.
Please, I don't know who you are, but I'm...
Shut up! She's, had a little too much to drink, mister, that's all.
Oh, that's so? Well, it doesn't look that way to me. Now, what's this all about?
I just told you, Nosy, she's had a little too much to drink. Now, go on, bud. Get on your way.
Wait a minute. I told you to keep your hands to yourself.
Yeah.
Honey, you want to keep it up? You hear me?
Yes. I hear you. And I'll let it go this time, mister. Just this once.
Do you want to have him hauled in, miss?
Oh, no. No, that's all right. It's all right.
Okay, then, okay. Come on, beat it, you.
Now, listen,
Beat
Buster.
it, I said. She's tired of you, and so am I. Go on, beat it.
Okay. Just remember, Amy, I was only trying to talk some sense into you. So long, hero.
Thanks. Thank you very much. That was awfully kind of you.
Okay, did he hurt you?
Yes. Where it hurts the most, I guess. I'll never get accustomed to being disappointed in people.
Oh, well, he didn't look like your type anyhow. So why don't you just... Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, look now.
This is just the end of everything.
Yeah, I know. Well, maybe it looks that way, but maybe it isn't.
I'm sorry. I'm very sorry to have caused you all this trouble.
Well, that's okay.
It must look rather cheap and dingy. I mean, I don't know what I mean.
Well, look, let me ask you something. Did you really have too much to drink tonight?
No. No, I only had one drink with him.
All right, then maybe you'll let me buy you one. How about it?
You're very kind.
You look like you should be with someone for a little while right now. So what do you say? How about it?
You're a very kind man.
And that's the way it began. In the parking lot outside of the Plantation Hotel in Vicksburg, Virginia. She trembled a little when I led her back inside to the warmth of the bar and the people and sat her down at a booth. Looking back on it now, I guess we had a rather strained, one-sided conversation. She did all the listening and seemed preoccupied with her problems, whatever they were. Even though I'm not the greatest wit in the world, I did manage to get a faint smile out of her. It was a nice smile from a warm, frank mouth. Item 4, 2 drinks for us.
That's cute.
Hey, see there? Next thing you know, you'll be telling me a joke. Oh, that reminds me. Of another one. It's one of the oldest and most respected jokes in the country. You probably heard it 1,000 times. It seems 10 men were standing in the rain under an umbrella, and none of them got wet. Well, just about then, a fellow walked up.
You've been very, very kind to me. Thank you again.
Well, I'm glad you feel better. Miss,
Are you, from here in Vicksburg?
No, my home's in Hartford, Connecticut. I flew down here this afternoon on business. I'm waiting for a flight out.
Oh. What's your name?
Johnny Dollar.
Thank you again, Johnny Dollar.
Hmm?
Thank you for not asking me my name. For not asking me about the man in the parking lot. For not asking me to explain what my trouble is. Thank you, Mr. Dollar. And thank you for sitting here with me this little while and trying to make me laugh.
You really feel all right now, huh?
Yes, I think so.
Good, that's swell. Because I wouldn't want to let you go if I thought you were going to step outside and start crying again.
No. No, I won't do that, I promise.
You sure?
Positive.
Okay. Ah, you want one more for the road?
Oh, thank you, but I'd better not, Mr. Dollar. I really should be getting home.
Well, will everything be all right at home?
What? Oh, yes. He wasn't my husband, or my boyfriend, even. He won't bother me.
Okay, then. Here, let me help you on with your coat.
Thank you.
There you are. You have a car?
No, I'll get a cab. There's always one out in front.
Good, I'll help you.
Thank you.
Say, look, I'm going to tell you something. I'm staying here in Vicksburg at the Plantation, and I doubt if I'll be able to get a plane out tonight. Probably not until tomorrow sometime. So, look, if you need me for any reason at all, why don't you just call me? Okay?
Yes. Thank you.
Good. Cab, taxi. You're still worried about him, aren't you?
Why do you say that?
The way you looked around when we stepped outside here just now. Would you like me to see you home?
Oh, no, thank you. You've done enough already. And about him, I made a mistake, that's all.
Oh, we all make mistakes, so forget about it.
Well, I'm afraid this one can't be corrected very easily. But here's my cab. Good night, Mr. Dollar.
Good night.
You and I will probably never meet again. But I shan't forget your kindness. Thank you.
Okay, good night.
Downtown, please. I hope you have a nice trip home, Mr. Dollar.
Hey, whoa, driver, hold it. Hey, anything wrong? What is it?
I don't know. I have the strangest feeling.
Wait a minute, driver. Hey, look, do you feel all right? You're shivering.
Yes, I know I... Oh, it hurts.
Oh, what hurts?
It hurts. I didn't think he...
What is it? What can I do?
Help me. Please, Mr. Dollar. Help me.
Let's go, driver. She fell back across the seat of the cab, writhing with pain. I took her in my arms and tried to find out what it was, but by that time she wasn't able to speak. In another 10 seconds, she was unconscious. The cab driver delivered us to an emergency hospital 5 minutes later. They carried her in through the ambulance entrance. I let the driver go and waited around the desk to see if I could learn what happened. Just waited.
Vicksburg emergency.
Waited.
One moment, please. Go ahead, please. Vicksburg emergency. Not at this time of the night, sir. You'll have to call first thing in the morning. I'd suggest any time after 7:30. Yes, sir.
Yes?
Hey, look, would it be all right to go back and talk to the doctor now?
I'm afraid not, sir.
Well, could you bring him out here? I've been waiting for quite...
I'm sure he'll be out in a very short while. He knows you're waiting to talk with him.
I thought maybe he forgot me.
No, sir.
I just want to make sure she's all right.
The doctor will be out. Vicksburg emergency. Just a moment, I'll connect you. Go ahead, please. Has she had many of these attacks, sir?
Oh, I don't know. I just met her.
Oh. Well, if you'd like, we could call you at home and let you know how she is.
This isn't my home. I'm on my way out of town as soon as I can get a plane. I'll wait.
Certainly. Excuse me. Yes, doctor? Yes, he's right here. Yes, sir, thank you. The doctor will see you now, sir.
Good, thanks.
End of the hall, room 111.
Okay, thank you. I don't know what it was or why that hallway looked so long to me. Call it an old-fashioned premonition or what have you. That's what I had walking down the hall to see a doctor about a girl I'd known only a few minutes. There were 3 people in the room, 2 doctors in their white clothes and a nurse. I can still see the light burning above their heads, the way they looked tired, exhausted. All 3 of them had been working very hard. Doctor?
Yes? Oh, you're the man who was with her.
Yeah, that's right. How is she?
When did this happen?
About a half hour ago. I put her in a cab at the Plantation Hotel, and she complained of feeling sick. So I brought her here, but she lost consciousness in the cab.
I see. Sit down, please.
Oh, why?
Some papers we want you to fill out, just routine.
Oh,
Your name, please?
Johnny Dollar.
And she is Mrs. Dollar.
No.
Oh, I see. You're a friend of hers, Mr. Dollar.
Well, yes. Look, what is it, Doctor? What's the matter with her?
I can't exactly tell you that right now, Mr. Dollar.
What? Well, now, wait a minute. Why can't
We have to contact her family first, Mr. Dollar. This girl is dead. Now, if you're willing to fill out...
Picture it. Yourself in my position, I mean. I'd known the girl only a few minutes. I didn't even know her name. Yet somehow I'd become closely involved with her. Too much so, I guess. All I knew about her was that she was someone who had died while asking me to help her. Under the circumstances, what would you do?
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's exciting episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, how can you help a dead girl? Somebody had to help her. And guess who? Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood, written by John Dawson. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Are you the Mr. Dollar from Hartford?
That's right. Who's this?
Jim Akins, Vicksburg Police Department. I'm sending a car over to pick you up, Mr. Dollar. Some questions I want to ask you about that young lady you were with last night. I hope you weren't planning on leaving town.
Of course I wasn't. I canceled my plane reservations last night. If you tell me where you're located, I'll come down by myself.
No sense getting head up. You aren't in your own backyard now, you know, Dollar.
I know where I am, the town where a girl died in my arms. If you can stop getting lazy with me for a minute, maybe you can tell me who she was.
Why?
Because I'd like to talk to her family. I was the last one to see her alive. Who is she?
We haven't identified her yet. To us, she's still Jane Doe.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar. Location, Vicksburg, Virginia. To Special Investigator Johnny Dollar. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Plantation matter. A real mystery about a very mysterious girl who happened to be dead. Expense account item 5, 10 cents. One morning newspaper, which carried a 2-inch story and a half-inch space about an unidentified girl who had died at Vicksburg Emergency Hospital the previous evening. I was reading it over in the lobby of the Plantation Hotel when one of the Vicksburg police force stepped up to the desk and asked for my room number. He was a swarthy man in a black suit, plain clothes type. Well?
I beg pardon?
I'm Johnny Dollar.
Oh. Jim Akins. We talked on the phone a little while ago.
You said you were sending a car.
Well, you sounded so huffy about everything, I thought I'd drop over myself to say hello. I got the car outside.
Okay, let's go then.
Where you from, Dollar?
Hartford, Connecticut. I'm an insurance investigator. Look, I talked to a man in your burglary division yesterday about the burglary they had at the hotel yesterday. I was sent down here by Eastern Seaboard Casualty Insurance Company.
You got any identification on you?
Yeah, sure. Here.
Okay. Look like who you say you are. Now, just what was your connection with that girl who died at the emergency hospital?
I met her outside in the parking lot last night, back of this hotel. She was with a man. I don't know who he was. They were having an argument. I stopped when she asked me to help her. I got rid of the man and took her inside here and bought her a drink. Then I started to put her in a cab to send her home. But she got sick before the cab could take off, so I took her to the hospital. She died there. And that, Mr. Akins, is it.
How long did you know her?
About a half hour, all told.
She didn't tell you her name?
No.
Where she lived?
No.
The name of this man she was with in the parking lot, who was he?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Well, what kind of trouble was she having with him?
She didn't tell me that either. I didn't ask her.
But you sat in the cocktail lounge over there and you had a drink or two.
One.
No name, no address, no nothing. Well, maybe we better do all our talking downtown.
Anything you say, Akins.
Let's go.
Akins turned out to be a lieutenant. And it took him the whole ride downtown to thaw out and make up his mind that I was just as concerned about what had happened to the unidentified girl as he was. He rephrased, but asked me the same questions in front of a stenographer when we got down to his office. He was still asking me questions when he led me and the police stenographer to the basement of the building, the morgue.
And she didn't say anything to you about herself before she collapsed, huh?
No. All I know is what I've told you.
You're sure?
Positive. Hey, look, let me ask you one. I've put up with yours for over an hour now.
Well, sure.
What killed her?
Yeah.
Well, do you know?
No, we're still trying to find out. What'd you talk about while you were having a drink with her?
She asked me for help, that's all. It seems she needed somebody else to do the talking at the time, so I did it. I made jokes and tried to get her to laugh. I was a great big cut-up.
Get sawed me if you want. It won't do much good. Still got some things to find out. Yeah. Lousy, ain't it?
It sure is.
This is the girl you were with last night.
Yes.
You're positive?
I'm positive.
Okay, Dolly, you want to sign this for the records?
Well,
That's good. All right, Sam, you can send this on upstairs. We'll be up pretty soon. Now, Dollar, did anyone there at the hotel bar seem to know her?
I don't know.
Cocktail waitress, somebody like that?
I don't know.
Well, I do. We asked around. No one there had ever seen her in the Plantation Hotel before. Tell me something, Dollar. You ever worked on one like this?
No, not quite.
Okay, then. I'm going to tell you what we're up against. All the clothes she was wearing was standard brand stuff. Mostly come from stores downtown, some of them New York. It's going to take us a long time to check them out. We may not be able to trace them at all. We're going to work on the cleaning marks, too, and that'll take time. Now, from what you say and from what she said, and that wasn't much, she's probably a local girl. Somebody's wondering about her, but nobody come in and make out a report asking for her. I hate to do it. I might have to take a picture, run it in tonight's paper, just to find out who she is.
That could be pretty lousy for somebody.
It's a lousy business. I thought you could help me, Dollar.
How?
Well, two things. One, that bud she was with. He was arguing with out in the parking lot, you say. That meant he must have had a car out there. But you didn't bother to take a look at it.
No, I didn't.
And another thing now, where's her purse?
I don't know.
Well, she must have powdered her nose when she sat down to have that drink with you. Every woman does. She must have reached for a cigarette or something in that purse. So where's that purse?
I don't know.
Well, now, you see? You see how much help you are to me? Oh, just a second. Morgue, Lieutenant Akins. Oh, yeah, put him on.
While Lieutenant Akins talked on the telephone, I lit a cigarette. After that, I tried to interest myself in a calendar that was hanging on the wall. After that, I tried tying both shoelaces. But wherever my eyes roved around that white-tiled room, somehow, they always came back to rest on the quiet, still form of the girl who'd asked me for help. By any standard, she was attractive. Fine golden hair spun out of smooth white skin. I remember her eyes had been very big and very brown. Now they were closed. But she looked more asleep than what she was. She looked as though she might wake up any minute and answer me if I said out loud what I was saying to myself silently. How can I help you?
Let's get out of here, Dollar.
Okay by me.
That was the lab on the phone. Had a little trouble with analysis.
What analysis? What kind of trouble?
Identifying. They called in a toxicologist from the university. A drug called perimethol killed her.
Perimethol? That's a new one on me.
Yeah, me too. Petrol-based stuff. Now, they figured it had been in her stomach an hour or so before she collapsed. Could be a suicide, judging from the way she acted and talked to you.
What about the boyfriend?
Well, that seems to fit in okay. Told you she was disappointed in him, didn't she? Well, sometimes women want to end it all in front of a guy they're having trouble with. It'll probably turn out that way.
You talk like a cop, Akins.
That's what I am.
Everything's so simple. Make it fit into your formula. This girl knocked herself off because she lost her boyfriend. This girl killed herself because she lost a job. Fill it in. Get it off the books.
Whoa, Dollar, whoa. What's the matter with you? What are you getting at?
Oh, I don't know. Forget it, will you, Lieutenant?
No, now, wait a minute. Wait just a minute. I'm not all cop, Dollar. I saw her laying there, too. And I can see she was a nice girl, and something went awful wrong with her. If I'd been the last one to be with her and talk to her alive, why, I'd probably be taking it the same way you are. But take it easy.
Sorry, Lieutenant.
Yeah. I'll buy you some breakfast.
He did, but it didn't help much. And after that, we shook hands and parted. Expense account item 6, $2. Cab fare back to the Plantation Hotel. I went up to my room, packed my bags, called the airport, and made arrangements to leave on the 6 o'clock plane. There was nothing more I could do about the case. Nothing more at all. It was police business. I had time before the plane for a quiet drink at the hotel bar.
What's your pleasure, sir?
Oh, some of that little water.
Yes, sir.
You on duty last night by any chance?
Yes, sir. Why you ask?
I just wondered if you happen to remember me.
No, sir. Was you at the bar?
At that table over there with a lady, a blonde girl in a green suit.
Well, I'm sorry. I just don't remember. Well, here you go.
Thanks. Here, keep the change.
Well, thank you, sir. Now, I probably waited on you, but, well, so many people, you know.
Yeah, sure.
Why you ask?
The lady lost her purse. Thought maybe it might have been turned in here.
No, sir. We didn't get any places last night. A couple money clips is all. Not much in them either.
Mm-hmm.
You're talking about the lady who died later on, ain't you, sir?
Yeah. Yeah, I am.
Police officers was in here asking the same questions.
I thought they would be.
You, policeman, too?
No, I was a friend of hers.
Oh. Well, then you should call the police. They're still trying to find out her name.
So am I.
Well, I thought you said she was a friend of yours.
I didn't happen to know her name. It didn't seem important to ask it last night.
I just don't understand.
I can tell you one thing. I might have saved her life if I'd asked her name. And some other things.
Yes, sir. Sure.
Expense account item 7, $3, 3 drinks. I sat there for almost an hour talking to the bartender. Once, when he stepped out to the kitchen, I went over to the booth where I'd sat the night before with the unidentified dead girl. I searched down on the cushions, behind the table, under the chairs, hoping the missing purse might still be around. I found nothing. Then I had another idea. I left, went out to the parking lot where I'd first seen her.
Got your car, mister?
No, I don't have one.
Oh, well?
Hey, look, last night I was out here with a lady. I met her and a man here in the parking lot, about over there where that Chevy is.
Uh-huh. So what?
Well, the lady lost her purse last night. I just wondered if it might have been lost out here someplace.
Well, it might have been. Nobody turned anything into me. Want to take a look?
Sure, good.
All right. About what time last night?
Oh, around 10, maybe a few minutes after.
Uh-huh. A lot of cars in and around that time of night. Did you look last night?
Oh, I didn't know it was missing until this morning.
Oh. About here, you say, huh? Here's the Chevy.
Yeah.
Well, let's take a look.
Yeah, make it a good look.
Yeah. Well, hey! I think you're in luck.
Huh?
Yeah, here's a purse. Hey, you're in real luck. Is that hers?
It was hers, all right. A green suede purse, the same color as the green suit she'd been wearing. It still carried the faint, sweet odor of her perfume as I remembered it. I looked inside, but there was nothing to tell me her name. Lipstick, comb, a $10 bill, and some small change. And one other item. A .32 automatic, recently fired.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, a dead girl's .38 automatic comes to life. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure and join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
This is the hotel operator. Ready with your call, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, good.
Police Department, Sergeant Peters.
I want to talk to somebody in the personnel division.
Sorry, I haven't got one. What can I do for you?
I want to get some information about a gun, find out who it was licensed to and so on.
Come down to licensing division. I think we can help you there.
Where's that?
220 City Hall. Do you have the weapon?
Yes.
Be sure and bring it along with you.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Special Investigator Johnny Dollar for personal reasons. Location, Vicksburg, Virginia. Purpose? Well, it all started as an investigation of a burglary at the Plantation Hotel. Once that was out of the way, I happened to run across a girl having an argument with a man in the hotel parking lot. She asked me to help her. I did. Girl suddenly gets sick and dies. Poisoned. I stay around to help find out who she is. I don't know that. But I do know that she had a .38 in her purse. 3 bullets recently fired. Expense account item 8, $2 cab fare from the Plantation Hotel, the 2 miles into Vicksburg City Hall, and room 220 as per instructions of Sergeant Peters. I felt more than a little guilty bypassing Lieutenant Jim Akins, who had questioned me earlier about the case.
Yes?
Sergeant Peters?
That's right. Can I help you, sir?
I hope so. Like to know if this gun's been registered with you people.
Let's have a look. You just buy it?
Yeah.
Got your bill of sale with you?
What, do you have to have one?
You should. Who'd you buy it from?
Oh, a fellow I met in a bar.
Have you a permit to carry this weapon?
Well, no, I haven't.
Are you going to carry it?
Oh, no.
Then why'd you buy it?
Oh, I just wanted it, that's all. Is there a law against that?
No. But there's a law against practically every other thing about a gun. You want to read those numbers off to me?
Sure. JJJ-4769-992. And then there's an X.
Okay. Make, Colt, caliber, .38, automatic, 7-shot.
Yeah.
Here, you'll have to fill this out. Pencil's over there. This will take a minute for me to check.
It took 15 minutes. In the meantime, I filled out the form which notified the Vicksburg police that I was in possession of the above-described weapon, that I did not wish to apply for a permit to carry it, and so forth and so forth. After that, I stood around and smoked a cigarette and wondered if I should step downstairs and tell Lieutenant Jim Akins that I had found Jane Doe's purse and the gun. But before I had time to make up my mind...
Here we go. The gun was purchased in 1950 by the Piedmont Banking Service. That's a local armored truck outfit over on Maple Street. The gun was permitted for carrying to Raymond W. O'Connell, 232 Polk Street, this city.
Thanks. Raymond O'Connell?
Yeah. Anything else?
Well, that's all. Thanks. That was when I could have, but didn't, walk downstairs to Lieutenant Akins' office. Instead, I walked outside with a gun in my pocket and the slip of paper containing the name and address of the man who had carried it, Raymond O'Connell. Expense account item 9, $25. Deposit on a rented car to get me to 232 Polk Street.
Paul, darling, you're early. I'm hardly ready.
Hello.
Oh, I was expecting someone else. I'm so sorry. You're not Paul, are you?
No, I'm afraid not. My name's Johnny Dollar.
Oh. Mr. Dollar?
That's right.
Well, what can I do for you, Mr. Dollar?
I'm looking for Raymond O'Connell.
Ray?
Yes.
Come inside, Mr. Dollar.
Thank you.
I really didn't mean to throw myself at you at the door. I thought you were someone else I'm expecting. I'm Terry.
Terry?
Teresa. Terry O'Connell, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, his wife?
I'm Ray's widow.
What?
Ray's dead, Mr. Dollar. He passed away over a year ago. It was pneumonia.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. O'Connell.
Please call me Terry. You had no way of knowing about him, I'm sure. And please don't be uncomfortable. A great many of Ray's friends from the service come by who have no idea that he's dead. Were you in his company, too?
Oh, just a minute, Mrs. O'Connell. I
He
think
had
you're...
so many friends and met so many people while he was in the service, and really there was no way for you to know.
You don't understand, Mrs. O'Connell. I never
I'll
knew.
get you a drink and we'll talk. Where did you serve with Ray? You know he finally became a pilot. What do you like to drink?
She was young and dark and very pretty. And as the widow of a man who died rather suddenly, she was doing her best to put me at my ease. I would have told her I was there checking out the registration on a .38 that had been used by her dead husband. I would have told her I found the gun in the purse of an unidentified dead girl I'd met the night before. But she was trying to be polite, mistaking me for a friend of her dead husband. And then I saw the picture in the frame on the mantel, a broad smiling face that belonged to a man I'd met in the parking lot of the Plantation Hotel. An unidentified man who had been arguing with the dead girl. The words on the picture said, "To Terry, all my love."
You know him? Paul?
Paul?
Yes, Paul Dameron.
I think I met him once. I really didn't know his name. Was he a friend of your of Ray's?
Oh, no. No, he never knew Ray. He's a darling, Mr. Dollar. Paul is. A real darling. After Ray died, I tried something very foolish. I tried to end my life. And then Paul came into it. He's been very lovely to me. Well, I don't know why I shouldn't tell you. We're going to be married.
I think that's fine, Terry.
Do you really?
Sure.
I'm glad you say that. I'm not the most courageous person in the world. I suppose Ray mentioned our lives together. It was perfect with Ray, Mr. Dollar. Perfect. But now Ray's gone. And I've been able to face that. I think I'm going to find a new life with Paul. You must meet him. He'll be here soon. We're dining out tonight. Well, perhaps you'll join us.
Well, thank you, Mrs. O'Connell, but I can't make it tonight.
How long will you be in Vicksburg?
I don't know exactly.
Where are you staying?
The Plantation Hotel.
Well, perhaps I could give you a ring and we could make it another night. I know you want to talk about Ray. Of course, Paul understands.
I'm sure he does.
He's truly a wonderful person.
He hadn't looked very wonderful the night before, standing in the parking lot arguing with a girl who had died. But then that was my side of the picture, and it wasn't complete. And somebody still had to explain the .38 with the 3 bullets missing. I left Terry O'Connell, went outside and bought an evening paper, and then sat in my rented car reading it. The photographer at the morgue had done a good job. The unidentified girl's picture was on page 1. I was reading the story over a second time when a dark business coupe pulled up behind me, and Paul Dameron got out, heading for Terry O'Connell's doorway. Just a minute.
What?
Just a minute. Hello, Paul.
What? You?
Yeah, me. Now, look, Dameron.
What are you doing here? How'd you know my name? Or are you some professional gunsel coming around to sock me again? I still don't...
Stop it, will you, Dameron? My name's Johnny Dollar. I want you to tell me who that girl was last night in the parking lot. The one you had the big argument with.
Huh? Oh. Well, you were the big hero there, butting in where it was none of your business. I didn't like it then, and
All right, simmer down, will you? Who was she? Come on, what's her name?
What's it to you?
Look, Dameron.
Okay. It's Amy. Amy Duran.
Amy Duran.
Yeah. We work at the same office. Now, look, Buster, I'm not afraid of you, but I don't want any trouble, see? So if you'll just go somewhere else and
Wait a minute, will you? How does Amy Duran tie in with Teresa O'Connell?
Look, I don't know who you are or what you're after, but you've certainly got your nerve about...
Answer me, Paul.
Okay. Terry is Amy's sister. Satisfied?
I don't know.
Who are you, anyhow? A policeman or something?
My name is Johnny Dollar. I'm here because
of if you aren't, I want to know what right you have to ask me all these questions.
Cool off, will you? I've been trying to find out who she is, because last night after you went off, we had a drink together. Then she got sick, and I took her to a hospital. She died there.
What?
She died. She's lying in the morgue right now, unidentified. It was some kind of poison that killed her.
Amy... dead? No, I don't believe it.
Here. It's in the paper tonight. The police are trying to identify her right now.
I can't believe it. Poison. Oh, Dollar, I didn't think Amy was that desperate. There was a way out. She could have solved it without this.
Way out of what?
There was no need for her to do this. I told her I'd help her. I had no idea she... Poison. Does Terry know?
Not yet.
I've got to tell her before she sees it like this in the newspaper. It'll be awful for her, Dollar, awful. Look, I apologize for the way I've acted, the way I was last night. I was upset. I can see now you're trying to help. Now, let me go in and break this to Terry. Call me later. Here, my card. Call me.
I had to admit that Paul Dameron's concern seemed as genuine as his surprise. He rushed up to be admitted to the O'Connell house. After he was inside the door, I went back to my car and took out the .38 automatic that had led me to the sister of Amy O'Connell. 3 bullets still missing. I drove downtown to the Vicksburg police station to turn the gun into Lieutenant Akins and tell him the whole story as I knew it. How I'd found the gun in the dead girl's purse. How I'd managed to find out her name. The 3 missing bullets and other unanswered questions were up to the police.
Lieutenant Akins?
Downstairs in the car.
Yeah, well, Oh, hi, Dollar. Thought you'd left town. Joe? All right, Joe. As soon as they clear that place up, you notify the lab.
Hi, Lieutenant. I'm trying to get to you. I think I have something that better be looked into.
Oh, really? Oh, excuse me. Lieutenant Akins? Yeah.
On the south side of town.
Yeah?
All right.
Yeah, well, in about 15 minutes. Right. I'm sorry, Dollar. What was it you were saying?
Why all the hustle? Something big?
Oh, homicide. Happened yesterday sometime.
Yeah? Who got it?
Guy named Belden. Somebody shot him 3 times with a .38.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, information about the gun that blows the whole case sky high. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
This is Mr. Oldfield calling, sir. You left word at my office, Mr. Dollar.
That's right, Mr. Oldfield. I think I'm going to need an attorney.
Divorce, civil suit, what, Mr. Dollar?
Withholding evidence. Murder.
Let's take the murder first. Who did it?
I don't know, but I'm pretty sure I have the murder weapon in my possession right now.
Who was killed?
A man named Belden, I think.
What do you want me to do, sir?
Take my statement, notarize it, give me some legal advice.
Where are you?
Police station in the pay booth down the hall from homicide.
I'll meet you there in 5 minutes.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator...
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar. Location, Vicksburg, Virginia. To Special Investigator Johnny Dollar for personal reasons. Attention, Chief Accountant, Eastern Seaboard Casualty Insurance Corporation, Providence, Rhode Island. Dear Jim, I'm attaching my own expense sheet to your bill for clarification purposes. Expense account item 10 cents. 1 cup of coffee at the counter in the lobby of the Vicksburg police station while I waited for Samuel W. Oldfield, attorney at law, to appear. He was there in exactly 5 minutes.
Mr. Dollar?
That's right.
Sam Oldfield, sir. You're the only one here in the lobby, so I figured you were the right man.
Yeah. Cup of coffee, Mr. Oldfield?
No thanks. Gives me heartburn. But now sit down, will you? That was a pretty interesting phone call. Tell me, who are you, sir?
Johnny Dollar. I'm a private insurance investigator.
Mm-hmm. How'd you get my name?
I looked it up in the yellow pages of the telephone directory.
You don't live here in Vicksburg?
No, I'm from Hartford, Connecticut.
All right, sir. Now, tell me about the murder and the withholding of information.
Maybe I better start from the top.
Go right ahead any way you like.
Well, 2 days ago, I flew down here to investigate a small burglary at the Plantation Hotel. It was already solved by the time my plane got in.
Police?
Yeah. I had nothing better to do, so I waited around the hotel bar for my return reservation back to Hartford, and then I happened to walk outside to the parking lot for a breath of fresh air. I saw a woman and a man standing there arguing. When I got close to them, the woman asked me to help her. I did.
How do you mean?
Well, the man she was with started to act like a kid. He got rough, so I shoved him away.
Go on.
Well, the woman was upset, so I took her inside the hotel and bought her a drink. After that, I put her in a cab and started to send her on her way. She started to act sick about that.
Wait. Is this the woman whose picture was in the paper tonight? The one who died of poisoning and the police don't know who she is?
Yeah. I don't know who she is, Mr. Oldfield. Except that her name's Amy Duran. I found out her name because I found her purse and there was a gun in it. A .38 Colt registered to a man named O'Connell. I checked on the gun here at headquarters, went out to the address and found out O'Connell was a bank guard and had died about a year ago. I talked to his wife, Teresa O'Connell. While I was there, the man I'd seen the night before showed up. His name's Paul Dameron. Now, I didn't tell him or Mrs. O'Connell about the gun. I came down here to give it to the police and tell them. But when I got here, Lieutenant Akins was pretty busy trying to solve the murder of a man named Belden, who'd been shot with a .38 3 times. There are 3 slugs missing from the gun I found.
You got a light, sir?
Yeah. Here you go.
When you found Amy Duran's purse, why didn't you turn it over to the police?
Oh, Well, somehow I thought maybe I could help the girl. I mean, her last words before she died were, help me. And for some reason or other, I thought maybe I could.
Do you have any cards or letters, anything like that? Something that says you're what you say you are, sir?
Yeah, sure.
Let's see. Okay, Dollar. Now, as I see it, you probably hooked up with someone who did some shooting. And that's what worries you.
I want you to take my statement and notarize it before I turn the gun in.
That'll protect you some. If they want to get nasty, they can, though. You know that.
Yeah, I know.
Well, as I see it, the main job here is to try to keep you out of trouble. And the statement explaining your motive for participation in the whole affair might help.
That's why I called you.
All right, then. Now, Dollar.
Yeah?
You didn't shoot anybody, did you?
No.
Okay, then, sir. Let's go over to my office.
We did, and I made the necessary statement, and Mr. Oldfield notarized it. After that, I went back to the Vicksburg police station to talk to Lieutenant Akins. The .38 I'd found in Amy Duran's purse was still in my pocket, and her words were still in my mind. Help me. Please help me.
Thought you was going back to Hartford, Dollar.
Oh, I decided to hang around and see what came up.
Mm-hmm. Nothing so far on the girl. No one's recognized the picture in the paper. Had to turn that over to missing persons. This murder case going to eat up all my time.
What happened, Lieutenant?
Oh, maid at the apartment house where this man Belden was staying found him late this afternoon. He'd been dead about 24 hours, shot with a .38.
You sure?
I'm sure. We did a postmortem right away. It's a pretty set case.
You know who shot him?
Have a pretty good idea. See, this Belden, he was an auditor working on some books at a firm of textile wholesalers here. Richmond Limited. The papers scattered around his apartment show he'd found a $10,000 shortage going over their books. And the chief accountant for this Richmond company is missing.
Yeah, well, that does make it seem pretty clean cut.
Yeah, all we have to do is find that accountant. Had an APB out for half an hour now. I think we'll pick her up pretty soon.
Her? Who?
Well, her, Dollar. The chief accountant for Richmond Limited. She's a woman. Name of, Amy Duran.
To all appearances, Amy Duran had been guilty of embezzling money and murdering the auditor Belden who discovered the shortages in her books. I didn't tell Akins that his suspect was the girl lying in the morgue at the moment unidentified. I knew that it was only a matter of minutes before her sister or Paul Dameron would be down to identify her. And for the third time, I didn't tell Lieutenant Akins about the gun. I knew if I turned that over to him, it would be a closed case all around. And somehow I didn't want it closed on Amy Duran. Not that way. For that reason, I went back to my hotel room for a couple of hours, and then about 9 o'clock that night, I found myself over on Polk Street at Teresa O'Connell's house once more.
Oh.
Hello, Mrs. O'Connell.
Oh, Mr. Dollar, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, Mr. Dollar, I had the most awful news tonight. My sister Amy, she's dead. You'll have to excuse me. Oh, I'm sorry.
May I come in? I'd like to talk to you about your sister, Mrs. O'Connell.
Well, Paul came in with tonight's paper and showed me Amy's picture. He went down in the morgue to identify her. I couldn't bear to.
Sure.
I feel somehow, in some way, that you're a friend, Mr. Dollar.
Mrs. O'Connell, I am a friend in a way. But mostly I'm an insurance investigator.
What?
You thought I was a friend of your dead husband when I came here earlier. I'm not. I never even knew him.
But, Mr. Dollar, I don't understand.
I met your sister Amy last night. I was the last one to speak to her before she died. I took her to the emergency hospital last night.
Well, wait. This is all very confusing. You say you're an insurance investigator?
Yes. Now, Well, I got your address from a gun I found in your sister's purse. I traced it through the license to carry. This gun, Mrs. O'Connell. Your husband was licensed to carry it when he worked for a banking firm. Do you recognize it?
Oh, yes, I suppose I do. I think it's one of Ray's guns.
Now, please, let me find something out first. Believe me, I do want to help. Did you know your sister had this gun?
Oh, no, what would Amy want with a gun? I mean, well, she could have picked it up here any time she came over, and probably did. But why would Amy have a gun in her purse?
Sit down, please. Now, Mrs. O'Connell, you better listen to me carefully. Sometime late yesterday afternoon or early evening, a man named Belden was shot and killed.
Clarence Belden?
Yes.
Why, he worked with an auditing firm. Amy spoke of him. Mr. Dollar.
Wait. Listen to the rest of this. Belden had been working on books for Richmond Limited. As I understand it, your sister Amy was responsible for those books. Right now, the police have enough evidence to figure that your sister stole $10,000 from Richmond Limited.
Amy? Oh, no.
Now, hear me out, Mrs. O'Connell. They have that evidence in bulk form. They certainly have reason to assume, and they are assuming, that your sister shot Belden to keep him quiet about the shortage.
How can you say those things about Amy when she's not here to defend herself?
Please, I'm just telling you what's going on downtown, what they've found. This gun they don't have yet. I've withheld it. It has been fired 3 times recently. Belden was shot 3 times. By now, your sister's body has no doubt been identified. They've already established that she died of poisoning, and they halfway have the idea that she committed suicide.
No.
Oh, don't you see? They'll say she shot Belden to cover up and keep it quiet, and then saw how useless it was, took poison and killed herself to escape punishment.
You're horrible. Horrible. Go away. Go away from me.
I'm sorry, but in the face of all this, I want to help her if I can, if it isn't too late. I want to help you. But, Mrs. O'Connell, you'll have to help me. Now, why? Why would your sister steal? Why?
I don't know.
I think you do know. Tell me, please, for her sake, Mrs. O'Connell.
Why? What have you got to do with her?
I met her only for a few minutes, but in that few minutes I got the idea that she was a pretty nice person. She didn't strike me as a thief. She didn't look like a killer. And most of all, she didn't look like a woman who'd take the suicide way out of things. Now, that's all I have, except that she asked me to help her. And I'm trying to do that now. Believe me, I want to help her if I can.
I've always been an awful child, Mr. Dollar. When Ray died, I tried to kill myself. Amy saved me. I remember then, at the hospital. She was beside my bed, and she said to me, "I'll make you want to live again. I'll make you." Amy was always like that, kind and decent. You weren't wrong about her. She was decent, thoughtful, good. She did everything for me. She gave me these clothes and a car, introduced me to nice people from her office like Paul Dameron.
Yes.
That must be where all the money went to. Not on herself, but on me, for me. I'm the only reason I can think of that she'd take money from the firm.
Yeah.
I didn't know she was stealing from me. I didn't know. I wouldn't have let her do it. She didn't have to pamper me that much. I'm not that much of a child. She didn't have to do it. She didn't have to do it.
Wait a minute.
She didn't kill herself. She didn't steal. She didn't murder that man. I did all those things because it was all for me.
Now, here's our star to tell you about the final intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, all the evidence comes true. A helpless dead girl gets her help. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
This is Paul Dameron, Mr. Dollar. I was afraid you left town, and I wanted to talk to you.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to thank you for your kindness about Amy and the way you handled Terry. It was darn decent of you. And of course, I want to apologize for my attitude again.
How's Mrs. O'Connell?
Terrible. I mean, the papers this morning connected her sister Amy with murdering Belden and committing suicide. I'm curious. How did you get to her?
I found Amy's purse, and there was a gun in it. I looked up the registration.
Oh, the murder gun.
I don't know. I haven't turned it over to the police yet.
Why?
Because I still can't believe Amy Duran was the kind of girl who'd shoot a man and then take poison.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar. Location, Vicksburg, Virginia. To Special Investigator Johnny Dollar for personal reasons in connection with the plant agent matter. Expense account item 11, $15, legal fees for services rendered by lawyer Sam Oldfield.
Now sign here, Dollar. And here, sir. Okay, I guess that's it.
What now, Mr. Oldfield?
This statement you've made to me clearly states your intentions in this matter, your motives. You attempted to help a girl who died in your company. You had no idea she might have committed a murder or embezzled $10,000. You withheld evidence, the gun you found in her purse, in the hope of identifying her and saving her family some grief. I hope you don't have to use this stuff.
We'll see. I'm going to turn the gun in now, and you're coming with me.
It's about time. Nothing personal, son. I think you did a lot of dumb things for her. From what they're saying in the papers about her, I don't think she deserved it. But then we all make wrong guesses sometimes, I suppose.
Let's get this over with. Lawyer Sam Oldfield accompanied me downtown to police headquarters where we sought out Lieutenant Akins and turned over the .38 automatic. Oldfield handed the statement over to him and he read it through. Then he called in his ballistics man to make an immediate check of the gun. When he'd done that, Akins asked Oldfield and myself to wait. He left. An hour later, he came back.
You are a lucky boy, Dollar. First off, I'm going to tell you, that gun you've been withholding, that's the same weapon that killed the auditor, Clarence Belden. Okay, now, you played it as safe as you could, and you hired this lawyer to protect you when it came to turning it in. Well, you didn't need him.
Huh?
Any other time, I'd have put you in the pokey so fast you'd have thought you was born there. This time I'm feeling generous. You can go, Mr. Oldfield.
Me?
You.
No charges against Mr. Dollar of withholding information?
No, not this time. I got my Jane Doe identified. I know her motive for killing the auditor. I know why she took the poison. You generally don't get everything in a neat package like that, so I feel generous.
Then let's get out here, Dollar.
You get out. I want to talk to Dollar.
Then I'll stay and listen.
It's okay, Mr. Oldfield. I'm going to get a lecture is all.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Call me later, then. Goodbye, Lieutenant.
Yeah. One thing more, Dollar. We found an empty bottle of paramythol in Amy Duran's medicine cabinet, and that cinches that suicide part, in case you had any doubts. It's a closed case.
Uh-huh.
But you didn't help me close it, Dollar, and you could have. You worked with the police for years. You were an officer yourself once. What makes you think you can come down here and run around doing all these things you've done and get away with them? Why didn't you turn that gun in with the purse as soon as you found it?
All right, I'll tell you, because I... Oh, it doesn't make any difference now, Lieutenant. You've got your case.
And you're lucky, darn lucky boy I don't have you, too. Because you know just as well as I do that... Oh. Lieutenant Akins. Okay, right away. Dollar, I got business to take care of. Next time you're in my town, you take it easy.
I will. But I don't think I'll ever come to your town again. On general principles.
Well, I guess I know how you felt about that girl. I'm not going to make any fuss about what you did. But I don't think I'd let it pass a second time. She sure didn't look the part, did she?
No, she didn't.
Well, happens that way sometimes. What you told me about that kid sister of hers trying suicide and so forth after she lost her husband. Well, Amy Duran had a good motive for stealing that money. If motive can ever be good.
Dollar, Lieutenant?
Huh?
I was just on my way to see you, Lieutenant.
I'll be back in my office in a couple of minutes. You can go on in and wait, Mr. Dameron.
I'm glad I saw you, Mr. Dollar. I think there's something I should explain to you. You'd be interested in this, too, Lieutenant. Mr. Dollar saw me arguing with Amy Duran in a parking lot at the Plant Agent Hotel last night. She just told me about the shortage in accounts. She hadn't told me about killing the auditor. I want you to know that I was racking my brain trying to find a way to get hold of some money to make up the shortage. I was always very fond of Amy. I wonder, Mr. Dollar, if I could give you a check.
Huh?
Something for your kindness.
Nothing, thanks.
Well, I'd like to. You did something very decent.
No.
Oh. Well, I suppose you'll be leaving soon. Goodbye, and thanks again. I'll be in your office, Lieutenant.
Right. Got to him, too, if it's any comfort. What was that business in the parking lot?
Oh, well, I hit him. He was arguing with her, that's all.
Oh. You weren't the only one trying to help her, Dollar. Him. And then there was somebody else.
Huh?
A bank. We found a certified check for $10,000 in Amy Duran's apartment.
What?
National Trust in New York, issued 3 days ago. I wired the head cashier in New York. He said Amy Duran phoned him long distance, requested the loan. Seems her folks, when they were alive, had a good pull at that bank.
Wait a minute, hold it. Then this isn't right. She could have covered that shortage.
Well, I figure she intended to do that, but the auditor found out too quick. He called her on it, and she shot him.
With a $10,000 check in her hand?
Well...
There isn't an auditor or a bonding company going that wouldn't prefer to turn up the cash and the person who took it. They'd listen to any reasonable story. You know that.
Well, the auditor must have scared her, Dollar. She shot him, didn't she? She committed suicide, didn't she?
You make a lot of noise, Akins, but you aren't any happier about this than I am, are you?
No.
Why let the papers have it the way it is?
Well, so that whoever knows Ansel will get careless. Sure, it burns me. Somebody thinking the police are as dumb as this. Burns me.
Well, what are you going to do?
Wait. Just wait.
I found that pretty hard to do. And the more I waited and the more I thought about the matter, the more restless I felt. So I didn't wait. I got out and started interviewing people who had known the murdered auditor. The consensus was that he knew his business. That if he'd found a shortage and someone offered to reimburse the company, he had been the kind of old hand who would have listened to them. Why, I asked myself, if Amy Duran had a $10,000 check to cover her shortages, why did she shoot the auditor and then commit suicide? Why? It didn't make sense.
Oh, Dollar.
Hello, Dameron.
Come in, Dollar. I'm glad you dropped by. I thought you'd left town, gone back to Hartford.
Well, I've stayed over so long waiting for all this to get cleared up, I thought I might as well stick around a while longer.
Sure. Can I get you a drink?
No, thanks.
It is finished, isn't it?
Not yet.
I don't understand. I talked with Lieutenant Akins today after I saw you with him. He said it was all over as far as he was concerned.
You're talking to me now, Dameron. I'm the guy who went out on the limb.
And I appreciate that a great deal.
A question I want to ask you. You knew Amy Duran, worked with her at Richmond Limited. You're engaged to marry her sister. Did you know Amy had a $10,000 check in her hand the day she died?
Really?
That was enough money to cover the shortages in her accounts.
Well, I'll be darned. Why do you suppose she shot him? Did what she did then?
I've been thinking about that, Dameron. There's only one reason I can think of. Because Amy Duran didn't steal any money, because she didn't shoot any auditor, she didn't commit suicide. I think she borrowed that $10,000 from New York to cover up for somebody else.
Somebody else? Who?
You.
Maybe you better leave here. You're upset.
That auditor was a smart guy. He'd been in the business a long time. He found out who'd been taking the money. He called you over to ask you about it, ask you if you could repay it. You lost your head and you shot him with a .38 you picked up over at Teresa O'Connell's one day.
Now, look.
Then you fixed up all the reports to make it look like Amy Duran did the job.
You're crazy. That's fantastic. If you think I'm
Amy
going to...
Duran borrowed money to cover for you. She did it not because you were worth it, but because you meant something to her kid sister. You meant something to Teresa O'Connell, who'd lost one husband and tried suicide because of it. A Teresa O'Connell who couldn't afford another major tragedy. A Teresa O'Connell who might try suicide again if the man she was going to marry turned out to be a thief. You counted on that, Dameron.
I don't know what you're talking about. Now,
One thing you hadn't counted on was the auditor picking it up so fast. And when he called you, you had to kill him to keep him quiet. Then you made a date with Amy out at the Plantation Hotel. You slipped poison in her drink and planted the gun in her purse.
This is all talk. Just talk. You have nothing to prove.
She had one drink with you before you argued with her out in the parking lot. She told me. And the bartender later verified it. Then I came along. Now, look. You're a big guy, Dameron. You could have hit me back in that parking lot, but you didn't have time. You still had to get over to Amy's apartment and plant an empty poison box.
You're crazy. You have no proof of this. No proof at all.
No, I haven't. But I've been thinking about it all day. And there'll be proof. You had to buy that poison someplace. Lieutenant Akins is a pretty good police officer. He and his men will cover every drugstore in this town and ask questions everywhere.
Now, listen,
I'm going to
Dollar.
tell him what I think, and he'll dust off that box of poison. Maybe your prince will turn up on it. Sooner or later, guys like you make mistakes, and Akins finds them.
Get out of here, Dollar. Get out of here.
Now, listen, you. A girl, a fine, decent girl, asked me for help. This is the quickest way I know to give her the help.
I'll kill you, Dollar. I'll kill you.
No, you won't. You're not going to kill me. Okay, come on. Get up. Get up.
I've had enough.
I want you to tell it now, right now. Over there. Pick it up. Go on, pick it up. Okay, here. And you know who to call.
Hello. Give me the police.
Expense account item 12, $55, room and board. Item 13, $55 airfare and miscellaneous getting me back to Hartford. Total expense account, $702.13. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Remember, there'll be another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, beginning next Monday night.
Next week, a whole city is aroused by one of the dirtiest rackets of modern times. And I end up right in the middle of things. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in this week's cast were Michael Ann Barrett, Gene Bates, Marvin Miller, Frank Gerstle, Lawrence Dobkin, Jack Crucian, Ken Peters, and Herb Butterfield. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Be sure to join us on Monday night, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking.
National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Me, sweetheart. Merry 29th of December.
You too, Sam. Did you take the little boy home?
Yep.
Straight home?
Well, not exactly, F. Had to make a couple of emergency stops, but we got there.
What do you mean, Sam?
Well, I got my weekly knot on the head, for one thing.
Sam, just taking the little boy home?
Like I said, F, we were derailed. There was a dash of poison, for instance. A couple of pounds of $1,000 notes. And an infernal machine that nearly blew up half the Mission District. But other than that, we had a peaceful ride home.
Why, Sam, this sounds like a caper.
Which is just what it is, Angel. Get out our special holiday bottle of Napa Valley wine, and we'll get in our premature regards to the new year, following dictation of a report entitled The Prodigal...
Prodigal, Sam? Are you sure that's the right word?
Certainly, I'm sure. The Wanderer will return to the roost. You and your big fat roost. With our last bedtime story for 1950, namely, The Prodigal Panda Caper.
For NBC, William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, brings you the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
Effie! Miss Perrine!
Coming, Sam, coming. I've been looking in the dictionary.
Oh?
Sam, you've fallen into the trap.
Again?
Prodigal. Here, now see? Prodigal. Given to reckless extravagance. It doesn't mean wandering at all, see? Now, people think just because the prodigal son wandered that just...
What are we talking about?
Well, the prodigal panda caper. How can a panda be given to reckless extravagance?
Well, let me see. Oh, here. Definition 3, prodigal. Yielding abundantly, luxuriant.
A panda? You mean one of those black and white?
You're right. See note below, it says. You ready for the note below?
Where's my pencil? Oh, all right, then. Dave, fill in it. 2.
Master Roebuck Dozier, 2318 Delaney Street, City. From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, the prodigal
panda caper.
Right. Dear Roby, I'd spent a relatively pleasant day running down a case of slow pay in North Beach and, flushed with success, had returned to my office for a final check of the file. Underwood, Helen, Usher, Roderick, Varden, Dolly. Where the... Oh, Spirits Holiday. Yes. I sat down, put my hat and my feet on the desk, and was loosening my collar when I noticed just to the right of my off ankle one large bag of jelly beans. Siding past it, I saw in the corner chair an open copy of a magazine featuring on the cover a blonde in a low-cut dress taking a .38 slug from a slack-jawed thug in the background under big red letters spelling out Thrilling Crime Comics. And behind all this, sound asleep, was you. Hey, Sonny. Hey, wake up, will you? Come on, Revelie's blowing.
Huh? Oh.
Hi. How long you been here?
A long time, I guess.
What's your name?
Roby, short for Roebuck.
Well, what can I do for you, Roby?
Well, I've been to the police. They wouldn't do anything. They said I should come to you.
You mean you got a job for me?
Yeah.
Dangerous?
Yeah. A hoist.
You mean a heist? What was it?
My panda bear.
Oh, someone stole it?
Yeah. It's not mine, really. I bought it for my little brother, Barney. He's 5 and he's always wanted one. So when I got the junk money, I went...
Money?
Oh, bottles and papers and stuff.
Oh.
I collected it from the neighbors and earned $6.15. And Barney wanted the panda bear, so I bought it at Lacey's department store today, and they stole it.
Who stole it?
Well, there was this man in the checkered coat and the lady in the red silk dress, just like the story in the comic here.
Oh.
The man looked like that, but the lady looked different. She had black hair and a red dress, and her eyebrows went up this way instead of sideways.
Novel.
I was walking down the street with my panda bear, and the lady called me over to a car she was sitting in and started to talk to me. And right away, the man in the checkered coat ran up and grabbed at my panda bear, and they chased me up a fire escape. And the man pulled out a big black gun and said if I didn't come down and give him the panda, he'd shoot me and Barney and Mom. So I came down and gave him the panda.
Well, that's quite a mouthful. Oh, excuse me, Roby. Hello?
Sam?
Yeah, Dundee.
This is Dundee.
Oh.
Sam, there's a little fella about 8 years old on his way over there.
No, he's here now, Lieutenant. What's the deal?
He gave us quite a story.
Well, how'd it go?
Oh, we took it down. I got it right here
Good.
somewhere. Let me see. It's about a man in a checkered coat and a lady in a red silk dress.
Yeah?
Oh, here it is. Quote, I was walking down the street with my panda bear, and the lady called me over to her car.
Okay, Dundee. He hasn't changed it any.
We got hold of his mother. Runs an elevator in the Russ building.
Good.
She says he reads too many comic books. You better send him home.
Okay, Lieutenant, thanks. Come on, Roby.
You gonna send me home?
Lieutenant Dundee called your mother, old man, and
You don't believe me either.
Oh, it's not that, Roby. It's just
But I can't go home without the panda bear. What do I tell Barney? I promised him. My own brother.
Oh, he's home now, waiting?
Yeah.
Well, tell you what I'll do, Roby. You let me put you in a taxi and send you home, and I'll take the case.
You'll get my panda back?
I wouldn't be at all surprised. So if Barney's face hits the floor, just tell him Samuel Spade Incorporated's working on it.
Only one thing.
Huh?
I haven't any money left.
Oh, you got jelly beans, haven't you?
Yeah?
Okay, you can pay me off in jelly beans. Now, come on now, let's find a taxi. Which we did, Roby. Like the psychology books said, I didn't discourage the child imagination, but I did try to tout you off thrilling crime comics and onto Alice in Wonderland. This, I could see, would take some doing. It was almost closing time when I got to Lacey's, but I talked my way past the man at the door and hustled up to the 6th floor and the toy department. The clerks were doing whatever clerks do at 5:30, but I found a handy floor walker.
Dear me, Mr. Spade, I just don't know. I just don't know.
You mean you counted your cash and everything, but you can't...
It's not that, Mr. Spade.
Oh.
I am perfectly willing to stretch a point to please the little fellow. We like to think we are human here, you know.
Well, that's nice. That you like to think so, I mean.
But you see, something very strange happened this afternoon. Come over this way, sir, by the escalator.
Oh.
We had the giant pandas at this counter here. 25 of the large size. I assume that's what you're interested in.
I guess so. Then what then?
Well, for Christmas, they didn't do anything.
Just sat here, huh?
Yes. But would you believe it, sir? This afternoon, all 25 were sold.
Well, how do you account for that? New Year's gaiety?
Well, if you want my personal opinion, it's Miss Greenbrier, the new girl who came to work yesterday. She is, endowed with,
I know just what it takes to sell pandas. Well, how about the junior model?
Medium. Yes, now, let me see. There were a few under the counter here.
Good.
Where?
What?
I was wrong. Here is a big one.
Well, lucky me. How much?
$5.79 plus tax. I'll make the slip out, and you can get your change over to the big.
An impressive panda bear, Roby. It was hard to figure out how you could lose anything that big, and harder still to figure out how I'd explain this kind of thing to people who stopped me on Market Street. Be that as it may, my floor walker friend took my cash, tore off the sales slip, and I was about to set sail with my panda when I heard him make the kind of a noise floor workers make when they see what he was looking at.
Miss Greenbrier! Miss Greenbrier!
She pointed weakly, turned pale even by floor walker standards, and sagged to the deck. I turned in time to see Miss Greenbrier collapse at the top of the escalator and watched her come down, draped across 3 steps like the cover of one of your books of bedtime stories, Roby. She was the last passenger of the day, or so I thought. When I looked closer, I saw she wasn't a passenger. She was freight. At the lamp counter on the floor above, busily adding up receipts as if nothing had happened, was a dark type built along Dragon Lady lines.
I'm very sorry, sir, but we close promptly.
I want to know about the girl who just went down the escalator.
Miss Greenbrier?
Yeah, notice anything strange about her?
Why, is she ill?
Yeah. Did she look ill?
I thought there must have been something wrong. I said hello to her, and she didn't pay any attention to me. It was only a second ago.
Where'd she come from?
Around the corner. I think she'd been at the wrapping desk.
She had. It was a 10-size sheet of heavy brown paper, a batch of metered postage tape, and a shipping label addressed to Master Frankie Carson, 281 Avenida Ruiz, Havana, Cuba. Downstairs, I found my floor walker friend had come around and was bending over Miss Greenbrier with an impressive-looking gent with gray at the temples.
Good heavens, it can't be. It just cannot be. That's all.
I'm afraid she is, though.
In laces. It's unheard of. Why should she be... Good heavens. In my department, too.
Excuse me, floor walker.
Oh, this is Mr. Spade. He was with me when it... Oh, dear.
I'm Dr. Kempthorne. I was exchanging some Christmas gifts when...
Any idea what killed her?
Well, it's pretty hard to tell without an examination, and I don't have my things with me. Heart, possibly.
Natural causes?
Well, of course. Why, do you have reason?
There are more natural places to die than at the top of an escalator.
And in my department at Lacey's, too. Good heaven.
Well, who can say? Have to look up the girl's history. If she had a heart condition, well...
Sure. Meanwhile, I'll call homicide. They've nothing better to do. For a minute, I thought I'd been reading too many comic books, Roby, but things settled down when they pulled out the records and found Miss Greenbrier had a heart condition of long standing, and the medical examiner wrote it off as natural causes. So, hoping you would consider a jelly bean bonus for promptness, I picked up my panda and went. Outside, I'd gone about 10 steps when...
Hi, Humphrey.
It was Larry Healy, the cop who drives for Lieutenant Dunday, sitting in a patrol car.
Oh, you and Bogart. Who's it for?
A little kid in the mission.
How come?
What do you mean, how come? I'm buying a panda bear for a little kid in the mission who likes panda bears. Does that have to be explained?
Okay, Sam, okay. Hey, it just hit me. The bear ain't turned out quite right. He needs a necktie.
Oh?
I just happen to have one here my brother-in-law got me for Christmas. Here, give me. Now, let's see. Sure, here.
Ooh. Larry, how long has there been bad blood between you and your brother-in-law?
Bad blood. Listen, even when we were friends, he gave me ties like this. There you are. On your way, Sam.
Thanks. Taxi!
Taxi!
The cab let me out near the end of Delaney, and I started walking up the row of dingy pre-earthquake flats towards your house, Roby, at the end of the street. Parked at the curb was a discordant note in this hard-pressed neighborhood, a sleek, custom-built red convertible, one of the kind that looks like it can go 90 miles an hour standing still. The same can be said for the dame in it, also a discordant note. You see, San Francisco is a very big, large city. You just don't run into a dame at the lamp counter in Lacey's and a half hour later in a dumpy neighborhood in the Mission, unless she wants it that way.
Well, hello.
Hello, Dragon Lady.
Oh, silly.
You must sell a passel of lamps.
The car?
Mm-hmm. But don't try and explain that now. Just tell me why you followed my cab.
Follow you? Why, Mr. Spade.
Come on, what is it?
You're embarrassing me.
I know. Since that moment at the lamp counter, you can't get me out of your mind. Well, that's a perfectly normal reaction.
No, it's not that. It's... Oh, dear.
The panda bear. You want it in the worst way.
You're kind of attractive as men go, Mr. Spade. Could you give me a light, please?
Sure. Holding the match up to her cigarette, three things hit me. The black hair, the red dress, and eyebrows that went up instead of sideways. At that point, the sleeve of a checkered overcoat with a big arm inside it came around under my chin from the rear, and the fourth thing hit me. How long I dwelt in Panda Land, I don't know, but it was real nice while it lasted. I was a panda, too, I remember, and I was going somewhere with a big overstuffed private detective under my arm when a lady panda batted her big brown eyes at me and began pulling my nose. She seemed to have a very, very high voice.
Wake up, Mr. Spade. Raffley's blowing. I call Lieutenant Dundee, Mr. Spade. It's on his way. Lucky.
Hey.
Over here.
Good, Christopher. Sam, what happened?
Well, it was this way, Dundee. I was walking down the street with my panda bear, and the lady called me over to the car she was sitting in and started to talk to me. And right away, the man in the checkered coat up.
You are listening to the weekly adventure of radio's most famous detective, Sam Spade. Van Heflin stars this Sunday in State Fair, another outstanding 60-minute production by Theater Guild on the air. Co-starring in this exciting broadcast is one of the leading families in show business, Jean Lockhart, Kathleen Lockhart, and daughter June. It's a gala New Year's Eve broadcast when Theater Guild presents State Fair. Sunday over most of these NBC stations also means another hour and a half with Tallulah Bankhead in radio's greatest spectacle, The Big Show. Among Tallulah's guests will be Ken Murray, Gloria Swanson, Margaret O'Brien, Jose Ferrer, and many more. And now back to the Prodigal Panda Caper, tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
It was a humiliating experience, Robe, riding back to headquarters in black defeat. But dear, good Lieutenant Dundee, however, was the soul of patience and understanding.
What do you take me for, Spade, an idiot?
Look, Dundee, all I want you to understand is that this dame in the hopped-up convertible...
I've had 3 rides on that merry-go-round now, and I'm sick of it. The dame in the red dress and the guy in the checkered coat. They take your wallet?
No.
Your watch? Other valuables?
No. Just my panda.
Sam, are you trying to tell me there's a hot panda racket going on?
Dundee, boy. Look closely now as I take off my hat.
What?
There. See? Now, as you know, my head ordinarily does not come to a point. But this protuberance was made by a gun butt, not by imagination.
So someone slugged you. I believe that, Sam, but this panda bear thing is... Dundee. Yeah. What? Yeah. Yeah.
You were saying something about my panda bear, Dundee.
Yeah, maybe I ought to take it back. That dame at the store this afternoon, the one who sold him?
Miss Greenbrier.
Yeah. They just finished the post-mortem. No heart attack. She was poisoned.
It's a strange thing, Mr. Spade. Very strange. I leave my business thoughts at the store.
Floor Walker, just try and remember the Dragon Lady's name, huh?
Dragon Lady. My good gracious, I can't remember my own name. I'm so upset.
Oh, now concentrate now. Look, dark hair, up-tilted eyebrows, red silk dress. Works in lamp department on 7th floor.
I can picture her so plainly.
Dark hair, Floor Walker.
Dark hair.
Upshot eyebrows.
Eyebrows and the red dress.
Yes.
Red. Scarlet.
Scarlet,
that's it.
Easy now. I got a list of employees right here. Let's see. Scarlet Townsend.
Scarlet Townsend, that's the dame.
Floor Walker.
Scarlet Townsend.
Yeah, she lives here, right in this room.
Move out.
Today.
Well, how come?
Huh?
I said, how come, landlady? Why'd she move?
Me.
Oh.
I tried to keep her on the right track, but at her age, you can't tell them nothing. So when she rang that no good dame around here, I put my foot down. I said, Scarlet, you're out.
No good dame.
What no good dame, landlady?
Crystal McCall.
Oh.
Here. I found this just now as I was cleaning the room. Picture of Crystal McCall. Now, ain't that a swell way to have your picture taken?
The name rang a bell, and so did the picture. Crystal herself and the altogether. When I got around to the face, I made a startling discovery. Crystal was also the late Miss Greenbrier.
Well, don't look at it all day, young man.
When'd you see this girl last, landlady?
This morning.
Oh.
She and a fella in a checkered coat come around to pick up Scarlet in a big red open car.
Know the fella?
Nope, never saw him before. But I'd sure know that car. Oh, you ought to see it.
You're not telling me a thing, landlady. I have. In Los Angeles, I'd have been dead, but San Francisco is not a convertible town. I found a free phone and began calling the dealers, figuring a bright red custom-built convertible is something you remember, whether you see it or sell it. An hour of this got me nowhere, and I'd begun to wonder if the car had been smuggled up from the unmentionable side of the Tehachapi when the wind changed.
Sold a yeller one a while back.
Thanks, but near misses don't count, friend.
But the buyer had it painted red. Special job.
Well, you're improving. Who's the buyer?
Kim Thorne.
Dr. Kim Thorne?
Right, Dr. Jules Kim Thorne. Lives on Motley Drive in Burlingame. That's the only red one I know.
Great. That's the only red one I need.
Mr. Spade, this is utterly unbelievable. And I certainly don't intend to stand here all night discussing the pros and cons of panda bears.
All right, Kim Thorne, let's slide over into your field.
Meaning what?
The sweet young thing at the store. It turned out dirty.
The heart attack?
The poison attack.
Well, suicide, you suppose?
What do you suppose?
Well, I'm sure I don't know.
Look, why don't we hold hands and tell the truth, huh?
You'd better run along, Spade. I've had about all of this that I intended.
Look, the dead dame was Crystal McCall. Does that mean anything to you?
No.
The same Crystal McCall who was running around with a hood named Frankie Casella, formerly of New York, now of Havana, by Department of Justice request.
This is all very interesting. What has it to do with me?
She was riding around in your red convertible this morning, for one thing. That's a hot car, you know. I took a close look at it 2 hours ago and got slugged. I don't know how you score these things, Kim Thorne, but in my book, this calls for a couple of answers.
You're right. You're right, it does.
Where's the car?
It's gone.
Who has it?
My chauffeur. This is the last straw, I guess. There's no point in covering up for him any longer.
Who is he?
Lenny Flegel.
Oh, an ex-con, isn't he?
Yes. I thought I could straighten him out. He's been missing for 2 days this time. He just took the car and left. I knew he had something to do with that girl in the toy department at Lacey's, so I went there today. I guess I was too late.
You think Flegel killed her?
I don't know. I don't know. Where did you see the car?
Near the end of Delaney Street. What's the license number?
49H822.
Oh.
I'd better report stolen. If you need me to testify, please...
Feel free to call. That I will, Dr. Kim Thorne. Bye. What I had in mind, of course, was to call Lieutenant Dundee and have him slap a 24-hour tail on the good doctor, but something intervened. Halfway down the walk to the street, my eye fell on a round plastic object about the size of a nickel lying in the grass. Clearly, the eye of a giant panda. Since two other eyes were obviously watching me through Dr. Kempthorne's front curtains, I continued gaily on to my cab, drove up a half block, got out, and walked back. Just in time to see Kempthorne pull away from the curb in his other car, heading towards El Camino and points north. Well, this left me free to prowl at will, and 4 matchbooks later, I had found 2 more eyes, a pocket full of panda skin, and a goodly scoop of panda upholstery. The trail led to the garage. It was no wonder his car was stolen. He must have had to leave it on the street all night because there was no room for it in the garage, which had been turned into a kind of panda abattoir, crammed to the rafters with panda bears, all the giant size, too, in various stages of dishabille. Legs, arms, eyes, and innards. A sight to chill the heart of any but the sturdiest private detective, Ruby. But I braced myself and carried on.
Homicide, Dundee.
This is Sam, Dundee.
Sam, where you calling from?
Phone booth in a drive-in on El Camino. Listen, the license number on the red custom job is 49H822. And the guy driving it is Lenny Flegel, an ex-con.
Don't talk to me about that car. Larry Healy picked it up tonight going 90 on the Bay Shore.
Great.
Lousy.
Why? What happened?
Next time I see one of them panda bears, I'm going to spit right in its eye. So Larry pulls the guy down, and first thing he sees is the panda bear with a necktie.
What about the dragon lady?
She came second. All Larry can think of is the hot panda bear. Figures they stole it, so he takes it back to the patrol car to return it to the kid.
No.
Yeah. By the time he got the exhaust smoke out of his eyes, they were gone. Oh, what's that license number again?
49H822.
You sure?
Positive. I'm looking right at it. Oh, Sam. Dundee.
Yeah.
We're all at Anderson's drive-in on El Camino. Put it on the air. Which just shows you how slow I can think, Roby. The red job was staring at me with its big chrome eyes outside the plate glass window. Flegel and the dragon lady, bless them, were having a Saturday night blue plate displayed attractively on the tray racks hung from the car doors. I sidled out of the phone booth and through the kitchen, thereby coming up on the car from behind.
More coffee, honey?
No, we better get going.
Oh, plenty of time.
Mind if I join you, Flegel?
Huh?
He reached and I pushed, and instead of his gun, he came up with half a hamburger. It was too harsh a light for the dragon lady to operate effectively, and by the time Larry Healy and the prowl car pulled up, they decided to do it the easy way.
You all comfy back there?
Lovely, Larry. Flegel? Dragon lady?
Shut up.
What about the red job? What are you going to do with that?
Larry?
Oh, impound it till the lawyers are through talking. Sam, you want to go by way of Delaney Street?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why Delaney Street?
Larry delivered the panda.
Huh?
Sure, to the kid, Roby Dozier. We'll have to go and pick it up.
Lenny.
Yeah.
What's it worth, Flegel? 50,000? 100?
The little kid's got it?
Yeah. Oh, Carcel will be disappointed, Flegel. With the tax boys watching both him and Crystal, it looked like a safe way to get some of his dough out of the country to him.
Wasn't my idea. I hated him. I did 8 years for him, Spade. I could have killed him.
Shut up, Lenny.
I don't care anymore. To heck with it. Look, it wasn't me. The guy who's running things for him here is Dr. Kempthorne, but Crystal had the dough. He killed her. He took her to lunch today,
Lenny.
and he...
Go ahead, Lenny. So he poisoned her. Then what?
She'd fixed up one of the pandas. He didn't know which. Stuffed it with bills, 80, 100,000, I don't know. Anyway, you'll find the money in the red car under the back seat.
Under the seat? What are you talking about? It's in the panda. The kid's got it.
Look, why do you think I'm telling you this, you stupid flatfoot? I fixed that thing for Carcel myself after we took the dough out. What, kid? It's got a bomb in it.
I don't remember much about the ride from then on, Roby. All I could see was a white line unwinding in the headlights. But somehow we got to the end of Delaney Street and around that corner again. Roby! Roby!
Over here, in the alley.
Roby! Roby, you hurt?
No, just resting.
Where's the panda?
Well, I'm through with pandas, and so is Barney. Next junk money, I'm going to buy him an elephant.
What happened?
Well, a policeman brought it.
Yeah?
I started home with it when a car drove up, and a man with gray hair got out.
Kempthorne. What then?
Same thing. He grabbed it and got in his car and drove off. He's around the corner there playing with it. Go ask him. I don't care anymore.
Around the corner? You mean he... Period. End of report.
What a
A
hurry.
highly inconsiderate thing to do to a panda, F. But I'll give him one thing.
What, Sam?
He had the good grace to park in front of a vacant lot before starting to tear it apart.
Oh.
And, of course, to coin a phrase, he saved the people some money. And now, if you're a good, efficient girl and run that through your infernal machine, who knows what I'll have in store for you when you're through. No jelly beans till work is done. Now, scoop, scoop, scoop.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Friday means another visit to that entertaining eat establishment, Duffy's Tavern. Archie, the manager, and his whimsical friends have cooked up another fresh half hour of laughs and typical Duffy's Tavern madness. And you're all invited. There's also another delightful adventure with Chester A. Riley, played by William Bendix, tonight on The Life of Riley. Keep your dial set to NBC for the very best in radio entertainment.
Here it is, Sam.
Mm-hmm. All official?
Yeah. I like the black ones.
Lay off, lay off. Well, you know if they're eating all the black ones, they're my favorites too now. Master Roebuck Dozier. Pays well.
Sam,
No?
I hope Roby appreciates you.
Only just a kid. How can he appreciate me?
Oh, I appreciate you, Sam.
Well, I appreciate you too, sweetheart. You're so pretty and so efficient.
Am I, Sam?
And so good about not kidding me all the time for your back salary. Yep. If when I stop and think of you, I go all choked up.
Me too. Black one.
Come here.
Huh?
Angel,
Yes?
it's all yours, dear. The rest of the jelly beans. Happy New Year.
Oh. Good night.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade are produced, edited, and directed by William Spears. Sam Spade was played by Stephen Dunn. Doreen Tuttle is Effie. Script for tonight's adventure by Harold Swanton. Musical scoring by Lud Gluskin, conducted by Robert Armbruster. Join us again next week, same time, for another adventure with Sam Spade. Enjoy The Magnificent Montague, then Duffy's Tavern on NBC. The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Sam Spade Detective Agency?
Me, sweetheart.
Sam! Do you know you're in all the papers?
Don't think I'm happy about it.
You were standing on the sidewalk pointing,
Mhm.
and there's a dotted line running from you to X where they found the body.
You mean where they found the last body, F? There were several before it.
I know. All those poor, poor people.
Tell me, Effie, how many dots were there running from me to where they found the body?
Oh, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 6, 12. 12, Sam.
That's what I expected.
What does it stand for?
For 1, 2, 3, 6, 12. Deaths, F.
Oh, no, not really.
But definitely. We just got in on the big finish. This is a tale of deceit and intrigue, F, strung through many islands and several countries. Yea, through a great many lives. So I am left with no choice but to call it The String of Death Caper.
For NBC, William Spear, radio's outstanding producer, director of mystery and crime drama, brings you the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
Effie!
Here I am, Sam.
Don't shout.
How are you, Sam?
Oh, I'm all right, I guess.
Oh, let me look at you.
Yeah.
Sam, you need a rest. You've been staying up too many nights.
And going around with the wrong people. You don't have to tell me.
Well,
I have only this to say. If the people I've been going around with lately won't be going around anymore, so don't worry about me.
all right, Sam, if you say so.
Yeah.
But you look so terrible. Your eyes are bloodshot.
Aren't everybody's?
And your hands are shaking.
True, Effie, and here's why. Take it down. You ready?
Well, don't make it too gory, Sam.
Effie, I am not going to pull any punches. You'll have to take it as it came, the way I did. Date, fill it in. To Lieutenant I.C. Kelsey, Homicide Detail, San Francisco Police, from Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, the string of death caper. Dear Kelsey, it's hard to believe that the events of the past 48 hours all began with the discovery of the oyster, but they did, and they made a marked change in the census figures of several countries. The whole thing was incredible. The most incredible part of it was that I was careless enough to let myself get mixed up in it. The entire See Me saga began 2 days ago when my door opened and a woman walked in. Showgirl, type 7B, tight black skirt, too tight blouse, red alligator shoes, hair overdone in somebody's peroxide oven, you know, that kind of stuff. She chewed gum, of course, and swung a black patent leather handbag. And her charm bracelet was so loaded, I wondered if she could lift her arm.
Let's face it, I'm stranded.
Really? Where?
Where'd you think? Here, right in this town.
Well, my sympathies. Won't you sit down?
Thanks. You're a gentleman.
Well, even so.
The next time I take a job somewheres, I'm going to carry a ticket back to where I came from and a 6-day supply of K-rations.
Well, would you care to tell me about it?
I was doing an act at the Gay Paris when the blow fell.
Yes?
They had a big floor show trying to boost business. But it didn't boost. It busted.
Oh.
The place was padlocked. Likewise, the owner's pocketbook. We were out 2 weeks' salary.
We?
I was the Olga half of the dance team of Ricardo and Olga.
And then?
Ricardo, the creep, must have been tipped off because the night we closed, at the end of his first number, he danced off the floor, out through the stage entrance, and was never heard from again.
Well, I always say we're better off without those kind of people around anyway.
Not when he buffaloes out with all your savings.
I hate him already.
Well, I sent a wire to my booking agent for help, and his answer came back something like this. Here, they're starving in the streets. At least you got a hotel room to do it in.
Pardon?
What a laugh.
Oh, those agents are a shifty lot. They only like you when you're working.
Ah, you're telling me. My rent's up at the end of the week, and after that, who knows?
Well, now, madam, your story has touched me very deeply. Would it spoil your timing any if I asked you why you came to see me?
Say, you know, you got a style there. It's unique.
It's widely copied.
Now, don't flash too much of that repartee and make me forget what I came here for.
Just unburden yourself, Olga. No more repartee.
The name's Kelly. Kelly Green.
Oh.
I wouldn't be seen on the street as Olga.
Pardon, my mistake?
Yeah. I came to ask you to find a guy named Captain Eric Nostrin. He's somewheres in San Francisco.
An army man?
Him? He bought that title in a saloon in Tahiti. He's a beachcomber. Tell him Kelly's got some information she wants to sell. You can reach me at the Embassy Hotel, 627. See you later, Sam.
Just a minute, Kelly.
Yeah?
I hate to mention this to someone in your position, but there's a fee for my services.
Oh, he'll pay you. The kind of information I got he wants real bad. Well, ta-ta.
Ta-ta. Clearing everything off my desk, 2 shoes with feet in them, mine, I embarked on this dangerous assignment, if Brian Donlevy will pardon the expression. You know, I am not without sources of waterfront information, and in a couple of hours I found myself in a bistro called the Backwash, a place that hangs so precariously on the west bank of the bay that flies come to study it.
Ah, hello, Sammy. How are you?
Hello, Eddie. What's a good word?
Well, Sammy, I know what I hear, but what I hear sometimes ain't the truth, or am I too quick for you?
Give me a for instance.
Well, the guy you called about is sitting down at the far end of this very same bar. At least he calls himself Captain Eric Nostra. This is what I hear from my side of the bar. But whether he is or not what he says he is only something that can be verified by investigation. Or am I too quick for you?
I'll have another pint of beer, bartender.
Let me buy it.
Sir, you can buy me drinks all night. But don't make the mistake of trying to get me drunk.
Make it 2, will you, Eddie?
Right, Sam.
Sam. That means he knows you. You're okay by the house. Well, then you're okay by Captain Nostra.
There you are, 2 beers.
What's the rest of it, Sam?
Spade.
Well, I'll tell you something about you, Sam Spade. You didn't come here to drink with me. You came to talk. Now, shall we go over in a booth?
That's a good idea.
Right. Yeah. Now I'm ready to listen.
Do you know Kelly Green?
Kelly? The dancer?
Yeah.
Why, every blasted sailor in the Orient knows Kelly. Let me see now. The last time I remember her, she was dancing on a table in Singapore for some Dutch officer.
Well, she's in town right now. She said she has some information you'd want to buy.
I'll bet she has. You a friend of hers?
Since this morning.
Oh, that's long enough for me. Now, what are you? Private detective?
I am, and that brings up one other point. She said you would pay me for finding her.
Oh, surely. What's your fee?
25 will do.
Yours 50.
No. Look,
take it now. As far as I'm concerned, you've earned it. Now then, what's her address?
Embassy Hotel, room 627.
Well, I'll get in touch with her.
Well, see you around.
Hey, wait a minute, Spade. How would you like to find someone for me?
Why not? Who are you looking for?
A man named Chan Lee. Now, suppose I tell you the old story now. You take a look at these. Look here. Feast your eyes.
He took a swatch of velvet cloth out of a sea jacket pocket and opened it. On it were 6 very large, very breathtaking, rose-colored pearls. Nostrin's eyes flicked over each pearl as if he knew it by name and lineage. He let me stare at them for several silent minutes before he spoke again.
Did you ever see such timeless beauty captured in 6 perfect spheres?
Oh, I haven't seen many like those.
And there aren't many. 12, to be exact. 12 in all the world.
Now, what are pearls like that worth?
Well, any jeweler in the city would give you $5,000 a pearl for them. But if I had all 12, I could sell the set for $75,000.
How'd you get half of the 12 pearls, Nostrin?
You ever hear of the Toi oyster banks off the Borneo Islands?
No, I haven't been pearling lately.
Well, I have.
Well, is that where these came from?
That's right, from the Toi banks. A friend of mine named Jolo, named Hong Kong Ari, tipped me off that 12 perfectly matched rose-colored pearls could be picked up at Cagayan Sulo from a wholesale buyer called Dong Se Mao.
Well, which is it?
I shipped over on a ketch with 2 other men. Dong Se Mao asked 12,000 pesos for the lot, and I took them. Damn, when we left Cagayan Sulu, I got caught in a storm and I went overboard. But I didn't fall accidentally, no. I was hit on the head and thrown overboard.
Your buddies wanted the pearl.
They got 6 of them in my sea bag. The other 6 were sewn inside my belt. I still have those. Well, I traced those 2 guys all over the Orient. But both of them was killed. The Morrow curse, they say. So far, 8 people have died over these pearls.
The Morrow curse?
Corny, isn't it?
Yes.
Anyway, the rumor is that the other 6 pearls have found their way to San Francisco, and that a man named Chan Lee knows about them. I've been here 48 hours, and I haven't found him.
Well, what do you plan to do when you find him?
Don't you worry, Spade. I have a buyer.
What?
I'll pay cash for him.
All right, I'll give you $50 worth of looking for Chan Lee. Now, where can I get in touch with him?
Are you in the book?
Yeah.
Then I'll find you. Just one thing, Spade. If Kelly likes you, you must be straight. Here, take a pearl.
Now, wait a minute, Nostrand. You just said each one of these pearls was worth $5,000.
$7,500 to me, but I want to play it this way. Now, if you find Chan Lee, you ask him if he knows me, and ask him if he knows about the pearls. Now, maybe he won't talk to you, so if he doesn't, just show him the pearl, and then walk out. He'll fall all over himself to find me.
Well, you know best. I assume no responsibility for this pearl, though.
I can handle the responsibility for both of us. Yeah.
Harry Ching, a friend of mine who has his ear to the Oriental ground, put down his mother tongue edition of that great Chinese detective, Shylock Ho, and directed me to a little food store just off Grant Street. There were a number of people in the store looking at merchandise. My man was small and fat and behind the counter.
Good afternoon. May I assist you?
Chan Lee?
Oh, no. My name Li Yuan.
Well, Harry Ching told me Chan Lee would be here.
Oh, before my name Li Yuan, my name Chan Lee. A personal reason for change. You understand?
Not fully, no, but I'm not here to inquire about that. Tell me, do you know a man named Captain Eric Nostrin?
No. Never hear name Captain Nostrin. Oh.
Look, he's big, red-pointed beard, rough. Register?
Sorry, no.
Ever hear of the rose-colored pearls of Tawatawi?
Oh, you joke. Why you talk pearl with Li Yuan? I deal Chinese food, not Julie.
Well, I might have the wrong Chan Li, but do you know anything about pearls?
Oh, I can tell good pearl from bad pearl. My uncle was pearl trader.
And take a look at this.
Oh, let me see. Oh,
Well, don't put it in your mouth.
I just bit it to test skin. Oh, yeah. Sure, you joke with me.
Joke about what? I know where 5 more are just like that, worth $5,000 apiece.
Somebody pull your leg. This pearl, Japanese culture pearl, artificial color, worth maybe $5.
Really?
Yeah, next time, don't play joke on Chan Li.
Li Yuan.
Oh, yes, that me bold.
A skeptic, I took the pearl to a jeweler I know, and he told me Shan Li lied in his scraggly beard. It was the finest specimen of rose pearl he'd ever seen. Well, I went back to my office to wait for Nostran's call when and if it came. I say I went back to my office, but not directly in, because just as I was putting the key in my lock, something familiar pushed in between my shoulder blades.
Mr. Spade, I know all the tricks, so don't try any. Just open the door and go in.
You bet.
Now sit down at your desk and put your hands on top of it.
Yeah, you were looking at the tea in Shan Li's store, weren't you?
I was. And I want the pearl you have.
Me?
You.
All right, if you're going to make a scene, suppose you give me something.
I don't have to give you anything. That pearl belongs to me. It was stolen from me, along with all the others.
By Eric Nostran.
Right. Bought those pearls from Tung Se Mao in Cagayan Sulu. Nostrand was crew on my catch, and on the way back to Shanghai, he threw me overboard so he could have the pearls himself.
Well, didn't you drown, Mr.?
Ivan T. Sanderson.
Oh.
Some Jap fisherman picked me up.
Good.
This is the first of the 12 rose-colored pearls I've gotten back, and I mean to get the other 11. Even if it takes a few dead bodies to accomplish it.
Well, I admire your spirit, sir, but I'm afraid you've picked out a tough career.
Where's Nostrand?
I don't know.
You must know you're working for him.
Look, he said he'd contact me. Honest, he...
How did you get tied up with him?
A girl named Kelly Green hired me to find him.
Call her.
All right.
And ask her where Nostrand is.
All right, I will. But don't point. It's not polite. Yes, well?
Embassy Hotel.
Oh, 627, please.
Whom are you calling, please?
Miss Kelly Green.
Hello?
Kelly?
Yeah?
Sam Spade.
Yeah?
Did Captain Nostran get in touch with you?
No. Did you find him, Sam?
I did.
Well, he hasn't come up here yet. Not just Sam. Thanks for calling. Goodbye.
She hasn't seen him yet.
Thank you, Mr. Spade. I'll be checking with you from time to time.
He pocketed his gun and stalked out with a $5,000 pearl in his hand. I knew he had heard the operator say Embassy Hotel, and I knew he heard Kelly Green's room number. So I let him get a small head start. He went directly to the Embassy Hotel. I followed him into the lobby. He got the one elevator, and I had to wait until it went up and came down before I got it. When I arrived at the 6th floor, the door of 627 was slightly open, and there was a sharp odor in the air. Ivan T. Sanderson wasn't there, and neither was Kelly Green. But dragging himself across the floor, trying to reach the door, was Captain Eric Nostran. He had 2 bullet holes in his back. I tried to help him, but he was beyond help. He collapsed, dead. As his body relaxed, his mouth slowly opened, and 5 rose-colored pearls rolled out.
You are listening to the weekly adventure of radio's most famous detective, Sam Spade. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. There's music and mystery with the chimes every Saturday. Tomorrow evening for mystery, Herbert Marshall stars as the man called X. In all the strange and far-off corners of the world, wherever there is intrigue, danger, and romance, there you will find the man called X. For music, there's your hit parade with the top tunes in the land as selected by you, and brought to you by Snooky Lanson, Eileen Wilson, and the Hit Paraders. Last week, Tennessee Waltz and My Heart Cries For You were the top tunes across the country. Will they topple? Well, you'll have the answer tomorrow on Your Hit Parade. And now back to the String of Death caper, tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
After I found Nostran's body, I called you, Lieutenant Kelsey, and told you as little as I could. After that, I went out to dinner and then home to bed. This hiatus was necessary in order to let the pot of vicious intrigue bubble a little. Well, the next morning, at considerable expense, we added a new character to our play, which was already an extravaganza.
Good morning.
Well, good morning.
I am not sure, monsieur, whether I am going to kill you or let you live.
A very effective entrance, sir. And who are you?
Jacques Malraux.
Aha! Of the Malraux curse.
The same, monsieur. It was reported in the papers that you found the body of Captain Eric Nostrand in the apartment of a girl named Kelly Green.
Well, I'm afraid I just happened to be there.
Did you happen to know if anyone found a number of pearls on Nostrand's body?
Well, as far as I know, they didn't. You mean the Tawatawi pearls, don't you?
Aha. You know about them?
A little, yeah. They belonged to a man named Tung Se Mao, who sold them to a man named Ivan Sanderson, who had them stolen from him by Captain Nostrand, who had half of his stolen from him. That's the installment I just read, anyway.
Perhaps it is mostly right, except for one important point. Tung Se Mao was holding them for me. They were not bought. They were taken from him at the point of a gun.
Getting involved.
I risked my life in the shark-infested waters of Tawi Tawi diving for those pearls. No man but me will possess them. Now, where to find Kelly Green and Ivan Sanderson?
Oh, I don't know. The police don't know, so I can't tell you.
Aha. All right, Monsieur Spade. You have an honest face, I believe you. But if it turns out later that you have deceived me, you will find to your regret that Jacques Malraux is not an easy man to do business with. Au revoir.
Following his exit, I allowed a pause for dramatic effect, and then dissolved into the next scene. On the front door of Chanley's grocery store, there was a sign, closed for the day, so I went around the block, through an alley, and came up on his living quarters from the back way. I stood at the back door and knew somebody was home listening to some Oriental Artie Shaw. I tried the doorknob, it turned, and I carefully opened the door and stepped in.
What you do my house?
Well,
what like you come in private house?
Turn that thing off and I'll tell you.
All right, get out or I call police.
Son, I didn't come here to quibble with you. I came to speak right from the shoulder.
What you talk about?
The Tawatawi pearl.
I don't know pearl, get out.
You know Nostrand was killed yesterday, don't you?
I tell you before, I know no man named Nostrand.
All right, where's Sanderson?
What man?
The tall man with the clipped mustache who was in your store yesterday when I was there.
No, plenty people come my store. I not know them all by name. Come by anybody. Plenty mustache.
All right. Play it your way for
Look
now.
it out.
But if you ever do meet up with Sanderson, just tell him that I have the other 5 pearls. The ones Nostrand was killed for. Just as I closed the door behind me, I saw a pair of red alligator shoes with a pair of nylons draped over them, pushed under a chair. I hesitated a minute, thought better, and hurried away. I went back to my office, pulled out a good book, and read for 3 hours. It paid off.
Sam, I had to come to you. I'm in an awful jam.
I should say you are, and it won't get you any easier when I call the police.
I knew Eric was found in my apartment, but I didn't have anything to do with it.
Nuts. I called you from here not 10 minutes before Nostrand was found dead.
All right. He was there, but he wanted me to say he wasn't.
You want me to tell you something else about yourself? I checked with the Embassy Hotel. Your bill was paid for a month in advance. You weren't stranded. It was a murder setup from beginning to end. But I can't understand your being dumb enough to use your real name.
He wasn't supposed to have been killed there. It was supposed to happen someplace else.
That's what I thought.
Oh, don't do it, Sam. I came here to tell you the truth. I need your help.
I can't help you now, Kelly.
He made me do it. He made me come to San Francisco, wait for Nostrand, and then find him.
Who made you? Sanderson?
No. Chan Lee. He killed Nostrand. He shot him. But we heard somebody at the door and went out the fire escape before we could search Nostrum.
What do you mean he made you do it?
Look at this. That arm isn't pretty, is it? There must be 1,000 holes in it.
When'd you start this?
In Singapore. Chan used to be there, and he supplied me. I had to follow him here because I didn't have enough money to buy it.
I see. Well, Kelly, I'm sorry. Maybe the state will take that into consideration.
Sam, I want to go into partnership with you.
Partnership? Doing what?
Selling pearls. You have 5 of them. I have 6 of them. Here.
Where'd you get these?
From Chan. I heard you there. After you left, he got excited and had to take something to quiet himself down. I grabbed these and beat it while he was still under. What do you say, Sam? Let's sell him and go someplace.
Well, it might be arranged. Where's Sanderson?
Ivan Sanderson?
Yeah.
He lives on a boat. It's a yawl, a trader anchored at Pier 32. Oh, don't worry about him, Sam. You can take care of him.
I probably can. Did you ever hear of a guy named Jacques Malraux?
Malraux? Jacques Malraux?
Yeah.
Is he in San Francisco?
He was in here yesterday looking for you and Sanderson.
Sam, the deal's off. I don't want to have anything to do with it. Here, keep the pearls.
I picked up the 6 pearls and put them in my office safe with the other 5 I'd taken from Nostrum. Then I went down to the waterfront looking for Sanderson. Chun Li, who was still under drugs, there'd be no problem for the police to pick up. Nor would Kelly Green once her drug supply began to give out. The trader was a trim, white yawl tied up at Pier 32 with a Jacob ladder running down to its deck. I climbed down and, looking around, found Sanderson in a cabin sitting behind a table. It wasn't a commonplace thing. You see, he'd just been shot.
You can't do anything for me, Sam. There's nothing to do.
How did it happen, Sanderson?
The Malraux curse.
Jacques Malraux.
Yes. He made a vow that he was going to kill anyone who touched the pearls. Anyone.
Did he get your pearl?
Yes. Who has the rest?
I do, 11 of them.
When Malraux finds out, I wonder how you're going to feel. Dying. 11 times.
That's when I turned the whole thing over to you, Kelsey. I went back to my office, put in a call to your office, and gave you a complete rundown on the case from beginning to end. Who did what and how you might go about finding them. You said you'd be right over to pick up the pearls, but you got there a little late. I had no sooner put down the phone when...
All right. You have pearls. Give them to Chubb, or he will not hesitate to shoot you.
The way you did Nostrum?
I don't have time for talk. Hurry, get pearls.
Okay. They're in my safe here. Don't think I'm going to give you any arguments or pull anything clever.
It would be too bad if you did.
I don't really know who these pearls do belong to, and I don't care much anymore. You can have the worries instead of me.
I would be glad to worry about such a treasure.
Yeah, here they are.
Stay where you are. Throw them to me.
All right. Catch.
Thank you. Now I will go. I advise you against raising outcry.
I'm glad to get rid of you. Go and have a long and happy life.
Oh, I have been handpicked by the gods.
He was, but for a different reason. He put the pearls in his pocket, and with a little smile of triumph at how easy it had been, he turned and quickly walked out of the office. He even closed the door politely. But outside, he didn't get far. I ran for the hall, sliding my .38 out of its holster. Chun Li lay still on the floor, and his coat pocket had been turned inside out. Steps were pounding down the stairwell, and I followed. When I hit the sidewalk, he was half a block away and running. I fired at him, and he stopped and fired back. My second one caught him full in the chest, and he fell twisting across the sidewalk. I walked right up to him, but it was all over. Jacques Malraux was dead. And one by one, 12 of the most beautiful rose-colored pearls in the world were dropping out of his hand, rolling down the gutter, and plopping into the sewer, where they belong. Period. End of string.
Sam, did they all go down the sewer?
Every pearl, Effie. Who knows where they might be now?
Maybe at the filtering plant.
Maybe out to sea.
Sam, could I get off early tonight?
Effie, put that thought out of your mind. They're not worth it.
Oh, but Sam, all that weather.
I said forget it. Now go type that up.
Oh.
Go on, scoot.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. There's music and fun in the air tomorrow evening, styled to suit your Saturday night of merriment. Dennis Day brings you songs and comedy in his charming, boyish manner, and then Judy Canova gets together with her frolicsome friends for Mountain Melody and Mayhem, followed by Grand Ole Opry with singing MC Red Foley and his gang. It's a Saturday night of fun designed for you.
Here it is, Sam, all tied up. Oh, Sam, those pearls. I'd give anything just to wear them one night.
Anything?
Well, I suppose it isn't worth it. But someday, somehow, I want to wear expensive jewelry.
Effie, I'd rather see you with a sparkling light in your eye any day. Looks much better on you.
And, of course, it's cheaper.
Effie, is that a slur on my character?
Well, I don't get paid too much. Or too often.
All right, let's settle this thing right here. You say you want some pearls?
Oh, I'd love some.
Now, here you are, 6 oysters. What? 3 boys and 3 girls. You can grow your own at home.
Sam, are those really oysters?
They are indeed. I picked them up at Fisherman's Wharf just this afternoon.
Well, what do I do?
Well, I'll make it easier for you. I also bought a bottle of cocktail sauce. So which will it be, pearls or oysters on the half shell?
Oh, Sam, you're so different. Let's eat them.
Not until you say...
Good night.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade are produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade was played by Stephen Dunn. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. Script for tonight's adventure by John Michael Hayes. Musical scoring by Lud Gluskin, conducted by Robert Armbruster. Join us again next week, same time, for another adventure with Sam Spade. Now the Magnificent Montague, then it's Duffy's Tavern on NBC.
From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft Clothes for Men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present that immortal character created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the Devil's Foot.
Holmes, why are we running up these stairs? Where are we going?
To the room above, Watson. If we...
Holmes, listen!
The devil's foot! It's here in my room! The devil's foot!
The devil's foot? Good Lord, Holmes, what is that?
Death, Watson. A foul and fiendish death, worthy of Satan himself. We're at the door of Dr. John Watson's study, and we're about to hear another of his adventures with the fabulous Sherlock Holmes.
Well, good evening, Mr. Harris.
Good evening, Dr. Watson. What memoir are you going to tell us about tonight?
A very particular one, Mr. Harris. An adventure that Holmes himself classified as the strangest of his career. It took place in Cornwall, that brooding country of lonely and rolling moor.
I see, Doctor. And what's it called?
Well, Mr. Harris, Holmes always referred to it as the Cornish Horror. But in my memoirs, I have noted it as the Adventure of the Devil's Foot. And I shall be delighted to relate it to you after you have presented your audience with the merits of Clippercraft clothes.
Thank you, Doctor. Is there anyone anywhere who doesn't want a lot of value for his dollars when he buys a suit or a topcoat? I doubt it. Most men want skillful tailoring, fabric that's long-wearing, looks that stand out in a crowd. And that's just what they get in a suit or overcoat with a Clippercraft label, and at a price they can afford to pay. Yes, Clippercraft is considered one of the greatest clothing values in America today, because dollar for dollar, you can't beat the values. A Clippercraft pure worsted suit, for example, is only $45. A Clippercraft topcoat or overcoat is just $40 to $47.50. And there's quality in every inch of the fabric, every seam, every buttonhole. Yes, for a deliberately planned clothing buy that's honest-to-goodness quality and value through and through. See the fine Clippercraft clothes at your local independent store, a store you can trust. Compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, what about the adventure of the Devil's Foot?
Well, Mr. Harris, it began in the spring of 1897. In that year, Holmes's iron constitution began to show some signs of strain. So we repaired for a holiday to a house on the tip of the Cornish Peninsula. Little did we suspect what was soon to transpire. It began one evening at a house called Tredannick Wather, near an old stone cross on a moor. Here, Mortimer Tregennis had been visiting his brother George and his sister Brenda.
It's a dark night on the moor, George, and a lonely walk to the village.
Come now. My dear brother Mortimer isn't afraid of ghosts and devils now, is he?
George, why don't you stop? Why don't you let Mortimer alone?
He lets us well enough alone, don't he, sister? The moor's not good enough for him, oh no. He has to live alone at the vicar's in the village. But you'd like to live in better style, wouldn't you, Mortimer?
What do you mean?
You know what I mean. The shares of the tin mine Father left to Brenda and me. You'd like to have them for your own, wouldn't you?
George, please, you're being rude and uncharitable.
Perhaps I am, Brenda. I could never stomach a coward.
I'm not a coward, George. It's just the way the moor is tonight, with the wind howling out there, and the moon gone, and that old stone cross standing naked against the sky, and... George.
Oh, what is it, Mortimer?
I thought I saw something moving around out there. A figure in a black cloak with shining eyes. Evil eyes.
Well, bless me. He's seen the goblins already, Brenda. Afraid to walk home now, hey, Mortimer?
I wouldn't stay here another minute if you begged me to, George. I'm tired of your carping and your insults. I'll show you if I'm afraid to cross the moor.
Mortimer.
Good night.
Mr. Tregennis, wake up! It's Mr. Roundhay, the vicar. Please open the door, sir.
What is it, Mr. Roundhay? Don't you realize it's 4 a.m?
Mrs. Porter, the housekeeper for your brother and sister out on the moor. She's just arrived with a message. The poor woman's terrified and fainted.
What is it, Mr. Roundhay? What's happened at Tredannick Wather?
There's been a disaster, Mr. Tregennis. Some sort of awful, devilish disaster. The lights are on in the house, Mr. Tregennis.
Yes. I don't understand it, Mr. Roundhay. My sister and brother were perfectly all right when I left. Suppose we go in and take a look.
I tried to get an account of what had happened from the housekeeper, Mr. Tregennis, but she was quite incoherent, and then... Good heavens, what's that?
I don't know. It sounds like George.
We'd better go in.
Oh, good heavens!
Mr. Tregennis, your sister, she's dead. And your brother Georgie, he's gone mad. They were playing whist.
It was the devil what come here. The devil! The devil! The devil!
This is a strange story you've just related, Mr. Treganis. Very peculiar set of circumstances indeed. I find them most fascinating.
And most horrible, Mr. Holmes. Believe me, I'm gratified that the vicar, Mr. Roundhay, persuaded you and Dr. Watson to look into this tragedy. We consider it most fortunate that you decided to take your holiday here.
Yes, quite. Now then, Mr. Treganis.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
As I understand it, your sister was found dead, and your brother was still holding his twist cards and laughing wildly.
What do you make of it, Holmes?
It's a little too early to form any conclusion, Watson. But to continue, Mr. Treganis, you thought you saw something lurking out on the moor just at the time you were to leave the house last night.
Yes, I'm sure I did.
What did you see?
It looked like a man wearing a black cape, like some kind of weird devil out on the moor.
Interesting. Very. Watson.
Yes, Holmes?
Suppose we go to the house on the moor and question the housekeeper at once.
Well, Mr. Holmes, that's my story. I was asleep. Heard George laughing as though he were balmy, and found them. And if you ask me, 'twas the devil that did them both in.
Indeed?
Oh, come now, Mrs. Porter.
The devil it was, Dr. Watson. Him that lives in the lonely wood of Beecham Ariance, on the moor. Lives like a hermit, he does, and comes from the devil's roost in Africa.
Interesting, Mrs. Porter. Very. And what is this satanic gentleman's name?
Sterndale. Dr. Sterndale, he calls himself.
Oh, Sterndale, the famous African explorer.
Yes, quite, Watson. But, Mrs. Porter, why do you suspect this man Sterndale?
He's a man of strange and lonely habits, and rough temper. And he was sweet on my mistress, Brenda Treganis.
They knew each other?
Aye. I've heard that he offered marriage, but she would have none of him.
Watson, perhaps we'd better have a talk with this fellow, Sterndale. You seem to resent our morning visit to your retreat, Dr. Sterndale.
I do. I intrude on no man's privacy, and I resent any intrusion on mine. State your business quickly and get out, before I throw you out and slam this gate behind you.
Holmes, the infernal cheat.
Quiet, Watson. Dr. Sterndale, I must remind you that murder has been done. And although you may have bullied native bearers in the African jungle, you'll find that my colleague and I here are made of different metal. Now then, a question or two.
Very well, but be quick about it.
I understand you bear some distant relationship to the Treganis family.
Very distant? What of it?
And that when the tragedy happened, you were on your way to Africa. You had, in fact, reached Plymouth when you suddenly returned.
You are well informed, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you. I find facts to be strong allies in my business. Dr. Sterndale, how did you know of this tragedy, since it could not have been in the Plymouth newspapers?
I received a telegram.
May I ask from whom?
Blast it, man, you're inquisitive.
I take it, then, you do not propose to answer my question?
I got it from the vicar, Mr. Roundhay. Naturally, I returned here to Cornwall and let my boat go. And now, Mr. Holmes, I had quite enough of you and your friend.
Holmes, someone is coming.
Yes, Watson. It's the vicar. He seems to be in a great hurry.
Mr. Holmes! Mr. Holmes!
Yes? What is it, Mr. Roundhay? Speak up, man.
We are devil-ridden, Mr. Holmes. There's a devil in the parish, and we are in the hands of Satan.
What are you talking about?
It's Mr. Treganis. Mr. Mortimer Treganis. He's suddenly gone mad. Stark, raving mad.
Well, Dr. Watson, no wonder Sherlock Holmes considered this his greatest adventure.
Yes, Mr. Harris. You have not heard the end of it yet. After you tell our audience something about Clippercraft clothes, I shall resume this weird story.
We shall all join you in a minute, Doctor. Way back in the old days when men sat around a cracker barrel and talked about the cost of living, weighed their dollars, planned how much they'd spend for this or that, way back then, they would have recognized the Clippercraft suit or overcoat as a really good sound buy, because Clippercraft clothes have all the steadfast quality you want at your kind of everyday price. Luxurious fabric, skillful tailoring, smart lines. They're made especially for men who like to look well-dressed, but don't want to throw their budgets out of gear. They're the kind of clothes your local independent dealer is proud to feature because in times like these, they're worth every single penny and more than their price tags read. The reason you save so much when you buy a Clippercraft coat or suit is the enormous combined purchasing power of more than 1,200 stores throughout America. In other words, the famous Clippercraft plan. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft labels. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, top coats, and overcoats. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now, Dr. Watson, you were relating to us the adventure of the Devil's Foot.
So I was, Mr. Harris, so I was. After the vicar's dramatic announcement, Holmes and I joined him in his carriage. We raced out of the wood and across the desolate Cornish moor until we reached the village. At the vicarage, Holmes and I mounted the stairs two at a time toward Mortimer Tregennis's room. And then... Holmes, good Lord, listen, he's raving.
Come on, Watson.
Yes. Holmes, he's...
It was in this room, the devil's foot. The devil's foot. The devil's foot.
Holmes, the devil's foot. What the deuce... Holmes, that pungent odor we detected at the house. It's in here.
Quick, Watson. Open the window.
Right, Holmes.
Devil's foot. Still present.
The devil's foot. Yes. Yes, that's it. The devil's foot.
Holmes. Mortimer Tregennis.
It's too late to do anything for him now, Watson.
Dash it, Holmes. What in blazes has happened? What is all this gibberish about a devil's foot?
No time to answer questions now, my dear Watson. I'm going to examine the garden at once. Watson, I'm beginning to suspect what has happened. Aha!
What is it, Holmes?
Observe, Watson, note. This footprint here in the soft earth. It has a ribbed pattern. And here, on the leaf of this bush, observe, it's sprinkled with ashes.
Ashes? What kind of ashes?
The devil smokes a cigar, Watson. Come, let us go back to the room upstairs. Watson, look here.
Where?
On the windowsill. There are tiny bits of gravel.
Well, what of it, Holmes?
Significant, Watson, very, especially when one notes the texture and color of this particular gravel. Note, too, that the lamp in this room is still burning.
Well, I don't see what...
Proof of the time of murder, Watson. Surely the lamp would not be burning if Mortimer Tregennis had been murdered in broad daylight. This terrible tragedy befell him in an hour of darkness, possibly just before the dawn. And... One moment, Watson.
Holmes, what are you doing with the smoke guard of that lamp?
Uh-huh.
What the deuce is it, Holmes?
I am merely scraping a rather peculiar residue from the smoke guard of this lamp, Watson. Note this fringe of brown powder yet unconsumed.
What does it mean?
A series of curious coincidences, Watson. In each case, at the house on the moor and here at the vicarage, there was heat by fire. At the house, the fire in the hearth. Here, this lamp. In each case, there was a peculiar, pungent odor in the air. And in each case, madness, and finally death was the result.
Yes, but Holmes, what have all these got to do with the devil's foot?
I cannot be sure, my dear fellow, until we reach our own quarters. And there, Watson, we shall conduct an interesting and perhaps a dangerous experiment. Well, Watson, we're ready.
Yes.
You take that chair near the window. I shall take this chair near the lamp.
Right, Holmes.
Now, then, we shall light the lamp. And now, in this envelope, I have some small scrapings of that brown substance I took from Mortimer Tregennis's lamp. Suppose I sprinkle it on this hot lamp shield.
Yes, but Holmes, what the deuce is the... that odor. It's here, Holmes. It's in here.
Steady, Watson.
That's funny. It makes my head swim. I want to laugh. I want to laugh.
Watson? Watson, can you hear me?
It makes me want to laugh. I want to laugh.
Watson, I've got to get you outside in the air. Here, put your arm around my shoulder, Watson. Steady, old man. Steady. Watson, you all right, my dear fellow?
Oh, Holmes. Jove, I feel done in. Splitting headache.
Oh, Watson, what? I shall never forgive myself. It was a foolhardy experiment to subject a friend to.
Well, never mind that, Holmes. Did you draw any deduction from it?
Indeed I did, Watson, thanks to your generous cooperation. I'm able to tell you that the murders at the house on the moor and here in the vicarage were done by two different murderers, and both brought about death by combustion.
What?
And second, I now have the secret of the Devil's Foot at hand.
Holmes, what the deuce is it?
As soon as you're feeling better, Watson, I shall dispatch an urgent message to Dr. Sterndale. And after that, you shall hear the answer for yourself. Good evening, Dr. Sterndale.
Mr. Holmes, I am in receipt of your rather cryptic message.
To be sure.
And I'm at a loss to know, sir, what you can have to speak about that affects me in such an intimate manner.
Would murder be reason enough, Dr. Sterndale?
Murder?
Precisely. You killed Mortimer Tregennis.
By the great Peter, Mr. Holmes, I've a mind to twist your neck. I've lived among savages in Africa these many years and beyond the law. You would do well not to forget it. I have no desire to do you an injury.
Nor have I any desire to do you an injury, Dr. Sterndale. Surely the clearest proof, knowing what I know, is that I have sent for you instead of the official police.
What do you know, Mr. Holmes?
I know that Mortimer Tregennis killed his brother George and his sister Brenda. I know that you were deeply attached to his sister, that you returned when notified by the vicar and took your revenge. I know also that you and Mortimer both used the same method. The Devil's Foot.
Holmes, what the blazes is this Devil's Foot?
This, Watson. These tiny brown particles we found on Mortimer's lamp.
What? Why, it's impossible. How did you know, Holmes? I didn't think anyone knew.
It so happens my hobby is chemistry, Dr. Sterndale, and specifically the chemistry of rare poisons.
Yes, but Holmes...
Devil's Foot, Watson, comes from a rare African plant. Devil's Foot root. It induces madness, then death. The root is shaped like a foot, half human, half goat-like, hence the name. It's used as an ordeal poison by medicine men in certain districts of West Africa. I presume you brought back this specimen from the Ubangi country, Dr. Sterndale. Am I correct?
Yes. Yes, that's correct. Mr. Holmes, how...
Obvious, my dear doctor. Obvious. In some manner, Mortimer Tregennis received some of this powder from you.
Yes. I showed it to him on one occasion, and he must have stolen it.
Precisely. Tregennis coveted the shares his brother and sister owned in the family tin mine. When he left the house on the moor, he threw some of the Devil's Foot into the fire.
Yes. Yes, he killed her. He killed Brenda out of his greed for money. But I loved her. I loved her more than anything in the world. That is why I lived near her on this desolate moor.
How does it happen, Doctor, that you didn't marry her?
Because I already have a wife, and she refuses to release me. When I heard that Mortimer had killed the only person I loved in this world, when I heard how she had died, I knew. And so I returned.
Right. You woke Mortimer by throwing gravel on his window, a gravel peculiar to your own grounds. You requested an audience in his chambers and threw some of the particles on his lamp. Then you went down to the garden, smoked a cigar, and waited for him to die.
So that was the footprint?
Yes, Watson, of the very tennis shoes Dr. Sterndale's wearing now. Dr. Sterndale.
Yes, Mr. Holmes?
Why didn't you appeal to the official police? Accuse Mortimer Tregennis yourself?
I thought of that. The facts were true, but what jury would believe my fantastic story? And so I took justice into my own hands. Well, Mr. Holmes, there's my story. You can do what you will. I have no particular desire to live anymore. If you were a man who loved as I did, perhaps you would understand.
Dr. Sterndale, What were your plans?
I had intended to bury myself in Central Africa and never return. My work there had only begun.
Then by all means go. I'm not at liberty to prevent you.
Mr. Holmes. You mean...
I mean, Dr. Sterndale, that my investigation has been independent of the official police. I have never loved a woman. But if I had, and the woman I loved had met such an end, well, I don't know. I don't know.
Well, Dr. Watson, that was a very strange and a very exciting adventure.
Well, thank you, Mr. Harris. Of course, you'll understand why I could not disclose this particular memoir until only recently.
Of course, Doctor. And now, Dr. Watson, what have we for next week?
Next week, Mr. Harris, I shall relate to you the adventure of the bloodstained goddess. It concerns a dead body found under the gaslight on Baker Street, a desperate band of Chinese fanatics, and a manhunt through the streets of Limehouse.
The makers of Clipper Craft clothes in more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Loughlin. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelman. This week's story was written by Max Ehrlich, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in the adventure of the bloodstained goddess. Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft Clothes for Men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present that immortal character created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the East End Strangler.
Holmes, what do you expect to find here at this house?
A killer, Watson. A fiendish and diabolical killer seeking another victim. A prince of crime. As shrewd and as vicious as Jack the Ripper.
Good Lord, Holmes, what's that?
Quick, Watson, into that house. That scream came from a victim of the East End Strangler.
We're at the door of Dr. John Watson's study, and we're about to hear another of his adventures with the fabulous Sherlock Holmes.
Well, good evening, Mr. Harris.
Good evening, Dr. Watson. And what memoir are you compiling tonight, sir?
Tonight, Mr. Harris, I am hard at work on an adventure that for sheer terror is unparalleled in my memoirs. If you can imagine a lurking shadow in the dark, the agonized scream of a stricken woman, all London held in a grip of dark horror. I'm afraid I'm a bit ahead of my story here, Mr. Harris.
Well, you've got me on the edge of my chair now, Dr. Watson. What's this adventure called?
My old friend Holmes always refers to it as the adventure of the East End Strangler. And after you give our audience a few hints on Clippercraft clothes, Mr. Harris, I shall proceed with our story.
Regardless of what the weatherman says, the calendar tells us that now's the time for a new spring suit. A good-looking spring suit that lifts your spirits and makes you feel the way you look. Like a new man. In short, a Clippercraft suit, styled to make you look your best. Broad-shouldered, trim-waisted, the tapered-down look of a well-dressed man. Now, don't say that you can't afford that kind of suit, because you can. Yes, a genuine Clippercraft suit of pure worsted costs only $45. And that beautiful Clippercraft topcoat in all-wool gabardine or covert
costs from $40 to $47.50. But Clippercraft clothes look like much more, feel like much more, actually make you look like the best-dressed man in any company. So tomorrow, visit your Clippercraft dealer and treat yourself to a spring suit you'll be proud to wear. A Clippercraft suit. And now, Dr. Watson, what about the adventure of the East End Strangler?
Well, Mr. Harris, it began in September of 1898. Exactly 10 years after Jack the Ripper had left his blood-drenched trail through the squalid dives of Whitechapel and Spitalfields. The memory of Jack the Ripper was growing dim when a new nocturnal prowler, a shadowy terror, began to haunt the dark streets of London. A woman was throttled to death in Shadwell, another in Wapping, and soon the name of the East End Strangler was enough to strike terror in every heart. The official police were helpless against this cruel, pitiless, and devilishly shrewd marauder. And then one foggy night in Radcliffe, near the Thames, a lady came running through the fog when...
Constable! Constable!
Here now, lady, what's up?
The Strangler. He just accosted me on Radcliffe Highway.
Steady now, ma'am. Easy does it. You're sure it was the Strangler?
Oh, yes, Constable, I'm sure. He ran after me in the fog. I lost him just a moment ago.
Ma'am, listen. You see that lane there?
That dark little street.
Right. You just go down it till you come to Commercial Road East. You'll be able to get a cab there.
Oh, Constable, no. Don't leave me.
Nothing to worry about now, ma'am. You just follow my instructions. I'm going back and look for this East End Strangler. There isn't a man on the force who hasn't been itching to get him.
Who's that? Who's standing there in the fog? Who are you? What?
Good evening, my dear.
You.
That's a lovely throat you have, my dear. So graceful and white like a swan's. Yes, my dear, the Strangler. The East End Strangler. And your throat. Ah, yes, your throat is smooth. So smooth, like silk. And graceful. So graceful.
No.
It's a pity. Such a pity to mar the whiteness of that throat. But what can I do? What else can I do?
Oh, please. Oh, no. Oh, don't.
How soft to the touch. How it yields to the caress of my hands.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Don't.
Don't cry out, my dear. Don't fight and struggle. The others have tried to cry out, too. But it was useless. In a moment, you will feel no pain. Now it is all over, my dear. And it's such a pity. Such a pity. But then, my dear, what else could I do?
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, this affair of the East End Strangler, I'm forced to admit, has got out of hand.
So we have observed in the newspapers, eh, Holmes?
Yes, quite, Watson, quite. I must say, Inspector Lestrade, it's rather late in the game to summon my colleague and myself. The official police have bungled this affair badly.
I should say. Lady Wyndham last night was his third victim. I've no doubt he's plotting the fourth.
Dr. Watson, the man's uncanny, a genius, I might say. He moves about like a shadow, strikes and vanishes.
Yes. You've doubled the constables, Lestrade?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. But the beggar seems to be on to the police every step of the way. He's eluded every trap we've set for him so far.
Then we must bait the hook with a more subtle lure, my dear Lestrade. Now, suppose we examine the facts.
Yes?
First, the Strangler chooses only women as victims. We know that these women are of high breeding and good circumstance.
Yes, but what are they doing in the slums of the East End, Holmes?
That's an excellent question, my dear Watson, and a curious circumstance which will bear investigation. But now, let us examine the exact geographical area of the Strangler's operations. You have a map of London, Lestrade?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Right here on my desk.
Capital. Now then, gentlemen, observe. The first victim was found in Shadwell, here. Yeah. The second in Wapping, here. Yeah. And the third and latest, Lady Wyndham, here, in Radcliffe. Yes. Now, let us draw a circle around these points.
By Jove, Holmes.
They're all in the borough of Stepney.
Precisely, Lestrade. The Strangler, for some pertinent reason, has limited his activities to Stepney in the East End. A whim, perhaps. But I'm more inclined to believe it's either design or circumstance. Now then, let us proceed with our investigation.
What now, Holmes?
Now, Watson, we shall examine Lady Wyndham's body in the mortuary. Extraordinary, Watson. This East End strangler is not only wanton and cruel, but infernally clever. He struck and left no clue on the body.
Yes.
Inspector Lestrade, a question.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
I note Lady Wyndham's purse is torn open and empty. Was this true in the case of the previous victims?
Yes.
Yes, ostensibly the motive is simple robbery, but I have an idea there's much more to this than meets the eye. Watson.
Yes, Holmes?
I'm afraid we're in for some rather routine investigation for a day or two. We must investigate the personal lives of the Strangler's 3 well-to-do victims and ascertain why they went to Stepney in the dead of night.
Any suggestion for myself, Mr. Holmes?
I have indeed, Lestrade. I suggest that you place a curfew upon all of Stepney Borough. Order all residents to be indoors by 9 o'clock.
Lady Margaret. Lady Margaret, ma'am.
Oh, it's you, Mary.
What? You're all dressed, milady. Surely you're not going out at this time of night alone?
Yes, I must. It's urgent.
But it's dangerous, Mum. What with the strangler walking the streets and all?
I've got to take the chance, Mary. It's a foggy night outside, and I don't think anyone will see me.
Lord love us, Mum, but it's all too much for a poor girl like me. Why should you be going out on a night like this and all alone?
Mary, you remember my confiding in you about George?
You mean...
Yes, the man I almost married 20 years ago. I just got a letter from him this morning.
Lady Margaret, then he's alive. He's come back to London.
Yes, but he's in desperate straits, Mary. Oh, you understand. Hiding in the slums of Stepney. The police are pursuing him for something he didn't do, and he needs money. Money to get away. I must bring it to him tonight. Alone. And Mary...
Yes, Lady Margaret?
You're not to breathe a single word of this to anyone. Everything I've told you now and before is in the strictest confidence. You understand?
Yes, Mum.
Very well. I'll go back to the servants' quarters and go to bed. I won't be back until early this morning. George! George, open the door. It's Margaret. George! Oh, this house seems dark, deserted. Who?
I'm afraid you won't find anyone home, my dear.
Who are you?
Don't you know Lady Margaret?
No.
Yes, my dear.
Don't.
Such a lovely throat, such a pretty white throat, such a soft, warm throat. What can I do? Now then, my lady, first the letter from George and then the money and we'll be off.
All! Stand where you are!
The police!
All!
Well, Dr. Watson, this is one adventure I'm going to remember for a long time.
Yes, Mr. Harris. What you've heard is only the beginning. In a few moments, after you give our audience some facts to remember on Clippercraft clothes, I shall relate to you what happened.
You don't have to pay a lot of money to get real styling in a suit. The kind that makes a man look his best. A Clippercraft worsted suit at $45 or a Clippercraft topcoat from $40 to $47.50 have styling you usually associate with clothes costing much more. You see, Clippercraft can afford the country's foremost designers because of the tremendous volume of Clippercraft clothes Americans buy. Over 1,200 independent merchants from coast to coast have joined in a gigantic buying pool to make possible the amazing values Clippercraft offers today in styling, in fabrics, in fine tailoring. And speaking of fine tailoring, of workmanship, Clippercraft clothes take their name from the famous Yankee clipper ships, also New England built to superb standards of craftsmanship. Yes, when your Clippercraft merchant invites you to compare Clippercraft with clothes costing many dollars more, He really means it. That's why men who know insist on Clipper Craft clothes bearing the Clipper Craft label. So be sure to visit the Clipper Craft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clipper Craft in your suits and topcoats. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now, Dr. Watson. Dr. Watson, you were telling us of the adventure of the East End Strangler.
Yes, Mr. Harris, I was. Holmes and I were at Baker Street late that night, going over the results of our routine investigation, when we received an urgent message from Inspector Lestrade. The East End Strangler had been abroad on the dark streets of Stepney again. He'd struck again, and he'd vanished like a ghost in the fog, leaving his dead and mangled victim behind him. This time, Lady Margaret Blencroft. Naturally, Holmes and I lost no time in getting to the scene. Then Holmes asked,
"Who discovered the body, Inspector Lestrade?"
Why, one of my men heard a scream, Mr. Holmes. Constable Wilson. He ran up, but the strangler took to his heels and made off in the fog. Constable Higgins joined Wilson a moment later, and the two of them searched the area.
And found nothing, eh, Lestrade?
Oh, nothing, Dr. Watson. The strangler vanished like a phantom. I still don't see how he got through my police guard, what with curfew and all.
A remarkably clever fellow, the Strangler, Lestrade. I do not admire his calling, but I must confess a certain grudging respect for his ingenuity.
Jove, yes, the fellow is almost fiendishly clever. What next, Holmes?
A careful examination of the body, Watson. The same wanton attack, as you see. And one moment.
What is it, Mr. Holmes?
I note that the contents of Lady Margaret's purse are untouched. It contains £200 and a letter.
Well, the strangler must have been surprised before he could make away with the money, eh, Holmes?
Quite, Watson, quite, but it's this letter that interests me at the moment. The request for funds from someone named George. An old admirer, according to the text.
Holmes, you think that letter
is bogus, Inspector, and so is George. Obviously a pretext to lure the victim into this area. Aha!
What is it, Holmes?
Note, Watson, you too, Lestrade. Observe. There are some small blue threads clutched in the fist of the victim.
Blue threads?
Yes. You consider them significant, Holmes?
I do indeed, very. But come, Watson, it's late. Let us find a cab and return to Baker Street. There'll be time enough tomorrow to track our men down.
Holmes, I must confess I'm completely baffled by this strangler fellow.
Are you, Watson? I cannot say the same for myself. Consider the results of our investigation today.
What about them?
We found that each victim, on the day of her murder, had withdrawn a large sum of money from the bank.
Yes, Holmes, I know.
We know that the killer lured his victims to the slums of the East End, and specifically to Stepney, through the use of bogus letters purporting to be from old friends or lovers.
Well, what about it, Holmes?
Obviously, this fellow who's taken the mantle of Jack the Ripper must have had access to intimate and personal information concerning his intended victims.
Yes, that seems reasonable, Holmes.
Quite. And therefore, our next step is to pay a visit to the home of the latest victim, Lady Margaret Blencroft, and question her personal maid.
Well, Holmes, all the maid could tell us was that she was asleep. Didn't hear Lady Margaret go out. I'm afraid we didn't get very far here.
Oh, on the contrary, Watson, we did.
Eh? What do you mean?
The contents of her sewing basket. They were significant. Very. But come, let's be off to Scotland Yard.
Scotland Yard? Why?
I wish to talk to Inspector Lestrade, and then to inspect the police who will be on the lookout for the strangler tonight. So these are the lists of the Metropolitan Police assignments, eh, Lestrade?
That is correct, Mr. Holmes. As you see, London is divided into police areas, and the names of the constables assigned to each area are listed.
Yes, quite. I cannot say that I'm impressed by your techniques of criminal investigation, my dear Lestrade, but I must say these police records are in excellent order.
Holmes, what the devil does all this mean? Why are you taking such an extraordinary interest in the affairs of the police here?
Because, Watson, it's only by way of the official police
that we can hope to arrest the East End Strangler.
Oh, now, Mr. Holmes, I'm glad to know you're going to require our close cooperation. For once.
Quite. Now then, Lestrade, I understand you've requested a special inspection of the police constables before they venture into Stepney tonight.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Come, Watson, let's view this inspection. You may find it most interesting.
Well, here we are, gentlemen. As you see, the men are waiting for inspection. Attention!
Oh, fine-looking squad of men, Inspector.
Finest on the force, Dr. Watson.
Suppose we review the constables now, Lestrade.
As you wish, Mr. Holmes. After you.
Yeah, I must say, Holmes, this reminds me of the old days with the Army. I recall one day the General reviewed my brigade at Bombay.
One moment, Watson. You there. What is your name, Constable?
You mean me, sir?
I do indeed. What is your name?
Higgins, sir. Edward Higgins.
Oh, yes. I read your report, Higgins, on what happened last night. Very neat. Very concise.
Thank you, sir.
I cannot say the same for your personal appearance, however.
Oh, what do you mean, Mr. Holmes?
Your tunic, man, your tunic. It's been torn in the collar and re-sewn with new thread. Perhaps you can explain the reason for this.
Oh, no, you don't.
Holmes, Constable Higgins is running away.
Higgins, what's the meaning of this? Come back.
Stop that man, stop him.
He's running straight for that big window. There he goes! Holmes, he's made good his escape.
He has indeed, but only for the moment. We must anticipate his moments from now on.
Yes.
Come, Watson, there's no time to lose.
Right.
Edward Higgins.
Shut the door, Mary, quick.
Edward, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be on duty.
It's Holmes, Mary. He's found me out. The game's up, and I've got to get out, get away to the hideaway on the continent.
Edward, then I'll go with you like we arranged. We'll go together. Wait till I pack my bag.
Don't bother, Mary.
What do you mean?
The East End Strangler still has another job to do. Another neck to twist.
Edward, what do you mean? Whose neck?
Yours, my dear.
Edward, no!
Yes, Mary. You know too much about me and our little game. You know where I'm going to hide out from here. This Detective Holmes will be sure to worm it from you.
Edward, for the love of heaven!
Besides, why should I share all the money I took from those fine ladies with you? I got plans of my own, dearie.
Oh, Edward, no, please, don't!
Such a lovely throat, my dear, so graceful, so smooth. A pity, Mary, but what can I do? What can I do?
Take your hands from her, Higgins.
Holmes! Look out, Holmes, he's going to rush you.
I'll teach you to interfere. Suppose I teach you a little jiu-jitsu, Higgins. Over you go.
Jove, Holmes, you flung him right over your shoulder. Well, he's unconscious.
Yes, quite, Watson. He made the mistake of being off balance on the attack. Now, while this constable lies here, Watson, suppose you go out and find another constable to arrest him. And this woman as his accessory.
I see. So Mary the maid, through the gossip of other servants, learned of those women with past love affairs, and then told the Strangler, eh, Holmes?
Precisely.
But how did you know that he was a member of the official police, Mr. Holmes?
Obvious, Lestrade. Remember, Constable Higgins had an intimate knowledge of police strategy, and therefore was able to elude the patrols. Furthermore, Lady Margaret Blencroft was strangled during a curfew, when only police constables were allowed on the streets. Recall, too, that Higgins, by a curious coincidence, was close to Lady Margaret when she was murdered.
Ah, and Higgins' patrol area had always been the Stepney district.
Quite.
But the blue threads in Lady Margaret's clenched hand, what about them, Holmes?
Oh, yes, the blue threads, Watson. They were the same color as the tunics worn by the London bobbies. She tore Higgins's collar in the struggle, and he hurried to his accomplice Mary to have it repaired. I had only to inspect the police line and pick out a man with a ripped collar, newly resewn.
Holmes, I must say you've conducted a rather sound investigation here. Very professional.
Thank you, Lestrade. I appreciate the compliment. And I hope you will not hesitate to call on me in the future
It's always a pleasure to rescue the official police from their own mistakes. Hey, Watson?
Well, Dr. Watson, that was some adventure.
Yes, Mr. Harris. And I'm happy to say that while the person who made Mary received a life sentence for her part, the East End strangler was hoisted by his own petard, so to speak, on a rope in Newgate Prison.
I see. Now, Dr. Watson, what adventure will you relate to us next week?
Next week, Mr. Harris, I shall tell you of an adventure which I have entitled Murder on a Wager. It concerns 2 dead bodies floating in the Mediterranean, and an unbelievably odd wager that made history at Monte Carlo.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Lochran. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelkin. This week's story was written by Max Ehrlich, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in Murder on a Wager. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcast.
Broadway's my beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
The day without color is only 6 hours old, and the restlessness begins to eat at Broadway. The waiting, the longing for the nighttime begins to gnaw, like hunger, like thirst. Because Broadway's night is a banquet loaded with delicacies. The scarlet wine of neon, the forbidden fruit of a trumpet scream, the lukewarm stew offered on a tin plate through an alley doorway. But Broadway's day, that's the drab time, kid, the empty time. The time of leaning against sun-warmed stone and waiting. And you wait with the rest of Broadway, because it'll come. Something will come. And it does. You know that because Broadway nudges you with an elbow, winks, says, "Follow me, kid. The day has turned bright." And it's not far away where the day is bright. On 39th Street, just off 7th Avenue, in the Garment Center. The crowd is already there ahead of you, toothpicking its last bite of lunch, digesting the spectacle of a man sprawled on the pavement. The dress rack he'd been pushing lay beneath him. There was a scissors in his back. His blood sketched a new pattern on the bright, flowered silk prints. And the man, heavy in the shoulders, pushing a space into the crowd so you can be close to it, so he can fill you in on it.
You got here fast, Danny.
I was shown the way. Who is he, Muggavan?
His wallet says he's Thomas Hart. Social Security card, YMCA membership, it all says he was Thomas Hart. These people know him. I've been calling him by name. He don't answer for 20 minutes now, I'd say.
Any of them see it happen?
No, I asked around. They were all busy with shop talk, with wife and kid talk, with union talk. First thing they noticed was Sinclair Stylecraft's new sample spring line was spilled in the gutter. They kept the cabs and trucks from running over the dresses.
Sinclair what?
Sinclair Stylecraft. See? On their dress labels.
Huh?
A dress manufacturing place up the street. He worked there. They all told me that, and I didn't even ask.
Keep him back, Muggerman. They're waiting for us to act something out. Just keep him back. After a while, one of the onlookers glanced at his watch and hurried away. Lunch hour was over, and he'd be the big man around the water cooler this afternoon. Something big just happened to him. He'd seen a man with a scissors in his back. And a girl looked up from the pavement, smiled across the crowd to a boy in a sports shirt, and walked away slowly. And a woman in a youthful hat took her place. In a few minutes, it was all over. Two men threw a blanket over the face of Thomas Hart and carried him away. Then, work to do. Thomas Hart worked for Sinclair Stylecraft. Ladies and Mrs. Dresses, down the street. Go there. 4 flights up on a freight elevator. Nod to the gray-haired man holding the wheel in a comic book and get no answer. And through the rows of sewing machines where 100 women spend 8 hours a day with a dress pattern and a bobbin. Then finally ushered into the office of the man of destiny for the 4th floor, Mr. Justin Sinclair.
Sit down, Mr.
Clover, Danny Clover, police.
About what happened downstairs?
That's right.
You want a cigar?
Tell me about Thomas Hart.
Sure, I'll tell you. You don't mind that I'm smoking, do you? Oh, Tommy.
What's that supposed to tell me?
Look, I've been in business for a long time. A man gets hard driving for $1. Takes a time like this to make me know what kind of a man I've gotten to be.
I'm not asking you to weep for the boy, Mr. Sinclair.
I could weep. That's just what I mean. I've forgotten how. Tommy was a bright youngster. So what if he was pushing dress racks around? I did it once. Tommy was interested. Tommy asked questions about the business. I'm sad, Mr. Clover. Don't laugh at me. I'm more than sad. I'm horrified.
Mr. Sinclair?
Oh, come in, Stella. Miss Croft, Mr. Clover. Mr. Clover is from the police.
Yes, they told me in the shop a policeman was here. That's why
I'm glad you did. He wants to know all about Tommy.
What do you want to know, Mr. Clover?
Well, as much as you can tell me. Mostly why somebody murdered him.
Tommy was an errand boy and pushed dress racks. I'm sorry he's dead, but frankly, he annoyed me.
How?
Oh, Mr. Clover, come now. Look at Miss Croft, will you? Just look at her now.
I'm looking. Does it annoy you, Miss Croft?
Not yet. If you came into my office and stared at me sitting at my drawing board, then if you grinned, then if you winked...
You really couldn't blame Tommy, Miss Croft. Natural, normal.
Don't you do it, Mr. Sinclair.
Quite a girl, huh? Quite a young lady.
What else about Tommy?
Not a thing.
Me either.
All right. Where does he live?
I can tell you that. Follow me out. I'll get the address for you from our personnel man.
Yes, you'll find Sinclair Stylecraft Cooperative, Mr. Clover. Anything at all.
Next time, knock soft, mister. You want something from Jonesy, the keeper of the garbage pails, the collector of rent, she'll knock soft.
They told me Thomas Hart lived here. Show me his room.
Tommy? Tommy's dead. It's been the topic of the day for the tenants how Tommy's dead. He don't need nobody in his room. Now he's dead. Can't use him.
Look closely, Jonesy. This is how a policeman looks who wants something.
Huh? I don't care what your sickness is. Next time, knock soft. Come on.
You knew Tommy?
No, sure I knew him. He never wrapped his leavings in the newspaper, not even a greasy brown paper bag. What else do you need to know about a man?
But sometimes you'd open your door and peep at his callers.
Sure I peep. You don't peep when you get the chance?
Back off, Jonesy. Who'd you see?
Well, once it was a guy with a dirty white apron and a sack of beer cans. Up these stairs he went whistling. Give me a minute, I'll tell you what he was whistling.
No one else?
Sure, someone else. With silk stockings and high-strapped shoes. But living as I live in a basement apartment, it got away from me before I could see the face. That never took a moment's happiness away from me, not seeing her face. What do I do? Yeah. Tommy's room. Phew. Crummy tenant, wasn't it? Crumbs bring exterminators. Exterminators cost the management money. Take your hands off Tommy's suitcase.
Something in this shirt pocket.
What, nose tissues? Tommy was always with nose tissues. I forgot to tell you.
Money. 20s, 10s. $500.
All's in there is a wash basin. That calendar you're looking at, I got piled downstairs. You can take your choice. Don't rob a dead man's dream.
There's an address scribbled under the picture. Directions.
Let me see. Out of the way. That's a dress, all right. You think,
Knock soft, Jonesy. You want something, knock soft.
Yes?
The nameplate on the door says this is the residence of Justin and Elizabeth Sinclair. Is that right?
No, I'm Mrs. Sinclair. What is it you want?
My name's Danny Clover. I'm from
the police. You're from the police. Well, come in, please. My husband phoned and said a policeman might be around. Oh, my. Girls, we're raided. Oh, I was just fooling. No, Mr. Clover didn't come here to break up our canasta game, did you, Mr. Clover? We're only playing for a 20th. This is Mrs. Westfall, Mrs. Meston, and Miss Natalie. Now, Miss Natalie does our hair after the game. She wins
Can we talk someplace, Mrs. Sinclair?
Of course we can. Deal me out, girls. In here. We'll close the door so we won't be disturbed. Now tell me all about it.
All right. I came from Tommy Hart's room a little while ago. He had some directions penciled on a calendar. The directions brought me here.
Well, but I don't understand. Tommy's dead.
Maybe Tommy scribbled those directions before he was murdered, huh?
Oh, of course, surely.
Then Tommy must have been here on some occasion or another.
Well, of course he was.
What was the occasion?
Dinner? You'd think I'd get someone in to cook dinner, wouldn't you? But I didn't. I never do. No, I still cook, Mr. Clover, like I did before all this happened. All this, the French provincial furniture and the set of books and sending my son to private school. And,
when was the last time Tommy was here?
Didn't my husband tell you? Why, it was last night. Just last night, Tommy was sitting in that chair you're sitting in now, with that girl draped over him, lighting his cigars and waiting on him hand and foot.
What girl did that?
Well, the girl Tommy brought with him to dinner. That bleach blonde from the shipping department. In my house, imagine. Why, my husband tolerates
What
it.
was the girl's name?
Jenny Morrow, I think.
And she works for your husband?
I told you she did, in the shipping department. Checker or something, I don't know. He invited Tommy over because Tommy's bright, and maybe someday he could learn the business, but why the girl, I don't know.
What else can you tell me about Tommy?
He ate everything that was put on the plate in front of him.
What else?
What else? Mr. Clover, I'm a married woman. I've got a son taller than me and...
She took me by the hand to prove it. Back to the canasta table. The son was doing fine, wasn't he, girls? Wasn't he? And her life with Mr. Sinclair was all a girl could ask for, wasn't it, girls? And what right had a policeman to come nosing around spoiling everything? The card game, the hairdos, making the canapes grow cold, letting the ginger ale turn flat just because someone stuck a pair of scissors in her husband's errand boy. So I explained the rights of the dead, and the girls cried. Scooped up the cards, shuffled, redealt, and I got up. At Sinclair Stylecraft, ladies in Mrs. Dresses, a woman finished a seam, took the rimless glasses off her nose, rubbed her eyes, told me Jenny Morrow, shipping, was on the loading platform having a smoke.
You can keep looking at me, mister. The view is for free. Teeth, courtesy Dr. West Miracle Tough Toothbrush. Hair, courtesy Peroxide 10%. Eyes, cheeks, figure, courtesy Careful Planning.
You're Jenny Morrow?
For Eugenia. Mom called me Eugenia. Found the name in a book someone threw in the trash can. Dramatic, ain't it?
Some questions I want to ask you, Jenny. Questions about...
You're a policeman, ain't you?
Yeah. Tell me about Tommy Hart.
Mine hostess of last night blabbed to you, huh? Okay.
How long did you know Tommy?
Long enough to slap him a couple of times, slap his mouth. Then he says he'll make up to me. He'll take me to the boss's house for dinner. Big deal.
You didn't enjoy it?
Here I am practically spilling my life's blood on you, and I don't even know your name.
Oh, Danny Clover.
It suits you. No, I didn't enjoy the supper, Danny. I got the feeling... I'm crazy. I'm making it up out of my own head.
What feeling, Jenny?
You ever had it? The feeling that you've been taken someplace just so as you could insult people with your presence? Just by being in a place you don't belong, it's an insult? Just by being what you are?
But Mr. and Mrs. Sinclair invited you, Jenny.
Tommy twisted an arm. That's how come I'm invited. Big deal.
Tommy did that to you, and he's your steady boyfriend?
Oh, steady. What's steady? That Daisy go pin on Stella the designer. Me. I was the last name on the list.
Stella Croft?
Stella, the designer of designs.
Where is she?
By the Pantages Theater on 42nd Street, in the third row on the aisle. An arrangement we got with the management, so Stella can steal the latest Paris creations from the Parisian actors. Stella has a life. Maybe it'll come to me someday. I'll work on it.
It was a 5-minute walk to 42nd Street in the Pantages Theater. On the stage, a man in a plaid dinner jacket was having a little trouble hoisting a girl to his shoulders. But when he did, they were fine together, circling faultlessly to the music. By the time I got down front, the man was holding his partner over his head, spinning, smiling, and turning red. Stella Croft was there, all right, pad and pencil poised, staring at the act. The dancers bowed. Everybody applauded. Everybody was happy. Not Stella. Stella with a scissor stuck in her side. Lifeless Stella. Dead Stella.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Every Sunday evening, CBS brings you two of its top comedy stars, Jack Benny and Eve Arden. It makes no difference where you live, whom you know, what your job is. Everyone immediately feels at home with Eve Arden's romantic, harassed schoolteacher and with Jack's careful spending, perennially youthful portrait of himself. CBS cordially invites you to join them this Sunday again when Eve Arden plays Our Miss Brooks on most of these same stations, and Jack Benny and his gang are heard on them all. Now the second act of Elliott Lewis's production of Broadway's My Beat.
Of an evening in springtime, Broadway stands on a street corner, sips its penny plain, and counts its blessings. The Yanks, the Giants, the Bums, only a 10-cent subway ride's distance, and usually worth it. There's bottled orange juice from sun-kissed California to be tasted for a nickel. And the rides are getting painted at Coney. And the moon that rocks down over Manhattan in April is a special kind of moon. And the music that lilts from doorways is a special music. And the girls are golden. There's more, too. It blinks around the Translux and demands your attention for 10 seconds. Girl stabbed at the Pantages Theater. Police seek early arrest, especially me.
Oh, it's you. I was expecting the Mestons.
More canasta, Mrs. Sinclair?
More people dead. The Mestons were coming to console us. They're good at it, make it enjoyable. I don't suppose that's why you came.
No.
But you want to come into my house and ask your ugly questions.
Uh-huh.
Just stand right where you are. Justin, it's that cop I told you about, the one who... Does he have a right to come in?
Of course, Elizabeth. Of course. The man has all the rights in the world.
Yes, dear. Justin says you may come in.
Sit down, Mr. Clover. Take the world off your back. Sit down and talk to Elizabeth and me. Cigars there at your fingertip. Anything you need, ask Elizabeth for it.
Maybe Mrs. Sinclair would like to make you some coffee or a sandwich.
Anything that'll take her out of here, huh, Mr. Clover? Don't be embarrassed. You can talk in front of Elizabeth. She knows more about the man Sinclair than I know. Correct, baby doll?
Yeah, you want to know about Justin's friendship with Stella, is that it, Mr. Clover? Before the scissors episode, I mean.
Well, that's it. I didn't think we'd get around to it so easy, but that's it.
You won't mind if I tell him, Justin.
Not a bit of it, baby doll. Just hand me a cigar first. Thank you. All right? Thank you, Elizabeth.
Any time, Mrs. Sinclair.
This friendship, as you called it?
It was you, Mrs. Sinclair. I remember because it surprised me, the name you gave her.
You thought it. There was nothing between Stella Croft and my husband, Justin, except the normal relationship of an employer to his employee.
Consultation over dress designs during working hours, approval, disapproval, the putting into production, the countersigning of the weekly paycheck. Nothing more, Mr. Sinclair?
There was more, she'll tell you.
There were the times my husband Justin took her to fashion shows, to dinners for the buyers at expensive places. There was the time of a manufacturers' convention in Atlantic City. Justin called me every morning, every night. Stella was pretty. Some people thought lovely. She brought us customers, made us richer. That was what was between Stella and my husband. Nothing more.
You don't know why she's dead?
No, we don't know. But it saddens us, Mr. Clover.
Send him home, Justin. I'm tired. I want to sleep. If the Mestons come, tell them I'm sick. They'll understand.
More legwork now. The pinching up of the bits and scraps that people leave behind. Get as many as you can and arrange them chronologically, by emotion, by habit, by appetite. Draw a line, one from the other, and peep at a life now nearly dead. For instance, go now to the apartment of Stella Croft. Walk the corridor that once brought Stella home. Turn the knob of her door. The girl in the room was wearing slacks. She watched me close the door and blew a smoke ring from her cigarette. Watched it die. Then she smiled at me.
Hi, Danny.
What are you doing here, Jenny?
Oh, taking the tour. Seeing how a girl lives when she works in the front office of Sinclair Stylecraft. Gosh, quilted blue satin.
How did you get in here?
Did you see the superintendent downstairs? Yeah. Did his eyes light up when he saw you? Huh?
Jenny, how well did you know Stella Croft?
Who gets to know a dame like that if you're another dame? Look, Danny, I'm not the type to be a Pollyanna. My mother told me, Jenny, never be a Pollyanna. Stand on your own 2 feet. You don't like somebody, don't like them. And that's how I felt about Stella, to a T.
Because she had all this, because she was going out with Mr. Sinclair?
So I was jealous. But this apartment is something to get jealous about.
You're going to try your luck with Sinclair?
He's already noticed, Danny. The day that I wore that black velveteen with the peasant blouse, he spent practically the whole morning in the shipping department giving me a personal supervise. You want me for anything more, Danny?
No. Just be around where I can find you, Jenny.
Oh, sure, Danny. I really would, Danny. I'd drop all my appointments.
The apartment looked like Jenny hadn't touched anything. The place was impeccable, slick, like Stella Croft had been. Lacquered furniture, highly waxed, and full-length mirrors. I walked back into her bedroom, around it, fingering this and that. The small, intimate souvenirs a girl like Stella collects. Then over to a Pullman closet, opened it, and wondered for an instant why a woman needed so many shoes. Wondered why it hurt so much. The brightness of it, the pain, the sharpness slipping so easily into my back. Then gave it up because I couldn't hold on to it.
Now the finishing touch, Danny. The claim to fame of Dr. Sinsky. In medical school, it was always commented upon how Dr. Sinsky finished off his handiwork.
It's the bedside manner. I don't need it.
Yeah, that's right. You don't need it, Danny.
Now hold on to something, Danny. It'll hurt.
Yeah, hold on to something, Danny. To me, it's gonna hurt. He held on to something. To me, and it still hurt him. What is it with you, Dr. Sinsky? Maybe you need a refresher course in adult medical education.
Unruffle your feathers, Mother Detective. I'm all right.
Yeah. Listen to him, Doctor. Last night he got a hole in his back from unsharpened scissors, and this morning he tells me he's all right.
Okay, if I go back to my office, Dr. Sinsky?
You'll need rest, Danny.
I'll bear it in mind.
Okay, check me in the morning. You hear, Danny? You hear?
Yeah. The debt piles up, doesn't it, Doctor?
What debt?
What are you talking about?
I'll count out the times you've eased the pain. I'll let you know.
Get him out of here, Gino.
Yeah, come on, let's go, Danny. I'll go get permission from the captain to give us sick leave, and then I'll conjure up a squad car, and we'll surprise the Mrs. Sergeant Tartaglia in the middle of a mozzarella. And then we'll salve our wound together, and then...
What made two people die like that, Gino? Tommy Hart, Stella Croft.
Danny, you disappoint me. You are thinking on your sick leave time.
What ties it together, Gino?
Danny, if I tell you, you promise to let me manage your sickness?
Huh?
What ties it is Tommy Hart and Stella Croft were once married in that place in Maryland, on that quick marriage plan. I ain't making it up, Danny. Muggavan dug it out of the records.
It was a secret between you two?
Oh, Danny, it don't mean nothing. They got an annul the next day. That unties it. Danny, you're jeopardizing your good health. Danny!
Good morning.
Yes, sir. Can I help you? Hi, Danny. Hey, look at me.
Yeah, look at you. Since when did they move you out of the shipping department into the reception desk?
Since this a.m. I told you. I got supervised into it.
Oh. Tell Mr. Sinclair I want to see him.
Sure, Danny. Watch me. See?
What is it, Miss Morrow?
There is out here at this moment the gentleman of the police department, a Mr. Danny Clover.
Show him in, show him in.
Very good. Through that door, Danny.
Thanks. Hello, Mr. Sinclair.
I'm a busy man, Mr. Clover, but I always have time to talk to you.
Mr. Sinclair, how much of your affairs can you get in order in the next 15 minutes?
In my business, we never talk in riddles. It's how much, why, when, things a man can answer. What's on your mind?
You, Tommy Hart, Stella?
They worked for me, Mr. Clover, and they died. I'm going to pay for their funerals, and I'm going to find out if they had families. They'll be taken care of. We have a fund toward that.
Tell the people at headquarters it might make an impression.
Honestly now, I don't know what you're talking about.
Let's stop kidding each other, Sinclair. You're a man with tastes, from the lines of women's dresses to a lacquered apartment to a little employee who's now your receptionist. From Stella Croft to Ginny Morrow. Better find out if Ginny had a husband.
I still don't follow you.
Then I'll tell you. It's called the Badger Game.
Listen to me, Mr. Clover.
You listen to me. Tommy and Stella weren't married. Did you know that? You didn't know it, huh?
I saw the certificate of marriage. The justice of the peace who married them. I thought...
Marriage annulled the next morning. Badger Game. Stella invited you to make a play for her. You bit. Tommy walks in, waves a certificate of marriage. You pay him. Money, invitations to your home. He gets greedier and greedier. So you kill him.
I didn't have to. You don't know what it was, Clover. That boy grinning into my face, taking over my house, making me...
What is it, Justin? What's the matter? What happened?
Make him understand. Make him understand.
Mrs. Sinclair, your husband just confessed to killing Tommy Hart.
Wouldn't you kill him? It's all right, Justin. I'm here now. It's all right.
You got Tommy out of the way, Sinclair. Why did you kill Stella?
Listen.
I said it was all right, Justin.
And I'll tell you why. Stella knew you killed Tommy. It didn't worry her very much. She just upped the blackmail ante. Sinclair, that's why you killed Stella.
He didn't.
You did?
For what she was doing. Doing to my home, to my husband, to my boy's name. Yes, and I stabbed you, too, for what you were doing to us. I'd kill again.
What'll we do about the boy?
You didn't think, did you, Justin? You just didn't think. When you started it, when you saw that Stella, you didn't think.
Please.
Oh, the boy'll be all right. We have money. It's more than you had when you started. He'll be all right, Justin. It's going to be all right.
In the April night, Broadway echoes with sounds heard only in darkness. The whispers that speckle places where there's no sun. There's a touch on your coat, you turn. There's no one. Nothing. Only the trail of dust on your shoulder. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's cast, Irene Tedrow was heard as Elizabeth Sinclair, Herb Butterfield as Justin Sinclair, Sylvia Sims as Ginny Morrow, Mary Shipp as Stella Croft, and Sidney Miller as Jones. If you're in the mood for mysteries, you can try CBS almost any old evening. And there's a top-notch thriller on hand for you. Tomorrow and every Sunday, it's Charlie Wilde. Monday nights, the top Hollywood stars appear in original thrillers on the Hollywood Star Playhouse. Thursdays, there's a swell night for mystery and thrills on CBS. Suspense, Mr. Keen, and the FBI and Peace and War are heard on most of these same stations. Stay tuned now for Sing It Again, which follows immediately on most of these same CBS stations. Joe Walters speaking. This is CBS, where you laugh at Jack Benny every Sunday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Peggy. I'm glad you called. I'll have to ask for a rain check, Angel. I'm all tied up. An actor friend of mine just bought himself a gun, and the way it looks now, he figures to make a big hit.
The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the disappearing doll. It's Wednesday evening in New York, and in a small furnished room on Manhattan's East Side, a gentleman named Carl Hoffman glares at an old clock, as if commanding it to stop. And when it continues to ignore Mr. Hoffman's wishes, he hauls off and makes known his displeasure.
Hey, take it easy, Carl.
Don't tell me to take it easy, Sheppy.
You went and busted the clock.
That's not all I'm going to bust either. Where's Janet?
Give her a chance, Carl. She'll show.
When? She was due here an hour ago.
Well, maybe she got tied up with that jerk Harry Jensen.
That's still no excuse. I told her a dozen... Get that.
Yeah, I'll get it. Just a second.
Hello, Sheppy.
Oh, you're just in time, Janet.
What's the matter?
Carl, he's blowing his top.
Don't worry about it. It'll do him good.
That you, Janet?
Yeah.
Where the devil have you been?
Working.
You were due here at 8.
There were what they call extenuating circumstances.
You out with Harry Jensen?
Uh-huh.
How'd you make out?
Well, he's loosening up a little.
But?
He still wouldn't kick through with the information.
Well, that's a nice how do you do.
Well, if you think you can do better...
Maybe I
All
can.
Right, take it easy, Carl. You too, Janet.
Where does he get off bawling me out? How long have I had to work on Harry?
Look, we know it's only been a week, but time is getting short. Vince Dario will be here tomorrow.
Who?
Vince Dario. Carl's bringing him in from Toledo for this.
Why?
Because he's the best man in the business, that's why. And
Yeah.
Vince isn't the kind of a guy who'll hang around if we can't promise him action.
Well, I'm doing everything I can.
Yeah, sure she is, Carl. Now, why don't you two just kiss and make up?
All right, I'm sorry, Janet.
Forget it, honey.
Come here, baby.
Don't mind me, folks.
Grab yourself a walk, Shep.
Come on, fellas, break it up, huh? We got work to do.
He's right, sweetheart. When do you think you'll have something to report from that Harry Jensen character?
Well, they wanted to see me late at night.
Well, maybe tonight's the night.
Maybe.
How about it, Janet? You know, I think if you got him good and plastered, he might start talking.
That's never been a problem with Harry. The tough thing is to make him quit.
We'll get him started in the right direction, baby. And when he stops, we'll be on Easy Street.
Hey, no more for me, Janet. I had enough.
Aw, don't be such a sissy,
Who's
Harry.
a sissy?
You are.
Yeah? Now, let me show you something. Give me that bottle.
Now, Harry, do you think you should?
Watch.
Well, well, well.
How's that?
Oh, darling, you're terrific.
Hey, you want to know something, Janet?
What?
Hey, you're pretty terrific, too. I'm crazy about you, baby.
crazy enough to marry me?
Say the word and we'll do it like that.
Don't tempt me, Harry.
I mean it.
So do I. What did we live on?
What will we live on? What's the matter with me? I make good dough. $80 a week. Is that anything to sneeze at?
Oh, no, that's wonderful, darling.
Yeah, I'm top man with the outfit. Who do you think makes all the important deliveries?
Who?
Me, that's it.
Go on.
Don't believe me, huh? Ever hear of the McGill Company?
Yeah?
Well, they got a payroll of $80,000 a week, and I'm the guy who brings it to them.
When?
Huh?
When do you bring it to them?
Oh, I'm sorry, honey. We're not supposed to tell.
And you claim you love me.
I do,
Then
sweetheart.
tell me when you're going to deliver the McGill payroll.
Now, what difference does that make?
Think I could marry a man who didn't trust me?
Say, Janet.
What?
Well, ain't it kind of stuffy in here?
No.
I feel awful warm. You know, I bet I could go to sleep.
Don't you pass out on me.
Oh, don't, Janet. I'm nuts about...
Harry. The McGill payroll. When do you deliver it?
Yeah. Friday at 2.
Yeah, what do you want? Looking for Carl Hoffman. Well, who are you?
All right, Sheppy, let him in. Hiya, Vince.
Hello, Hoffman.
Sheppy, Vince Dario.
Glad to know you. Thanks.
When'd you get in, Vince?
About 20 minutes ago.
You couldn't have timed it better.
Got something hot?
Mm-hmm. Sheppy, hear of the McGill Company?
The people who make all those plumbing fixtures?
That's right.
Don't tell me you're figuring on knocking them off.
That's what I'm figuring on.
I wish you would have told me that in your letter.
Why?
Because I wouldn't have wasted my time coming to New York.
Let him go, Carl. Shut up, Sheppy. Now, before you make up your mind, Vince, maybe you ought to hear the deal.
There's no deal where you have to walk into a plant like McGill's.
We don't have to walk in. We grab on the outside.
Come again?
The messenger who delivers the payroll is a character named Harry Jensen. We know to the minute what time he'll get to the factory. Now, you interested?
I'm still here.
They're tearing up the street in front of the place, so he has to park his bus a block away. Now, he'll come down Remsen Street. That's where you and I take over. Sheppy will be covering the street with a Thompson from a vacant room across the way.
Sounds all right.
It gets better as it goes along. Now, we give the dough to Janet.
Wait a second. Who's Janet?
A girlfriend of mine.
I don't like it, Hoffman.
What's the matter now?
I don't like any caper where a babe is involved.
You don't know this, babe. How do you think we found out when they're going to deliver the payroll? She's a real stylish kid.
What's her last name?
Halsey. Wait till you meet her.
I'd like to very much.
It's all up to you, Vince. What do you say?
We got the time, the place, and a girl. What more can a fella ask?
How did she handle, Janet?
All right, I guess.
You guess?
Well, I never did like driving in this kind of weather.
Don't be silly, baby. It's going to make things a lot easier all around, right, Vince?
Sure, the rain will keep him off the streets.
Whoa, sweetheart, wait a minute. Right here will be fine.
Did I shut her off?
Now, keep her running. And remember, when you start off again, go right into second and don't feed her too much gas.
Yeah, I got it.
What time is it, Vince?
Make it a couple of minutes to 2.
Mm-hmm. You see Sheppy across the street?
Think so.
Well, that does it. Are you sure you know what to do, Janet?
Yeah, as soon as I get the bag, I head straight for my apartment.
That's right. Don't hang around no matter what. We'll all be over to your place by 9 to divvy up.
Supposing you aren't.
Don't give it a thought, sweetheart. It'll take more
Now.
than... What?
Is that our friend Harry?
Where?
On the corner.
Yeah, that's him.
All right, Vince. Here's where we go to work.
Lots of luck, honey.
Thanks, baby. Give me a cigarette.
Yeah.
Where's that lighter you're so proud of? Oh, what do you know? It works.
Here he comes.
Hey, buddy.
Me?
Yeah. Can you tell us what Tremont Avenue is?
Oh, you're on the wrong side of town, mister. I tell you what you better do.
I'll tell you what you better do. Don't make a move, bud. Not even a teeny one.
Hey, what is this?
Just what it looks like. Pass that grip to my friend. Go on.
Sorry, pal. You know how it is.
No hard feelings, I hope.
Oh, that's all right, mister. I got a good memory for faces. I won't forget you.
In that case, let me give you something else to remember me, boss.
Let's pause for a moment. Les Damon returns as the Falcon right after these messages.
Dimension X,
George Burns and Gracie Allen.
Hopalong Cassidy.
Edgar Bergen.
The Shadow.
John and Blanche Bickerson. The Whistler.
Choose from among thousands of downloadable old-time radio shows and spoken word titles at MediaBay.com. The best voice on the net.
Yeah.
And now, let's return to Les Damon as the Falcon in the case of the disappearing doll.
Who is it?
That should be open up.
Hello, Carl. Vince.
Hi.
Went off like clockwork, didn't it?
Yeah. Where's Janet?
She ain't here.
Huh? What?
No. I was the first one in. It's lucky I had a key to her place, huh?
And you're lucky I don't have a suspicious mind.
Well, I have. Did she phone in?
Uh-uh.
You told her to come straight here, didn't you, Carl?
Yeah?
Well, you don't think she had an accident, do you?
No. We would have heard about it. I had the radio in the car tuned to the police calls. But if the cops snapped her...
You kidding? There was nobody within miles of her. After you chucked the bag into her car, she took off.
She'll show up, Vince.
She better. She's got all the dough.
Just what are you getting at?
You told me yourself she's a very smart girl. Women who are beautiful shouldn't be brainy.
Meaning?
I think we got a double cross.
You're nuts.
I'll leave it to Sheppy.
No. Janet wouldn't do that, Vince.
Why not?
Well, because she never did it before.
Did she ever have 80 grand before?
Look, what are you worried about? It isn't even 9 o'clock.
Well, supposing she doesn't show by 9.
Then I'll start looking for her. And if she isn't dead when I find her, she'll wish to heaven she was.
Hey, you guys got a butt? I'm fresh out.
There's a pack in my coat pocket, Sheppy.
Thanks.
Carl, you wouldn't have anything else in that pocket.
Like what, Vince?
Like 80 grand. Pardon me for pointing, but it's 20 after 9. Your girlfriend hasn't shown up yet.
So?
So I think we ought to start looking for her.
Suppose she comes back in the meantime.
You can always leave a note.
No. I think one of us ought to hang around here.
Who, for instance?
Why, do you want to?
Maybe I'd better.
Okay, you wait here. Sheppy, you cover the east side. You know the places Janet likes.
I got you.
What are you going to do, Hoffman?
I got an angle I want to try.
Like what?
Never mind. But if Janet's tossing us a curve, I think I know the one guy who can throw her out at home. I'll let you know how I make out. Yeah? I'd like to see Mike Waring, the Falcon, please.
You are now.
Oh, well, my name's Carl Hoffman.
Yeah?
Can I come in?
Oh, sorry.
Thanks.
Sit down.
Much obliged.
What's on your mind?
Well, I'm looking for a girl.
Aren't we all?
No, I mean, this is a special one. Her name is Janet Halsey.
Janet Halsey?
Yeah. She's my girlfriend.
Well, maybe we better take this from the beginning.
Well, Janet and I were supposed to be married next Sunday. So I opened up a joint account for us at the bank.
How big?
$2,000.
And she skipped?
Mm-hmm. This morning. She lived at the Brighton Towers.
How do you know she didn't meet with an accident?
Well, she's done this same thing before.
Oh, she has?
Yeah. She served 3 years in the women's penitentiary under the name of Lois Hart. She got out in 48.
Well, how come you trusted her with your money?
Well, you know how it is, Waring. You always hope that this time it's going to be different.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll see what I can do, Hoffman. As you say, the first problem is to locate the girl.
Yeah, and the moment you do, will you give me a call? I'll be waiting at the Brighton.
Brighton? Didn't you say that's where your girlfriend lived?
Yeah. I'm using her apartment to operate from.
Uh-huh.
You see, I wouldn't want to miss her if she came back. Well, I guess that does it, Falcon. I'll be waiting for your call.
An hour has passed since Carl Hoffman recruited Mike Waring in his search for Janet Halsey. And now as we find Mike, he is making a tour of some of the shadier spots on New York's 3rd Avenue.
Looking for someone, mister?
As a matter of fact, I am.
Falcon.
Hello, Joey.
A long time no see, pal. What can I do for you, Mike?
Well, you're a man who knows all the wrong people. Ever hear of a girl named Janet Halsey? Huh? Oh, we seem to have an audience.
Yeah, and I like your act, mister.
Only I missed the last line. Would you mind repeating it?
Now, cut it out, Sheppy. This is Mike Waring.
I don't give a rap who he is. What do you want with Janet Halsey? I don't think that's any of your business. All right. Suppose we take a little walk outside. No, thanks. It's too hot. That's all right. I got something in my pocket to chill you off.
Now, take it easy, Sheppy.
Just keep out of this, Joe. What do you say, Waring?
I don't seem to have much choice in the matter.
No. So start walking.
I'm sorry, Mike.
All right, Joey. All in a day's work.
Quit gabbing. Come on, I haven't got all day.
Look, if you'd like to put this off or something.
Don't be a wise guy.
Okay, where do we go from here?
Let's try that alley.
Now, look,
You
Fred.
heard me. All right, hold it. This is fine. Now, let's pick up where we left off. What do you want with Janet?
It's a long story, Sheppy.
It's okay. You're not going anywhere.
Oh, it might surprise you.
Here we go.
Get that hand out of your pocket.
Go or I'll what?
All right, punk, on your feet.
Let me alone.
I said on your feet. Why are you so interested in Janet Halsey?
Maybe I'm looking for her, too.
Maybe, and then again, maybe you know where she is.
No.
Where can I find her?
I got no idea.
Well, get one.
Let me go.
Come on, Shep, you can keep this up all night.
Have you been to the Brighton Towers?
No, but someone else has, and she wasn't there.
Well, you might try the Riverdale. Apartment 4E.
Well, thanks a lot, fella. You've been a great help. Let's do it again sometime. Who is it? Where's Sheppy, Vince?
Out looking.
Did he phone in?
No, I guess he had nothing to report. How did you make out?
Not so hot.
I guess that leaves me up the well-known creek.
What are you griping about? We're all in the same boat.
Yeah, but I didn't bring Janet into the act. You did, Hoffman.
Okay, and I'll find her.
I don't see you making any progress.
Maybe not, but I hired somebody who will.
Who?
A fellow named Mike Waring.
A private dick?
That's right.
What's the idea? You going off your trolley?
Relax, will you, Vince? I gave him a song and dance about wanting to find Janet. This guy Waring has plenty of contact.
Well, I don't like it.
And you're the boy who was belly aching that I wasn't doing anything.
You didn't have to go that far.
No, how far would you go for 80 grand?
I guess you're right.
Thanks.
That must be Sheppy.
I'll take it. Yeah, what do you want?
Beg your pardon, I must have the wrong number.
Wait a minute, is that you, Janet? Hello? Hello?
What's the trouble?
I think that was Janet.
You're imagining things.
Don't tell me. I'd recognize her voice anywhere.
What made her call and then hang up?
You know something, Vince? That's just what I was wondering. I'll be back in an hour.
Hello?
Hello, is it Janet Halsey's apartment?
Yeah?
There's Carl Hoffman there.
Who's calling?
Mike Waring.
We just stepped out for a while. Want to leave a message?
Who's this?
It's okay. I'm a friend of his. My name is Vince Dario.
Well, tell Hoffman I've got a lead on his girlfriend. She's supposed to be at Riverdale Arms. If you'll meet me at the 86 Club, we'll go over together.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Waring. I know Carl'll be glad to hear that.
Waring, over here.
It's about time, Hoffman.
Sorry I'm late, but I just got your message. Where'd you get your dope from?
A punk named Sheppy Oliver.
What?
Yeah, he pulled a gun on me.
That's the funniest thing I've heard yet.
Is it?
Yeah. Sheppy's a friend of mine.
Oh, is that so?
Sure. When he heard you asking for Janet, he must have gotten suspicious.
Why?
Well, he's not very bright. What was that address he gave you again?
Riverdale Arms.
That's what I thought. It's a bump steer.
How do you know?
That's where Sheppy lives himself.
Why would he give me his own address?
Probably rattled him so badly it was the only thing he could think of.
Well, that's one possibility.
Can you think of any other?
Yeah, maybe Janet had a partner.
You mean Sheppy?
Why not?
He's my best friend.
Uh-huh. Janet was your best girl. Let's go see who's playing on whose team.
The last one down the hall, Waring. You know, there's one thing that throws me.
Only one?
After I left your office, I went back to Janet's apartment. I was talking with Vince Dario when the phone rang.
So?
A girl got on. I would have sworn it was Janet, but she claimed it was the wrong number.
Well, maybe she was trying to get in touch with Sheppy, and she got frightened when she heard your voice.
Could be, but I never thought Sheppy was their type. This is the place. I just can't believe that he...
What's the matter? Unlocked?
Yeah.
Just as I figured. Well, I guess I better call the police, huh?
Well, what's the matter?
Take a good look.
Holy smoke. It's Sheppy.
Yeah, and with that slug in his head, I don't think he's in any position to call the cops himself. Where's the phone?
on, Vince, open up. What took you so long?
I was busy. Who's your friend?
Oh, that's right. You boys haven't met. Mike, this is Vince Dario.
How do you do? Hi. How did that lead pan out?
Not too bad.
You find Janet there?
No, we found Sheppy.
I don't get it.
He was murdered.
Murdered? By who, Janet?
That's one way to look at it.
Still any other?
Yeah, I suppose Janet was working with a man.
You mean Sheppy? I don't see it.
That's just what I said.
Look, Carl, suppose we forget the whole thing.
What do you mean?
We gambled and lost.
Oh, you surprised me, Vince. A couple hours ago, you were bawling me up and not doing anything. Now you're willing to write the whole thing off.
There's no use crying over spilt milk.
Sure. With 80 grand in your pocket, you can always buy yourself another quart.
Oh?
You say something, Waring? Just
Look, Carl, you've been hinting at something all along. What is it?
I think you know where Janet is.
You're crazy.
I was a sucker not to see it before.
Don't be a fool, Carl. Can't you see what Janet's doing? She murdered Sheppy. Now she's turning us against each other.
Well, somebody put her up to it, and I got a feeling that...
Quit it, you drunken!
Cut it out, Hoffman. What of this, Mike? Where is she, Vince? Come on, Hoffman, break it up. Mike, let go. I said break it up. Okay. Dario. What was the idea, Hoffman?
I don't like double crosses. Get the keys out of his pocket.
What for?
I got a hunch Janet is holed up in his apartment, and I'm going to play it to the hilt.
Only a few minutes have passed since Carl Hoffman decided that Janet might be hiding in Vince Dario's apartment. Now he and Mike are at Dario's, but so far there's been no sign of Janet.
Well, looks like your hunch was worthless, Hoffman.
You try the kitchen?
I've been all over the place. There's no one here.
I still believe that Janet was doing it.
Wait a minute. Open that drawer again. I thought I saw an envelope in there.
Yeah, you're right. Mr. Vince Dario, 2719 Bolton Avenue, Detroit.
Look at the postmark.
Bedford Hills, March 16th, 1948.
Now look at the return address on the other side.
Janet Halsey, State Penitentiary for Women.
Uh-huh.
You get it? And I was right. Vince knew Janet all along.
Well, you could build up a convincing case on the face of it.
Yeah, but where is she now?
Well, can't you think of somewhere she might go?
Oh, we've covered every possible hideout.
No, we haven't. There's one place you're forgetting, Hoffman.
Whose?
Yours.
What are you talking about?
You're the man who put Janet up to this. You planned to double-cross your ma from the beginning.
Yeah?
Yeah, and I thought you did pretty well. You murdered Sheppy and framed Vince Dario, and that only left Janet to be taken care of.
What about you?
I don't think you're man enough.
That just goes to...
What's the matter, Hoffman? You lose something? That's what you're looking for?
Where'd you get that gun?
I lifted it off you when you were shoving Dario around. Just say the word, friend, and I'll give it back to you. A slug at a time.
Well, what happened after that, Mike?
You know the rest, Janet. As soon as the police picked up Carl, I went to his apartment.
And picked me up.
And not a bad day's work at that.
Thanks.
No, I'm talking about the little bag you had with you containing 80 grand belonging to the McGill Company.
Oh.
Now, what gets me is how you people knew exactly what time the payroll was to be delivered.
Oh, I had inside information.
From the boy who delivered it?
How did you guess?
It figured. What did you do? Use your feminine wiles?
It didn't take much. He wanted to prove what a great, big man he was.
Mm-hmm. Well, you have that effect on the opposite sex.
Sure.
Yeah, it's just too bad you had all your work for nothing.
Yeah, I guess when you come down to it, I was pretty lucky at that.
You sure were, Angel. There's no doubt that with Sheppy and Vince Dario disposed of, you were next on Carl's list.
Dirty double-crosser.
No. There's no reason to be angry. After all, you were in on 99% of the plot. He just neglected to tell you the big finish he planned for you. Oh, incidentally, when you called your apartment and got Hoffman on the phone, why did you pretend it was the wrong number?
We had it arranged. When Carl picked up the phone and said, yes, what do you want, I knew he wasn't alone, and that was my cue to hang up.
Pretty cute. That was the second way he convinced Dario he was acting above board.
What was the first, Mike?
Hiring me. He had to go through with the motions of trying to find you, and what would make him look more innocent than hiring a private detective?
I still don't see what proved to you he was guilty.
Well, the return address on the envelope I found in Dario's room gave your name as Janet Halsey. And Carl told me when you were up at the women's pen, you served time under the name of Lois Hart. So obviously the letter was a frame.
And Carl was the only one who could have planted it.
That's right.
You know, you're pretty wonderful, honey. I mean, Mr. Waring.
Oh, I don't mind you getting affectionate. After all, we're going to be seeing lots of each other, Janet.
Are we?
Mm-hmm. Whoop. Almost past our destination.
Is this where you live?
What's the matter with you, Janet? Don't you recognize the building?
It's police headquarters.
That's right.
Why, you no good double cross.
Now. What are you complaining about, Angel? I promised you we'd be seeing a lot of each other. Can I help it if for the next 10 years it'll have to be through bars?
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. Rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too. Tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Night Final.
She was a newspaper woman and a good one. Words came easily to her. Fresh, new, interesting ways of saying what she saw or felt or heard. Her critics and colleagues agreed that regardless of her shortcomings as a person, Helen Conover was a superlative reporter, holder of the Guild Award for on-the-spot reporting, the first woman to win such an honor. Yet now, as she stood in the courtroom, she found it was hard to put her feelings into words, impossible to describe the exhilarating sense of freedom she felt when the judge announced his decision.
That's all, Mr. Delavan?
That's all, Your Honor.
Very well. Divorce granted.
As she left the courtroom and started down the hall, she saw her husband's lawyer a few steps ahead.
Mr. Jackson.
Huh? Oh, Mrs. Delavan. No, I mean Miss Connell.
Well, you almost got out of the building before I could thank you.
Thank me?
Yes, for everything. For the quick, painless way you handle the divorce.
Miss Conover, divorce at best is never a painless operation.
Well, it is the way you handle it. Is Malcolm really out of town?
No, of course not.
But then why didn't he...
It was all arranged beforehand. I convinced Malcolm it'd be wise not to contest the divorce.
Oh? Why?
I'd rather not go into that now. He's at home, I think. You'd probably know better than I.
Mal was such an angel about it. You know, somehow I suddenly feel a little tender toward him. He was so gentlemanly and everything.
Considering the circumstances, I'd say he was.
What do you mean, Mr. Jackson?
You noted, of course, that Paul Wilson's name wasn't brought into the proceeding.
Well?
Didn't that strike you as unusual? Wilson was a full-fledged co-respondent if I ever saw one. Your husband isn't entirely blind, you know.
See here, if you're implying...
You can take it any way you like. Malcolm's a very generous man, Miss Conover. Had he been otherwise, this divorce proceeding might have had some unfortunate overtones. For you, at least.
Well, there was nothing wrong. I made it very clear about Paul and...
Yes, of course. Incidentally, Malcolm told me he'd like to see you when it's convenient. You might drop around sometime today.
Perhaps I will.
Fine. Good day, Miss Conover.
Hello, Malcolm.
Oh, nice of you to ring the bell, Helen.
Oh, now, don't be that way. I've come to tell you how nice you were.
For what?
Being such a good sport. We can still be good friends.
Yes, I suppose that's the fashionable thing for divorced couples, particularly among your pseudo-intellectual friends.
Sorry, darling. I'm not going to let you draw me into an argument, especially now.
With love on the wing, huh?
Right. Let's have a drink now to our separate futures.
Well, if you say so. What'll it be?
Bourbon, dear.
Oh, you might find something on the desk that'll interest you.
Oh, don't tell me. Let me guess. Oh, here we are. A new letter opener. Oriental sheath knife, isn't it? 14 notches on the handle. Ooh, long and bloody history. Now, why do you ever collect these things?
It isn't Oriental. It's South American, and that's not what I'm talking about. Take another look.
Nothing else here, just a letter. Now, where did you get this letter?
In the mail. Perfectly normal routine.
It's from Paul. Why is he writing you?
He'll be in town tomorrow night. For some reason or other, he wants me to come to his apartment at 9. Here's your drink.
But why would he...
Oh, maybe at long last he's heard about the divorce. Airline pilot's out of touch with things, you know.
You're going to see him?
Of course. Let's drink to him, Helen, to our good friend, that wife-stealer superb Paul Wilson.
That's not necessary.
You saw now, because you didn't even know he was going to be in town. I knew it and you didn't. It's a great story. Man bites dog.
Stop it, Val. I won't have you talking like that.
All right, Helen. You're a great girl, a fine reporter. I resent losing you, I admit it. It's just too bad you didn't take enough time out from your reporting to learn to be a woman. Now you'd better go.
Listen, Mal.
I said you'd better go. He's probably in town now waiting for you. Well?
All right. Goodbye, Malcolm.
Well, Miss Conover.
Hello, Ed. How are things down in the press room?
Oh, unholy mess as usual. Still setting up big headlines for little stories. Now, if you folks was on the
you're
ball...
never satisfied, Eddie. Where's Ann?
Oh, I just saw her go into the office.
Thanks. Hi, Bern.
What do you say?
Say, your story this morning was great. Ann? Well, crack out the champagne. I hear you did the trick. Yep, it's all over. The old Liberty Bell. Let freedom ring. Skip it. Any calls? Our dear city editor called. Wants to be sure you're covering the circus opening tomorrow night. Though why you do it, I'll never know. Sentiment, Annie. My first assignment was a circus opening. Haven't missed one since. Though I wish I hadn't promised this time. Other things on your mind, darling? Paul Wilson, maybe? Paul, he called me here? Shouldn't he have? Did you tell him where I was? Shouldn't I have? And you can be exasperating. Sorry. I guess I'm just jealous of the success type. A career, lots of men. But really, did you want me to tell Mr. Wilson you were in court? Shedding last year's husband? You didn't? No. Wonder why he's here. How did you ever keep it from him, dear? The divorce, I mean. He's out of town most of the time. I just didn't tell him. He'll be surprised. Yeah. I suppose you have it all planned to marry him as soon as it's final. Don't rush me. I'm just out of this one. What did he say? He wants to see you at 8 tonight. I told him you were tied up tomorrow with the circus. Oh. You'll go with me, won't you? That's your department. Why don't you take Paul? I have another pass you can use. Business and pleasure and all that sort of thing. I'm afraid he doesn't love me that much, but I might ask him tonight. Let me know what he says, will you? Why? Oh, I don't know. Just curious.
For the rest of the afternoon, you try to catch up on your work. But it's hard, Helen. Trying to concentrate with your mind on Paul this way. Trying to analyze this strange new freedom. Different now, with a thrill gone out of it and a curious, unsettled, half-bitter feeling in its place. And it hasn't left you hours later as you drive toward Paul's apartment in a taxi. Halfway across town, the driver pulls up at a red flare on the left of the speedway.
What is it, driver?
Accident up ahead. Looks like a tough one.
All right.
Wait a minute, driver. Wait a minute.
Keep on moving.
What is it, officer?
Get back in that car there, lady.
Ellen
Come on,
Conover, Daily Post.
Huh? Oh, reporter, huh?
Yeah, was it bad?
Yeah, 3 people killed. One of them was a state senator. Kavanaugh was his name.
Senator Kavanaugh?
Yeah.
Driver, here you are. You go along. I've got a story to file.
Yes, Helen, on duty or not, you're a reporter above everything else. A state senator killed. the bodies of 2 high school students in the wreckage of the other car. So it's 2 hours later, nearly 10 o'clock, when you finally arrive at Paul's apartment.
Well, so you finally decided to show up, darling.
I'm sorry, Paul. I got here as soon as I could. There was a bad accident. I had to get the story in.
You're not supposed to be working this late.
I'm a reporter, dear. When a story breaks and I'm there, the Daily Post gets it.
Yeah. For God, for country, and the Daily Post, eh?
Well, I'm not a reporter now, dear.
Oh?
I'm a woman. A single woman.
Yeah, I heard about it.
Aren't you glad?
Nope.
What did you say?
Helen, just because I buy you a few drinks, take you dancing a couple of times, doesn't mean I intend to break up a man's home.
Paul, I told you about
You
Malcolm.
didn't tell me half of it. A man named Jackson looked me up. Your husband's lawyer.
Jackson, what did he say?
You should have let me in on all these plans of yours, Helen. Malcolm, too.
What are you trying to say?
I wouldn't have let you go ahead with this divorce.
It's all over, Paul. I have my divorce. I did it for you so I could be free.
You made a mistake. A bad one. You see, I'm not getting a divorce.
You're married.
That's right. And Malcolm knew it. I don't know how, but he did.
What?
Seems that you got into the wrong game, baby. Ordinarily, it'd be time to pick up your chips and go home. Now you can't even do that.
You can't do this to
It
me.
was your own doing, Helen. Don't go blaming me.
What?
Careful,
No.
sweetheart. You'll spoil your makeup.
You'll never get away with it, Paul. Do you hear me? You'll never get away with it.
You don't know how funny you look, really.
Did you hear what I said?
Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Don't. Oh, that's a dirty shame. that vase belonged to my favorite aunt. Don't slam the door.
With the prologue of Night Final, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. But first, a word about some of the convenience features that today's drivers can enjoy. More and more of the new cars are featuring no clutch, no gear shift. Some even have windows that raise or lower automatically at the mere touch of a button. But whether or not your car has these features, there's one convenience that every driver can enjoy. That is a Signal credit card. For instance, instead of paying cash every time you stop for gas, oil, or a lube job, you merely tell the Signal dealer to charge it. And because Signal credit cards are honored at all Signal service stations throughout the 6 Pacific Coast states from Canada to Mexico, you'll find one especially helpful on trips. You're relieved of the necessity of carrying large sums of money, yet you're prepared for those unexpected emergencies that can arise. Moreover, at the end of each month, when you pay for your driving needs with one check, just as you now pay your phone, light, or department store bill, you have a handy record of what it costs to run your car. When you consider how much ease and pleasure all of this adds to your driving, it's no wonder more and more motorists are stopping by their Signal service station to fill out an application blank for a Signal credit card.
The blood rushes to your head as you run out of the apartment, down the stairs to the street. The hatred for Paul boiling up inside you, twice as powerful now as the love ever was. Because it's a helpless hatred. Because Paul is up there now, laughing at you, and you're helpless. Then, as the damp fog begins to clear your head, as your heart stops pounding, a cold, curiously logical idea comes home to you. And you realize that the thing you shouted in anger at him back in the apartment, that you could kill him, wasn't really hysterical at all. It was a statement of fact. You could kill him, Helen. You aren't helpless at all. By the time you arrive at the office the next morning, you've decided exactly how it's going to happen. It begins with Anne. There are things you must plant in her mind, and with Anne, you have to be careful.
Congratulations, darling. You scooped the whole town with that crash story last night.
Really?
Oh, now, don't be wide-eyed, dear. It doesn't become you.
Well, it was a lucky break, Anne.
And you did a nice job of covering it, I might add.
Mm-hmm.
Say, what's wrong with you? You're not very enthusiastic.
Oh, it's nothing.
Oh, cut it out. I know better. Now what is it?
It's Malcolm.
Oh? Malcolm's found out about Paul?
Yes, and you know what a temper Malcolm has. Well, he was at his worst. Made all sorts of threats.
Against you?
No, that's why I'm worried. He acted as if he might take it out on Paul. You've never seen anyone so jealous, Anne.
Well, keep them apart until it's over. That's all you can do.
It's not so easy.
You can't hide Paul in a crowd tonight.
Hmm? How do you mean?
Take him to the circus with you. That's the one place Malcolm won't go. Not in his frame of mind.
Oh, I'm afraid Paul isn't interested in circuses either. I still want company, though. How about you? Change your mind?
The boss won't let me off the rewrite desk. I'll be at it all night.
Oh, I'm disappointed.
I'm not. If you spot any stories, call me, will you?
Sure. Still wish you were going with me. They say it's quite a show.
Yes, Helen, quite a show. But you knew all along that Anne would have to decline your invitation, didn't you? That was part of your plan. Part 2 takes place at the apartment, your old apartment, to which you've still got a key. From your years as Mrs. Delavan, you know that Malcolm isn't home. At his desk, you pick up Malcolm's long, thin letter opener, hide it in your purse. Half an hour later, wearing a conspicuous red bolero jacket, you're standing in line at the ticket booth in front of Seeley Brothers' giant show. And there's a reason for not using your pass, isn't there, Helen?
Hurry, come on. Who's this?
Right here. 2, please.
2, here you go.
Hey, big.
3 in the grandstand. 3 grandstand, thank you.
1, please, grandstand.
Yes, ma'am, 1 grand. $50 bill. That's the smallest you got, lady.
I'm sorry.
For crying out loud, 50
I
bucks.
said I was sorry.
Okay, I can handle it.
A red bolero jacket and a $50 bill. You know the man in the ticket booth will remember you, don't you, Helen? And inside the main tent, you slip the jacket off, turn it inside out, and fold it over your arm. Just one of the crowd again. And then, a few minutes later, you slip quietly out a side exit and make your way to the street. It'll be a simple matter to reach Paul's apartment unnoticed on the crowded streetcar. You're standing in an alcove in the hall outside Paul's apartment, waiting for Malcolm to complete his visit and leave. It's nearly an hour before you see him come out and start down the stairs. Almost before he's out of sight, you're down the hall, ringing the doorbell.
Helen,
Aren't you going to ask me in, Paul?
should I? There's a vase or 2 I forgot to nail down.
I'm sorry, Paul. I won't stay long.
Okay. Your timing was perfect. Just missed your husband.
Yes, I know.
Oh?
He showed me your letter, Paul. What did you talk about?
Oh, Helen, it's all over. Why go on talking
It
about
meant a
it?
great deal to me, Paul.
I'm sorry.
No, you're not.
Helen, please. Why did you come here?
I want to say goodbye, Paul.
Goodbye.
Here's that. I won't bother you anymore. But would you mind too terribly, Paul? Would you mind kissing me goodbye?
Of course not. Come here.
Oh, Paul.
Helen, I never meant... Helen, you...
It was a kiss of death, wasn't it, Helen? You stand for a moment, looking down at Paul's still face. And then you hurry to the door, cautiously let yourself out of the apartment, hurry back to the circus. The crowd is pouring out of the main tent as you get there. You slip on the red bolero jacket, mingle with the others as they move away from the entrance, babbling excitedly.
Hey, what were their names?
The Flying Carbonis. They've been working together for years.
I never seen anything like it. Never. Oh, excuse me, lady.
Certainly. Taxi.
Where to, lady?
Daily Post. No, wait a minute. I'll call the story in. Take me home, driver. Brockhurst Apartments. Give me the last paragraph again, will you?
Sure. While last night's performance followed the Shaw Brothers formula right down to the waltzing bear and the death-defying acrobatics of the Carboni troupe, its very adherence to circus tradition assures it a profitable engagement.
Profitable engagement in a city which has long since demonstrated its loyalty to tinsel and tan bark. Got that?
Right.
Okay, send it. Well, this looks like it. Hello?
This is Anne, Helen.
Oh, good heavens, Anne, it's 3 a.m. If it's about that review,
It isn't about the review, darling. You better brace yourself. I have some pretty shocking news.
What is it?
Paul Wilson was murdered tonight.
What?
They're holding Malcolm on suspicion.
I'll be right down. Anne, I got here fast. Ed, what are you doing here?
Oh, I had a little extra work to do in the composing room tonight.
I've been talking to Ed about the murder, Helen.
It's horrible. I can't believe Malcolm
That's just it. Neither can we. Pretty crude stuff, you know. Advertising a motive all over town like that. Then knocking off your rival with an Oriental curio that a correspondence school detective could trace to you.
He must have lost his reason.
Oh, no. He was pretty jealous, but he wasn't stupid.
Well, that's beside the point now. Suppose they'll want me down at police headquarters.
You can relax, honey. Police headquarters is coming to you.
What's this all about, Anne? Why
Just
are you...
a minute. All right, Lieutenant Jacobs. This is Lieutenant Jacobs, Helen.
How do you do?
How do you do?
I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Well, I'd like to ask a few myself.
You'll have a chance in just a moment, Miss Conover. I won't be long. You see, I only have one question.
All right.
Where were you at 10:15 last night?
Well, Anne could have told you that. I was at the circus.
Are you sure, dear?
Well, I phoned the story into the rewrite
Didn't
man.
you stop to wonder why I wasn't on the rewrite desk?
Well, no, I
You
didn't.
should have. You see, I changed my mind. I went to the circus, too. I used the other pass, the seat next to the one you were supposed to be using.
Does this mean you actually suspect me of murdering Paul Wilson?
Well, I admit it gave me pause.
Your ex-husband claims he and Wilson talked things over, that Wilson was giving you the air.
That's a ridiculous lie.
Malcolm is pretty sure of his facts. He suggested, quite loudly, too, that you were trying to frame him.
It all depends on that one point, Miss Conover. Where you were at 10:15 last night.
I already told you. I was covering the circus. And if you're awfully concerned about that ticket business...
We are.
I'll produce the pass I didn't use. It's at home in my tan coat. See, I changed to my red bolero jacket and discovered when I got there I'd left the pass at home. So I bought a ticket in the grandstand.
You can prove that?
I think so. All I had was a $50 bill. The man at the ticket window was terribly irritated with me.
I see.
I suggest you find out who he is and ask him about the woman in the red bolero jacket. He'll remember me.
Well, that's an angle.
Now, let me tell you something, Lieutenant. My good friend Anne over here seems to have engineered this. You might be interested in her reasons.
Wait a minute,
First
Helen.
off, she's been jealous of me and my position with this paper ever since she came here. She hates me. She'd do anything to ruin me and my career.
Helen.
You better tell the truth, Annie. It's all going in the record. And this is the topper, Lieutenant. I introduced her to my former husband at a cocktail party 3 years ago. She's been in love with him ever since. She'd do anything right now to save him. Ask her if that's true, Lieutenant. Ask her to answer that one, under oath.
Well, what about it, Miss Stoddard?
All right, I do love him.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, 2 points it'll pay every driver to remember if you want to be sure of the tops in quality when you buy gasoline. 1.
In gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther.
And 2.
Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline.
That's why we're so proud of Signal's good mileage, which has made Signal gasoline known from Canada to Mexico as the Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler.
It's a tense scene, Helen, the three of you, Anne, Lieutenant Jacobs, and yourself, grouped around the dingy rewrite desk under the cruel white light in your office at the Daily Post. Ed, the compositor from the press room, sitting quietly on the sidelines. It was an awkward moment, explaining away your absence at the circus. But you're sure now, with a ticket man available to place you at the circus at the time of the crime, with Anne admitting her love for Malcolm, that you're in the clear. It's almost a full minute after her admission that Anne finally speaks.
Ed.
Yeah?
Bring me the paper, Ed, the morning edition with the review of the performance last night. You've got it.
Sure. Out here.
Now let's get this straight, Lieutenant. We're all agreed everything depends on where my capable colleague was. At the time she claimed she was at the circus.
Why don't you let him check my review, Annie?
I've already read it.
Yes. You see, it's a rather important piece of evidence. The next time you see that typescript, it'll be marked Exhibit A.
What do you mean?
You're a top reporter, Helen. Never missed a trick. But you did last night. That's why we didn't print your story. We used mine instead.
You what?
Take a look at that headline.
The black letters stab into your brain like neon, swim before your eyes. The floor seems to open up and swallow you as the sense of it strikes home.
Flying Carboni troop plunges to death in circus accident.
You're unprepared, off balance now. No defense for this.
Important piece of evidence, Helen. Marked Exhibit A.
And as you try frantically to think of some excuse, some way out, Lieutenant Jacobs starts bearing in with questions about Paul, about Malcolm, about the night, the apartment. The whole thing, Helen, the whole hideous truth. Until you can't think anymore. Until you find yourself admitting every word of it.
Can I just that's all. Just let me sleep. Leave me alone.
They'll do what they can for you down at headquarters, Miss Conover. Come on, let's go. Thanks, Anne.
It was a pleasure.
And a good idea. You know, we could use a head like yours downtown.
What are you talking about?
That morning edition we had Ed print up especially for you, Miss Conover. You see, the flying Carbonis didn't fall last night. But you did. And for a phony headline at that.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Featured in tonight's story were Betty Lou Gerson and Joan Banks. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, with story by Bob Platt and music by Wilbur Hatch. It was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint as well as The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week. The Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The universe goes on and on, as round and round she goes. And where she starts And where she ends is something no one knows. Beginnings and endings. Our neat and precise human minds will insist on clearly stated limits, boundaries, definitions. But unfortunately, there are no satisfactory ways to limit, bound, or define the truly important things in life.
Have you interrogated the prisoner?
I have.
Hey, who says I'm a prisoner? We have no use for the cargo. Destroy it. And confiscate the ship.
What are you trying to pull?
And dispose of the prisoner.
What do you mean, dispose of the prisoner? Am I being sentenced to something?
To death.
Don't I get a trial?
You have been tried and found guilty.
Our mystery drama, The Hole in the Sky, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Mandel Kramer.
Rid of that noise, Curly.
What's the matter? Don't you like good music? I thought you was a real space jockey.
If you want to talk about space, all right. You want to get down to business?
Well, how about a little drink first?
When I listen to a deal from you, I better be stone cold sober.
Now, would old Curly ever steer you wrong, Raj?
Absolutely.
Do you know where Medusa's at?
Medusa? That should be a star beyond Polaris.
Well, I got the chart right here. The fifth planet circling around Medusa is called Bacchus. You can see it.
Mm-hmm. I can also see it's a pretty good trip.
Can that lark of yours hold a 3,000-pound cargo?
What kind of cargo?
Why do you care?
I won't handle contraband.
What's contraband? Everything's contraband to somebody somewhere.
You know what I'm talking about, Curly.
What's the difference, huh? The trip's illegal anyhow. There are no solo flights allowed outside the solar system, so what do you care?
No drugs, no weapons, Curly.
Now, would I be mixed up with weapons and drugs?
Up to your ears.
No. This is just stuff for the ladies.
Yeah?
Yeah. This Bacchus is a wild place. It's just being colonized. Now, you could clear a fortune with some makeup. You know, powder, makeup, things the ladies just have to have.
That's contraband.
Sure. But it's nice, harmless contraband.
Look, if I'm caught with any sort of non-essential...
If you're caught, what's the difference what you're caught with?
What's the deal?
Hey, fantastic. You split the take 50-50.
I what?
That's right, old buddy. Right down the middle.
What's the catch?
No catch. No ifs, ands, and maybes. 50-50. Some deal, huh?
When do I leave?
Your cargo's ready right now.
Tonight?
Well, it better be tonight. You're due to sit down on Bacchus no later than the 21st.
21st of what?
21st of this month.
21st? That's in 6 days.
Well, actually, 6.5.
Look at the chart. You see where Bacchus is?
Sure.
Well, this trip should take 6 weeks. There's no way I could ever cover this distance in 6 days.
Oh, sure there is.
How?
Why, Roger, old buddy, you know how. You just go through the hole.
Oh, I see. That's the catch.
Now don't tell me you're scared of the hole.
I'm scared out of my wits.
Now, look, if anybody had ever told me that Rog Thorpe had that little streak of yellow...
Don't try to get a rise out of me, Curly. I'm not yellow. I'm smart. I'll see you around.
Make it around 8 o'clock. That's as long as they can hold the job open.
Goodbye, Curly.
Hey, don't go away, man. It'll make it harder for you to come back here.
I'm not coming back. And I meant it. I was through with all that stuff. But what else was there for me to do? What else did I know how to do? I could join the Space Navy and wear a uniform and be assigned to contraband control, which meant I'd have to prowl through space hunting down guys like me or guys like I used to be. Magda was waiting for me when I got home.
Curly called.
Yeah?
He said your ship is loaded and ready.
Mm-hmm. That's what he told you, huh? Well, he's in for the surprise of his life because I'm not going.
What did you say?
I said I'm not going.
Honey, that's just great.
Is it?
Well, it means you got something better.
Oh, is that what you think?
You do have something better, don't you?
I don't have anything at all.
Well, then I don't understand. How could you turn Curly down?
Because I'm scared. How do you think I've lived this long? Being scared is what keeps you being careful.
Okay. It's just I understood there was a fortune in this trip.
But I'd have to go through the hole. And I'm never going to do that again.
Roger, you've come through it before.
Do you have any idea what it is? That hole in the sky?
I don't know. Some people say it's all in the spaceman's imagination.
Let somebody tell me that. You don't know what it's like.
Okay, Raj, okay.
It's a hole. A big black hole in the sky.
I believe you, Raj.
And there is nothing in there. Nothing.
Honey, don't you think you need a drink?
Nothing. Do you understand? It's a kind of corridor. A crazy kind of corridor.
Whatever you say.
It's like the back door to everywhere. Wherever you want to go, it's right there.
It sounds like fun.
Like everything opens up on it. Everything is right there. Once you're there, you're everywhere.
I believe you.
Stars that are billions and billions of light years away from each other, like Polaris and Orion. Like Taurus and Ursa Major. It's as if you can just move from one to the other, like crossing the street. That's why it's only 6 days from here, because 6 days is how long it takes to get to the hole in the sky. And once you get to the hole, you're anywhere you want to be. Do you understand?
I keep telling you, it's not all that complicated.
But I'm not going there again.
Oh, honey, just try a little goblet of this and you'll go anywhere.
It's a wild place.
Hey, maybe I'd like to go there.
A place where the whole universe is twisted and turned on itself. Sometimes it's quiet. Silent as the grave. And then it explodes.
Explode?
Everything goes haywire. Crazy. There's no longer any sense of time or space or place. And you can just disappear.
How can you just disappear? Take just a little sip of this. It's good for what ails you.
Look. Right here on Earth, okay? There used to be a big ocean between Buenos Aires and Cape Town. Thousands of miles of ocean.
Sure.
And right in the middle, someplace, there used to be a spot called the Bermuda Triangle.
Oh, is that so?
And the ships that they had, the ones that were supported by the ships that sailed over that spot disappeared. Ships that flew above this place disappeared.
So?
So this kind of thing has happened before. Maybe that was a hole in the ocean.
Sure, Raj. If you say so.
Look, get that tone out of your voice. I can't go through that hole in the sky again. I can't. I made a dozen trips.
And nothing happened.
How long can I be lucky? No, if I go this time, I'll be lost. I'll disappear.
Oh, come on, honey. Take a drink. You'll feel better. You always do.
I've been thinking about it. I'm going to sell the Lark.
And do what?
I can sell the Lark to the Navy and raise a stake.
And go where?
Where? To a planet like Bacchus. Or maybe right here in our own solar system. A wild place like Venus or a mine.
And you could raise enough from the sale of the Lark?
Oh, a good piece of it. For the rest, well, I gave you plenty of jewels, money, credits.
I know you did.
All I'm asking is for you to give me some of it so I can get started.
That's not all you're asking, Raj. You're also asking me to go with you and break my back in a mine or on a ranch.
It's only tough for the first couple of years.
I don't want to go. And as far as the money's concerned, it's mine. You gave it to me.
I thought you and I were beyond words like yours and mine. And just said ours.
Yeah. What'll I do the day you get tired of me?
I'll never get tired of you, Magda.
I'm sorry, Roger. I can't say to you, my darling, everything I own in the world is yours. Take it.
Magda, I'm not asking for anything which
You know that basically, I'm out for myself. Did you think you could change me?
All right, Magda.
6 days there and 6 days back. Well, honey, that's less than 2 weeks. I'll be waiting for you when you come home.
Back from her anyhow. She could only give me what she had to give. Why did I think I was entitled to more? And who was I kidding? I'd become a farmer, a rancher, a miner. I was nothing but a space rat. And I might as well learn to live with it. And die with it. I didn't even bother to tell Curly what he already knew. I went directly to the spaceport. The space car, but we had to go through the ritual.
Hey, Roger.
Hi, Joe.
You're inspected and cleared.
Okay.
That's due page 2. Destination?
Venus.
And cargo?
None.
Purpose of journey?
To visit friends.
Oh, come on, Roger. You got to do better than that.
Why? What's the matter?
Give me a break. The sheet does get checked. How does that look? To visit friends?
Well, what do you want me to say?
You could say medical emergency.
Say medical emergency.
You got to prove you're sick, though. You got to name the doctor and so forth and so on.
Joe, write down anything you please.
Well, don't bite my head off. You and I know what you're doing. You and I know where you're going, okay?
All right, look, I'm going to visit my poor old mother.
Great. But you better have one, and she better be on Venus.
Joe, just let me get out of here, will you?
Raj, don't go.
What do you mean, don't go?
I mean, pack it in. Walk away from it.
Are you telling me I can't go?
No, I'm not telling you not to go. I'm just asking you not to.
Why?
Because you won't be coming back.
How do you know?
I know all the signs. You're not coming back, Raj. I know you are not coming back.
At this point, he probably knows something we don't. But what? From the little we know about it, we can appreciate that any journey and uncertain. But obviously, there's something especially dangerous and ominously unusual about this one. Well, Act 2 is but a few minutes away. What was that popular song from a generation ago? It was called Faraway Places with Strange. And what were those faraway places? Oh, they were in Asia, Africa, Europe. Just a hop, skip, and a jump away. But our story today is about really faraway places with strange names like Tau Ceti, Betelgeuse. And on a clear night, sometimes you may see them up there in the sky.
What kind of thing is that to say to me? I'm not coming back. Because it's true. Raj, 5 years ago, I had my own ship, too. 5 years ago, Curly had a job for me. Something like this, only mine was in Orion someplace.
Look, why don't we swap stories when I come back?
You are not coming back, Raj. You better listen. I came out to the field here feeling just like you do. Everything inside me like jelly, and like you, I knew I wasn't coming home again. I'd been through that hole in the sky too many times. Like you, I was scared. Scared to face guys like Curly. Also scared of starving. What was I going to do to make a living?
What else can I do to make a living?
Join up, Raj.
No, I could never do that.
That's what I thought at first. But isn't it better all around if guys like you and me wear the uniform? At least we understand.
I have to go now.
It isn't too bad. The money's good. It's clean.
Bribery, that's clean?
Maybe not, but hey, you can protect your friends. I'm only on the take as far as cargo and destination's concerned. All the money in the world wouldn't get you off the ground if I knew your ship wasn't space-worthy.
Yeah. Well, look, I got a schedule to keep.
Don't go, Raj.
I have to.
Well, then, don't go through the hole.
You know as well as I do I have no choice.
Okay, I'm on the desk tonight. Maybe I can keep the hounds off your trail.
In 15 minutes, I was completely clear of the Earth. I would have no problem while in the boundaries of our own solar system. But as soon as I was out in the galaxy, the patrols would be after me. I could outdistance any single pursuit ship. But if they had my position and course, they could set up a fire network that could destroy me in the fraction of a second. I could hear Joe Dresden on the monitor. He was getting reports from all of his scouts who had sighted or thought they had sighted me. He would be feeding all this data into a computer, which would calculate my exact position.
Attention all ships. Rainbow Command. Illegal craft identified as Lark, registered Captain Roger Thorpe, probably headed for Polaris. Consult charts 946 and 202. Subtract coordinates 4 and 8 from coordinates 12 and 18. Lock, challenge. Allow 5 minutes for reply, then open fire.
Thank you, Joe. He had sent the pursuit off in exactly the opposite direction. He had bought me at least 2 days' time.
Attention, all ships. Rainbow Command. Fugitive reported headed for Ursa Major. Consult charts 380426. Fugitive reported headed for Tau Ceti.
How skillfully he kept directing the pursuit away from me. I was coming to the end of the 5th day, and now I didn't have to worry. I was near the hole in the sky, and even though so many people were convinced that it was all fiction, that was back down there in the safety and security of Earth. Up here, even the most skeptical suddenly became believers. I could rest assured there was nobody within 1 trillion miles of me now.
Roger. Roger. You can answer me, Roger. You won't give away your position. I'm on a sealed frequency.
Joe?
You're at the edge of the hole, Roger.
I know.
Turn back.
I can't.
I'll clear a path for you.
I have to keep going.
I'll bring you home safe and sound.
I'm going in now, Joe. I'm here. And I was there. I was in the hole in the sky. It was so quiet, so peaceful, so tranquil. I'd better feed my computer. My speed, my course, my declination. I could expect to find myself orbiting Medusa. Then I could set my bearing for the planet Bacchus. I could still hear Joe's voice.
Roger, it isn't too late. Now get out of there.
It's quiet, Joe. It's quiet.
That doesn't mean anything. You know as well as I do it can all change in a fraction of a second.
Thanks for everything, Joe. I'm all right now.
Come home, Roger. Come home before it's too late. Roger, come home before it's too late.
Joe! Joe, where are you? Where are you? Suddenly, everything started to spin. Everything went out of control. Not just my computer and my instruments, but everything inside of me. It was as if I was just coming apart under some terrible pressure. An unbelievable stress and strain that began to pull me in every direction. It was as if it were the end of the world. Or maybe it was the beginning. Maybe it was the chaos that was in the very beginning. Then, there was nothing.
Andia. Rodia.
This voice.
Andia. Rodia.
What was she saying? It sounded like no language I'd ever heard before. Then I remembered what I had to do. I fed the sounds into the computer and waited. Just like the ancient anthropologists could construct an entire prehistoric animal from just a few fragments of bone, the computer could project an entire language from just a few significant sounds. Gradually, the voice became clearer and clearer.
What ship is yours? Identify. Identify.
Lark. Lark.
How many aboard?
Just one.
Identify.
Roger Thorpe, registered captain.
Home port.
Earth.
Where is that?
Consult star chart 876.
What is star chart 876?
Whatever you happen to use, start with Polaris.
What is Polaris?
You draw a line from Polaris to Deneb.
There
are no such stars.
Hey, what's that noise?
You are locked into a landing beam.
Hold it. I don't necessarily want to land.
Cut your power.
I only need to get my bearings.
Prepare to descend.
Am I being forced to land?
You are being invited.
But I don't want...
Cut all power. Step clear of the ship.
But where...
Follow instructions.
Under protest.
Follow the red line.
Where am I going?
Stop at the door. Wait.
For what?
It will slide open. Step inside.
What's in there?
Step inside.
There's nothing in here.
Step inside.
Oh, all right. All right. What do I do now?
Wait.
What do you people want? Who are you? Where am I? I was in a room of some kind. A plain, bare space. There was a chair. Just a single chair, and that was the only furniture. I sat down. I waited. Who were these people? What did they want? Then the wall slid away. And facing me was a woman. She was sitting behind a desk of some kind. She was young, about 30-ish. She wore a black robe. Her red hair was short. She might have been good-looking if she didn't have such a serious look on her face. She touched a switch, and suddenly on the entire wall behind, there appeared an enormous sky chart.
Point out your home star.
My home star? Well, it doesn't show up too well, you see. It's a red dwarf. I can give you its position.
Yes?
Just let me orient myself. I'll have to find Polaris. And then Tau Ceti.
I've never heard of any...
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This isn't possible. I don't recognize any of these patterns.
I warn you to tell the truth.
But this is all very strange. Orion should be right there.
Orion?
I don't see a single thing I know in this entire sky.
This is the universe.
Well, maybe it's a part of it that's off somewhere.
This is the complete universe.
Wait a minute. The universe is infinite. Why did you do that?
Blasphemy. Everyone knows the universe is closed and limited.
Okay, have it your way.
Why are there no papers on your ship?
Because I didn't need any.
What is your cargo?
I'm sure you looked it over by now. Cosmetics.
What are cosmetics?
Didn't your translating computer tell you?
Yes, but I don't understand.
Well, it's just stuff that women put on their face.
For what purpose?
I guess it makes them look better.
Better?
What's the difference?
Please, answer the question.
Is it important?
It may be the most important thing in the universe. These cosmetics, they change people's faces?
You could say that.
It disguises them.
Well, strictly speaking, it might.
I see. Yes. Yes, I see.
Well, I hope you see something, because I don't.
Interrogator.
Yes, censor.
We have examined the ship. Have you examined the prisoner?
Who says I'm a prisoner?
You have not been spoken to.
I have examined the prisoner.
We see no use for the cargo. Destroy it.
At once.
Confiscate the ship.
Immediately.
Dispose of the prisoner.
What does that mean, dispose?
Save him for the games, or eliminate him quietly. Whatever suits you.
What is he talking about?
I shall save him for the games.
Look, am I being sentenced to something?
To death.
Wait a minute. Don't I get a trial?
You have been tried and found guilty.
I have the right to defend myself.
You have no rights at all.
What sort of place is this? It could very easily fit certain places here on our own Earth. But this is a story that takes place far in the future, in a place so far away that the imagination can scarcely encompass the distance. But space, time, what do these things matter? People are people everywhere, aren't they? I shall be back shortly with Act 3. are more things in heaven and on earth than are dreamed of in your philosophy is a favorite line of Shakespeare's. And, of course, he had a rather limited idea of heaven. He didn't know that the heavens consisted of an infinity of space with an unlimited number of worlds. Can you imagine what he might have written had he been able to talk with a modern astronomer or an astronaut?
From what I could gather, the man was called the censor. The girl who had been talking to me was called the interrogator. Anyhow, they both decided that it was all over for me. The man left.
You will be executed at the games.
What games are these supposed to be?
The games to honor the establishment of the autocracy.
Look, I don't have anything to do with all this.
What was your purpose in coming here?
I was on my way to Medusa.
Medusa?
Yes, it's a giant yellow star.
There is no such star.
How can you make a statement like that?
Because I never heard of it.
That doesn't mean that...
If it existed, I would have heard of it. Since I have never heard of it, that is proof that it never existed.
Why do I have to be killed?
Because you have come here to overthrow the autocrat.
That isn't true.
Are you a stranger?
Yes.
The only reason strangers come here is to overthrow the autocrat. Since you admit to being a stranger,
it just means... hold on. That doesn't necessarily follow.
Do you have legitimate business on this planet?
Well, no.
Then you admit it. Since you do not have legitimate business, you therefore must be treated as a stranger.
She stood up and nodded her head. 2 men in black robes came in. I understood I was to go with them. I don't care what world you're in. A cell is a cell. This was a small room with smooth white walls. There were 2 beds in it. I had a roommate. His name was Artie. I asked him why he was in jail.
I tried to kill the autocrat.
Look, set me straight, will you? Who is the autocrat?
He is the maximum ruler.
That's why you want to kill him?
I want to kill him because he oppresses the people.
And then what?
Then perhaps the next maximum ruler will be a kinder person.
And suppose he turns out worse?
That has happened before.
Mm-hmm. In that case, what do you do?
Kill him and hope again.
Wouldn't it make more sense to eliminate all these rulers entirely?
Well, then who would rule?
The people.
The people? How could the people rule?
Well, they would elect representatives to, let's say, to a Congress.
I don't understand how that could work.
It doesn't work with all these rulers either.
Well, that's because he has not come yet.
Who?
The ultimate ruler.
And who's he supposed to be?
The ultimate ruler? He will come down from the skies.
How?
He shall be carried by a bird.
Have to be a pretty big bird.
Yes. And he would mark his people.
Mark them? In what way?
In a certain way.
In other words, you don't know.
I only know what the prophecy reads.
Oh, it's prophecy.
For those of us who believe he will come.
Still, it should be easy to explain what marking his people would mean.
I suppose with a sign that will enable everyone to recognize them.
All right. Meanwhile, how does it look for you and me?
We shall be executed.
You say you were opposed to the ruler. What'd you do?
I wasn't able to do anything. We are too few, too weak. Or maybe we are many, but we do not know it. We have no sign by which we may recognize each other.
Well, what did you actually do to wind up in here?
I complained.
You complained? About what?
The weather.
You mean you're going to be executed because you complained about the weather?
It wasn't the first time. If you establish yourself as one who complains, it means you are basically a dissatisfied person. Therefore, you are likely to revolt.
Well, do you plan to just sit here and wait?
It does no good at all to make other plans.
Why not?
How can plans be carried out? We are sealed in here. There is no hope of escape.
There has to be something we can do.
We must face our fate bravely.
I can't accept that.
Accept it, since you may not reject it.
It seemed there was no help at all. The days passed. When would it happen? The games at which the execution would take place. Or were the executions the games? Even Artie didn't know. And the jailer who brought us our food wasn't talking. Then one morning, Artie was taken out of the cell. And I thought, this is it. But why was I being left behind? Then about an hour later, Artie returned. Hey, I thought that was the old ball game for you, Artie.
You were worried. I'm sorry. It's my fault.
Your fault?
Oh, I should have told you. As the day draws closer, you're given a chance to save your life.
Oh? What kind of chance?
Well, naturally, you don't take it.
Why not? What have you got to lose?
Everything. You see, you are given an opportunity to inform on your fellow conspirators.
Oh.
The fact is, I don't have any fellow conspirators.
Well, didn't you say that you belong to an organization that wants to overthrow the autocrat?
I didn't say it was an organization.
Well, then how do you expect to...
One person can do it, if he is resourceful enough.
But wouldn't it be better if you did have a group?
Of course, but how would we know each other? I was very brave, but I wonder... Suppose I did have Confederates. Would I have betrayed them to save my own life?
I don't think you would, Artie. Then suddenly the door opened and the guards were in the cell. They grabbed me. I was hustled along some corridors and finally into a room. A small room. She was behind a table. There was no place for me to sit. Suddenly she took a small metal rod from under her black robe. She pointed it at every part of the room. It gave off a squealing noise.
One has to be sure.
Of what?
I'm sorry I cannot offer you a chair. My name is Dinara.
What do we have to be sure of?
That we are not overheard. We are safe for a moment at any rate.
What am I doing here?
You know what you are doing here. You have been sent here to save us.
I what?
You are the ultimate ruler.
Me? Now, just hold on.
It does you no good to deny it.
I'm telling the truth. I have no idea
It's probably the truth as you see it. You do not know that you are the ultimate ruler. But you have fulfilled the prophecy.
The prophecy?
Surely Artie has talked with you in the cell.
Yes, but I didn't believe...
It was predicted that the ultimate ruler will come down from the skies. He will be carried by a bird. What is the name of your ship?
You can't be serious.
The Lark. And it is a bird of delight. It's not an angry bird, a bird of prey.
That's all coincidence.
And he shall mark his people.
Well?
What have you brought on your ship, on the Lark? You have brought the devices with which your people can be marked. Paint and powder.
Look, I'm afraid you don't understand.
It's the prophecy.
I am not the ultimate ruler.
It does you no good to deny.
My name is Roger Thorpe.
You told me that.
I come from a planet called Earth that revolves around a tiny reddish dwarf star called Sol.
It doesn't matter.
I'm a trapped space captain. I carry mostly contraband if I want to make a living.
It's not important.
There's a place called the Hole in the Sky.
I never heard of it.
It's a spot in the universe where crazy things can happen. You get all twisted and turned in space and time.
It makes no difference.
So maybe I am in an entirely strange universe.
It doesn't change the prophecy. If you are aware or not of being the ultimate ruler, you fulfill all the requirements.
Why are you telling me this?
I, too, wish to overthrow the autocrat.
You? But aren't you a member of the regime?
There are many of us who do our work secretly and hope for the day to arrive.
The fact is, I'm going to be executed any day now. So what good does it do if you think I'm the ultimate ruler?
You have been brought here by your beautiful bird. You have brought the material with which to mark your people. Your people will save you.
There was only one way to make sense out of any of this. I would just have to assume that I had landed on a planet of nuts. Pure and simple. And so I did. But it got pretty grim. One day, Artie and I were taken from our cell and brought to an enormous stadium. There must have been 100,000 people. All of them wore black robes with hoods that covered their heads. Artie and I were led to the center of the arena. Then we heard the voice of the censor.
These men have plotted against the autocrat. Their fate is to be consumed by the mighty electric energy of the state. In a few moments, they shall no longer exist. Let this then serve as a lesson to all who would attempt similar madness.
Not a single word was heard from the robed and hooded crowd. And then we heard it. A humming that grew louder and louder. I began to feel warm, then hot, and soon it was as if I was on fire.
Stop!
Who dares halt the execution?
I, the interrogator.
For what purpose?
Revolt.
Arrest her!
Before anyone dares to touch me, I shall remove my hood. Look at my face. Let all who have the same marking now show their faces.
Her face was white as powder could make it. Her lips were red as the most flaming scarlet. I could hear her voice shouting,
Believers in the ultimate ruler, show your markings.
And now by the thousands, the hoods came off. And there they were. Men, women, children, with stark white faces and flaming red lips. Hardly anyone remained masked, except for the censor and a few high officers. And they were quickly hustled away. And now the silent crowd began to kneel.
Kneel! Homage to the ultimate ruler.
No one should kneel to me.
You are the ultimate ruler. They must.
About that makeup.
You mean the sacred markings.
Men shouldn't really wear any.
Would you deprive us of the privilege of showing our reverence and respect, ultimate ruler?
The prophecy has been fulfilled. The ultimate ruler has arrived on a beautiful bird. He has brought with him the markings that his faithful followers have proudly put on and shall wear forever. And now, all hail the ultimate ruler!
I don't understand completely. I'm the ultimate ruler. I'm treated with respect and reverence. I have whatever I want. There are times when I can't believe it. Am I lost in space? Or am I lost in my own imagination? Who knows? At times, this is real. And times when it seems like a dream. I only know one thing. I entered the hole in the sky. And I'm still in there.
Do any of us know what it means? Is there a hole in the sky? Is there a Bermuda Triangle? Are there mysterious disappearances that simply defy all rational explanation? We work for centuries to solve a riddle. And then when we think we know the answer, suddenly the original question looms larger than ever. I'll be back shortly.
I'm going on a picnic.
That's nice.
With Blanchie, my sweetheart. That's her over there.
And you want us to make up a picnic basket?
With special wine and special food, Mr.
Vino Bronco.
Hi, Mike McDonald.
Vino Bronco is the name of Lancer's white dinner wine.
Vino Bronco?
Yes, very crisp and refreshing. It's affordable, and it goes perfect with any food.
Like caviar?
Vino Bronco is perfect with caviar.
Okay, give me 2 quarts.
Of what?
Of caviar.
It's $25 an ounce. How much do you want?
Right. Well, there'll be 2 of us at the picnic.
Uh-huh.
And Blanche eats like a bird.
Well, just give me an estimate.
How about 1/4 of an ounce?
Perhaps you'd enjoy the Vino Bronco with something a little less expensive.
You mean like this chicken?
This pheasant.
Blanche eats meatloaf. Isn't this meatloaf?
No.
She eats meatloaf by the gobs.
It's not meatloaf. It's pâté de foie gras.
Okay, I'll take the Lancer's Vino Bronco, and what do you have to eat for under $10?
This jar of mustard.
Perfect. Blanche eats mustard by the gobs.
I'll wrap it up.
How do you want to eat the mustard here or
You
what?
can't eat the mustard.
Ah, the summertime, when everybody's fancy turns to love, and Lancer's Vino Bronco White Dinner Wine, imported by Hubeline, Hartford, Connecticut.
You think you've got a problem buying your mother a present this Mother's Day? Try buying presents for 4 mothers. I have my mother, Jack's mother, my grandmother, and his grandmother. I couldn't possibly leave anybody out, so I give them each the Whitman sampler. The sampler's been a Mother's Day tradition with us for years. If you've got a problem about what to buy your mother this Mother's Day, give her the Whitman sampler. It's the perfect way to say Happy Mother's Day, no matter how many mothers you have. At the store, they told me there's a powerful anti-itch drug I can buy without a doctor's prescription. Now I use Bicozine cream as directed. No more burning, embarrassing itching. No more scratching. Bicozine actually speeds healing. Bicozine cream. What a relief.
Now, soften and remove hard, callous skin with the same ingredient doctors use most. Apply Dermasoft cream to feet, hands, elbows as directed. Dermasoft cream.
Maybe there is a hole in the sky. After all, Einstein spoke of a place where the past, the present, the future are all intermixed and intermingled. He says it occurs at the speed of light. But just think, in the universe that's surrounded by our own minds, the private universe that each of us presides over, the past, present, and future frequently mix and mingle. And that truly can be where you find the hole in the sky. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Joan Shea, Earl Hammond, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
If you can't pay your gas, electric, coal, oil, or other fuel bills, you may qualify for help from the city of Detroit. To apply, you must live in...
The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to a robbery detail. A small bakery shop in your city is held up. A man and his daughter are shot down without reason. Your job, get him.
If you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of all long cigarettes. Smoke extra mild Fatima. Yes, Fatima is the king-size cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make it extra mild, to give Fatima a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. That's why Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast. Enjoy extra mild Fatima yourself. Best of all, long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, November 3rd. It was chilly in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of robbery detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Captain Ed Walker. My name's Friday. It was 5 minutes to midnight when we got to 318 Silver Avenue, Stendel's bakery shop.
Yeah?
Romero and Friday sent for robbery.
Hi, I'm Jacobs, Unit 16R. My partner Olson's back there in the shop talking to the owner.
You answered the call, did you?
Yeah, must have been a crazy man. Shot two of them down, cold blood. There they go in the ambulance now. Shot up pretty bad.
Mm-hmm. Who runs the place?
Swedish family named Stendal.
Father, mother, 2 daughters. All 4 of them work in the bakery here.
Mm-hmm. They all here at the time of the robbery?
Yeah, the hold-up man shot the father and the oldest daughter. The mother and the younger girl are in the back, straight through that door.
Okay. Thanks, Jacob.
Right, Sergeant.
Joe, on the side of the door here. Looks like a bullet hole.
Yeah. Hey, Jacob.
Yeah, Sergeant.
You want to call into the crime lab, ask them to send somebody out?
Right.
Thank you.
Hi. You Olson?
That's right.
Romero and Friday, Central Robbery.
Oh, how are you? These are 2 of the victims, Mrs. Signey Stendhal. The girl's her daughter, name's Jennifer.
Any other witnesses?
Not so far. Neighborhood around here is pretty deserted this time of night. Hold-up man made a fast getaway.
And 2 people who were shot. What kind of shape are they in?
The father, Mr. Stendhal, he's got a bullet wound in the right shoulder. Older daughter's a lot worse. Her name's June. 19 years old. Shot 4 or 5 times through the stomach.
Mm-hmm. You want to stand by?
Right, yeah.
Okay. Mrs. Stendhal, we're from robbery detail.
Ja, how do you do?
How do you do?
Jenny, var snäll och se om sittplats för herrarna. 2 stolar.
Yes, Mama.
You will excuse me for not getting up, officer. I don't feel so well.
That's perfectly all right, ma'am.
Chair for you, officer.
Well, thank you. I'll get it.
Thank you very much. You and your daughter here were in the front of the bakery shop at the time of the robbery. Is that right, Miss Stendhal?
No. Jenny was back here with her father. That's Lars, my husband. Uni and I were in the shop in front.
Oh, who were you with, ma'am?
Uni and I.
Joe?
Mama means June, my older sister. She calls her Junie.
Yeah, June.
Oh, well.
You mind telling us what happened?
Well, June and I was scrubbing the floor of the shop. Every Tuesday night we scrubbed the floor of the shop. Then this man came in and pointed a gun. He wanted our money.
About what time did he come in?
11:15, 11:20. I don't remember for certain. He wanted our money and I gave it to him.
How much was that, ma'am?
Jenny, du vet. Hur mycket pengar var det förresten?
$24.
Yeah, $24. Just the paper money. He took it and put it in his pocket. June, my daughter, she started to cry. The man hit her. She cried some more. Then Lars and Jenny came running from the back.
Yes, ma'am.
The man pointed the gun. He made Lars and me and Jenny stand against that wall. But not June. He took hold of her. Jenny, hur ser du dig? Den vägen din mannen. Han var där. June.
It was getting fresh with her, Mama. The man tried to get fresh with June officers. June hit him. He tried to drag her out the door with...
Yeah, June hit him. Hit him good. And he went like that, threw her against the counter and pushed June down. Crazy man. Crazy look. He kicked her.
Mm-hmm.
Then Lars, my husband, he ran at the man. He heard the gun loud. And Lars fell down.
And I screamed.
Yeah. And I screamed. I turned and I saw the man standing over June. He pointed the gun down at her.
Yes, ma'am.
Crazy look on him. He kept shooting her 4, maybe 5 times. June screamed. She kept screaming. The man ran out the door.
It's all right now, Miss Stendhal.
Had either one of you ever seen this man before?
No.
No, neither did I.
Would you know him if you saw him again?
Yeah, I think so.
I would, officer. I got a good look at him. He was wearing a blue cap like a baseball player wears.
Mm-hmm. How'd he get away? Was he on foot or did he have a car?
Nobody followed him, but after he left, I heard a car start up down the block, and then it drove away.
Do you have anything else to add, Mrs. Stendhal?
I hope you catch the man. He's bad. Please catch him.
Yes, ma'am. We're going to try.
Jenny, Var snäll att ge mig Nichols ifrån kassan.
Yes, Mama. Here, Mama.
Here, officer. When you find the man, please call me.
You keep the nickels. We'll call you. Before we left the scene of the robbery and shooting, Mrs. Stendhal and her daughter gave us their description of the hold-up man, together with the clothing he wore. The suspect had no outstanding physical characteristics that they'd noticed. The only thing unusual about his clothing was that he wore what appeared to be a baseball cap at the time of the hold-up. She described the cap as light blue with a visor. Together with Officers Bechtel and Lopez from Central Robbery, we canvassed the immediate neighborhood for other possible witnesses. We found none. The next morning, we went out to the hospital. The condition of the older daughter, June, was critical. We interviewed the father. He could tell us nothing. At 10 a.m., Mrs. Stendhal and her younger girl, Jenny, were brought to the office, and we started them looking through mug books of parolees previously convicted of armed robbery. Within 2 hours, both of them positively identified the picture of a recent San Quentin release as that of the hold-up man. His name was Harold Best. We started a quick rundown.
You pulled the package, Johnny?
Yeah, here's the dope. Harold Best. Alias Harold Norris, alias Harold Thompson, alias Tom Norris. One term for armed robbery in Q. Got out 4 months ago. Ammo and description both match.
How about the ex-con file? Did you check it?
He's registered. Did you get a hold of his parole officer?
Yeah, 2440 Excelsior Avenue's rooming house.
Well, that checks with the ex-con files.
Parole officer says Best went to work 2 weeks ago at a filling station over on Vermont.
Yeah?
Doesn't seem to be able to hold a job. Quarrelsome, run himself into debt. I got him. Robbery, Romero. Yeah, right. That's all, huh? Yeah. Right, bye. Ray Pinker at the crime lab. They checked the slugs taken from the 2 victims.
Yeah?
They came from a .32 caliber revolver. Probably a Colt.
Mm-hmm. Anything else?
That's it. Not too bad a start.
We've had worse.
Yeah. Maybe we can make that phone call pretty quick.
2 p.m. Wednesday. Ben and I drove out to his rooming house at 2440 Excelsior Avenue, and we found that Herbert Best was still living there. We had the landlady show us his room. Besides the usual personal belongings, we came across nothing of consequence. After questioning the landlady, we drove to the service station on Vermont Avenue, where Best was supposed to be employed.
I don't see anyone around.
Oh, there's a fellow over there greasing a car in the rack.
Oh, yeah. That looks like Best.
Mm-hmm. Hey, fella. You.
Yeah?
Can you tell us if there's a Herbert Best working here?
Sure, I'm him. Why?
Police officers would like to talk to you.
Yeah? What's the matter?
Routine investigation. Got a few questions for you.
Supposed to have this car greased up a 3:45. What am I supposed to do, please? You're a boss.
I'll find him, Joe. You got any heat on you?
No. What's it all about?
How long's this going to be?
A couple of minutes. Won't take more than a grease job. Put this thing in shape.
Well, we'll wait for you.
How'd you find me? That nosy landlady of mine?
No, routine channels.
Every fettin' on this trap was froze. Piece of junk. Well, what's it all about?
Got a few things to straighten out, Best. How long you been working here?
Well, you didn't drive out here for that. That's not your game. What's the pitch?
Routine investigation. We'd like to know where you've been spending your nights.
For instance?
Sunday night? Where were you?
Well, I don't know. I went to a show. Yeah, I saw a Mickey Rooney picture.
Where?
Downtown. I had a beer after the show. Come home.
How about Monday night?
I went home after work. I was pooped. Went to bed early.
Can you prove it?
Landlady saw me come in, always snooping around. She ought to know if I was there or not.
How about last night, Tuesday?
Played some cards with a friend of mine, him and his wife, Penny Annie Booker.
Where?
Their place, it's down on Pico, near the park. You can ask them.
What time did you get there?
Oh, I'm not sure. About 8 o'clock, I guess.
What time did you leave?
What's it all about?
What time did you leave?
Around midnight, yeah. Must have been around midnight.
What'd you play with your friend and his wife?
Poker I lost as usual. Took a streetcar home, went to bed.
Sure you didn't leave earlier?
Of course I'm sure. It was around midnight, I remember.
How do you remember?
I looked at my watch. Good enough for you?
What time did you get home?
Well, it takes about a half hour on a trolley. Must have been about 12:30.
Did your landlady see you come in?
I don't know if she saw me or not. Always snooping around. Probably did.
You're not sure?
No, of course I'm not sure. She looks for me. I don't look for her.
You own a gun, Best?
You know better than that, copper. Ex-cons can't have a gun.
Your friend and his wife. Now, they're going to back you up if you were playing cards with them till midnight?
Why not? I was. Say, there's a boss looking for me. I better let him know I'm here.
Just a minute, Best.
Yeah?
What's that you got in your back pocket there?
Huh?
In your back pocket, the right one there.
Oh, this?
Yeah.
Baseball cap. Why?
4 p.m. Ben and I checked the suspect's locker at the service station and then drove him back to the office to the interrogation room. We continued questioning him. He denied any knowledge of the holdup and shooting at Stendhal's bakery shop the night before. We asked him again about the friends he was supposed to be playing cards with at the time of the robbery. He told us that they lived over on Pico, but he couldn't remember the address. He volunteered to direct us there, but he said they wouldn't be home. He told us their names were Mr. and Mrs. Clyde Mitchell, and that they were in charge of the food concessions at one of the football stadiums in town. Best was held for suspicion of robbery. That night, we drove out and interviewed the landlady at his boarding house. She knew nothing of Best's whereabouts the previous night. She didn't know what time he left or what time he returned. Ben and I went over his room again. There was no sign of a gun. Friday, 2 p.m. Officers Bechtel and Lopez went out to the hospital to see if Mr. Stendhal and his daughter June could identify Best's mugshot. Ben and I drove out to the stadium to locate Mr. and Mrs. Clyde Mitchell. There was a high school football game going on.
High school kids sure have a lot of fun nowadays. Best years of your life, Joe.
Well, you sound like you're 85.
Some nights I feel like it. The way those kids turn out for these things, you'd think USC and Notre Dame were playing.
You see the number on that gate over there?
Yeah, it's 23. Is that the number the gatekeeper gave me?
Yeah. Must be the Mitchell stand over there. Come on.
Oh, miss, can you tell us where to find Mr. and Ms. Mitchell?
Yeah, around back of the stand. You're knocking the door.
Thank you.
Yeah, come on in.
You Ms. Mitchell?
That's right. What is it?
Police officers. I'd like to talk to you if you have a few minutes.
All right, I'm having a bite of lunch, but come on in. Shut the door.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Lousy food business. You never get a chance to feed yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, you care for some of these? New kind of potato chip. Revolutionary, it says.
Oh?
Mother Thompson's puff chips, flavored. Got all kinds, see? These here are a combination, see, garlic and eggplant. Sure tastes different. Have some?
No, thank you very much.
I would. Thank you. See, we're inquiring about a friend of yours, Ms. Mitchell. Maybe you can tell us something about him.
Oh, who's that?
Man by the name of Herbert Best.
Herb? Yeah, old-time friend of my husband's. Why do you want to know?
You see him quite often, do you, Miss Mitchell?
Mm-hmm. Once, twice a month. Clyde and I play cards or go out bowling with him. Herb's pretty good company.
Uh-huh. When's the last time you saw him?
Early this week, Tuesday, I think it was.
Sure, it was Tuesday.
Let's see, yeah. It was. We played cards. Why?
At your place?
That's right, a little poker. Clyde and Herb and me.
What time did Best get to your place, Ms. Mitchell?
Right after I finished up with the dinner dishes, around 7:45, I'd say.
How long did he stay?
A couple of hours. We sat around, had a few drinks, played poker, nickel limit.
What time did he leave? Do you remember that?
A little before 10, I think.
I'm sure of that, ma'am. It's important.
Sure as I can be. Must have left before 10 because Clyde and I listened to the 10 o'clock news alone. Then we went to bed right after.
Your friend Best tells us he didn't leave your place until midnight.
Oh, that's not right. Her must be mixed up. He left before 10, I'm sure of that.
All right, Ms. Mitchell. Thank you.
Say, I hope I haven't said anything I shouldn't have. I know Herb's an ex-con.
Yeah.
He likes to gamble. You're not checking up on him for Tuesday night, are you?
That's right.
You playing too much poker?
They're not playing enough. 3:30 p.m. We located Mr. Mitchell, corroborated his wife's story, and then we went back to the city hall. Officers Bechtel and Lopez were waiting for us. They told us that they had seen Mr. Stendhal and his daughter, June, at the hospital. Both of them had identified Herbert Best's mugshot as that of the holdup man. At a show-up, Mrs. Stendhal and her daughter identified Best. We checked auto records for all stolen cars that might tie in. There were none. We then started to work on the theory that he had taken a bus from his friend's place where he had been playing cards to the Stendhal Bakery where the shooting took place. Lopez and Bechtel rode the bus over the same route. It took 43 minutes. Plenty of time for Best to have gotten from one place to the other, even on a slow run. We interviewed the bus driver who'd been on duty that particular line Tuesday night between 10 p.m. and midnight. He identified Best as one of his passengers, but he didn't remember where he got off. The next morning, Ben and I met with Ed Walker, captain of robbery.
Hi. How'd you make out? Just saw the deputy DA. Laid out the case for him.
Yeah?
We got the complaint. He'll be arraigned this afternoon.
How strong a case you got?
Well, each one of the Stendhal family identified Best. His alibi didn't stand up for Tuesday night.
Uh-huh.
And we got that bus driver. He tapped Best, too. And that blue baseball cap. All we need now is the hold-up gun.
I hate to spoil it for you. This letter just came through in the mail. Have a look.
Thanks.
What do you think?
I read in the paper this morning about Herbert Best. You got the wrong guy. I'm the one who held up that bakery.
Every detail about that robbery is written down in that letter. The information wasn't in the newspaper story. Nobody else but the hold-up man would know all those details.
Yeah, wait a minute. Listen to this.
Yeah?
If you don't believe I'm the right man, I'll shoot up a couple of more jerks. Next time, I'll kill him.
It's no crank letter.
No, it isn't.
You got the wrong man.
You are listening to Dragnet, the case history of a police investigation presented in the public interest by Fatima Cigarettes.
If you smoke a long cigarette, it will be in your interest to listen to this case history recorded by a typical Fatima smoker.
Hi there. My name is Bab Beckwith. Bab, that's short for Bethany Ann Beckwith. I live in New York City and I'm a fashion stylist. The other day at a showing of the new fall styles, I ran out of cigarettes. A friend of mine, a designer, introduced me to the new long Fatima. I really wish someone had told me about them sooner. Fatimas are a lot milder than the cigarettes I've been smoking. And they have a delightful flavor, too. I'm very glad to recommend them to you, because I know from experience it's wise to smoke extra mild Fatimas.
And more smokers every day are finding that out. Actual figures show extra mild Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast.
So enjoy extra mild Fatima yourself.
The king-size cigarette, which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos, superbly blended to make it extra mild.
You will prefer Fatima's much different, much better flavor and aroma.
You will agree.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
The best of all long cigarettes.
After we received the anonymous letter in the mail confessing to the Stendhal Bakery holdup, we met with the deputy district attorney. We acquainted him with the new facts in the case. That afternoon, the charges against Herbert Best were dropped. We started again at the beginning. 10 a.m. Monday, November 9th. The members of the Stendhal family were again shown mug books of ex-cons with robbery records. This time they picked out 8 mug shots of known robbery men, each with a marked resemblance to the original suspect, Herbert Best. Together with officers Bechtel and Lopez, we started checking them out. The first 2 days, we tracked down 4 of the 8. All of the 4 were in the clear. 5:15 p.m., we got back to the city hall, the carpool.
See any empty spots, Joe?
No, but don't park it in any one of the city councilman's stalls.
Yeah, I might get sore.
Well, why don't you pull up here? Boyd will take care of it.
No, doubt.
That's good right here.
Doggone it, I knew there's something I forgot to do.
What's that?
Oh, they had an underwear sale today. That place down in South Fig, shorts, T-shirts. Wife told me to be sure and get down there.
Well, that'd be another one. That place has sales all the time, don't they?
Only twice a year on underwear. Stuff I've got's not going to last till next time.
Friday? Ben? Wait a minute.
Gene Beck.
Yeah. Hi, Beck.
Hi. What up?
Yeah. How'd you make out?
2 men we checked were clean. We picked up something 77th Street station. Now, go ahead, Ben.
Uh-huh. Oh, what's that elevator door?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Well, what's with 77th Street?
Oh, a couple of men in traffic out there covered an accident this afternoon. 91st and Central, hit and run.
That's so?
And one of our traffic cars saw the collision, took out after the guy. Chased him 10 blocks.
Mm-hmm.
And while they were chasing him, they thought they saw the driver throw something out of the car window.
Yeah, what?
I'm coming to that. When they finally pulled the car over, gray coupe, the driver told him his shoulder was wrenched in the accident. He was on his way to his own doctor.
Mm-hmm.
Our men took him to 77th Street, had the doc there look at him.
Yeah.
While the doc was treating the guy, only one of the officers was in the room.
Mm-hmm.
When he turned to get a drink of water, the suspect slugged him, then the doctor. Jumped out of the window, got away. Teletype's out on him.
He went to an awful lot of trouble to beat a traffic rap.
Yeah, that's the way it impressed the boys out there. They got out of broadcasting the guy, went back to the spot where they thought they saw the guy toss this thing out of his car when they were chasing him.
Did it pay off?
They found a .32 Colt revolver. Russ Camp's checking it now over in the crime lab.
What did they say the man looked like?
Description measures pretty close to our holdup guy.
I'll get it. Robbery Friday. Yeah, just a minute. See you back.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Russ. Yeah. Okay, fine, right. Russ Camp checked the .32 revolver with the slugs in the Stendhal case.
Yeah.
Positive make.
The gray coupe, which the unidentified suspect had been driving, had been checked out by traffic officers at 77th Street Division. They had found that the owner and driver of the car was a man named Bruno Stock, a two-time loser with a page full of major and minor crimes to his credit. We checked his mama sheet, and we got out a broadcast on him in an APB. A stakeout had been placed at his last known address. We picked up a sandwich and a cup of coffee for dinner, and then we started checking out Bruno Stock's relatives and friends. By 6 o'clock the following night, we still had no idea where he was. A little after 9 p.m., we got a call from an informant who told us that a Tommy Josephson, a small-time thief and reputedly a friend of Bruno Stock's, wanted to talk to us. We found him in a small apartment over on West 6th.
One thing I want to set you straight on. Bruno's no friend of mine. He's in on the heavy rackets. No heavy racket man's a friend of mine.
All right, we got it. Now where's Bruno?
He came here tonight, 6:15. Moved right in on me. Didn't even ask me.
What do you want with you?
Now, you remember, Bruno's no friend of mine.
Yeah, we got that. Now, what do you want?
A gun. He knew I had one. I keep it for self-protection. You can't trust these heavy men.
Did you give him the gun?
Give it to him. He took it. Shook me down like a rat. Made me go out and buy dinner for him. My own dough. Had to bring it back here from.
Yeah.
Bruno's no friend of mine. What he does with that gun is his grief. It's out of my hands.
When did he leave here?
An hour ago, I think. Maybe a little less. Shook me down like a rat. Real heavy guy.
Where was Bruno going?
I don't know. He's crazy. All them heavy guys are crazy. Talk like somebody with a paper head.
Did he tell you where he was going?
See a friend of his over in Dogtown. Guy runs a bowling alley. Bruno's going to borrow his car.
What for?
He's heavy, I tell you. Said he was going out on a heist tonight. Did he ever write you guys a letter?
Why?
Well, he told me he was going to prove what he wrote to you. Crazy. I didn't get it at all.
Yeah.
Said he was going out to kill a couple of jerks.
9:30 p.m. We got the address of the bowling alley run by Bruno Stock's friend, and we called the office. An alert for the suspect was broadcast immediately. Together with Gene Bechtel and Lopez, we drove to the bowling alley. Ben and I went in. Bechtel and Lopez covered the outside.
It's a good crowd. I wonder where they do business. I don't see any counter.
No, neither do I.
Oh, yeah. There it is. Way over in the corner.
Oh, yeah. There's nobody behind the cash register. How about that fellow in the white T-shirt standing by the cigarette machine?
Yeah, looks like he works here. Let's go. Joe, the guy with him, just turned towards
Bruno, come on.
He sees us. He's going for the back.
All right, you, let's hold it up. Come on.
He ducked in there to the right, Joe.
Down behind the alley. Hold it up, Stock.
The window, Joe.
Went right through it. Come on. Here.
There he is. Get out.
Joe? He's in there, Beck. Cover the front.
Right. Over the fence, Joe. There he is.
All right, give it back.
Yeah.
Come on.
You see?
No.
Got to be in the yard someplace.
Yeah.
Where'd it come from?
I can't see. Keep down.
Back stairs of that house. There he is.
Give it up, Stock. All right, mister.
Your tag?
Come on.
What's it look like?
Wait a minute. It's a shoulder wound. You want to shake him down?
Yeah.
Joe? Ben? You all right?
Yeah. Get an ambulance, will you, Beck?
Right.
I'll throw the cuffs on him, huh?
Yeah. Well, that's it, Joe.
Yeah.
Where you going?
I got a phone call to make.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On February 18th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 84, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
And now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. In the Record Bureau of all metropolitan police departments, there's a special file in which all known criminals are cataloged and cross-indexed according to identifying marks. Marks which help the working detective. And so, with the cigarette, the outstanding identifying mark of Fatima is quality. The careful selection and blending of only the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos to make Fatima extra mild. Now, if you're a long cigarette smoker, you'll find, like I did, that every pack is extra mild. You'll find it's the best of long cigarettes. Smoke Fatima.
Bruno Alfred Stock was tried and convicted of first-degree robbery and assault with intent to commit murder, 2 counts. Because of his prior convictions, he was adjudged an habitual criminal and sentenced to a life imprisonment. He is now serving his term in the state penitentiary. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima Cigarettes, the best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet from Los Angeles.
Coming up, Duffy's Tavern. Next Tuesday, it's Fibber McGee on NBC.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The payoff is murder, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, changes my stock and trade. If it's touch and go with trouble and you want out, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, maybe you've heard of my husband, Johnny Wyatt. Just a notch higher than a club fighter. Big, strong boy who hasn't gotten anywhere. Well, Friday night he meets Pat Driscoll at the Christopher Arena and the payoff is all set. But not if Johnny plays it my way. Then the payoff might be murder. Still, I want to take that. Want to take that chance. Maybe my reasons for this are a little cockeyed, but if you're interested, let's talk it over. And it's signed Doris Wyatt.
Christopher Arena, Brooksy. Sounds like old home week. Remember?
Remember? I had to sit there and watch you get worked over just to satisfy the ego of a vicious little gangster named Salvador.
The late Johnny Salvador. So now there's a Douglas Harger running all of his rackets. It's enough to make a growing boy turn cynical.
One thing's certain from Mrs. Wyatt's letter. The air around Christopher Arena still has an odor from here to there and back again.
Yeah. With Harger in the picture, the fight could very well be a fix. But why should an ever-loving wife want to change the payoff so it might read murder?
Well, George, she admitted her reasons might sound a little cockeyed.
But just how cockeyed?
All right, Mr. Valentine, I'll tell you why I'm not going to let Johnny throw that fight Friday night.
Yeah, Mrs. Wyatt?
Because I've never had a mink coat.
Huh?
What's that? Exactly what I said, Miss Brooks.
Well, pardon my dunce cap, but if your husband played along with Harger, that would be about as short a cut to a mink coat as you'd want.
And you still don't seem to get it. The first time I ever saw Johnny, I was in a chorus line. I think I wanted a mink coat more than I wanted to breathe. And I could have had it even with a wedding band. But I picked Johnny. Doesn't that mean anything to you?
Yeah. You loved him.
It's more than that. For 10 whole years, I've had to stand by while he was getting his face pushed in. But at least he was always doing a clean, honest job. The only job he knew. But
How do you think we can help you if Johnny's made up his mind?
You can help me change it.
Now, wait a minute. Look, Harger and his crowd have already placed their bets. They're not going to let Johnny or anybody else cross him.
I know.
Anyway, this is a little out of my line, Mrs. Wyatt. I wouldn't know how to go about this.
And I wouldn't know what to tell you. Oh, maybe I've got a one-track mind. A gasoline station along the road, an auto court. And who knows, maybe we could still have a couple of kids. Funny where you can wind up dreaming of a mink coat. Sorry I bothered you, Mr. Valentine. Forget it.
Well, now, wait a minute. Let me think about this.
Hey, Doris. I want... Oh, you got company, huh?
Where have you been, Johnny?
Training. You know, honey, Friday night, the big payoff.
Look at you. How much do you think you'll have to drink after Friday to forget what you did?
You know I'm only doing this for you, Doris. Hey, over these people, we shouldn't be talking like this in front of...
You don't have to worry about them.
Go on, get out, both of you, get out. I want to talk to my wife.
Might be a good idea if you did a little listening, Johnny.
Who are you to tell me what to do? I get enough of that. Get him out of here.
This
Doris,
is Mr. Valentine. I thought he could figure a way you could still fight an honest fight and not get hurt.
You mean you told him?
She was only thinking of you.
Get out, I told you.
Stop it, Johnny, stop it. This is one time your fists aren't going to help you. After the fight, I'm leaving you. For good.
You what?
Leaving you.
But, baby, it's 10 years. Things we had planned. This was going to be my last fight. Doris, you don't know what you're saying. You can't do it.
Take it easy now. Here, fella, sit down. Pull yourself together. Now, look.
Yeah.
If you're willing to try, I'll see if I can get you off the spot.
Oh, Johnny, please listen to him. What about it, Johnny?
Go ahead, mister.
Okay. You think you got it in you to beat this Driscoll guy Friday?
I think I can take him. Got at least one good fight left in him.
Good.
Besides, Driscoll thinks it's all fixed. He's been doing his training in nightclubs. Oh, but there's nothing you can do about it now, Valentine. You don't double-cross Harger and get away with it.
Well, you didn't fix this thing, Johnny. It was Steve Helianos. Your manager did all the talking for you.
You got a contract with this Helianos?
Sure, but I had no trouble getting out of that. Steve's been chipping me for years.
Well, what's the word, Johnny?
Just what you know it would be if I thought I was going to lose you.
Well, it looks like you've got another date at the Christopher Arena, George.
Yeah. Okay, we don't have much time. Get him under a cold shower, Doris. Fill him full of black coffee.
Yeah.
Where do you train, Johnny?
Murray's Gym, 8th Street. Harger took that place over from Salvador, too.
Well, don't go near the place. Use the gym at the YMCA until you hear from me.
What are you going to do?
See a man who has more reason than any of us to hate Harger and everything he stands for. A man who hated Johnny Salvador enough to kill him.
George, the basher.
But that guy's punch drunk. They got him locked away in a sanitarium.
Uh-huh. But I think he can still make the kind of sense that'll give us a fighting chance. Now, Brooksy.
Yes, George.
I'll pick you up at the office. Right now, it's time for a couple of characters to get a shock treatment.
Here, listen, my friend. Where do you get off telling me how to run my business? Aren't you forgetting? I am his manager.
As far as Johnny Wyatt is concerned, you're out of business, Helianos, as of now.
I'm warning you. Don't make things unhealthy for yourself.
Come now, Helianos. You're the one who's flirting with high blood pressure. Don't get so excited.
But you heard what he said, Mr. Harger.
And everyone else will if you don't stop raising your voice. Besides, you know how sensitive I am to raucous voices. Now, if you'll just leave us alone, I'd like to talk to Mr. Valentine.
Sure, okay. But don't forget I got a contract with Wyatt.
Yeah, sure. That piece of paper and a dime will buy you a cup of coffee. And if you have any complaints, take them up with the boxing commission.
You think I won, eh? Well, I will...
Your tantrums are childish, Helianos.
Huh?
I'm afraid we both have to admit that round number 1 goes to this gentleman on points.
Thanks.
Well, the gentleman better stay out of my way. We don't want to wake up floating in his shore.
Hey, isn't that Pat Driscoll punching the bag over there?
Yes. You see him in one of his more conscientious moods. He's actually condescended to work out today.
Uh-huh. Well, no wonder Wyatt is the top heavy favorite. You stand to really clean up if he does approach.
When he does it. Which brings us to the crux of the matter, doesn't it, Mr. Valentine?
Yeah. That Johnny Wyatt is going to fight the best he knows how. No matter which way you're betting or what you intend to do.
I can't allow Wyatt to win. There's almost $250,000 involved.
Okay, what do you propose to do about it?
Unlike Helianus, I don't indulge in lurid threats. I simply want to state a fact. If this bout doesn't come off as planned, neither you nor Wyatt will have much time to enjoy virtue's momentary triumph.
Well, now, that was the purpose of this little visit. Now we both know where we stand.
Mr. Hager, I understand this guy's giving you some kind of trouble.
Trouble? Of course not, Driscoll. We were merely discussing business.
Yeah. I was trying to find out how to bet Friday night. Mr. Hager here says you can't lose.
All right, I'm a sure thing, so what?
But I keep saying you can't win, Driscoll.
Huh?
Unless you got somebody in there to take a dive for you.
What's that? You know what I think I'm gonna do?
Hold it, Driscoll.
I'm gonna nail you one, sweetheart, and see how you look splashed on the floor.
Hey, look at the guy done it, Driscoll. Driscoll's out like a light.
I don't believe it.
Yeah, sure.
Who splashed on the floor?
I am impressed, Mr. Valentine. If I weren't betting on that reclining gentleman, I'd be tempted to applaud.
Hey, buddy, I just see what you've done. The right cross you got there. Anybody managing you?
Out of my way, Buster. I got places to go and things to do.
But that right cross.
Now listen to Mr. Valentine carefully, Basher.
I'm listening. I get what you're saying.
Good, because this is very important.
Don't you see? This is your chance to win a big fight, not even have to go into the ring.
Well, how can I do that? Them keeping me here in the sanitarium.
Now, look, Basher, you know Hager took over where Salvador left off. And he's doing the same thing to other fighters that Salvador did to you.
He can't do that. Look where I am because of him. And I used to be champ. Champ.
We know that, Bash.
Now, please, get the story straight. Johnny Wyatt wants to make this his last fight. And he wants to do a clean, honest job on Driscoll.
I wish they'd let me in there. I'd show that young punk a couple of things.
Yeah, Bessie, yeah, I know. But you see, Wyatt's betting on himself. Every dollar he's got. His wife's depending on him, too.
All the money they've saved to buy a gas station, live a decent life, is on him to win.
Now, look, I'm no fight manager, and I want you to help me find the right trainer and things like that.
Yeah.
But most important, how does a guy like Hager operate? I want to call every move he makes before he even thinks of it.
Oh, okay. I'll put you straight. Already, Hager's way ahead of you.
What do you mean?
What's the odds for Friday night?
Why, it's 7-2 for Johnny Wyatt to win.
Yeah.
That's what I mean, Mr. Valentine. Before the fight, the odds are going to be even bigger for Wyatt. Hager will see that they are.
How can he do that, Basher?
A couple of stunts like he done with you in the gym today when you socked Driscoll. He didn't have to hit the floor, but he did it so everybody would think he wasn't in shape. Yeah, part of the frame.
Uh-huh.
And that gets in the papers, and everybody bets on Wyatt. A sure thing.
But, George, that means...
Yeah, I'm beginning to see what it means, Brooksy.
The odds should be on Driscoll. He's young, he's smart. If you just knew where to look, you'd see they got Driscoll training hard for this fight.
This puts me on the spot, Bashy.
Yeah, well, it's an old deal. Salvador started doing it with me when I was getting washed up. I was 32. That was, 3 years ago.
Well, this is beginning to look like a work of art, George. Hager's got himself double insurance. If Johnny Wyatt doesn't throw the fight, Driscoll can probably beat him anyway.
Driscoll, smart kid.
Oh, boy, what a gold-plated goon guy I turned out to be. I let the Wyatts risk everything, their whole future on this fight.
You never can beat big boys like Hager when they got the fix on.
I know. Still, Johnny Wyatt's got to win Friday night. And I've got to make him. But how, Basher? How?
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about the well-tailored car. Whether your everyday motoring is in the Puget Sound area, along the Columbia River, or in the desert, there's one way you can be sure of command performance from your car. That's by relying on high-octane Chevron Supreme gasoline. For this great premium quality fuel is climate-tailored to each different altitude and temperature zone in the West. That means wherever you motor, Chevron Supreme's blending agents command fast starts, command smooth acceleration, command the extra power that makes your car great on hills. Just try a tank full of Chevron Supreme tomorrow and enjoy the command performance it gives your car on the straightaway, in heavy traffic, and up the steepest hills. Remember, Chevron Supreme for command performance every mile of the way. Ask for it at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You find yourself managing, of all things, a heavyweight fighter, Johnny Wyatt, at the end of the road, facing a younger, stronger man. If your boy wins, Harger or one of his mobsters will see that you pay with your life for the fortune they lose in bets. Yet Johnny and his wife are also betting everything they own that he gets the nod. So you're up a blind alley. If you're like George Valentine, you just put your head down and try to slug your way out.
You know, Harger, somebody must have pampered you when you were a boy. To think you can just walk into somebody's house and your very appearance is going to scare them to death?
Please, Mr. Valentine. I've been waiting for this moment. Let me do the talking.
And for once, Harger, I think you're going to do the listening. I doubt if you're going to feel like the same man when Mrs. Wyatt gets through describing you.
You keep talking about my Johnny as your boy. You think he's through and he'll do anything you tell him when he gets in the ring. But Johnny is my boy, too. This is his last fight, and he's going to fight it the way I want him to. We know what he's up against. But no soft-spoken piece of rubbish like you is going to change our minds.
Any questions, Mr. Harger?
No, just a mere statement minus the dramatics. I thought it might carry greater weight stated in front of Mrs. Wyatt, who's supposed to love her husband.
No soft-spoken piece of rubbish is going to change our minds.
I admire models of virtue, Mrs. Wyatt, but only as curios you keep under glass.
Why don't you speak your piece and get back to your gilded gutter?
The simple fact remains. When I make a bet, there's always a payoff. Either in money or in that wasteful and businesslike operation known as violence.
But it's only been a couple of hours, Doris. Try to remember what you said.
I am.
Your exact words when Harger came in. Now, you did all the talking. He just stood there.
I'm trying to remember. I'm trying so hard.
Don't rush her, George. Maybe it'll come easier if you don't make her try so hard.
But we got to get this right, Brooksy.
First, I remember saying, please, Mr. Valentine, I've been waiting for this moment.
Yeah, that's right. Then you said, let me do the talking.
And you said, and for once, Harger, I think
you're going to do the listening. Now we got it, Brooksy. Take all this down.
Okay, George, but I still want to know why.
Angel, this has to be the convincer. I've got to make Harger think I've got something on him. And before he realizes there's one important thing missing from the recording we're going to make.
Well, what's that?
Just his voice, Doris.
But, George, you'll never get away with it.
You just take the words down, Brooksy. Johnny and I have a date at the sanitarium with a basher.
I was champ once, Wyatt. Remember me, huh? Remember me?
Yeah, we all do, Bash. It's just too bad you had a guy like Salvador Him.
Sharp talk and wait, Basher. But will you please look at those pictures? I had to do a lot of talking to get the...
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I'm watching every move he makes.
Look, this guy isn't going to get us anywhere.
Will you keep quiet, Johnny?
Yeah, I'm watching. I got it. You can turn this thing off now, Mr. Valentine. I got the answer.
Turn the projector off now, Mac, and put on the lights. Okay, what is it, Basher?
Being the champ like I was, I got Driscoll's weakness, just like that. Johnny boy, you can murder that guy in the first round.
Me and how many bulldozers?
Go on, Basher.
Well, when the bell rings, Johnny boy, you rush to the middle of the ring with your dukes up, like Driscoll was the worst enemy you ever had.
You're not far from wrong.
You seen him in them pictures. All you gotta do is all of a sudden let your hands drop down by your side.
Yeah, you forgot to mention who carries me out.
Will you listen to him, Johnny?
When Driscoll comes in for the kill, he's wide open. You seen it. That's when you give it to him, Johnny boy. But not with your right. not with your right.
Just how do you do it, Basher?
You throw your left at him. That's the way he's least expecting.
Well, the only punch I got is my right cross. Everybody knows the only thing I can do with my left is chase off flies.
Like I said, least expecting. And the guy's got a glass jaw. You've seen it in the pictures. He won't know what happened to him.
Valentine, let's get out of here. If I do this punch he tells me, I'll get killed.
We'll talk about that later, Johnny. Thanks for your advice, Basher. And when you listen to this fight over the radio, you can say to yourself, it's just as though the Basher were in there fighting.
Do like I said, Johnny, and you'll have him smelling the rosin before he knows what hit him.
I could also be reading the alphabet backwards from then on.
Do like your wife tells you. By that gas station. Don't end up like me, the champ.
Valentine, let's get out of here.
Sometimes I wake up in bed fighting my own shadow. Right? And then I faint. And I give him a right cross and then a left.
So long, champ. And thanks again. Well, this is about it, Johnny. The last prelim is on out there. How do you feel?
Oh, just great.
How does he look to you, Freddie? The Basher said you were the best trainer in the business.
I done the best I could with him, Mr. Valentine, in the short time we had. You gotta remember, Johnny ain't as young as he used to be.
Yeah, especially around the stomach, huh, Freddie? Horace, what are you doing here? You never want you to see me before a fight.
Oh, this time it's different, Johnny. I got you into this. The least I can do is kiss you. Good luck. Valentine. Here's that briefcase you wanted, George.
Oh, thanks, Angel. I'm sure I'm going to need it.
I'm betting on you, Johnny.
Okay, Freddie, that's enough. Can't help me anymore.
Anything you say, Johnny.
Did you ever see a wife like that? I'm just not good enough for her. I don't want her to see me on my face out there tonight. If they end up that way, she'll never know whether I threw the fight or not.
Will you take it easy, Johnny?
Hey, just like Joe Baloney out. Better get your boy in a bathrobe.
All right. This is going to be my last fight. I'm going to go in there and slug it out with Driscoll. Well, why are you guys looking at me that way? Come on.
You boys know the rules. Keep your punches up, fight clean, break clean.
Right.
Back to your corners.
Okay, now, Johnny, I've only got a second, so listen. Fight this thing the way I want you to do it. It's your only chance.
I'm not taking that punch drunk's word.
Well, then take mine. Do it, and I'll even be happy to face Hager.
Hey, your mouthpiece, Johnny.
Go to it, Johnny.
What's the matter, boys? Come on in. Driscoll, give it to me. Don't worry, Grandpa. You're going to get it.
Come on, boys. Get going.
Oh, come on in, will you? Come on. Got my hands hanging down. Make it quick and fast. Okay, sucker.
1, 2, 3. Hey, somebody, quick, get the doctor from the boxing division in here. Driscoll's really hurt.
Hey, where do you think you are going, friend? Don't think you are leaving this arena.
What's the matter, Helianus? When you got a gun in a man's back, no reason for your hand to shake like that.
Just excited. I cannot wait to see what is going to happen to you. Start walking.
Okay. Johnny had more left in him than you thought, didn't he?
What are you carrying in that briefcase, Valentine? Your last will and testament?
Yeah, something like that.
In here. This is Hager's office.
Come in, Mr. Valentine.
Sit down.
Thanks a lot.
If you remember, during our last conversation, there was a slight mention of a payoff. one way or another.
I have a very retentive memory, Mr. Harger, and you were very eloquent.
So why make with the fancy words, Mr. Harger? I know a couple of boys who can take care of him, but fast.
Why need we hurry, Helianus? Do you know how much you cost me tonight, Mr. Valentine?
I hope it was enough to send you to the poorhouse.
Not quite, but it was a serious blow.
Oh, yeah. I think you can afford it, all right. A lavish office like this, oil paintings, custom-built phonograph. So many, many luxuries guys like Basha don't have in a sanitarium.
But what to do with you, Mr. Valentine? Of course, you must go, and eventually Mr. Wyatt, too. But how? Well, if there's one thing I dislike, it's, let's say, crudity.
Oh, brother, leave it to you. Never at a loss for the right word. You mind if I put on a record I brought along?
I love good music.
Oh, well, then you ought to go nuts about this when you hear it played back.
Hey, what is he doing? He's got a gun in there.
Please, Helianus. You don't seem to understand how gentlemen like Mr. Valentine and I do business. Just what have you got there?
Suppose you listen, Harger. I'll put the needle down at random. But I think you'll get the general idea.
I hope it's Sibelius.
You keep talking about my Johnny as your boy. You think he's through and he'll do anything you tell him when he gets in the ring.
It's all there, Mr. Harger.
But Johnny is my boy, too. This is his last fight, and he's going to fight it the way I want him to.
If anything happens to me or Johnny, this will make sweet music in the DA's ears.
Spoken piece of rubbish.
You want to hear any more, Harger? Of course, you remember. This gets better as it goes along.
You know, you don't have to have a scientific trend of mind to know that RPM motor oil means low-cost car operation and longer engine life. But Mr. George L. Reed of Miami, Arizona happens to be scientific-minded, and this is what he says, quote, "As a mining man for 15 years, I have a pretty good idea of what proper lubrication means. For long life in your car motor, you must have absolute lubrication, and RPM really does the job. I'm sticking with RPM," unquote. I think you'll agree that Mr. Reed is a wise and practical man. And if you've been using RPM motor oil in your car regularly, you know why Mr. Reed prefers this premium quality motor oil. You know that RPM keeps your engine cleaner, fights off carbon, rust, lacquer, and other costly troublemakers. And you know that where ordinary oils fail on hot upper cylinder walls, RPM protects those hot spots at all times. So to give your car longer life, get an oil drain and refill with RPM motor oil. Get RPM at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car.
Well, come on, Harger, speak up. Do you want to hear any more?
I'm not one to fool myself, Mr. Valentine. You may have something on that record.
Oh, I can just as well play the rest of it, including your ill-advised threat. You know, violence. Shall I go ahead?
No, you needn't bother.
You mean you are going to let them get away with this, Mr. Harger? I will take care of him tonight, and this record too.
Be honest. Oh, sometimes I despair of you. You're so petulant.
Huh?
Do you think Valentine would walk in here with the only copy of that record?
I got 1,000,000 of them, Helianus, and they all tell the same story. Well, it was nice knowing you two.
Mr. Harger, just leave him to me.
Stay where you are. The gentleman and I have made a bargain. Good night, Mr. Valentine.
Yeah. Good night, Mr. Harger.
Well, how do you like it, Mr. Valentine? We finally got our gas station. There's even an auto court in the back.
Sure looks swell.
Well, we just thought we'd drop by, Doris, and see how you and Johnny were making out. By the way, where is Johnny? In the back somewhere. You ought to see him, Claire. Happy as a kid, can't find enough to do. But none of these things would have been possible except for you, Mr. Valentine.
Well, thanks for the badge of honor, Doris, but all I'm doing is trying to make a living.
living. That's what Johnny and I are doing now. We're closer than we ever were. Why do you know, in the spring we may even open up a hamburger stand.
Oh, love and hamburgers. A reasonable substitute for a mink coat.
Something like that. All I know is everybody should be as happy as Johnny and I are now. For instance, you two could,
Oh, never mind, Doris. Subtleties like that are wasted on our friend here.
Oh, I know what Doris is driving at, all right?
Oh, do you, darling?
Yeah, but Angel, can we make it pay? Opening a hamburger stand.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Michael Ann Barrett as Doris, Tony Barrett as Johnny, Jay Novello as Basher, Louis Van Ruten as Harger, John Ullman as Helianos, and Lester J. as Driscoll. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
This is Mr. Moto, Mr. I.A. Moto.
NBC presents the world's greatest international secret agent, Mr. I.A. Moto, the popular Japanese character created by Pulitzer Prize winner John P. Marquand. With the straightforwardness of his American heritage and with the subtlety of his Oriental ancestors, Mr. Moto is fighting the war against communism ruthlessly and bravely. His only weapons are his brains, his courage, and his fabulous knowledge of the world from Nome to Cape Horn, from Cape Town to Murmansk. Tonight's story, The Smoke Screen, starring Mr. Moto, Mr. I.A. Moto.
The boy, unbelievably young, writhed on the floor of my New York apartment. His legs convulsed in the rope which tied them together. His thin adolescent wrists strained hopelessly at the handcuffs. It is impossible not to feel sympathy for a human being possessed by such a devil. He had bitten his forefinger almost through. He screamed about a white crippled cat that clawed at him. There were hollows of anguish under his eyes. His skin glistened bloodlessly, and his throat stretched with suffering. Mr. Moto, please, please. Tell me the truth, Zosh. Melt me a cap and I will. Please, Mr. Moto, melt me some of God's medicine. I can stand it much longer than you, Zosh, and I have plenty of time. I'm going crazy. Crazy! Zosh, there are 100 tons of opium somewhere on Manhattan Island. You know where. Now, tell me. I can't. They'll kill me. They won't. They will. They're devils. Please, Mr. Moto. I'm an addict. I'm hooked. Give it to me. You can break the habit, Zosh. I'll help you. You can be strong again because you are young. I can't kick it, I tell you. I'm hooked. And I'm not young. I'm old. Assignment Smokescreen began in several cities of the world at once. And at first, I was the only one in America who knew of its beginnings. My information came through a friend from Tokyo. A Count Takahashi, a man of immense wealth who flew from Japan to New York to have 1 hour's conversation with me. Immediately after my talk, I called on Captain Beresford of the Narcotic Bureau in his New York office. Captain Beresford is a quiet, cultured man who seldom swears, seldom raises his voice. My story shocked him into a hard-faced, stunned silence.
Mr. Moto, I can't believe it.
I am afraid, Captain Beresford, that it is quite true.
Tell me about this Count whatever you said.
Count Takahashi, an old Japanese family. My house once served his house with honor and self-sacrifice. He feels he owes me a debt.
Do you mean to say he flew all the way from Japan just to talk to you for an hour?
He did. You see, he knows what opium has done to the Orient.
And you're sure his information is accurate?
As I am that the sun will rise in the morning. He is an ex-addict himself.
I see.
He knows how dangerous a weapon it can be. For 700 years, this drug has debilitated, weakened, ruined. While we may think it is impossible here, the fact remains that at one time in history, 25% of the population of the Orient either smoked opium or were addicted to its morphine derivatives.
Oh, but surely in the United States
I wonder if we are. We are an erratic, excitable people. Opium has an enchantment that is difficult to resist. That is why it is so terribly dangerous.
Yes, I know.
Count Takahashi has reason to believe that 4 months ago, a shipment of 50 tons of raw opium was dumped on the market in Hong Kong. From there, it went to Tokyo. In Tokyo, it disappeared.
How?
It vanished as completely as if it had been swept into the sea. 5 days ago, an additional 200 tons did the same thing. Vanished. Disappeared from sight as completely as a tea bug in the heart of a poppy. 400 tons of opium, Captain Beresford, would supply the entire medical needs of the world for 2 years. The whole world for 2 years.
Well, frankly, I just can't believe that 400 tons of anything could get into this country without the Customs Department getting wind of it somewhere.
The drug was smuggled to America aboard a submarine owned by the Chinese Communist Navy. It was taken ashore at night on Stewart Island.
The San Juan Islands?
Yes, in the state of Washington. From there it came across the continent in trucks as a shipment of canned salmon.
And your friend believes it has international implications?
Count Takahashi assures me it is another tentacle of the communist octopus. Spread the dope habit. Devour the blood of America's young men and women. Lower the birth rate. You know, of course, that prolonged drug addiction frequently results in sterility.
Certainly I know. Moto, we've got to work fast.
Exactly, Captain Beresford. I have asked that this be made my personal assignment. 2 weeks later, a resolution condemning the Chinese communists for permitting an international traffic in opium was adopted by the United Nations. The next month, the Kitfofa Committee was informed that large quantities of the drug would be routed through Japan to America. Captain Beresford was getting alarmed.
Moto, I'm getting stepped on from higher up.
In what way?
There were 26 rejections yesterday from one Army recruiting center. The draftees claimed exemption on the grounds of dope addiction. There's been 43 cases in the last week of teachers discovering addiction in children as young as 10.
10?
Isn't that sickening?
Man's inhumanity to his brother.
Yes, but a lot of people are getting excited. I've been given 2 weeks to break this case.
We've got to work through the children. I have exhausted every possible alternative. Yet for me, the children are difficult.
What do you mean?
For a Japanese bachelor to make friends with teenagers is more difficult than it sounds. Boys, as well as girls, are suspicious of older men who attempt casual conversation. Beresford.
What?
I've had an idea. Jeffrey Arrington.
Who's he?
I read in the paper yesterday that he had recently been appointed chairman of the Board of Trustees of Halsey College.
You know him?
I knew him casually in the Orient. We were never close friends, but I would have no hesitation in telephoning him.
What for?
He might invite me to the school to lecture on Japanese culture.
Well, it doesn't sound too hopeful, but we're at the end of our rope. What's he like?
I should say he is one of the most charming men I have ever met. He was born in the Orient. His father, an Englishman, left him phosphate holdings in the South Pacific, which he sold to the British government for something over £2 million sterling.
He lives in New York?
Yes, in a vast house on Fifth Avenue. He's middle-aged now, and he gives his time to philosophy and his money to charity. He injured his leg as a boy. He has difficulty walking, and as a result, he's intensely interested in young people and youth work. Wants to see them get every opportunity for self-development.
With that attitude and £2 million, he might be very useful.
I shall telephone him immediately and invite myself to luncheon.
But, Moto, I don't quite understand why you're suddenly so interested in meeting young people.
Jeffrey, may I be very rude and not tell you?
Oh, your work. I see. Well, as a matter of fact, you've chosen a good time.
In what way?
Oh, do you mind if we have our liqueurs at the table instead of in the drawing room? My leg's acting up a bit today.
Not at all.
Did I mention I've just recently been elected chairman of the Board of Trustees for Halsey College?
Yes, I read about it.
I'm beginning to center my ambitions in the coming generation. I'd like them not to lose faith in their elders.
I would like them not to lose faith in themselves.
Well, then you may count on my complete cooperation. The reason I say you've chosen a good time is that tomorrow night I'm giving a sort of graduation party for Halsey students. Be about 200 of them. Would you like to come? You can meet every single one of them if you want to.
I should like that very much.
Fine. Buffet, supper, and dancing. Come any time you like after 9 o'clock.
The next night, the huge house blazed with light. 200 young people were dancing and drinking champagne. In a way, they were representative of the young of our country. Clean, decent, honest. Watching them whirl around the big ballroom, I felt proud, yet sadly nostalgic. These are troubled times for the young. They live in the threat of war. The draft hangs over their careers and their marriages. Tonight, there is a desperate quality to their merriment, as though they were snatching one last hour of dancing before settling their bill with the piper.
Well, Moto, enjoying yourself?
Are we not both at the age, Jeffrey, where enjoyment, to be really favored, should be taken in small doses?
Yes, I suppose we are. Personally, I wonder where they get the vitality.
That boy, there, is getting his from a source other than the young lady's laughing eyes.
Of what boy?
The one dancing with the girl in the white taffeta. The big blonde boy. Have you noticed his eyes?
Oh, what do you mean?
The pinpoint brilliant pupils. I was introduced to him. When I shook hands with him, I was shocked.
Shocked? Why?
His skin temperature is at least 102.
See, Moto, what are you getting at?
I am suggesting that the young man is a morphine addict.
Moto?
Yes, a rather recent addiction.
Well, you're joking.
On the contrary, Jeffrey, I'm deadly serious. Dope addiction in adolescence is all I think about these days. I'm working on it constantly.
Would you care to tell me about it?
Certainly, if you are interested.
Come along up to my den. It's upstairs, away from the rest of the house, and the party will run quite smoothly without us.
Then, by all means, you lead the way.
Through that door. I had a small elevator installed from the garage to the 4th floor. After you.
Thanks.
Go ahead. The elevator's automatic.
Thank you. How wonderful to be able to afford private elevators.
My leg bothers me quite a bit. Stairs are difficult for me. Moto, are you sure about this dope business?
Quite sure.
This is my own private hideaway. In here I can be quite cut off from the rest of the house. Sit down. Make yourself comfortable.
Thank you.
Would you like a drink?
Yes, thanks.
Good, good. I have some very special rye whiskey. Hanfield Royal Ark. I believe it sells in the Chambord for $25 a pony.
Really? And you're wasting it on me?
Not at all. I only serve it to my very special friends. Here you are.
Thank you. What superb bouquet.
You'll forgive me if I don't join you. My doctor forbids it.
Certainly.
Now, tell me about this dreadful business. Oh, excuse me, won't you? This phone never rings unless it's something important. Hello. Oh, yes, Senator. I'm afraid I can't tell you yet, but I can let you know by tomorrow noon. Well, yes, of course. I'll call you tomorrow, then. Oh, not at all. Good night. Forgive the interruption. Now, you were saying?
I have been working without success for some time now on the problem of dope addiction among teenagers.
Yes.
I have reason to believe that... Jeffrey, has it suddenly gotten very warm in here?
Moto, what is it? Are you ill?
Help me up. Quickly.
Oh, what's the matter, Moto?
I don't know.
Don't you, Moto? I do. Trepov, get over here quickly. I found the source of our interference. Use the garage entrance in the elevator and hurry, will you? Oh, what a pity the Japanese haven't learned to mind their business. Well, it's about time.
I got here as soon as I could, Mr. Errington. Who's that?
His name is Moto, and don't underestimate him.
Tripping about?
Yes. Can you do it tonight?
Sure.
And get him out of here. Anybody see you come in?
I drove into the garage, took the elevator.
Pick him up and get him out of here.
What did you give him?
The usual. He'll be unconscious for at least 3 hours.
Good. Okay. He's small, isn't he?
Sore rattlesnakes.
You coming?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Don't worry, Mr. Errington. Everything's okay.
Anything to report?
Yeah, Zosh is in the car.
I don't want peddlers who are addicts themselves. It's dangerous.
Zosh is okay.
Take him to the house on Long Island tomorrow. No withdrawal. He'll kick it cold turkey. Tell Dr. Holliston to cut him off cold. That's an order.
All right, Mr. Errington.
Anything else?
Yeah, Nick got 40 new peddlers in the last week.
Get young ones. Real young. 14, 13. The younger the better.
Okay. Will I put our friend in the back seat?
Yes, he'll be out for 3 hours. Hello, Zosh.
Hi.
He's just hitched up the monkey. He's floating.
I mean it, Trepov. He kicks it tomorrow.
Okay, boss. Now, what about the chink? Oh, listen, boss.
You know how I react to that kind of word. It's bigoted and disgusting. He is not Chinese. He's actually an American of Japanese descent.
Well, I didn't mean anything. What are you so touchy on that stuff?
Someday I'll tell you. All right, take Mr. Moto out in the boat, shoot him, and dump him overboard. As far offshore as you can get and still be back by dawn. Then take Zosh out to the Long Island house and report back here to me.
All right, boss.
And, Trepov.
Yes, Mr. Errington?
Tell the good Dr. Holliston that I'm quite aware of the process involved in developing morphine from opium. Tell him I expect him to do much better. I want 5,000 decks a day out of that lab.
Uh-huh. Can I go now?
Yes. And I'm sorry I struck you. Someday I'll explain why I feel so strongly about it. Well, good night, Trepov.
Big meathead, who's he think he's pushing around? All right, get over, Zosh, and stay awake.
Hi, boy. I tell you, the cat's swinging high tonight.
Don't wave at anybody. This is Fifth Avenue.
Gentlemen,
Hey.
I am quite capable of shooting you both.
What?
And don't turn around, Mr. Trepoff. Just drive. My apartment, if you please. Left on 72nd. And if you don't do as I tell you, I will blow your head off. Keep quite still, Trepoff. I'm warning you. Come in, Captain.
I got here as soon as... Hey, what's this?
This is a man named Trepoff. He was commissioned by Jeffrey Errington to kill me.
Errington?
Incredible, isn't it? Errington tried to drug me with chloral hydrate and whiskey. He made a slight error, which I will explain later. I was to have been taken out in a boat. I overheard enough information to send Errington and his gang to jail for 20 years. Take this man and book him for felonious assault, attempted murder, whatever you like.
All right. What's the matter with the boy?
Hiya, copper. Having fun?
That is Zash. He's riding morphine 1,000,000 miles away.
Okay, now come on, you.
You can't make it stick, copper. Never.
Leave me your handcuffs, will you, Captain?
What are you going to do?
Perform an experiment.
Whatever you say.
Thank you. And come back here as soon as you can. And then began the heart-breaking vigil. The boy dozed on the floor alone in a world of drugged enchantment. I tied his feet together, restrained the thin wrists with Beresford's handcuffs. By the time the captain got back, Zash was conscious, normally defiant and belligerent.
Think I'm gonna spill anything to you guys or nuts?
We've got lots of time, Zash.
By 5 in the morning, he was white-faced and pleading.
Listen, Moto. I've got 2 decks with me. The 3 of us can jump together. Come on, Captain. There's a needle in a box in my pocket. Please.
No, Zash. No. By 7, he was crying. By 10, he was screaming. By noon, he was suffering unbelievably. The hacking addict's cough racked at his frail lungs. 1,000 devils tore at every whip-lashed, quivering nerve.
I'm dying, I tell you. I'm dying.
At 1 in the afternoon, he talked. Names, addresses, everything. Captain Beresford took it down. And then, because we were afraid complete withdrawal might kill him, we called a doctor. The doctor gave him 2 grains in his right arm. As always, the results appalled me. As the morphine hit, his eyes became dewy bright. The glow of health returned to his cheeks. He went quite happily with the doctor to Bellevue.
I wish every kid in America could have seen that. If they knew what it could do, they'd... Oh, it's so rotten.
Yes. Well, take 20 men to the Long Island house. You will catch Dr. Holliston doing the converting. Send another detail to raid the warehouse in the Bronx.
Right. Oh, and what about Errington?
Mr. Errington I shall deal with personally.
In the Fifth Avenue house?
Yes. He really moves quite slowly. He injured his hip as a boy. I shall step out of the elevator with a gun in one hand and this in the other.
What is it, a knife?
In Japan, it is the national form of honorable suicide. Literally translated, it means belly cut. You know it better perhaps as harakiri.
Moto, I'm a cripple. I...
Sign it.
No. Now take that knife away from my eyelids.
Harrington, there is no time for discussion.
I have a right to a trial, a free democratic trial.
Harrington, you have no rights at all. This morning I watched a boy suffer agonies. But what is the use of telling you? You know. In 5 seconds, I shall go to work with this knife. Believe me, you will not enjoy it.
Listen,
1, 2...
You're insane, you're...
3, 4...
All right, I will. For heaven's sake, take that knife away from my eyelids.
Sign it. Thank you. And now, before I take you to Captain Beresford, one question. Why? What is behind this monstrous inhumanity?
You've no idea.
Short of pathological insanity, none.
I'm a Eurasian.
You're what?
Yes. I'm surprised you didn't guess. I really look very white, don't I? I'm gifted, educated. But I committed an unpardonable sin. My mother was a Singalese peasant.
I knew it. I knew there must be something.
White Asiatics forbid my cleaning toilets. They also forbid me to enter their clubs or their homes. Neither white nor yellow nor black. I'm not a European. I'm not an Asiatic. What am I? Tell me.
It is so useless to beat against...
Useless? It's hell. I'm nothing. The wandering, hopeless, marginal man. Outside of a barefoot, savage peasant girl, there isn't one woman in Asia who would marry me. If I marry a white woman here and take her to Singapore, what do I let her in for? Insults, heartbreak, misery. I want to live in the East. Singapore is the only civilized city in the world, but I can't. I can't join their stinking bourgeois club.
But Errington, democracy...
Democracy! I spit at it! I hate it! I hate the world!
But don't you see it is this...
You know how I was crippled. A gang of Malays beat my hip to a pulp in a Singapore street fight. Hate. Moto, you don't know the meaning of the word. And every grain of morphine in the veins of an American boy means one less enemy for communism, and I don't care who the boy is.
You must care.
I don't, not even for Zosh.
Zosh?
Zosh is my son! Well, now you know. Now you can take me down to your police station and introduce me to justice. Do you know why she's pictured with a bandage over her eyes? Because if justice could see, she'd throw up.
Mr. Moto, we've done it. 26 indictments in charging conspiracy to import opium. We've got every single one of them.
And recovered the opium?
Over 500 tons of it.
Good. Then the smoke screen has lifted.
I have one of my own.
But surely everything is quite clear.
That whiskey Arrington gave you the night of the party. Why didn't you drink it?
He had to be dramatic. He told me it was Hanfield Royal Ark Special Rye. It so happens it is distilled in England. During the war, the warehouse was bombed. All but 5 cases of Hanfield Royal Ark were destroyed. They never manufactured that particular blend again.
But Arrington is wealthy. Wasn't it possible?
No. Of the 5 remaining cases, Sir Graham Hanfield gave 3 to King Farouk of Egypt as a wedding gift on the occasion of his first marriage.
Don't tell me that the other 2 were...
Yes. In return for a trifling service some years ago, Sir Graham gave them to me.
Moto, you're incredible. Don't you ever make a mistake?
Sometimes I wince and lash out inside when people call me a dirty Jap. I was born in San Francisco. I am as American as you are.
No, but surely these people are, well, they're...
That is true. They are ignorant and narrow, and their number is decreasing.
Yes, I think we're growing up. Slowly, maybe, but growing.
I hope it is not too slowly. I hope we achieve maturity before it is too late. That is one way everybody can fight communism. Simply by growing up and out of prejudice. It is a battle in which every one of us can be a soldier.
You
have just heard the world's greatest international secret agent, Mr. I.A. Moto, in Smokescreen. James Monk starred as Mr. Moto. The script was written and directed by Harry W. Junkin, produced by Carol Irwin. Others in the cast were Ross Martin, Bob Haig, Bernard Grant, and Edwin Bruce. The music was transcribed. This is Fred Collins speaking, and here with a preview of next week's story is Mr. I.A. Moto.
The poet Sai Chua has written, "A man who lives a falsehood must each day die a little." Next week, the story of Truth Twisted, a journey into horror made by a gracious woman and her desperate son, both caught in a sickening web of blackmail. And now may sleep fall upon your eyes as softly as poppy petals on a placid pool. May your soul be blessed with repose, your dreams with enchantment.
Transcribed. Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell brings you mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolf's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. What? Oh, Fritz. Yeah, I thought it was the outside line. Yeah? Yes, thanks. I'll be right down, Fritz. Boss, Mr. Wolf, will you please hurry?
You're well aware that it will avail you nothing to hurry me. Why, Mr. Ware, be in such a rush today?
But the car, it's downstairs waiting. Fritz is all ready.
Let him wait. Isn't it enough that I've agreed against my better judgment to leave the comforts of home to go rushing through the crashing traffic of the city?
To a dinner? That should be an inducement.
Fritz could have prepared a delicious dinner. He has truffles in the pantry.
Well, why did you promise Arthur Merle? You didn't have to accept the invitation.
Quite so. He's an old friend. Besides, he does set an excellent table. It's just that I don't like the traffic.
Traffic? I know why. It's that awful oxygen in the atmosphere outside. It's not the traffic.
Archie, you're talking much too much.
I know, boss. I'm impatient. Would you mind giving me some slight indication that you intend to move from that chair?
Just as soon as I finish this beer.
Sure you wouldn't care for half a dozen sandwiches before we go to dinner?
If we were going anywhere other than to Arthur Merle's, I'd agree with you. He's the only person in the world I know of, except myself, of course, who has a proper appreciation and respect for the art of preparing good food.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's that renowned genius who is the bulkiest, balkiest, most ponderous, and most brilliant detective in the world. Yes, none other than that chair-borne mass of unpredictable intellect, Nero Wolfe, created by Rex Stout and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
We usually refer to this story as the case of the final page. Under normal circumstances, the last page of a manuscript would be absolutely worthless unless you read all the preceding pages. But in this instance, the final page held the answer to a murder. Without that page, we couldn't arrive at the solution. Actually, we didn't even know the problem. Anyhow, I finally got Nero Wolfe to the lobby of Arthur Merle's apartment building.
Going up. Up, please. Are you going up, gentlemen?
Are you, honey?
Certainly. It's my job.
Then so are we. After you, boss.
When did they install women elevator operators in this building?
I've been here for 2 years. Floor, please.
Arthur Merle's apartment, I believe it's 814.
That's right. Are you Mr. Wolfe?
No, this is Mr. Wolfe. I'm Archie Goodwin.
Although the name Wolfe would be much more appropriate for him than for me.
How did you know he was Mr. Wolfe?
Mr. Merle came in half an hour ago. He mentioned that he was expecting you.
You see, Archie, you rushed me unnecessarily. We practically preceded him here, and we'll probably have to wait interminably for dinner.
I just hate to be late.
Arthur Merle has never been on time in his life. He's no more punctual than any other writer. He's never been known to meet a deadline on time.
This is your floor, gentlemen. Arthur Merle is just down the hall to the right, 814.
Thank you. And by the way, I want to compliment you on your congenial attitude, miss. I'll speak to the management.
Oh, thank you, sir. Decent of you.
What's your name, huh?
Women are usurping everything.
Really costs to live here. Merle's really in the chips.
Every book he writes sells 1 million copies.
Remember the last time we had dinner with Arthur Merle?
I do. Delicious. Mountain quail. Shot them himself.
Yeah, he's quite a marksman.
Archie, such proficiency as Arthur Merle displayed in hunting is evidence of a wasted life.
Sure, he probably never made over $500,000 a year in his whole life.
Well, ring again. Don't just stand there.
Surely he's expecting us.
The elevator operator said he was?
Yeah, she seemed quite well informed.
If I were a judge of women, which I'm not, I'd say she has a line on every male in the building.
She can get a line on me anytime she wants.
Archie, your insatiable interest in the female seems sometimes to border on the psychopathic.
You know a more pleasant way to go crazy?
Phooey.
It's strange, there's a light on in there. I can see it under the door. Shall I try the door?
Do so, Archie.
Thank you.
Unlocked. But at least we can get in. He may be in the bedroom.
Probably in the kitchen.
I'll just sit here. I must forgo the comforts of my own home. I certainly intend to avail myself of the comforts of Arthur Merle's. Very much over-decorated.
You wouldn't like heaven unless they had orchids and beer.
Not a chair in the place worthy of the name. Well, I'll try that divan while you have a look around.
For what?
Arthur Merle, of course. Suppose you have a look in the study. Maybe writing. Have a look, my boy. I'm exhausted and thirsty. See if he has any...
Boss!
Good heavens, Archie, don't shout. I'm coming.
It's Arthur Merle. Look, slumped over his desk, a knife in his back.
Yeah, he's quite dead. You haven't touched anything?
Certainly not. I've been around long enough to know that.
Well, you just call Inspector Kramer at homicide.
How long do you think he's been dead? I'd say a half hour.
From all appearances, yes. And perhaps only 10 minutes.
I can't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Arthur Merle? Everybody liked him. Last man I'd expect such a thing to happen to.
The answer is probably a considerable distance from the question, Archie.
Inspector Kramer, homicide.
Archie Goodwin, Inspector. Just a minute. Nero Wolf wants to speak to you.
Oh, no. Don't tell me you two have stirred up something on a night like this. It's 10 below zero.
I'm sorry. Here you are, boss.
Hello, Inspector.
Yes? What is it this time, Wolf? Find a dead body under Grant's tomb?
I'm sorry you'll forgive any apparent failure to find humor in your little witticism. But I'm at Arthur Merle's apartment. I suggest you come here at once. Seems that Arthur finally met a deadline.
So you just walked in here and found Merle dead, huh?
We were invited here for dinner.
Anyone else around when you got here?
No.
You see anyone, Goodwin?
Only the elevator operator who brought us up.
Well, Mr. Wolf, since you were in on the ground floor, maybe you've got some ideas.
Sorry, Inspector. Had I been able to solve the crime so soon, I would have advised you, Inspector.
Yeah. Well, it's obviously murder.
Obviously.
You knew him well?
Quite well.
Ever know of his being in any trouble?
No.
Everybody liked him. Arthur Merle, I felt, didn't have an enemy in the world.
Is that so? I don't think anybody pulled this as a little friendly gesture.
Don't jump to conclusions, Inspector, that this murder was committed necessarily by an enemy of Merle's.
Meaning?
It could have been an absolute stranger.
A woman?
Or a burglar, or a madman, or a crank, or... As far as we know, it could have been anybody in the city, Inspector. Arthur's been dead nearly an hour. And an hour ago, I was in my own home, sitting comfortably in my own big, easy chair, drinking a delectable glass of beer. Someone at the door, Archie.
Yeah, just a minute. I'll answer that.
Mr. Merle?
No.
Well, is Mr. Merle here?
Yes, he's here. But he's not seeing anyone.
Well, he's expecting me. I'm from the Serve Right Catering Company. We're ready to serve for 4 here tonight.
The dinner has been canceled.
Oh, but it's been ordered.
Breast of guinea hen, cooked in wine and cloves, delicious. It's prepared and waiting. I'm afraid that I must insist on seeing Mr. Merle.
Mr. Merle has been murdered.
Well, I'm afraid I must... Murdered? Oh, my goodness, but... Well, in that case, Yes, good evening.
Don't you think you might have taken a bit more time with the fellow, Inspector?
Why?
You might at least have let him serve the dinner. Guinea hen, wine, and cloves sounded positively delectably...
Look, I've had dinner.
I'm afraid you're too busy, Inspector. So busy that you've just passed up an extremely interesting bit of information.
What are you talking about, Wolf?
He said he was to serve dinner for 4.
Well?
Arthur Merle, Archie, and myself are only 3.
Well, who else was supposed to be here?
A 4th guest who either hasn't arrived yet or who arrived earlier and left.
Oh, I see what you mean, Wolf.
Good. In that case, I'll leave you to pursue your deductions from that premise. Archie, will you please stay with the inspector and be of any help that you can? As for myself, I'm going back to my own home, which I should never have left in the first place.
Okay, that finishes the apartment search, Goodwin.
And what have we?
Nothing. Except that Merle had over $300 in his pocket, and he was wearing a ring worth a couple of $1,000, so it couldn't have been robbery. And I don't think it was premeditated murder.
Why not?
The weapon. Obviously, if someone had planned on killing Merle, he'd have prepared it better. Used a better weapon than a blunt paper knife. No, as I see it, someone was here before you and Wolf arrived, and for some reason that person found it necessary to kill Merle, and he did it on the spur of the moment.
I'm listening.
Well, it's obvious. Merle was slumped over his typewriter. The sheet of paper was in it. He'd been working.
May I see it?
Yeah.
Starbreaker. Strange title. Page 189. He was getting well along with his latest mystery.
Apparently.
Gregory Thorne slipped the paper into his pocket. It was just an ordinary piece of paper, but Gregory knew its value. Used properly, as Greg knew how to use it, it would be worth $100,000. He walked away briskly, and as he... That's all.
Yeah, that's all. Must have been writing.
No, I'd like to read the rest of it.
We didn't find any more of it.
Any other ideas?
No, at the moment we seem to be right where the murderer himself left off. Oh, what is this, open house?
Sorry to be so... Oh.
Oh, what?
I expected to see Mr. Merle. Is he here?
Well, who are you?
Cynthia Roberts.
He expecting you?
Well, no. That is...
Come on in, Miss Roberts.
Thank you.
Maybe the young lady is trying to say that he didn't have to expect her. Maybe she felt free to call without advance notice, Inspector.
Inspector?
What did you want to see Mr. Merle about?
I'm his fiancée.
Oh.
Had dinner yet, Miss Roberts?
Why, yes, I had dinner earlier.
When were you last here, Miss Roberts?
Last night, after the theater. Arthur and I were... What's the matter? Is something wrong?
I'm sorry to have to tell you this, Miss Roberts, but Arthur Merle was murdered. And you say you hadn't talked to Mr. Merle all evening. Is that right, Miss Roberts?
Yes, that's right.
You didn't have a date with him tonight?
Oh, no.
Then why did you come here?
I told you we were engaged. I just came by, that's all.
I see.
Any more questions, Inspector?
None for the present. How about you, Goodwin?
Nope. But maybe Wolf. Let me call him.
Yes, I guess under the circumstances, we can't very well leave him out. Go ahead.
Oh, Arthur, I just can't believe it. Why would anyone want to kill him?
That, Miss Roberts, is a question we'd all like to know the answer to.
Nero Wolf speaking.
Archie, boss, I'm still at Merle's. We haven't found out anything new except that Arthur's fiancée dropped in a few minutes ago.
Did she know anything of interest?
I don't think so.
What does the inspector plan to do about it?
Just a minute. He wants to know what you're going to do with her.
Well, hold her, of course.
He's going to hold her.
Let me speak to him.
Okay. He wants to talk to you, Inspector.
All right. Hello.
Inspector, I suggest you let the young lady go.
Are you crazy? I haven't got enough suspects in this deal to be letting the hottest one go free.
You can't consider her a suspect simply because she knew Arthur.
Now, see here, Wolf.
If you go around arresting people at random, you'll suddenly be tipping your hand to the real murderer, admitting that you don't have a real clue to go on.
And just what do you suggest?
Find a motive, Inspector, find a motive. Then, if you stumble on a suspect, you'll have some basis for making an arrest. At the moment, I suggest that you let the girl go and tell Archie to stop wasting his time down there and come home at once.
So that's the story, boss. We went over that place with a fine-tooth comb. Nothing. There's not a single suspect. The last person to see Arthur alive was the elevator girl.
Correction, Archie. The last person to see Arthur Merle alive was the person who ended his life.
Well, I just can't imagine that pretty little elevator gal.
You don't solve crimes by imagination, Archie.
Then there's Cynthia Roberts, his fiancée.
You suspect her?
Not exactly, but just suppose she did have a motive. Maybe he threw her over. Wouldn't it have been very clever of her to come back to Arthur's apartment after the police arrived, allegedly looking for her?
I thought you were the admirer of the fairer sex, Archie. So far, the best you can do is practically accuse the elevator girl and Arthur's fiancé of murder.
Well, who else is there? Certainly the fellow who came with the food doesn't count. I repeat, who else is there?
The entire population of the city, Archie.
Thanks. Well, that's all I get. Oh, there was something else.
What?
This. Page 189 of what appears to be Arthur's latest novel. It was in his typewriter. As you can see, he just started the page.
Starbreaker. Very interesting. What's the rest of it?
That's all we found.
What? And there was something missing. Archie.
Yes, boss?
First thing tomorrow morning, get the address of Mr. Morton, who publishes Arthur's books. Then get over to see him right away.
Yes, may I help you?
I'd like to see Mr. Morton.
Did you have an appointment?
Tell him I'm from Homicide.
Oh, yes, sir.
Yes?
Mr. Morton, I know you have someone with you, but there's a gentleman here from the Homicide Bureau. He wants to see you.
Tell him I work for Nero Wolfe. My name's Goodwin.
His name is Goodwin.
Send him in.
Yes, thank you. You may go right in, sir. The large door to your right.
Thanks.
Come in, Mr. Goodwin. Come in. I understand you're from Homicide.
Not exactly. I'm Nero Wolfe's assistant. We're working with Inspector Kramer.
And what can I do for you?
You've heard about Arthur Merle.
Yes, I received the word when I came in this morning. It was a great shock. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Goodwin. This gentleman is Henry Childs.
How do you do, Mr. Childs?
Glad to meet you, Mr. Goodwin. You're with Nero Wolfe?
I'm his assistant, man Friday.
Mr. Childs is a publicity agent. He handled all publicity for Arthur Merle.
I've not only lost an excellent client, but a very good friend. Did you know Mr. Merle?
Yes, I'd met him a number of times with Mr. Wolfe.
Yes, indeed. Arthur Merle was a great writer and a fine citizen. He'll be missed by millions. Mr. Goodwin, when was the murder discovered?
Last night, shortly before dinner.
Well, what did the police... what do you think the motive was?
Don't know as yet, Mr. Childs. A little early for that.
Well, it's certainly a shame.
I wanted to ask you a few questions, Mr. Morton, privately. I hope you don't mind, Mr. Childs.
Oh, no, not at all. I was about to leave. I'll run along now, Mr. Morton.
See you again soon, Mr. Childs.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Well, Mr. Goodwin?
You did a lot of business with Mr. Merle, Mr. Morton?
I published every one of his novels for the past 8 years.
And you intended to publish his new one, the one he was working on?
Yes, we had a contract.
The usual agreement between you.
Naturally. Although I didn't know the story, I was always sure that if Arthur wrote it, it was good. Mr. Merle's name on the novel was a guarantee that it would sell 1 million copies.
You don't know what this last one was about?
Haven't the faintest idea. We relied completely on Arthur's judgment.
Not even any carbon copies, huh?
Not that I know of. Why?
When Mr. Merle was killed, the only thing missing from his apartment was the novel.
The novel?
The first 188 pages. All we found of it were a few lines of page 189 in his typewriter. He must have been working on it when the murderer stabbed him. The rest of it's gone.
You mean, Goodwin, the novel's gone? Oh, this will cost me $1 million.
Well, it cost Arthur Merle his life.
Arthur Merle dead and his novel gone. I can hardly believe it.
Well, thank you, Mr. Morton.
Oh, I hope I've been of some help, although
I'm
don't
sorry
quite...
you haven't. But we may call on you again. Before it's over, you may be a great help.
Nero Wolfe speaking.
Archie, boss. I just finished with Morton. He doesn't know a thing. Merle never discussed his stories with anyone, and as far as Morton knows, he never made carbons.
I see.
Where do I go from here, boss?
See Cynthia Roberts.
Oh, then you haven't dismissed the possibility that she may have had something to do with it.
Being his fiancée, she probably knows more about Arthur than anyone else. She may know who the fourth guest was to have been last night. And she also may know what Merle's novel was about.
Right, boss. I'm anxious to know what the novel was about, too.
I personally don't give a hang what the novel was about. What I want to find is someone who does know the story. Because I have a hunch that whoever knows that is the person who killed Arthur Merle.
Miss Roberts, I know you want to help us find out who killed Arthur.
Oh, yes, of course. I'll do anything.
Nero Wolfe and I were invited to have dinner with Arthur Merle last night.
Well, I knew he was having friends in for dinner, but I didn't know who they were.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hoped you'd know whom he invited.
No, he didn't tell me.
Miss Roberts, we have reason to believe that there was to have been a fourth person there last night.
A fourth?
The caterer came to deliver dinner for 4. Now, the fourth party never did show up, or else came earlier and left after Arthur was killed.
You mean someone Arthur invited to dinner might have killed him?
Maybe.
Oh, there's no one that I can think of who bore any ill will toward Arthur.
We're convinced that this was done on the spur of the moment. Unpremeditated murder. Arthur Merle suddenly became a threat to someone. Now we've got to find out what the threat was and who was threatened. We'd hoped you could help.
I'm sorry.
Did he ever discuss his new novel with you?
Oh, no, he never talked about his stories until he'd finished them.
So his latest mystery contains the answer to an even greater mystery. Unless we find the first, they'll both go unanswered.
Mr. Morton?
Yes?
Nero Wolfe speaking.
Oh, yes. Your man Goodwin was here to see me.
I presume you are interested in seeing Merle's murderer brought to justice?
Certainly. Arthur was a close friend of mine.
And his death cost you a bestseller, I know. Now, would you be willing to help a bit?
Why, yes, if
I prepared a statement for the papers. I want you to call the literary editors first thing in the morning. Here's what I want you to tell them. Got a pencil and paper?
Yes.
And take this down. Quote, Mr. Carlton Morton announced today that the last work of the late Arthur Merle will be published according to schedule. Fortunately, it was Mr. Merle's custom to furnish his publishers with carbon copies of each day's work. Consequently, with the major portion of his...
Boss!
Good heaven, Archie. Please don't be so loud.
Look here. In this morning's paper, why, that rat, he lied to me, that...
What on earth are you talking about?
That publisher, Morton, he said he didn't have copies of Merle's manuscript, that he didn't know what it was about. And listen to this. Mr. Carlton Morton announced today that the last work of the late Arthur Merle will be published according to schedule. Fortunately, it was Mr. Merle's custom to furnish his publisher with carbon copies of each day's work. Consequently, with a major portion of his latest work, Starbreaker, in the hands of his publisher, together with a complete synopsis, including the denouement, it will be possible for a ghostwriter to complete the novel. It will be published posthumously and proceeds with... Boss, did you hear that?
I did, and it couldn't have been more to my liking if I'd written it myself. Now, excuse me. I want to make a telephone call.
Who?
Publisher Morton.
Yeah, I'm beginning to see. He lied about the whole thing. I still don't see why he'd kill Merle, but on...
Hello, Mr. Morton. This is Nero Wolfe. Yes, perfect. Now I'll call Kramer, and he and Archie will be waiting for you. Remember now, if anything comes of it, you are to say the manuscript is in the safe in your home, and you steer the party here. Say you've recently rented this place. I hope we'll be seeing you. Yes. Goodbye. Oh, and be careful. Remember what happened to Arthur. The manuscript is in my desk in the middle drawer.
What the... You mean...
Archie, look out of that window.
Huh? Yeah?
Out there is a city of some 5 million people. In that 5 million, there is one who murdered Arthur Merle. Now, we don't know who it is, so we can't go out and put a finger on him. But, Archie, since we can't go to him... we have only one other choice, make him come to us.
Will you tell me why we're sitting here in the dark in Wolfe's office?
Yes, Inspector Kramer. Mr. Wolfe promised us a caller. Mr. Morton is to pretend that he's rented this place recently.
Well, who's the caller?
Can't tell you until he or she gets here.
You seem certain he'll come.
I'm quite certain.
I'm just hopeful.
You trying to tell me that Morton killed Merle?
You're almost as dense as Archie was. No, Morton didn't do it.
Unless Mr. Wolf is very wrong, which is doubtful, before the night is over, Morton will know who did. And it won't be long until we know, too.
You should get on a quiz program. You're so good at guessing games.
Shh. Listen.
Huh? Someone's coming.
A brilliant deduction, my dear Creamer. I hope there are two of them. Inspector, behind these drapes. Quick! I'll get behind the screen.
All right, Mr. Morton. So far, you've been very cooperative. Just keep it up.
I have no intention of doing otherwise. Your gun has me completely convinced, Mr. Childs.
Get the manuscript.
Yes, just a moment. It's in my desk.
Wait a minute. I thought you said it was in the safe.
A mistake, Mr. Childs. I don't have a safe. Shall I get the manuscript?
Yes, but no tricks. You be careful.
I'm being exceedingly careful, Mr. Childs. There you are.
Starbreaker by Arthur Merle. Yes, this is it. Thank you, Mr. Morton.
Now, I trust that's all you want of me.
I'm sorry. I wish that were true. Unfortunately, you see, it's not the actual novel that I want.
Oh?
My interest in this copy is the same as it was in the original.
And that is?
That no one should ever learn the content.
I take it you know what it's about, then.
Yes. You see, Mr. Merle made the mistake of telling me when I called a bit early at his apartment for dinner last evening. I was forced to deprive him of his life once I learned the storyline of this novel. This story must be kept secret.
Why?
Most of you people in the publishing business know me as a public relations and publicity agent for several prominent writers.
Yes?
Actually, I've been as successful as I might in this business. Because a few years ago, I stumbled onto a very neat and foolproof method of blackmail. Unfortunately, Arthur Merle thought of the same thing and based this story on it. If it got out, I'd be exposed and sent to prison. So you can see why I had to stop it, why I had to kill Arthur, and why... Now I'll have to kill you, too.
Oh, child, for heaven's sake.
The contents of these pages condemn me. You know what's in them. Further, I've confessed to murder to you. You don't think I could let you live after that, do you?
Child, you're insane.
I'm sorry that I must repay you for your trouble in such an ungrateful manner. I'm sorry to do this to you,
Child,
but I can't...
Child, please, no!
Sorry, Mr. Childs. There wasn't time to ask you to drop the gun.
All right, Mr. Childs, get your hands up and stay where you are.
Nice going, Mr. Morton.
Who are you?
That took courage, Mr. Morton. Sorry we had to wait so long, but we had to make Mr. Childs here convict himself.
Convict? What do you mean?
We've been waiting here for you, behind the drapes all the time. We heard every word. Mr. Childs, you're under arrest.
Police?
Yes, Mr. Childs. Only one person could have been so anxious over a copy of that novel. That's the person who killed Arthur Merle for the original. And we heard you confess to that.
And that's all we need to convict you.
We didn't have any proof until we set it up for you to make a second try to cover up for the first. Fortunately, the setup worked.
Setup?
Take a look at the rest of the manuscript, Mr. Childs.
What?
Oh, the front page is there, all right, but look at the rest.
Why, they're blank. They're just blank pages. You didn't have a copy at all.
No, but we certainly got a murderer. Eh, Inspector?
Childs! Childs! Stop, Childs! Stop!
Well, that's one way to avoid standing trial.
Well, Archie, I'm glad you and Kramer got Childs. Some beer, please.
That was a clever scheme, boss, making him think there was a copy.
Yes. In a way, though, I wish it hadn't been just a scheme.
Meaning?
I wish there had been a copy of Arthur Merle's novel.
Why? You never read detective stories.
No, but I've drummed up so much curiosity over this one, I'd like to know exactly what that blackmail gimmick really was. Good night, Archie.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story by Don Arthur was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman production and is directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Harry Bartell as Archie Goodwin, and Evelyn Eaton, Peter Leeds, Lucille Alex, Marna Keneally, Herb Butterfield, and Bill Johnstone. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Telltale Ribbon. Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. There's excitement for you Sunday when talented servicemen compete on The Phil Regan Show. And Sunday on NBC also means another delightful adventure with Cary Grant and Betsy Drake when they star as Mr. and Mrs. Blandings, the proud but bewildered owners of the famous Dream House. The chimes are your invitation every Sunday to Mr. and Mrs. Blandings. Tomorrow for excitement, hear Herbert Marshall in The Man Called X on NBC.
Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Stories begin in many different ways. This one began with a strange little man who claimed a most remarkable power. The power to kill with his mind.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
It was one of those lousy moods I had. Spring in the air, 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and nothing ahead of me except another day's work. A broken leg and a month in bed. I should be so lucky. I started to walk down Michigan Boulevard. By the time I reached the art museum, I hated the whole world. Everybody was going home, and I was going to work. So, like a school kid playing hooky, I turned into a patch of grass landscaping the museum. And I sat down on a bench. The other end of the bench was a little old guy. He was thin as Melba toast, and he was staring at a pigeon perched on the fountain. I was beginning to feel persecuted, like I was the only one in the whole wide city who had to go to work. In a nice, lazy kind of way, I was beginning to wish I was dead.
I wish you were dead.
At first, I didn't know where the voice came from. There was no one in back of me. There was no one around except the little guy at the other end of the bench.
There. I did it again.
You know, that's not a very nice thing to say to somebody you don't even know.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't think you heard me.
Oh, certainly I heard you. Why would you wish a thing like that on me?
Oh, but I didn't mean you. Not at all. Because if I did, you would now be dead.
You mean I would be dead?
It's terrible. Just terrible.
Well, if it wasn't me you just said that to, then who was it?
The pigeon.
Pigeon?
The one that was on the fountain.
I see. And what happened to the pigeon?
He died.
The pigeon died?
Oh, yes. It'll happen every time. I'll get the bird and show you. Yes. It's dead, all right. You see? Perfectly dead.
Oh, now look, Mr.
Fettle is my name.
Yeah, Stone is mine. Randy Stone, and I guess I'll be running along.
Oh, I thought perhaps you could help me, Mr. Stone. You look like the kind of person who would understand.
Yeah, I'm the harmless type that's always walking into a confession.
Well, you see, it's something I can't tell to just anyone.
Yeah, well, some other time. I'll be seeing you.
Oh, that's the way it is. Everybody's interested in only themselves.
Well, get rid of that bird. It's not very pleasant sitting next to someone holding a dead thing in his hand.
Oh, of course. If I put it over there under the bush, would you listen to me? Maybe if I talked about it, it might help. You're not a policeman, are you?
Oh, no. I'm a newspaperman.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, get rid of the bird.
And then you'll listen to me?
Yeah, I'll listen to you.
Oh, that's very good of you, Mr. Stone. I'll just put it down over here.
He was a cute little old guy who didn't seem to fit into a world of aeroplanes and the Geiger count. He was still wearing a white celluloid collar and a tarnished diamond stick pin and a black tie. He was as clean as grandmother's old lace and just as faded. His white hair bulged from an old fedora hat, and his eyebrows looked like the prank of a makeup artist. They were untouched by age, and they were strawberry red. I was already feeling sorry for him, and I knew if I could, I was going to help him. He put the bird under the bush, and then he looked down at it and sighed.
I didn't mean to do it.
Sure, I understand. Now, what's bothering you?
You see, I killed that bird simply by looking at it and saying that I wished it were dead.
Oh, I see. Mm-hmm. You wished it was dead and it died.
You heard me, didn't you? You wouldn't think a thing like that was possible, would you?
Well, I don't know. If I remember correctly, there was this fellow King Midas. He had a pretty good thing, too. All he had to do was touch something and it turned into gold.
Oh, of course, that was only a fairy tale. You're not poking fun at me, Mr. Stone. You're not implying that I made this up.
Oh, now, don't get touchy. It's pretty hard to get used to. All you have to do is wish a bird is dead and it dies.
Anything. A bird or even a person. And they die.
Well, that's quite a power you got.
You don't believe me, do you?
You ought to get a hold of yourself, don't you think?
I knew I shouldn't have said anything at all.
All right. Now, let's say I believe you. What do you expect me to do?
I'm getting afraid of myself. I can become dangerous.
Well, don't wish those things and you won't be dangerous.
But if I ever hate like I once did, then I'm not responsible. The words would just come out. It would happen.
You mean you could wish I was dead or anybody and they'd die?
That's what I've been trying to tell you. I don't want to hurt anybody, Mr. Stone. You still don't believe me?
Oh, I think it's a perfectly wonderful story. Now I gotta go.
Oh, please don't go. Don't leave me, Mr. Stone, please.
I'll take your hands off my coat. Do you mind? I want to go to work.
But listen, I killed a man.
Oh?
I killed Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown?
Arthur E. Brown, president of the Utilities Loan Company.
Uh-huh. You killed him.
I was the one.
It was the urgency in the way he wrung his hands together that got me. I felt pretty foolish sitting there on a park bench listening to the most fantastic kind of nonsense. For 40 years, he worked for this company. He never married. He lived a lonely life. The only pleasure he had was his job. But he was getting old. And then one day, it was on a Friday, he got his paycheck from the head bookkeeper.
Thank you. Oh. But, this is a mistake, a terrible mistake, Miss Johnson. This check is too much.
Let me see. Oh, I don't think so, Mr. Fettle.
Oh, but that's 3 weeks' pay. 2 weeks more than I've got coming. It's not my vacation, you know. I always take mine in July.
Yes, I know, Mr. Fettle.
Well, then you better rectify it, Miss Johnson.
I'm sorry no one told you. On the back of the check, Mr. Fettle, that slip of paper.
Oh? You mean this?
Mm-hmm.
Why, that's a 2 weeks' notice. Oh, that's a terrible mistake.
I hope so, Mr. Fettle.
Oh, such a stupid thing. Imagine my being here so long. Why, everybody knows. I better see Smitty about this right away.
Smitty's been transferred to the Ohio branch.
Since when?
5 weeks ago, Mr. Fettle.
Oh, well, then I see the new fellow. I don't like to embarrass him, but I must bring this to his attention.
I'm sorry, Mr. Fettle.
But you don't understand. You're new here.
Yes, Mr. Fettle, but there's nothing I can do.
Well, I'll have to go to someone who can. Who is it that's over you?
Well, you might try one of the vice presidents.
Of course, Mr. Fettle, you realize I had no idea. Why don't you see the treasurer?
I'm really quite sorry, Mr. Fettle, but really, it's out of my hands.
I see. No one will take the responsibility. No one cares. Sending me from one to the other like I was some kind of thing being volleyed about. I'm going to the president. I'll tell Mr. Brown.
Mr. Fettle went up another flight of stairs running, right through a whole pool of minor executives, straight into Mr. Brown's office. Brown was sitting there in an enormous leather chair. A very huge, fat man. His face was red and puffy. Instead of breathing, he seemed to gasp. He was that mad when Mr. Fettle walked in unannounced.
What are you doing in my office? Mr. Brown, I just had to see you. There seems to be no one to take the responsibility for this. You see, I've been here so many years. They just don't seem to realize how long I've been here. I wanted you to straighten it out for me.
Get out of here!
But it's so unfair.
Get out! I said get out of here!
The hatred that had been piling up in Mr. Fettle had now found a target. He looked Brown squarely in the eyes and said it right to his face, right out loud.
I wish you were dead. You what? I wish you were dead. Oh, he's dead. Somebody, quick! Mr. Brown is dead!
And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
Sure, we've all thought about the idea at some time or other in our lives. And we could look at another person and wish he were dead, and bingo, it would happen. But then we all grew up and we forgot about it. But here was this little old guy, Mr. Fettle, who not only believed this phenomenon about himself, but was determined to prove it to me. That's what I get for stopping on a park bench when I should have been on my way to the paper.
So you see, Mr. Stone, that's how it all started that day in the office.
Well, don't worry about it, Mr. Fettle. Coincidence.
Oh, I wish you were right. But what about the flies?
I'll bite. What about them?
I'd hold them in my hand and say it. And then they'd stop buzzing and keep real still. Dead.
Oh, you're taking yourself too seriously. Stop squeezing flies to death and stop telling yourself you're Superman.
But what about the bird? It was perched on the fountain. I wasn't even near him. And I looked at him and I said it. And then, just like that, it fell to the ground. Dead.
First it's Mr. Brown, then it's squeezing the flies, and finally the pigeon. Oh, go on home, Mr. Fettle. Go on home before I begin wishing you were dead.
I knew I shouldn't have told you. Now I don't know where to turn. I've got the strangest feeling, a terrible need to test everything. Just to go around wishing things were dead. I'm sorry I took up your time, Mr. Stone.
What's that?
Hey,
wait a minute, Mr. Fettle. That kid over there.
Hey, Jerry, over here. I found it.
Uh-huh. See that boy with the BB gun? See him?
How's that?
If I can prove you didn't kill that bird, will you go home and forget about the whole thing?
What? Hey, how'd you get that?
Those boys they're picking up the bird. They shouldn't do that.
Hey, kid.
What?
What are you doing with the BB gun?
Oh, nothing.
You shot that bird, didn't you?
It was an accident. Honest, mister. We didn't mean nothing.
Come here now. Bring it over here.
Run, Jerry, run. He's going to get us.
Hey, come here. I'm not going to do anything. Come here. Well, they're gone, and they took the bird. But now you know, Mr. Fettle, it wasn't you. The kid did it with the BB gun, okay?
You mean they thought they did it?
I see. Okay, so you want to believe you did it. Makes you feel important, doesn't it?
Important?
Yeah, it gives you a feeling of power, doesn't it?
Oh, no, Mr. Stone. I feel like a murderer.
Well, if you feel that way, why don't you turn yourself into the police?
I've thought of that. But I'm not a stupid man. They'd either laugh at me or put me in an institution. And I'm not insane, Mr. Stone.
Yeah, well, I'd like to help you, but I don't know what I can do to convince you.
I can't sleep. I haven't eaten. And I'm in no condition to look for work.
Oh, look, Mr. Fettle, we're going to put a stop to this nonsense right now. It's getting late. I got to go to work. Before I go, I'm going to settle this once and for all.
Oh, anything you did, I'd appreciate.
All right. Now, here I am sitting right next to you, right?
Yes.
All right. And now I'm standing up. See, I'm healthy. Nothing wrong with me, right?
Well, of course.
Now look at me.
Well, I don't think I understand.
Just keep looking at me.
Well?
All right, go ahead now. Wish that I was dead.
Oh, but Mr. Stone, why should I do anything like that to you?
You want to be able to go home and get a good night's sleep? You want to be able to eat and start living like a human being again? All right, go ahead. Wish I was dead.
I won't do it. I won't.
Because you're a liar, aren't you?
But don't say that.
You're a liar, Mr. Fettle. You're a liar.
Keep away from me, please. I don't want anything to happen to you.
Anything to hang on to your little fantasy. Anything to sit here in the park and keep someone talking to you. You're lonely, Mr. Fettle, and you're a little bit nutty, if you ask me.
Don't make me do it, please, Mr. Stone. Don't get near me that way.
Then say it. I said say it. Despite myself, the sweat was beginning to bubble on my forehead. I could feel the back of my shirt getting wet. I could have kicked myself up and down State Street for being sucked into this old man's stupid little nightmare. But there I was, like a Madison Street mooch, insisting that the guy prove it. Not to himself anymore, but to me. Go ahead, Mr. Fettle, say it.
Please don't make me, Mr. Stone.
He cringed away from me now, and his back was pressing up against a tree, and I kept following him. As I got closer to him, he had no other place to run. And he stood there with a most peculiar expression in his eyes.
All right, Mr. Stone. But it's not my fault, understand? I don't want to do it, understand?
I understand. Now say it.
Please forgive me, Mr. Stone, but you're making me. Isn't that right? You're making me say it.
Well, say it and get it over with.
I wish you were... I can't. I just can't.
There's no use pretending I wasn't relieved. I felt both frightened and silly playing this little game.
I just couldn't do it to you, Mr. Stone. I'm not angry. I've gotten to know you and like you. It's become so personal. I wouldn't want anything to happen to you.
As he talked, his eyes became fixed on the building opposite the park. It was a tall building, and way up high, about the 18th story, there was a man up there washing windows.
You see that up there? You see him?
Oh, the window washer?
There's nothing personal about him, is there? Just a speck crawling on the side of a building washing windows.
You're going to start that all over again.
Well, there's nothing personal about that. That speck up there, is there?
Now, look, you're not going to drive me batty.
Well, if you'll only believe me, I'll try to show you.
You mean with the window washer?
He's pretty far away, and it's so impersonal, and, well, it may not work.
Of course it won't work. That's what I've been trying to tell you.
Well, I mean my not knowing him. Maybe I have to know the person or be real close. Maybe I have to have an argument with the person or not like him.
Yeah, like the pigeon.
Oh, well, that was different. I actually looked into the pigeon's eyes, and he looked at me. And that's when I said it.
Yeah, oh, why don't you go home and go to bed? Read a good book. Forget about yourself.
You're going?
That's right.
Oh, wait. I'll do it.
I stood there watching him. He stared at the man on the 18th floor for a long time. As the man started to change his safety belt to move from one window ledge to the next, just as he took off one rope from the bolt in the window frame, Mr. Fettle started to whisper.
I wish you were dead.
It all happened in a split second. The moment he said it, the man on the window ledge lost his balance. First, the bucket came clattering to the ground. And then, the man hung suspended, dangling by one rope and clawing at the air to get back on the ledge. And then the rope broke. And the man fell to the ground. When it happened, I ran over to the building and got what few facts were available. The item appeared in a late edition, about 10 lines on page 8. Naturally, I said nothing of the little old man on the park bench, or they would have thought I was as insane as I felt the little guy to be. But I couldn't get the amazing Mr. Fettle out of my mind. When I started to feel that I, in some weird manner, were indirectly responsible for the window washer's death, then I knew I was involved up to my neck. I went downstairs to the newspaper library. I found the item I was looking for. Arthur E. Brown, president of the Utilities Loan Association, had succumbed to a heart attack and was pronounced dead upon the arrival of his personal physician, George Watkins. The first thing next morning, I went to see Dr. Watkins.
I'll be glad to give you whatever information you want, Mr. Stone, but I'm also rather curious as to your reasons.
Well, in a very general way, I'm interested in certain types of death.
Oh, coronary, heart fatalities?
You might call it that.
What is it you wanted to know?
Well, as I understand it, there was someone present in Mr. Brown's office at the time he died.
I believe so. One of his employees.
I'm wondering if this man could have in any way brought on the heart attack.
It's possible. But that particular day, not at all probable.
Why not?
Mr. Brown had complained of a severe constriction across the chest, and his secretary had already called me before that man was in his office. In fact, I was on my way over to his office before he succumbed. Mr. Brown's secretary was in the first aid room getting him some medicine.
You mean Brown was already dying before the man even got into the office?
Mr. Brown was already dying of the effect of an extraordinary lunch. With the kind of heart condition he had, his death was just as inevitable as tomorrow's sunrise.
It couldn't be any plainer than that. Coincidence number one had been taken care of quite neatly. But that window washer still had to be dealt with. For a man who'd been washing windows for so many years to slip off the windowsill and then for the rope to break right at the time my amazing Mr. Fettle wished he were dead, well, that's a pretty touchy thing to reconcile the coincidence. I went back to the building and located the engineer who was in the basement replacing a steam valve on a hot water tank. At first, he wasn't very cooperative.
I suppose you're another insurance man who wants to know more about why we don't have safety measures for our window washers.
No. I just happened to be a newspaper man who was sitting in the park when it happened.
Well, if you saw it, you know more about it than I do.
He worked for you, didn't he?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, what happened? Why should that man's rope break?
I'm tired of answering questions. That's all I've been doing is asking questions.
Well, look, mister, I'm not here to make trouble for you. I don't want to give you any bad publicity. I want to know why it happened, but, of course, if you don't want to tell me, then I've got to believe that the building was responsible.
If I warned him once, I warned him 100 times. His equipment was rotted through. I told him he couldn't go to work on my building unless he bought new ropes. He was pretty sore, but he went home. At least I thought he went home. What happened was he got lost in one of the bars on Clark Street, and when he was good and drunk, he came back. Without me knowing that he went to work. He was drunk, that's what he was. It was nobody's fault but his own.
If it wasn't for the fact that somebody else had suffered, the whole thing would have been funny. It was the most ironic joke that coincidence could play. On a pathetic old man who thought he had some kind of strange power, and on me, a sucker for anybody's story if they insist they've got one. I got Mr. Fettle's address from Miss Johnson at the place he used to work and went over to see him. He lived in an old boarding house. His landlady was a nice old gray-haired woman that was as interested in knowing where he could be found as I was.
He hasn't been home since yesterday. And that's not like him. 15 years he's lived here. And he never spent a night away from home.
But does he have any relatives or friends that he could have gone to?
Not a soul, sir. The loneliest man I ever knew. But the nicest. Why, he just wouldn't hurt a soul.
Well, I've got to find him.
Oh, but something's wrong, isn't there?
No. I've got a pretty important message for him, and it'll make things a lot easier on him when I tell him.
I see. Can't you tell me?
No, it's rather personal. Here's my number, though. You can reach me at the office. No matter what time he gets in, if you have any regard for him at all, please call me.
I certainly will, sir. And nobody has better regard for him than I have. He's been getting awful thin lately. Yes, you'd think a man wouldn't starve himself just because he was out of work. Now, would you, sir?
Well, you call me. It'll be a lot different after I talk to him. I went to the office by way of Bughouse Square. I inquired here and there about an old gent with the white hair and the strawberry-colored eyebrows. They knew who he was, all right, but they hadn't seen him. I was getting worried about him. A nice little guy somewhere in the city running away from himself, thinking he was a dangerous killer. When I got to the office, there were no messages. I put my feet on the desk and I waited. And I started to do my column with coincidence playing the villain. I got halfway through, put my feet back on the desk, and dozed off. 2 o'clock in the morning, the phone rang. Yeah.
Mr. Stone?
Speaking.
He just came in just now.
Who?
Mr. Fettle.
Oh, okay, thank you. I'm coming right over. When I got to the house, she was waiting and had the door open before I could ring the bell. Is he in bed?
No, Mr. Stone. He's sitting in his easy chair.
His room upstairs?
It's no use going up there, Mr. Stone.
Oh, what's wrong?
Well, as soon as I called you, I put some soup on the stove. You see, I wanted him to have something hot to eat. I knocked on his door, but, well, he didn't answer. I opened it, and he was sitting in the easy chair. Before I got to him, his eyes went up at the ceiling. Then they closed, and his head rolled on his chest. He was dead.
Well, I can't understand it. He wasn't sick. He was unhappy, but he wasn't sick.
It doesn't make much difference now what he was. Poor soul.
That's all that happened? Just what you told me? He didn't say anything?
Well, he mumbled something, but it's not worth repeating.
What? I want to know.
Some sort of foolishness, Mr. Stone.
Well, tell me. I've got to know.
I'm sure I heard it wrong.
Well, what was it that he said?
Well, as his eyes were on the ceiling, it seemed to me Now, sir, I can be wrong, you know. But it seemed to me that he said, I wish I was dead.
Sitting on a park bench in the warm sun doesn't always lead to peace of mind. Not if you happen to be a harmless little guy who draws the ace of spades every time he makes a wish. Of course, we know that everything that happened was just coincidence. We all know things like this don't happen. You know, like the flying saucer. Copy, boy.
Gallon Camps present Pat Novak for Hire.
Cinderella lost a shoe and so she got a maid. The modern miss has learned from this in Gallon Camp charade.
More miles to a Gallon Camp. Yes, Gallon Camps, the family shoe stores with the yellow fronts, the largest shoe chain in the West with stores from Canada to Mexico to serve the West. GALLENKAMPS, Gallon Camps present Pat Novak for Hire.
Sure, I'm Pat Novak for hire. That's what the sign out in front of my office says, Pat Novak for hire. Down on the waterfront in San Francisco, you don't get prizes for being subtle. If you want to make a living down here, you got to get your hand in the till any way you can. You rob Peter to pay Paul, and then you put it on the cuff. It's a happy life if you don't mind looking up at a headstone, because sooner or later you draw trouble a size too big. I found that out Tuesday night. It was about 11 o'clock when I came out of the office, and I started down the waterfront. It was raining, and the street was as deserted as a warm bottle of beer. As I got near the corner, an old man stepped out of the darkness and started across the street. It was a short trip because the car started up down the street, and the old man couldn't have made it with a pocket full of aces. Well, I started over to him. The car slowed down for a moment and then turned the corner and disappeared. As it passed under the street light, I caught a glimpse of the license plate in a dull, surprised way, the way you'd grab a feather out of an angel's wing. I bent over the old man and I rolled him on his back. He was breathing hard as I cushioned his head.
Please help me. Can you please help me?
Well, that's a big order, mister.
I must talk to you.
Well, if you got any good quotes, you better get them off your chest fast.
My pocket. Inside my pocket. You please put your hand.
In here?
Yeah.
Sure. 2 envelopes. What about them?
One is money for you. You have the other one.
So far.
The other one, please keep sealed. And you will give it to John St. John.
John St. John?
Yeah.
Well, where's he live?
You don't understand. It's not... I want to tell you. You don't understand.
Well, he was right on that one. I didn't understand a thing, except he slipped out of my arms and stopped paying taxes. I dragged him over to the side and I went through his stuff. There was nothing there, no identification, just a card with an address on the other side of town. I opened the envelope and $300 tumbled into my breast pocket. The other one was sealed. There was no name on it, but up in the corner there was some kind of marking. It looked like 2 crosses spliced together. There wasn't anything I could do for him except pray, and I owe some back dues, so I went over to my office and called police headquarters. I told them where the old man was, and then I checked in the phone book. There was no John St. John listed. Well, so I looked up the only honest guy I know, an ex-doctor and a boozer by the name of Jocko Madigan. A good guy, but to him, a hangover is the price of being sober. I finally found him singing in a Mason Street bar.
Dinky, dinky, derbyshire, dinky, dinky day.
Jocko, I want to talk to you.
Ah, Patsy, you're just in time for the counterpoint. I'm singing a song, a little sentimental thing from my childhood.
It'll keep. I got a problem, Jocko.
You'll always have a problem, Patsy, because you can't keep out of trouble. You know that, don't you? You have no self-control.
Yeah, all right, Jocko.
You have no more self-control than a bucket of mercury dumped in a marble staircase.
All right, Jocko, check the bright talk. I just saw a guy get killed.
You're like some violent disorder in nature, some large but unprofitable storm.
Yeah.
You keep whirling in circles, Patsy. And if you ever go more than 10 feet in one direction, it's because some woman is 9 feet away. Then
Yeah.
it begins all over again.
Are you all through?
Yes, get to the point. That's another of your troubles. You never get to the point.
Some old guy was killed down on the Embarcadero. He checked out 50 feet away from me.
Who killed him?
I don't know.
Then why do you care? Professional jealousy?
Some car came out of nowhere and clipped him.
You're sure it wasn't an accident?
Yeah, just like the fall of France. Will you stop needling me, Jocko? I told you the guy got killed. He was murdered right in front of me. I gotta find a guy called John St. John.
How, St. John?
John St. John. I don't feel like vaudeville tonight, Jocko. The old man gave me $300 to deliver a letter. I made him a promise.
Well, you can break it now with only the slightest risk.
I got the license number of the car. I want you to hop down and look it up. Then check at headquarters to see if the guy's got a record.
I don't like policemen. They depress me.
Check it. I gotta go out here to this address. Here.
Uh-huh.
Well, what kind of neighborhood is it?
Well, it's not exactly a neighborhood. It's more like an architectural afterthought, a lingering defense against the early California bear.
All right. No speeches. Just check on that license plate. Now, if I'm not at my place, try this address here.
Yes, that's always very interesting at this time of night. Well, goodbye, lover.
Well, Jocko was right about the neighborhood. When I left him, I doubled by my place, and I left the envelope. I put it in another envelope and stashed it behind some books. Then I headed out to look up John St. John. It must have been about midnight when I got there, and it was the kind of a neighborhood where a for rent sign reads like a ransom note. I found the place, though. It was an old rooming house, a third-floor apartment. I knocked at the door, and when she opened it, I knew it was time to wire home for money. If they pick a Miss Blowtorch of 1946, she'll be right up there in the running. A tall, blonde blister with lots of Fahrenheit. She stood there leaning against the door, smiling and looking at you as if you had gold-plated muscles. Gave you a weak feeling where your dinner ought to be. And her voice came right out of the oven.
Well, you're out kind of late.
Yeah. I'm looking for a guy named John St. John.
Oh? Won't you come into my cobweb?
Sure. For a spider, you're nice and chubby.
Well, a Spider-Man. My name's Lee Norton. You want to write it down?
I'm Pat Novak, and I'm looking for a guy named John St. John.
You seem to be running a temperature on the subject. I don't know a John St. John.
Well, I found a dead man lugging around your address. Why?
I don't know. Perhaps he admired me from afar. Like a sunset or something.
No, he stopped admiring sunsets about 20 years ago.
I see. What are you, the avenging angel?
He gave me a sealed envelope.
And you were supposed to give it to a man named John St. John.
That's right. He gave me $300 to ease the pain.
Yeah, I figured that. You don't look like the charitable type.
He was a nice old guy, so I'm going to find his boy.
Perhaps I could help you.
You got a clear, fast track. Let's see you go.
I told you I don't know John St. John, but I'll do this much.
Yeah, I know. You're going to be big-hearted and offer to take that letter just in case you ever meet someone named John St. John. How did you pay the rent this month?
Keep the kettle on. I'll only be a moment.
Hello, Lee. If we're early, just give us a magazine.
No. Come on in. Well, just enough for bridge.
You're right. You're only gone a moment. Who are your friends?
Don't sulk.
Did they lock the manhole before they left home?
His name's Novak.
Yeah, that's a pretty name. Don't rhyme with anything, but it's pretty, huh, Joe?
Yeah, it's all right.
Let's have the letter, Novak.
You got hold of a bad rumor, fella.
The one I got's good. Let's have it.
I don't want to strain your mind, Junior, but try to understand. I don't have a letter.
Ask him again.
Go on home, mister. You're not going to get anything out of me except a small tip. Now, if you're a good boy, I'll give you a nickel for your friend, too.
All right, Joe. Now, hold him up.
Yeah, just a minute.
He's got a head of hair. Hold him up.
All right, Mike. That's enough. Oh, that's enough.
All right, baby. Don't look so sorry. You can't have everything.
We'll be back to Pat Novak in just a moment. you ever worn uncomfortable shoes? Perhaps the size was wrong or the shoe was the wrong shape for your foot. But no matter why, there's nothing more uncomfortable than shoes that don't fit. The more you're on your feet, the more you know it. Gallenkamp specialize in properly fitting shoes for the whole family, right from the toddler's first important step. And Gallenkamp's good shoes are built to give support to active feet. Listen to an authority on shoes. He's Mr. John F. Stahl, 64 years young, a retired postman with a hobby. You guessed it, he likes to walk. He says,
I've been on my feet most of my life. Since 1935, when I retired as a letter carrier, I walked 10,000 miles. I just walked to San Francisco from Trinity Center, California. That was 410 miles. Walking is fun, but take it from me, you must have good shoes. That's why I stick to Gallenkamps. Gallenkamps are good shoes.
And there you have it from a man who knows. Gallenkamps are good shoes. That's why Gallenkamps are the West's favorite shoes, and Gallenkamp's tremendous volume makes possible Gallenkamp's reasonable prices. For style, for quality, for reasonable price, for good shoes for the entire family, visit the stores with the yellow fronts. Mr. Stahl walked 410 miles to shop at Gallenkamp's, but there's a store in your neighborhood. And now back to Pat Novak for hire.
You know, it's easy to sleep if you got the right friends. When those two gon-ups were through, I hit the floor and made Rip Van Winkle look like an insomnia victim. I didn't like the floor, but it was in better shape than my face. I don't know how long I was there, but it must have been a couple of hours. I rolled over once and tried to get up, but it was like trying to barbecue a cake of ice. There was a sick, sweet smell in the room. I tried to place it, but my nose was out on strike, so I went to sleep again. Next thing I knew, it sounded like New Year's Eve.
Here you go, Patsy. Now, up on the couch.
What's the matter?
Nothing. If you're a kitchen stove, the room's full of gas.
Oh, some of my playmates, I guess.
Well, you weren't at the apartment, so I tried here.
Yeah? What time is it?
2:00. Who got the quaint idea of the gas chamber?
A girlfriend. It was love at first sight.
Did she get the letter?
I left it home.
Yeah, getting smart.
Yeah, $300 worth. They lifted my dough.
You couldn't use it where you were going. I checked on that hit-and-run car. It's listed under the name of Sidney Bronson.
Has he got a record?
No.
Well, everybody's a beginner. Well, let's go home.
It'll be dull, but you'll get used to it. Wait till I wash my hands.
Sure.
Patsy.
Yeah?
What did your girlfriend look like? Was she the lively type?
Yeah. Why? What's the matter?
Because she's not anymore.
Yeah. Those Gunsels play rough.
She's kind of pretty. What did she do besides send out vibration?
I don't know. But she knew all about John St. John.
Yeah?
She picked up a bait like a hungry bass. Also, look at that ring.
How did you get around to that?
The insignia on it. It's the same one that's on the envelope. Spliced crosses.
Let's go home, Patsy. The police will be here.
Yeah. Even Hellman will know she's dead. Come on, On your way out the door, Jocko, try it sideways because I think it's blocked.
Hello, Novak. You look pale.
It's my color scheme. What do you care, Hellman?
None. She looks peaceful.
Yeah. Be quiet or you'll wake her up.
I'll tiptoe. She always cut her throat before she goes to sleep. Who is she, Novak?
I don't know.
It's awful cozy here for a bunch of perfect strangers.
I don't know every dead girl in town, Hellman. You'll have to check.
You can still write, can't you, Novak?
Huh?
That's all you'll need down at headquarters. Come on.
Get out of the haze, Hellman. You don't know who's dead yet, but you're going to book somebody.
Yeah. What are you doing up here, praising the joint?
I came up to find a guy named John St. John.
She doesn't look like a guy named John St. John.
She was my lead. I came up here to smell out a rat. She had a half Nelson on me when two Gunsels walked in.
They came up to fix the gas meter, I think.
You stay out of this.
I'll make every effort.
Now, if you're smart, you'll fingerprint this place, Hellman. Those boys were cute. They've been in somebody's jail.
I'll handle my job. You stick to murder.
It'll go a long way to pin this on me, Hellman.
I can go a long way, Novak.
Not with what you got to drag.
We get a call in the middle of the night, come up here and find you standing over a dead girl.
That's right.
And you want me to sprinkle powder all over. Back up and take a better look, Novak.
The view's fine, Hellman. And if you'll take a good look, you'll know why. You haven't got anything to give the DA except a slim lead and a fat hand. You're going to need help.
Not on this one.
You need help to find the street. Come on back to center, Hellman. Even with both hands, you couldn't...
Yeah.
Oh, forget it.
So take the medicine like a good boy. I'm not going to walk out and let the two of you tour the town. I'm going to book one or both of you on a murder charge.
All right. Book Jocko here, then.
I love you in a generous mood.
You got a string, then, Hellman. Somebody's got to find John St. John.
Who's going to find Jocko?
Stop worrying, I'll bail you out.
You haven't got the right size heart, Novak. You'll let him die on the vine.
Helm, sometimes you're guilty of unexpected wisdom. I know it's reflex action, but it's consoling anyway.
I want you, Novak. I want you bad. I'll take this guy as a down payment, but I'm going to close out with you. Remember that.
I will.
All right. Come on, mister.
Wait a minute. Patsy, you're not going to let him lug me off like this?
What else can I do? The guy likes you. Now, it was a bum curve to throw Jocko, but somebody had to dig us out of a hole, and Jocko wasn't the boy. You can't shovel dirt with a bar rag. I had no idea where to start. There were 2 murders, and they were both tied up with John St. John. He didn't look like a good guy to know. There was that insignia, too. The one on the letter. And the girl's ring. Oh, sure, it could be coincidence, but that's what they said about Bluebeard. The only thing I could do was open that letter, so I went back to the apartment. I didn't have to turn on the light. They were running in pairs tonight. She was sitting there on the couch, proud of a pair of long silk legs and smiling like a guy who knows he's got $1 million in the bank. She was blonde, too. A little more lemon juice, maybe, but blonde anyway. She was nice and comfortable, and I got the idea she'd just signed a lease.
Good evening. How do you do?
Not very well so far.
A sly remark, Mr. Novak?
No, I'm just bringing you up to date. Your girlfriend's dead.
Yes?
Yeah. I just want to let you know the gas jet's out in the kitchen.
Oh, don't shout. I'd like you better if you purred.
I don't need your vote. Who's John St. John?
I don't know John St. John. Is he worth breaking your heart over?
There's a good guy down on the clink sweating out a murder rep for me, so I want John St. John.
You've got nice friends.
Who's Sidney Bronson?
How does that fit into the picture?
This started with a waterfront corpse. The leftovers belong to an old guy that was hit by a car. The car's registered in the name of Sidney Bronson.
Mr. Novak, you seem so intense. It's a pity to waste it on random speculation.
I told you. I got a friend in the jug.
Loyalty's a nice trait. One of your nicest.
Yeah.
You're a pretty thing, Patsy.
Well, don't get fooled by the wrapper.
I'll take a chance.
Anybody ever brief you on trouble?
You're hard to see that far away. Come on over into focus, Patsy.
Yeah.
You're pretty, Patsy.
You look like you want to bill a sale.
I'm the gentle kind, Novak. I'd just like to break your ribs.
Go ahead. I can get a brace.
Come here. Mr. Novak, I'll bet you do a swell rumba.
Yeah? What's on your mind?
What you're going to say when you find out about this gun.
Huh?
That's right, sweetheart. My finger isn't hollow. Back up and take a look at the gun.
Well, you got to that purse, huh?
That's right.
Well, you've ruined my confidence.
I'll give you a testimonial. In the meantime, I want the letter.
You go after everything the same way.
I want the letter.
Well, it's in the desk. Come on. Right here in the top drawer.
Oh, let go. Stay away from me.
I'm already here, lady. Come on, all right. Drop the gun, sis. Drop it.
Well, you can let go of my arms now.
Well, that's your version.
Let go of me. Let go of me. What was that for?
A little something on the house. Now beat it.
Well, you've ruined my confidence.
You're lucky. Go on home.
You won't change your mind about that letter?
No.
Suit yourself. I'll be going. Oh, Patsy.
Yeah?
I can't help you on John St. John, but I wouldn't worry about that fella, Sidney Bronson.
Huh? Why?
Because I'm Sidney Bronson. See you soon.
It began to look like a big, fat, well-fed double cross. I had to find out what was in that letter, so I made tracks for the bookcase. All I could do was browse because the letter was gone. Well, things didn't look rosy for me or Jocko. I was about to buy a file and bake a cake when the phone rang.
Hello, Novak.
Oh, Hellman.
The coroner got a report on that dead girl. She died at 12:30.
Well, that's pretty close. What's he got, a stopwatch?
15 minutes either way. Those fingerprints panned out, too.
Yeah?
A couple of L.A. strong-arm men.
Well, that's new for L.A. You got a call out?
We already picked them up. Your favorite's named Welcome Dangliers.
I could make a joke.
I already got one. They're set up with a perfect alibi for 12:30.
That means I killed the girl.
Nobody's arguing. I got some more news.
Yeah?
I'm out at the Seal Rocks.
Well, you got the figure for it.
We just found an envelope floating around the water. It's one of yours. You better come on out.
You found an envelope, so what?
So the envelope turns out to be in some guy's pocket. Come on out.
Well, that only meant one thing. Whoever took the envelope out of my place got popular. It was getting late, so I grabbed a cab and rode out to the beach. When I got there, Hellman was standing down in the water. He had Jocko with him. The surf was rolling in, and Jocko wasn't much better.
Hello, Patsy.
Hello, Jocko. How's jail?
Dry.
Thanks for coming, Novak. You're sweet.
Where's the envelope?
Here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the same one.
That makes you look good.
There was a letter in here. Did you take that with the guy's money, Hellman?
You got all there is.
This guy on the beach is the third one.
It's my opinion the case will solve itself. We're running out of people.
Who is the guy?
His name's Walter Avery. Here's his stuff.
Yeah, what's left? Well, the spliced cross really gets around. Keeps bobbing up. Here it is on this guy's fountain pen.
I'm going to run this guy through the morgue, and then I'm going to look you up, Novak.
Yeah?
Sure. We want you down with us.
That's right. I'll introduce you to all the best people. Good night, lover.
It was close to 5, so I tagged by my place for some sleep. I tossed around like a fish on the living room rug. Hellman called about 9 to throw more dust in my eyes. He said one of the airlines had a passenger to Portland named Walter Avery. Just to make it tough, the guy made the 12 o'clock plane and got off at Portland. I had left field all to myself. I got dressed and I looked up Sidney Bronson's number. There was no answer, so I went over. The place was locked, and I looked up the janitor. He wasn't going to let me in, but it turned out that his wife had a birthday coming up. Well, I found something in the apartment. It was a card, and it said Bellcrest Sanitarium. And down in the corner there was a guy's name. Dr. Emil Schoenig, psychiatrist. Vienna, without the walls. The Bellcrest Sanitarium was down on the peninsula, so I borrowed a car and headed down that way. Everything was fine until I got in the front door. They didn't even let me register. I woke up on a couch in Schoenig's office. It was dark outside, and my left arm was throbbing like a love story in a woman's magazine. The radiator sitting beside me was Sidney.
You're a deep sleeper.
I think I got some help. What happened to my arm?
Hypodermic. You only need one arm, anyway.
In your case, I need a spare. Who did it?
Dr. Schoenig.
Oh, he's a darling boy. Where is he?
Out on the phone trying to figure out what to do with you.
What's that make me, a patient?
That's one way of putting it. You made things easy. We were coming to you for the letter.
Do you want to try that over again?
We were on our way when you stumbled in.
You're wrong, Sid. Somebody's given you a fast pitch. That letter was gone when you were up at my place.
I don't want a bum rib, Patsy. I want that letter.
You're trailing the field angel. I told you. The letter's gone. A guy by the name of Walter Avery took it out of my place.
Walter Avery?
That's right, and somebody thanked him. They found him this morning making like a dead seal.
Walter Avery left for Portland last night.
A plant, sweetheart. You better read up on your friends.
Yeah. Thanks, Patsy.
I told you to watch him, Sid. You had more shots.
What's the difference?
Oh, none, I suppose. Why don't you mix us a drink while I talk to Mr. Novak?
I'll be right with you.
Well, Mr. Novak, you're one of my best patients.
Well, that's because I like your needles. You better go easy on that drink.
Yes? Why?
Well, you'll get drunk and run somebody down the way you did that guy on the waterfront.
Oh? A good guess. You should be proud. That's a good, sensible, final emotion.
Here's your drink, Emma.
Thank you, my dear. As to you, Mr. Novak. Sorry, there's no drink for you, Mr. Novak.
You probably will be.
Huh?
Forget it.
Emma, I talked to Mr. Novak before you came in. He thinks you're a heel.
He does.
So do I.
I can stand it.
He told me about Walter Avery.
I'm sorry about that.
Walter got that letter. You killed him and took it. I was supposed to blunder around until you got rid of me, too. That's a bum joke, Emil.
You're getting hysterical.
With laughter, Emil. You put one of your boys on the plane. Only Novak aired the wash too fast.
Suppose I did. Somebody ought to bring you up to date, Sidney. You've been hanging on too long. The free ride's over. I might as well tell you now you're all through. I carried the whole bunch along, and and I'm all through.
Steady, Emil.
What's the matter with me? What's the matter with me, Sid?
Give him a hand, Novak. He just had a bad drink.
You wouldn't do that, Sid.
I'm full of surprises. You got a stomach full of poison. You got a stomach full of poison in 15 seconds, Emil. Put down that gun, Emil.
I want you to, Sid.
Please, Emil, put down the gun.
I'm a selfish fellow. This happens kind of fast for you, fellow.
Lots of noise, huh, Patsy?
Yeah. I'll get you a pillow.
I'd rather have your lap.
You get mercy, not love, baby.
Yeah? Thanks for small favors. How do I look?
Not so good. That was the 3-2 pitch.
Yeah. I had it coming up. I'll tell you about John St. John.
I know. There was no such guy.
That's right. It was the name of the group.
Those spliced crosses?
Yes. You found out a little late, but it's always that way. That's the way I found out about you.
Yeah?
I had a funny little hunch about you and me. I found out a little late, but I know now, Patsy. Does that help?
Well, John St. John was the name of an organization buying and selling government information. That old man tried to tell me, but he checked out too fast. I began to figure something like that when those spliced crosses started showing up. Schoenig killed the old man in Sidney's car. He couldn't stop because I was around. The 2 girls and Walter Avery were both in on the deal. Schoenig knew who I was when he saw me go into my office. He trailed me to my place and left Avery there to look for the letter. He killed that girl up in the rooming house, and then he found out she didn't have the letter. When Avery showed up, he took it away from him, threw him to the fish. He was trying to shake Sidney by sending her up to my place after he had the letter. The scheme went haywire when I showed up at the sanitarium. He was trying to work himself out of that one when the payoff came. John St. John? Well, right from the start, Jocko said he was either dead or in the state pen because anybody with a name like John St. John would have killed his parents as soon as he got old enough to find out about it.
We'll return in a moment to find out what bothered Inspector Hellman. But now it's Cinderella time.
Cinderella lost a shoe and so she got a maid. The modern miss has learned from this. In gallon camp she'll rate.
A pretty face, a graceful figure, lovely shoes. That's a combination that no man can resist. What a delightful feeling to know that from the top of your head to the tip of your toes, you are the picture of glamorous perfection. Here's what Marilyn Buford, Miss America 1946, says.
Probably the most fun of being chosen Miss America is modeling the gorgeous clothes. What girl wouldn't be thrilled to select costume after costume from a collection of America's leading designers? And after seeing the importance they attach to the right shoes for every costume, I'm glad I learned about gallon camps years ago.
Yes, Marilyn, there's magic in a pair of shoes, as every woman knows. And having the right shoes is no longer a luxury thanks to Gallon Camps, the home of lovely shoes at reasonable prices. And that's why Miss America's favorite store is the favorite store of America's misses.
Cinderella lost a shoe and so she got a maid. The modern miss has learned from this. In gallon camp she'll rate.
And now back to Pat Novak.
It worked out all right. They found the letter out at Schoenig's place, and there were some plans for jet planes and a few other trifles. Hellman asked only one question. How come Schoenig didn't kill me before I could talk to the girl? It's always that way with a guy who commits murder. Either he goes too far or he doesn't go far enough.
Be sure to join us next Sunday evening and every Sunday, same time, same station for radio's newest show, Pat Novak for Hire. And don't forget the store with the yellow front is the Gallon Camp Shoe Store. Gallencamp shoes are good shoes. There's something about them you'll like. Franklin Evans speaking. This is ABC, the American Broadcast.
Come in. Welcome. Welcome to Mystery Theater. I am Hyman Brown. So many of you write me letters asking for stories of the occult, of strange death and wandering ghosts, of gothic horrors and unimaginable terrors. Yet others write for a love story. It's much too simple and gentle an emotion to belong on Mystery Theater. Or is it? After all, it was love that inspired Victor Herbert's song, Our Sweet Mystery of Life. To reinforce that, here is a love story that is not so much of this life, but more the one beyond.
Marta's got to retire, Max.
Retire? One of the foremost concert pianists in the world?
Her heart won't stand the strain anymore.
Julie, she can't afford to retire.
With all the money she's made.
It's all been spent looking for him.
But her husband is dead.
Everyone else realizes that, except Marta Danilov.
Our mystery drama, Love After Death, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Ralph Bell and Norman Rose. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Among the company of the great romantic pianists, the Chopins, the Rubinsteins, and all the other towering geniuses, no name shone more brightly, although relatively briefly, than that of Marta Danilov. Perhaps audiences were unduly affected by this wisp of a woman whose thundering crescendos seemed a physical impossibility and whose delicate pianissimos were marvels of projected whispers. What made this fair little woman able to run this gamut of romantic emotions? The banked-up fires of a raging and enduring love that tragedy and disaster and separation could never quench.
Marta is magnificent tonight, Julie. Magnificent.
I don't know where she finds the strength, Mr. Bragg.
Oh, bank fires. It comes from within. She's a true romantic. Her soul overcomes her body.
But how much longer can it?
What do you mean, Julie?
She's ill. Much sicker than she'll ever admit. It's sheer willpower that keeps her going.
Well, it has been all her life.
Well, if you care about her life, you've got to talk her into retiring.
I have to?
Well, you're her manager. Who else?
You're her secretary. You're closer to her than anyone.
Well, the only one she'll listen to is you.
No. All she will listen to is her heart.
And her heart can no longer stand the strain. Oh, please, Mr. Bragg, convince her to retire before it's too late.
There is no way I can do it, Julie. She can't afford to anyway.
What? With all the money she's made?
It's all been spent looking for him. She won't give up, so she has to work to keep on the quest.
But he's dead. He must be dead long ago.
Everyone realizes that. Except Madame Danilov.
Matt, forgive me. Mr. Bragg.
Oh, come. You should have been calling me Max long ago. Julie, leave it that way, would you?
All right, Max. But look, if she doesn't give up this hopeless romantic belief, I think she will be dead. Now, you just got to make her face the truth.
Yes, you're right. All right, I'll try again. This time I really will try. She's coming to the end.
Oh, how they love her. Why can't she settle for that? The only real love she's ever had.
You didn't know Andrei Danilov, the husband. That was the real love. It's what she pours out on an audience since he is no longer with her.
Tonight was good, wasn't it?
You've never been better, Martha. Superlative.
Strange. I felt he was there. I have never felt it so strongly that Andre was there.
Martha, will it never be time for you to forget him?
Never.
There has to be a time. You cannot live in a dream world forever.
Whatever world I live in, so long as I shall live, it will be a world that contains Andre and forever after.
You're killing yourself, Martha. You need a rest.
I can't rest. I shall never rest unless I find him. I know you don't believe he is alive. Nobody does but me. But I shall prove you all wrong in the end. Has there been any other news?
No. No.
Then we will have to start all over again.
You haven't time for this, Marty. You have a tour to complete and very heavy bookings for next year.
Oh, there'll be some time for a rest in between. A rest. Wasn't it wonderful that summer in England? The last one together.
No, 46.
We were so sure that disaster was all behind us. And the whole world was young again. Oh, why did Andre have to go home?
It meant a lot to his career. And he was a patriot.
Artists have no business in politics.
He wasn't really political. He just wanted to play for his own people. And like all of us, with the war over, he thought that was the end of dictatorship. That we were all free.
But they cancelled his visa to leave. I should have gone with him.
Oh, Martha, you couldn't. You were already carrying Stefan.
I know. Andre would never have forgiven me if they got their clutches on his son.
Yeah, so his wife.
Oh, I wasn't of any value to them then. He was the recognized artist. But he would no longer play for them. Not for their political gain.
So, he was eliminated.
Yes, eliminated. Not killed. You know that once I started to make my name, I was contacted and told that if I came home, they would free him from prison.
Well, they offered you no real proof he was alive. And you didn't. The decision was made. So leave the past alone, Martha.
I can't. I can't, Max. I will never believe he's dead.
You think they would have hesitated to kill him or starve him? It was announced that he had died in 59. There has been no word of him in nearly 20 years.
I still know he is alive. For all your protestations, I think in your heart of hearts you too believe he is still alive. Or could be.
Oh, now how can you say I believe that?
I am a woman as well as an artist. Oh, I know many things. I know you. If you were sure in your own soul that Andre was dead, you would not have accepted being just my manager.
Martha, he was my friend. I couldn't dream. Well, of course I love you. Why deny the truth?
There is nothing you could hide from me, Max Breck. You lied to me, didn't you? When you said there was no news.
Yes. The one we traced all the way to Canada.
Yes.
He may have crossed over into the States. The detective agency thinks they may have found him in Buffalo.
Oh, where? I will go to him.
Slowly, Martha, please. It's only a vague possibility. And you are due for an important concert in New York tomorrow.
We could fly by way of Buffalo.
Now, you know that is not possible. The schedule is tight enough as it is. You've got to leave for New York tomorrow morning.
But I will cancel the booking.
Carnegie Hall? You can't. It's too late. The whole future rides on it. And this may be just another dead end.
I won't go unless you follow it up.
All right. If you promise no interviews tonight, straight to bed. And fly with Judy tomorrow morning so you can rest in New York before the concert.
You have my promise, if I have yours, that you will go yourself. You are the only one besides me who can tell if it is really Andre.
What a God-forsaken neighborhood.
Yes?
Father Quinn?
That'd be me. Who's wanting me? I left my spectacles off.
You wouldn't know me. My name is Max Breck. Could I step in and ask you a few questions?
Now, if it's about the plaster repair on the altar, all in good time, man. We're a poor parish here, and it all has to go through the diocese, you see. But you've got to know the church is good for it, and I'll not be done anymore.
No, I want nothing from you, Father Quinn, except information.
Well then, step in. We're very strong on information here at St. Pancras. What instruction will you be seeking, Mr. Breck?
It's about, a Peter Dan. I understand he's a janitor here.
Peter Dan has sought the sanctuary of this church. Now, he's a man who's suffered much and deserves to be left alone. It's like I told the other one of you nosing around here and upsetting a man. If he's committed some crime or other, let the police come fair and square. But I'll have none of you private eyes or whatever you are bothering him to death. Now he's about to find a little peace at last. Are you the police?
No, I'm not. Is Peter Dan his real name, Father?
It's the name I accept him by.
It couldn't be Andrei Daninov, by any chance.
That's what the other one asked. I'd give you the same answer. I don't know. Now, here's the door, for I mind no one's business with my own.
I only want to see him for a few moments, Father. If he's not the man I'm looking for, I'll leave him alone. Please, Father, close the door for a moment.
Well...
I promise you, if you just let me see Peter Dan, I'll know if he's the man I'm looking for.
And if he is?
I don't just want to help him close the door on his past, you see. I know how tragic that has been. I want to open the door to his future and the life and the love he deserves, and that's waiting for him.
Oh. Well, now, Mr. Breck, you impress me as having Peter's interest at heart, but you still have to convince me. Come on in by the sitting room and we'll have a cup of tea, and you'll tell me why you're looking for him. Well, if all you tell me is true, why wouldn't this Andrei Daninov, once he escaped from his illegal confinement and found his way to America, go back to his wife?
I can't answer that, Father. I don't know.
You'd think at least he'd want to see the son he'd never seen.
Well, that's no longer possible.
Why not?
Madame Daninov became an Israeli citizen in 1967 at the age of 21. Her son, a pilot, was shot down and killed in the Six-Day War.
Oh, Mary in heaven, God's will is so often difficult to fathom.
It is indeed.
Still, it's not for the likes of us to question.
I won't debate the point, Father. I only know that a woman I have admired for the best part of my life has suffered enough. And if there is a way to ease the end of her life, I intend to fight for her right to that relief.
You're a good man, Mr. Breck.
No, I doubt that, Father. But my motives in this, I hope, are pure.
I'm sure they are.
So, will you tell me where I can find Andrei? Well, I mean, the man you know as Peter Dan.
I'll take you to him. Now, forgive me, 'tis not all curiosity, just one other thought before we go. Suppose it turns out this is your man, but he wants to be left alone and not go back to his old life.
That is a bridge I've been waiting to cross as long as I can remember.
Well, let's go across it together.
Is he far from here?
No further than the sound of yon piano. He's at his morning practice. I wouldn't dream of interrupting it, except for something as important as this.
Is this the end of a 30-year-old search? Is Max Breck about to meet his old friend face to face again? And if so, what will be the result of that meeting? Why would Andrei Daninov refuse to return to his wife? What ghost could haunt his freedom and still hold him a prisoner? Mystery Theater will return shortly with Act 2. From a shabby old house that is Father Quinn's living quarters, the older man leads Max Breck into the musty and shadowed church. The freshly painted walls of the altar stand out in bold relief against the peeling paint and patched plaster of the body of the church. The two men cross the transverse to the other side of the altar.
You'll find the man I know as Peter Dan behind yon door. He, on second thought, in case he should turn out to be the man you seek, I don't know if I want him to know me as his betrayer.
I mean him no harm, Father.
And I truly believe you mean that, Mr. Blake. But that doesn't mean you may not bring it to him.
Well, how? In what way?
Whoever he may be, the man at that piano has found his peace, whoever and whatever he may have been. I think he would prefer to forget.
We don't know that, Father Quinn.
No, we don't. You said it was a bridge you would cross if you came to it.
I did.
Well, I'm backing out on joining you. Instead, I'll be saying a little prayer that it all comes out right for everyone concerned.
Mr. Dan. Mr. Dan.
Yes. What is it you want? Who are you? Ah.
Andre.
No, you are mistaken. My name is Dan, Peter Dan.
Andre. It's Max. Max Breck, you know me.
No, you have the wrong man. I
am not the secret police. I'm a friend. For 33 years, we have been searching for you, Mart and me.
I am not the man you want. Not the man you named.
Old friend. The years may have changed us, but I would know you anywhere. Just as you know me.
I never saw you before in my life.
Andre, it's no use. You knew me the moment you turned on that bench and jumped to your feet as if you were scared for your life. Why, Andre, why? I mean you no harm.
Then go away and leave me.
Now that I've found you at last? Never.
What do you mean to do with me?
Take you back to Martha.
No.
What?
I cannot go back to her. Don't you see that I... Oh, Max. Max, you say that you are still my friend.
Well, yes, of
then
course.
In the name of God, go. Go, leave me. Leave me alone as I am.
Andre, I can't do that. Martha knows that I came here to try to find you.
How?
Well, she hired and paid for the detectives who tracked you down.
Detectives? Why would she hire detectives to look for me?
Because she loves you, and for every minute of every day of every year since your death was reported, she's never stopped believing that you were alive, never stopped searching for you.
It would have been better that she believed me dead.
Why do you say that?
Max, look at me. What is left of me. I am surprised that you recognized me.
It's been a long, terrible ordeal, Andre. But you've weathered it better than I or anyone could have dreamed. Why did they announce your death?
There were 5 of us who escaped. It was beginning of winter. It was so cold your breath froze on your beard. Not even a rabbit would leave his burrow. They hunted us with dogs. But in the snow our scent was hard to follow, and the wind drifted it across our tracks and wiped them out. After 3 days, they left us on the plains to die. 4 of us did. I was the only one to live on. On the 5th day, a gold miner coming down from the mountains to his winter quarters found me more dead than alive. He nursed me for 3 weeks in his cabin till I became rational again. By that time, from my ravings, he had learned most of my story. It was my great good luck he had as little love for the party and its bureaucrats as I have. With the help of a trapper, they smuggled me under the skins to a seaport, and from there I managed to get by boat to Japan. It was not until nearly a year later when I reached Hong Kong and was able to hunt through back copies of the papers that I found I was supposed to be dead.
Why didn't you get in touch with Marta?
And let them know that I was still alive?
But didn't you know that Marta pestered them so much and lined up so many prominent names and made such a racket in the UN about the circumstances of your death that she finally got them to issue a full pardon posthumously?
Yes. I read that when I was in Israel.
Well, why didn't you come forward then?
I meant to. It's why I worked my way half across the world. To hear her play. To see her again.
But you didn't.
Oh, I heard her play. It was her first big concert in Tel Aviv. She was magnificent, a succès fou. They would not let her off the stage. I remember her bowing and throwing kisses. How beautiful she was. How young, with the whole world at her feet. And I knew I did not belong in her world anymore. So I never saw her.
Oh, you fool. All the time her heart was empty for you.
For what I had been, perhaps, not what I have become. A man bitter, solitary, old, far before his time. An accident of failure, a nothing, a non-person.
Oh, that is not true. I heard you when I came in. You still play.
Oh, yes, I still play. On an instrument when I can, in my head when I cannot.
What does that mean?
All those years in the prisons, in the camps, on tramp ships as a seaman, in 1,000 coolie labor jobs. Max, there was one thing that kept me alive, the music. The music. I could hear every note in my head. I could see it in my mind's eye. Play it with my fingers on whatever surface I could press them against. A taffrail, a cell wall. And for most of the years since Stefan's death, the edge of any bar that did not throw me out on my ear.
You knew about your son then?
I only learned about him the month before he died. I never saw him. Oh, Max, why didn't she tell me before I left that summer?
She was only thinking of you. You're the only man she ever thought of. That's why you have to come back to her. No, I cannot. Well, why
come back.
on earth not?
She's at the height of her success. She has the world at her feet. She's still in her 50s and radiantly lovely. I am 100 years old in body and mind. I would drag her down. I can't. I won't do that. She should have someone young and vital. Like you, Max. In the name of heaven, have some compassion, man. Leave me alone. I may have nothing else, but I have a kind of peace here. Go, tell her you found out that I was shot trying to escape. Marry her yourself.
She doesn't want me. She wants you.
If she had me, she might as well have a ghost. I cannot do it.
You must. You have to.
What do you mean I have to?
Whatever you are is what Marta wants. She's dying, Andre.
What? What do you mean she's dying, Max?
No one knows just how ill she is except me. Not even the secretary who worries about her overworking. Not even Marta herself.
But if she rests, if she takes it easy...
She'll never do that as long as you are missing. And to pay for the detectives that scour the world looking for you, she has to work harder and harder. It's a treadmill that's killing her.
Oh, Max. Max, how long has she got?
A month, a year. Well, not many more. Who knows? If she has the most important thing in the world she really wants.
But it's foolish. It is romantic nonsense. Life is not young love. It is hard and bitter and unfair. And we cannot turn back the years. It would take a miracle to make it even a faded memory of what it was.
But you know as well as I do, Andre, you've got to try.
Well, you have not left me much choice. All right. I will try. But I still say it is a mistake. I haven't any money.
Oh, it's the least of our problems. Go pack whatever you have to take with you while I make some plane reservations.
It won't take long. I've learned to travel light.
thought you'd never get here.
I'm sorry, Judy. Plane was late. How's Martha?
Oh, a nervous wreck. I've never seen her like this. Well, where's...
Andre? He stopped to comb his hair or fix his handkerchief or something. He's a nervous wreck, too.
Oh, we all are. You know, the house is almost in. We can't hold the curtain too much longer.
I understand.
Oh, maybe it would have been better if you'd let them talk on the phone before you flew in.
Oh, don't blame me. Andre didn't want to. Neither did Martha. I think it's better that they meet again first, face to face.
Max?
Yes?
What's he like? I mean, what does he look like?
Like someone who's lived 30 years in hell. Spitting deep into his face. It pulls his shoulders down. But the worst part of all is what haunts his eyes.
Oh, terrible.
I don't know what Martha expects. I'd better go prepare her.
I think you'd better. Even at best, I'm not sure she's going to be able to play the recital tonight.
And I'll go right in before... It's too late. Here he comes.
That bent, wizened old man?
That wizened old man was once tall and straight and young and bristling with talent.
That's how she still pictures him.
Andre, this way.
I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Max.
That's all right. But we have to hurry. It's almost curtain time.
Well, then perhaps we'd better wait until...
No. Martha's waiting anxiously. Oh, this is Julie Rand, Martha's secretary.
How do you do?
Mr. Deninoff?
What? Oh, yes, of course, that's who I am.
Here we are, Martha's dressing room. Martha, it's Max.
Come in, Max.
Andre, let me go in first.
I thought you would never get here. Where?
He's here, Martha. He's right here, but the house is waiting. Are you sure you want to see him before the recital?
After 33 years, how much longer do you think I can wait?
Of course, my dear. Come in, Andre. I'll leave you alone.
Andre?
Martha?
Across the gap of perhaps 3 feet, close enough to touch, they face each other, a frail and indomitable woman, a man bent and twisted, old before his time. 3 feet, did I say? Or is that gap wider than a lifetime? Too far to bridge and lead them back to each other again. Mystery Theater will continue shortly with Act 3. There are some moments in all our lives when time stands still. The first kiss, whose magic you are afraid to break. The terrible news of some loved one's death. A moment of victory in a game, or the terror of some nightmare from which you could not awake. The joy of something you have long anticipated turning out to be everything you imagined, or the sick feeling in the pit of your stomach when you found it nothing but disappointment. This is such a moment for Martha and Andre.
Andre.
Martha.
I have been waiting so long.
You're just as beautiful as ever.
And you, as handsome.
Oh, no. No, that is not true.
In my eyes, you are.
You must be seeing me as I was then.
I always see you as you were then. I always will.
But, Martha, these lines, these wrinkles, my hair.
Andre, what do you think I would be without my makeup? My hair rinse. I'm not a young girl anymore. Outside. But inside, I feel the same as the 23-year-old who kissed you goodbye. And seeing you again, All I see is the boy I never dreamed I was going to lose.
Oh, Martha, darling.
It's all right. It's all right, Andre. I'm all right. Just hold me. It's been so long. So long.
Too long. It's too late. I'll be no good for you.
Oh, don't say that, Andre. I need you now, more than ever. I only want one promise from you.
What?
That you will never leave me again. It's been such a long fight. I'm so tired. I need your strength.
There is not much left. They battered most of it out of me, and the last year since I escaped have drained what was left.
I may not show it, Andre, but inside there's almost nothing of me left. I need you to lean on. It is your inner strength I need.
Martha, the house is getting restless.
Oh, give me just a moment longer, Max.
You had better go, Martha.
Not until I know I will find you here when I get back.
I will be here.
And you will stay.
I will stay.
Till death do us part.
No.
What?
I have gone through enough. We have gone through enough in this life ever to be parted again. If death should take you first, I would follow right on your heels.
And if God choose, I shall but love thee better after death.
What?
Nothing. Just Elizabeth Barrett Browning's sonnet to her husband about how she loved him. Andre, don't let anyone or anything take this away from us again.
As heaven is my witness, I never will. I love you, Martha.
I love you, Andre.
I'm sorry, Martha.
I'm coming, Max. Kiss me, darling.
Martha.
Oh, I am in heaven. This must be heaven. Oh, what a recital I shall give them tonight. Oh, my darling, I can't write you a love poem like Elizabeth Browning, but I can play you one. Will you be out front?
Oh, yes, with Max.
Then listen carefully. You will recognize my love song when I play it.
We can't keep them waiting any longer. Are you all right, Martha?
Oh, I never felt more glorious in my life. Every note is for you, Andre. And especially in that one song. To our future, darling. Au revoir.
Well, Andre, it looks as though congratulations are in order. A marriage has been rearranged.
Yes. It is a miracle. If it lasts.
Oh, come, what do you mean?
I don't know. Just some premonition I cannot shake. You'll notice that this time it was Martha who said goodbye.
Why is she playing this? It's not on the program.
It is a message to me.
Message?
Yes, in place of a sonnet.
What?
A love song, just for me, you see. Martha!
She's fainted.
No, she has not fainted. She is dead.
Julie, shut the door quickly.
It's a madhouse here. Aren't they ever going to let up?
Oh, eventually, I suppose.
Why can't they let us alone?
Julie, it's a great story. To be practical, the press and the media have every right to follow it up. You should hear some of the book offers, movie bids, heaven knows what else they've been bombarding my office with. All right, forget that for now. How is Andre today?
Oh, no change.
Still in his room?
Oh, he hasn't come out of it since the funeral.
Is he eating?
Not really.
Is he getting any sleep?
I don't think so. Whenever I look in, he's just lying on his back, staring at the ceiling with his eyes so vacant. Sometimes he's so still, I think maybe he's...
What does the doctor say?
If he doesn't snap out of it, he'll have to be hospitalized. At least there they can feed him intravenously.
Well, let's hope it doesn't come to that. I'll go in and have a look at him. Hello, Andre. Andre, it's Max. Aren't you going to say hello?
No. I'm better at saying goodbye.
Oh, now come. You got to snap out of this.
By all means. I wish I knew the way to do it.
Well, you won't get anywhere just by lying there.
Max, do you know what I have been doing? I have been lying here, willing myself to die. I want to die, but I cannot make myself. All those years of hanging on, building, increasing my will to live just to spite those... maybe they have the last laugh after all. Now that I want to die, the will to live is too strong to allow me to...
Andre, listen to me.
Suicide. Yes, that would be a way, you see. Only my religion does not allow that. So it appears I have to go on living, separated from Martha again.
You've got to do something to help him, Max.
I know that, Julie, but what?
I don't know. If he just had some other interest to throw himself into, like Madame had after Stefan was killed. She hadn't had her piano and her music. She'd have been... What is it, Max?
Music. Music, of course, that might be it.
Oh, where are you going?
To see Charles Abelman at World Broadcasting. I think maybe he can make an offer that Andre just can't refuse. I have your word on this, Charlie?
Absolutely.
No hoopla, no exploitation. Just the facts simply and decently told in good taste. I have your word.
Max, you don't need my word. This network is rebuilding its image. One of the programs we count on to do that is one-on-one.
Yes, I know. I've seen it, and I admire it very much.
Thank you. We don't want anything to change that picture for our audience. So you can count on that.
All right. I think I can persuade Andre to do it. And you will allow him to play. At least 15 minutes. That's the deal. There has to be enough exposure so I can start building a career for him again.
15 minutes, that's a long time. Is he good enough? Can he still play?
Oh, yes, I've heard him.
Well, I think I ought to hear him first myself, Max, before I okay that.
All right, I'll see what I can work out. But first I have to sell the whole idea to Andre. I'll get back to you.
Charles Abelman.
Charlie, Max Breck. We're on for your show this week.
Oh, that's great, Max. But what about your promise I can hear, Mr. Danino?
I've worked that out. He'll want to pick his own piano for the broadcast. So can you meet us at Steinman's tomorrow at 12 noon? It's right across from Carnegie Hall. While he's trying out the pianos, I'll get him to play something for you. I promise you, you won't make the trip for nothing.
I don't know just why I am doing this, Max.
You know why, Andre. You've got to have something to take your mind off what has happened. What a better thing to do than to go back to your piano. Carry on. For Martha. Now, you've got to make a living somehow.
And you really think that I can make it play again?
After what I heard in the church that first day, yes.
All those years of dry playing on stone walls, on steel tables, the edge of my cot, hearing the music only in my mind, all that kept me from going mad. It kept me alive. Was this what it was for?
Well, why not decide that it was?
Oh, Max, I cannot decide anything for myself. That's what I meant by I don't know why I am doing this. It is something inside me, or outside and beyond me that is urging me to do it.
What do you mean by that?
I don't know. I told you once it would take a miracle to bring back the past. Maybe now I'm looking for one to bring me the future.
I've never seen so many concert pianos in my life.
Well, Charlie, this is only one room. There are 4 others.
Oh, no. We could be here all day. He tried every piano in this room, and they didn't suit him. Now, don't tell me you'll go through all the others.
Yes, Julie, what is it?
He's found one he likes.
Where is he?
In the back room.
Oh, he's playing something. Come on, Charlie, if you want to hear this.
And just a minute, Mr. Breck.
What is it, Julie?
Well, he said he wanted to be alone for a minute.
Well, we don't have to show ourselves.
Well, maybe we should get back to him. He was, strange.
Strange how?
Well, he smiled at me, and he looked sort of happy. And he said, "Do you believe in miracles, Julie?" And when I didn't know what to answer, he said, "I I think I'm just about to.
I don't know what that means. Hold it a minute.
By George.
Good enough for you, Charlie?
Oh, it's magnificent.
No, stop him.
No, please don't. I want to hear more.
Oh, we shouldn't interrupt it,
You
Julie.
must. Don't you hear what he's playing? It's what Madame was playing when
Now,
she...
Julie, take it easy. What's the matter?
I don't know. It's just... Don't let him. Stop him before he gets to that same phrase where... Oh, no.
What happened?
Oh, no.
I don't know. Come on.
He's on the floor, just like Madame.
Take care of it, Charlie.
Is
Andre.
Is he...
Andre, you all right?
Oh, yes. Yes.
What happened?
I suddenly found out how to pray. For me, it is with music. So I asked God to bring me to Martha. And he turned his face on me again and worked a miracle to bring me home to my wife.
Is he dead?
Yeah.
What happened?
Heart attack, debility, who knows? I'm not a doctor. Well, maybe God just called him home.
What did he mean about a miracle?
I think that he got what he wanted.
Max?
Yes, Julie.
This piano he picked out.
Yes. What about it?
Well, look at the serial number.
Why?
This is the piano Madame Deninoff was playing at the concert when she died.
I'll be back shortly with a final thought. Max brought the bodies of Marta and Andre back to Israel, where they were buried beside their son's hero's grave. The stone above the grave reads, "In memory of Marta and Andre Daninoff, I shall but love thee better after death." That Max picked that quote was sheer coincidence, or was it maybe just another minor miracle? Our cast included Norman Rose, Ralph Bell, Evie Juster, and Ian Martin. Associate Director, Marlon Swing. This is Hyman Brown, Producer-Director, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, then, pleasant dreams.
The Kraft Foods Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking.
Oh, Eloise. Oh, I'd love to see you, but I'm afraid you'll have to deal me out tonight, Angel. Mm-hmm. I have a job to do for some characters who got involved in a stiff poker game. Started out nice and friendly, but before they got through, they found they were playing for blood.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves
The Case of the Raw Deal.
Before we join the Falcon in his latest adventure, I'd like to tell you folks about Kraft's golden cheese food, Velveeta. Velveeta is such good eating. Just taste that grand, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And Velveeta is so good for you. It's rich in important food values from milk itself. For swell-tasting snacks, for good, hearty sandwiches, for thrifty, easy, hot dishes, it's smart to keep stocked with Velveeta. Get it tomorrow in the handy quarter-pound package or in the economical 2-pound loaf. The cheese food of top quality. Velveeta is made only by Kraft. And now, the case of the raw deal. It's Sunday night in New York, and in room 508 of the room Hotel Westland, 4 men sit around a table on which stand a couple of beer bottles, some glasses, butt-filled ashtrays, $65,000 in cash. Gilbert Bannister, eldest and fattest of the group, studies the 5 playing cards in his hand, then places them face down on the table. Picks up the deck, turns to the tall, blond young man on his left.
How many, Summers?
I'll take 2, Bannister.
2 it is. Kress?
I'll play these. Pat, huh? Looks like your luck's changing, Cress. Maybe?
Well, how about you, Freitag?
Yeah, I have to think about this pet hand of Cress's.
Yes, who is it?
Bellboy.
All right, come in. Well, Freitag, made up your mind?
Yeah. I think I'll take 1 card.
All right. There you are. And now you, son, you can put the beer down. What? Say, you're not a bellboy.
Well, what do you know? I guess I'm not.
Look out, he's got a gun.
That's right, Bright Eyes, sharp fella. Everybody sit tight except Fatso. You, Fatso, get up.
Me?
Who else? Get up. Now walk over to the wall and face it. That's right. We do this one at a time. Now you, Blondie.
I guess that means me.
I guess it does. And now, Bright Eyes.
Okay. Only be careful with that gun.
Yeah, sure, Bright Eyes, sure. Well, Baldy, that leaves you. Come on, get moving.
All right. Only first I do this.
Hey. All right, hold it, fellas. Stay right where you are. Baldy made a little mistake, that's all. He's sleeping it off. Well, I better clear up this table so you fellas can have some more room. Get all this cash off it. All right, fellas, here we are. Now you can get back to your game. Only, I think this time it's going to be penny ante. So long. Who's that?
Me, Rocky Hagel.
Oh, just a second, kid. Hello, baby.
Hello, Rocky. Hey, you're packing. We going someplace?
I am.
Alone?
Look, I just made a big haul, kid. May have to keep on the move for a while. Can't carry extra weight.
I carry my own weight, Rocky. You know that.
Well, it complicates things. When I'm settled...
You know something? This has all the earmarks of a brush.
Now, believe me, kid.
That'll be the day.
I'm going to send for you.
I can hardly wait. Fact is, I'm not going to wait. You're taking me with you, or it's goodbye now.
And it's goodbye.
Just like that.
That's the way you want it.
I can see you're all broken up about it.
Well, you're not shedding any tears.
I have already. I've seen this coming for a long time.
Well, maybe it's a good thing we've got it settled.
Maybe it is.
Didn't work out, that's all. No reason to get sore at each other, huh, baby?
Oh, I'm not sore at you, Rocky.
Good.
I'm sore at myself for being such a sucker. Letting you kid me along.
I wasn't kidding. It's just
not
that I...
Not much you weren't.
Well, I'm not going to argue about it. It's all over now. Nothing we can do.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Rocky. I might think of something. At least it's worth a try.
Hello?
Is Michael Waring there, the Falcon?
This is the Falcon speaking.
Oh, good. My name is Gilbert Bannister. I have a job for you, sir.
What kind of job?
Well, some friends and I were robbed last night, and we want you to find the thief.
Why did you wait till this morning to call me?
Why, I don't know. We were upset. I realize it was foolish. I'm sorry.
Well, you don't have to apologize. But you may have to kick in with traveling expenses. If it was good pickings, the crook is probably on his way to Timbuktu by now. How much did he take?
$65,000.
Ha! Timbuktu, here I come.
Well, first, can you come over here to the Hotel Westland? We'd like to talk to you.
All right, Bannister, I'll be seeing you.
So, I can introduce you to the others, Mr. Waring. Gentlemen, here's the Falcon. This is Harry Summers and Otto Freitag.
Waring, how do you do? Hello. You told me there were 4 of you, Bannister.
Yes, that's right, Waring. We agreed to meet here, but Dave Kress hasn't shown up. I called his room, but he's out.
I see.
Well, gentlemen, I've given Waring a brief account of what happened as I remember it, but he wants to check certain points with you.
Surely, Waring, anything we can do to help? Oh, thanks, Summers.
But I'm afraid there's not much we can tell you. None of us ever saw this man before.
I know, Freitag, but you'd be surprised at the sort of things that sometimes prove useful in a case like this.
What sort of things?
Well, your head, for instance.
My head?
Yeah, Bannister told me you put up a fight and got clouded for your trouble.
Yeah. Very foolish, I realize now. But I don't see what
that
has
to see. Let me see. Well, you got quite a lump there. And a cut.
Yeah, he hit me with his gun.
Just what are you trying to prove, Waring? Well, Summers, you fellows want me to find the man who swiped your dough. So far, Bannister's given me a description. But there are 10 million people in New York. If he stays in New York. I'll need more than just a description.
Well, how do you think this bump on my head will help? You think maybe he left fingerprints?
No, it just seems to me that the easiest way to find our boy is to discover which one of you he's working with.
What do you mean? Now, just a minute, Waring. Are you accusing one of us?
Well, the crook knew there was a game going on in here.
Well, we're here for a convention, Waring. There are nearly always card games in the evening.
Yes, but not with $65,000 in cash on the table.
Well, that's true,
This was a big game, and the crook selected this room.
Still is preposterous to think that one of us... Well,
Bannister, are you trying to tell me that you boys all have complete trust in one another?
More or less. I don't think we'd care to accuse each other of... Well, thievery.
Mm-hmm. Why were you playing for cash?
Well,
he is right, Bannister. He's absolutely right. We didn't trust each other's checks. How can we trust each other's words?
That's it, Freitag.
Get out of here, Waring. Your services aren't required after all. I'm not going to have my friends insulted.
Or yourself.
Or myself. Get out.
Now, just a minute, Bannister.
Now, you keep out of this, Freitag. Well, Waring?
All right. I'm going. I see I got a little too close for comfort.
What do you mean by that?
Here, keep your hands to yourself, Bannister. Just had the suit cleaned.
What did you mean? I told you to lay off. Oh.
You change your mind again, you know where to find me. Now, so long, gentlemen.
Just a minute, Waring. Were you accusing me personally?
Look, you're too touchy, Bannister. I was suspicious of all of you. That's why I wanted to see Freitag's head. To see if he'd really been clouded or was just faking.
So that's why you wanted to find out if I was really hit or just pretending, hmm?
That's right. A staged fight would make a nice cover if you were in the deal. But that blow is a little too hard to be a phony.
Yeah, I'm glad you realize that.
Unless your Confederate got a little overenthusiastic. That could have happened too, you know.
For a moment I was hoping you were going to clear me.
Well, chances are I'm going to be able to clear all of you. If you still want me to.
But you said one of us was...
I said one of your card party, Summers. How about the one who wasn't here?
Kress?
Yes, Bannister says he's not in the hotel.
Yes, but he could have gone out to breakfast.
So he could. He could also have left town.
What are you doing now?
Finding out. Hello, desk, please. One will get you 5. He's checked out.
What'll we do if he has?
Look for him. Now, am I still working for you?
Well, I guess you are, Waring.
All right. Hello, can you tell me if David Kress has checked out yet? Mm-hmm.
Well?
Looking it up. Hello? Yes. What's that? You sure? All right, thanks.
Well, has he?
No, Bannister, he hasn't.
Looks like we've hired us the wrong detective.
Maybe so, Summers. I could have sworn Kress had skipped. I don't know how to figure this one.
Well, maybe that's him now.
I'll go see.
Are you Gilbert Bannister?
Yes?
Sergeant Corbett, Police Department.
Police?
Corbett. Don't tell me you've been transferred to missing persons.
Oh, you would be here, Waring. No, I'm not missing persons. And if I was, I wouldn't be looking for you.
Are you looking for me?
Don't make me laugh. I came up to talk to Bannister. I understand he's a friend of Dave Kress.
That's right, Sergeant. What about Kress? Has he done something?
It's the other way around.
What's that?
Yeah, Bannister. Somebody pumped a couple of slugs in him. He's dead. Waring, why don't you toddle along? There must be some mentally underdeveloped girl who just loved to hold hands with you.
As you know me, Corbett. Business before pleasure. I'll help you search Cress's room.
If I find anything important, I'll let you know.
Yes, but how will you know what is important unless I'm around to point it out? Now, come on, let's go in.
Scram?
No, you don't mean that. You couldn't do without me.
Wouldn't I love to try it sometime?
Come on, open the door.
Well, remember, you don't touch anything.
I wouldn't dream of this.
It's not dreams I'm worrying about. If I catch you trying to snitch any clues...
Believe me, Corbett, you don't have a thing to worry about on that score.
I hope not.
I guarantee it. I positively guarantee you won't catch me.
Very funny. Anyway, I warned you. Any monkey business, and I throw the book at you for obstructing justice. If you think I'm going to let our friendship stop me...
That's a new name for it.
Drop dead, Waring.
Yeah, sure, later. Right now we've got... Hey, look at this.
What is it?
A card with a name and phone number typed on it.
Let's see that.
You're welcome.
Get me Plaza 93098. Yeah.
You don't believe in wasting time, do you, Corbett?
Can't hurt to check. Hello, I want to speak to Mr. Rockwell. He has, eh? When? I see. Okay, thanks. Checked out last night.
Well, that fits. He must be the guy I'm looking for.
Maybe.
Some merry-go-round. Go on a chase for Cress, he winds up dead. Then widen the chase to who he was working with, he winds up gone.
Well, if that kind of luck's going to hang on, do me a favor, will you, Waring?
Yeah, sure, what's that?
Go chase yourself, huh?
It's lighter-bodied. It's superfine.
It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil ever offered for home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft prepared salad dressings. Yes, there is something new under the sun at your grocer's right now. A new salad oil, Kraft Salad Oil. The first salad oil ever offered for home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft prepared dressings. Wait till you try it in those wonderful salad dressings you make yourself. Those light-as-air chiffon cakes you're so proud of in all your special recipes that call for liquid shortening. For Kraft Salad Oil is more than just a new oil. It's a new kind of oil. Superfine for better blending by a special new Kraft process. Because it's lighter-bodied, it mixes perfectly with all ingredients, puts new magic into dressings, cooking, and baking. Don't wait. Put this new salad oil on your shopping list right now. Remember,
it's lighter-bodied. It's superfine.
get Kraft Salad Oil tomorrow at your grocer's. Look for the bottles with the beautiful labels. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. A day has passed since Mike discovered the probable name of the man he has hired to find. And with the name to go on, he's been checking with people who knew the fellow.
Waiter, can you...
So he winds up at the cashier's desk in a small downtown cafe.
Hello, Hazel.
Do I know you?
Well, if you don't, here's your chance. My name's Mike Waring.
Can't you see I'm busy?
All right, go ahead. Make change. I won't interfere.
What do you want?
Where can I find Rocky Rockwell?
Why ask me?
You're his girlfriend.
Don't make me laugh. Rocky doesn't have any friends, girl or otherwise.
Well, if you're not his friend, you have no reason to try to shield him.
Who says I'm trying to shield him?
You won't tell me where to find him.
I don't know. Why do you want him?
Well, if you're no friend, it shouldn't matter.
It does.
Why?
Well, if you're going to make trouble for him...
What makes you think that?
You said I was shielding him. That smells like trouble.
So you won't tell me where he is?
I told you I don't know where he is. But if I could be sure you were going to make enough trouble for him, I might try to find out.
Front, please. Front.
Ah, Waring. Hello there.
Oh, hello, Bannister. I'm just going up to your room.
Well, I'm glad we caught you.
Oh, Summers.
Waring.
Tag.
Hello.
Well, shall we tell him what we decided?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, suppose you get to it. The suspense is boring me.
Well, Waring, it's just that the situation has changed.
Oh, has it, Summers?
Certainly. We hired you to track down an unknown thief. Now, he's no longer unknown.
His whereabouts are.
True, but now that he's wanted for murder, Mr. Waring, the police will spare no effort to capture him.
No comment, Freitag. Go on.
Well, retaining a private detective is rather expensive. $50 a day plus expenses, that's no small sum.
Mm-hmm. So we settle up and call it a day, all right?
Yeah, of course you understand, Waring. This in no way implies criticism. It's just
Oh, that's all right, Bannister. Freitag made it clear.
Just so we understand each other.
Mm-hmm.
We're happy to pay for all you've done.
I see. Well, in that case, you deserve a report. You might be interested to know I've found out who Rockwell's girlfriend is.
So?
And I have a date with her tonight. I'm picking her up at her apartment at 8:15. Shall I keep it?
Well, do you think you'll be able to learn anything from her?
Well, Summers, she's taking me to meet Rockwell.
To meet What?
Yes, I kidded her into thinking I was on Rockwell's side. So, chums, do I keep my date, or do you want to leave it to the police?
Well, Waring, we had no idea. I mean, if you're this close, keep on by all means, right, gentlemen?
Well, of course.
Naturally,
No, well, thanks. I'm overwhelmed by your generosity. Now that I'm a cinch to bring home your $65,000, you're willing to keep me on the payroll another $50 worth.
Well, I'm sorry if you think we were hasty before Waring. It's just that we can't see throwing money away, that's all.
I see. Well, in that case, Summers, next time you play for high stakes, lock the door.
Hello, kid. Let me in.
What are you doing here?
I've changed my plans. Shut the door. I don't want anybody to see me.
It's a little late for you to come running to Mama, don't you think?
Don't be like that, baby.
How do you expect me to be?
Well, I'm here. I came back.
Because you want something.
I just want you, that's all.
You sure acted like it.
Well, I was worried. I had to make a getaway. But after I left, I got to thinking about you.
I'll bet.
Well, I'm here, ain't I? The whole town looking for me. I'm risking my neck being here. What more proof do you want? Oh, baby, come here.
Now, let go. Let go.
I can't be without you, baby. I just can't. Now, you don't want me to let go. Here's what you want. That's more like it. Look, I can't hang around here. The law's sure to come looking. I got to blow again, baby. Only this time you're going with me.
All right, Rocky.
That's my girl. Now, I got to go see somebody. There's something I've got to settle. Then I'll be back and we'll make our plans.
Yeah.
So long, sweetheart. I'll be seeing you.
Bye, Rocky.
Hello?
Mr. Waring?
Yeah?
This is Hazel Gardner. You asked me to call if I had any news for you.
Uh-huh.
Well, I know where you can find Rocky.
Where?
At my apartment. He was here just a few minutes ago. He'll be coming back. What's so funny?
I tried a bluff, and it turns out to be on the level.
What do you mean?
I mean, I didn't feel like quitting right when I was expecting a break. Only this isn't the break I expected.
I still don't get it.
Well, I'll be right over to wait for Rockwell to get back, and I can explain then.
All right, I'll be waiting.
All right, goodbye.
Bye.
Was that on the phone, baby?
Rocky, I didn't hear you come back.
You didn't answer my question.
How long have you been here?
Never mind. Who are you talking to?
No, nobody. Nothing important. Why?
Well, because, like I said, I have something to settle. But I'm beginning to wonder if I'm going to have to go out to settle it after all.
No, Rocky, let go!
Come back here.
Rocky, please!
Who are you talking to?
Oh,
Who was it?
Rocky, you're hurting me.
Baby, I'm just beginning.
Hello?
Is that Hazel Gardner's apartment?
Yeah, hello, Corbett.
Is that you, Waring?
Uh-huh. You want to talk to Hazel?
No, I want to talk to you.
Well, fancy that. How'd you know I was here?
Harry Summers told me you had a date with the girl.
Well, I did. It seems somebody beat me to it. She had it going over.
Huh? She's not dead.
No, but kind of the worse for wear.
Who did it?
I think it was Rockwell, but I'm not sure. She doesn't make much sense yet. That's how come I answered the phone.
Well, see if you can straighten her out and get her over here right away, will you?
Over where?
Hotel Wesleyan. I'll meet you in Summers' room. I want to talk to the girl and you and the 3 card players.
Corbett, if they told you I was here, didn't they tell you what I was doing here?
Yeah, waiting for Rockwell.
That's right. But you want me to wait to see if he shows up?
He's not going to show up.
How do you know?
Because he's been murdered, too. That's why I want to see you.
Oh, hello, Waring.
Hello, Summers. Sergeant Corbett here.
Yeah, Waring, I'm here. Come in. Come in.
Yeah, sure. Come on, Hazel.
All right.
Yeah, you better sit right down there.
Thanks.
All right, Waring. Got any bright ideas?
About what?
The case. You're supposed to be so sharp.
Why, Corbett, you're not asking for my help.
Yeah, I'm asking. This case doesn't make sense, so it ought to be right down your alley.
I love that man.
Started out nice and simple. Cress and Rockwell pull a robbery, fight over the take. Rockwell knocks off Cress and scrams. But now somebody knocks off Rockwell.
Well, that's not such a terrific switch, Corbett.
Maybe not, but how about Bannister and Freitag?
Hey, what about them? I've been wondering why they're not here.
He's been wondering. They were supposed to have dinner with Summers tonight and didn't show up. They're not in their rooms, and no one knows that they'll be back.
Wait a minute, Corbett. Are you trying to tell me...
Yeah, Waring, Bannister, and Freitag have disappeared. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Disappeared.
Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip is the only one of its kind because it's a different type of salad dressing made from a secret Kraft recipe. Miracle Whip combines the best qualities of old-fashioned boiled dressing and fine mayonnaise, so it's truly distinctive and delicious, with a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. Try it, won't you? One taste will tell you why it's America's favorite salad dressing. The one and only Miracle Whip.
Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon.
A few minutes have passed since Sergeant Corbett announced that Bannister and Freitag had disappeared. Now in Summers' hotel room, Corbett paces the floor while Mike, Summers, and Hazel watch him. Suddenly, he wheels and faces the group.
You, Miss Gardner.
Yes?
Summers tells me you're Rockwell's girlfriend.
That's what Waring said. Didn't you know about Hazel, Corbett?
Stop gloating, Waring. I had routine to take care of. I'd have got around to the girl.
Oh, sure.
Miss Gardner?
Yes?
Why did Rockwell slug you?
Which time?
Huh?
He's done it before.
Oh, I mean today.
He was angry.
Naturally, but why? What did you say to him?
When?
Today.
When today? We said lots of things.
When he got angry.
Nothing.
You must have said something.
When he gets angry, he does all the talking.
I mean before he got angry.
Oh, you said...
Never mind what I said. Let's take it from the beginning. When Rockwell first came into your apartment today...
Which time?
Oh, no. Forget it. Look, about the murder.
Which murder? Rocky's or Cress's?
Rockwell's murder. Waring, stop grinning.
I'm sorry, Corbett.
What about Rocky's murder?
I don't know. Skip it. You, Summers.
Yes?
You know if... Oh, what? Waring, see who it is?
Yes, sir. Oh, hello, Bannister.
Bannister. Where in blazes have you been? Where's Freitag?
Freitag? I don't know. Probably on the same kind of goose chase I've been on if he isn't here.
What kind of goose chase?
Well, Rockwell called me.
What? When?
This afternoon. Asked me to meet him at a downtown hotel and said he'd return our money.
Why didn't you tell somebody?
I didn't dare take the chance. He insisted nobody must know. I didn't want to spoil my chance.
So you went alone?
Yes. Kept waiting till I heard on the radio that Rockwell had been murdered. Then I rushed back here.
Mr. Bannister, you really expect anybody in his right mind to swallow a yarn like that?
Why not, Corbett? Makes sense to me.
I said in his right mind, Waring.
Well, after all, there must be some reason why Bannister dropped out of sight. This could explain it.
So could his killing Rockwell and hiding the money explain it?
Yeah, sure, except he didn't do that.
How do you know?
Because Summers did.
Huh? Are you sure?
Well, don't ask me. Try Summers himself. How about it, Summers?
Watch him, Corbett. I've got him.
No, you don't.
Where am I, sir?
Summers, you're not going anywhere.
Good going, Waring.
Oh, thanks, Corbett. I suppose a flying tackle is illegal, but then so's murder.
So we made a mistake about Cress, eh, Waring?
Yes, Bannister. He wasn't the one who was working with Rockwell. It was Summers. But something made Cress suspicious of him, and he followed Summers when he went to Rockwell's for the split.
And when Summers found out Cress had discovered his secret, he killed him.
Mm-hmm. And Rockwell was suspected of the murder. But he had no part of it, and he came back to prove it. He had some scheme to get the goods on Summers, but Summers caught on and killed him.
I see. And, what made you suspect Summers?
Well, remember I told you I had a date with Rockwell's girlfriend?
Yes?
Well, I didn't mention her name. Just said she was Rockwell's girl. But when Corbett was looking for me, Summers told him to try Hazel's.
Oh, he did, huh?
Uh-huh. That meant Summers knew who Rockwell's girl was, so he was connected with Rockwell.
Oh, yes, I see, Waring. But it's still hard to believe about Summers. Seems such a nice chap. Has such an honest face.
Yeah, well, that just goes to show there are some things you can't take at their face value. Good night, Bannister.
Do you like rich, delicious chocolate-flavored malteds? Well, you can make a malted just like that right in your own kitchen with Kraft chocolate-flavored malted milk. Just make a tasty paste of Kraft chocolate-flavored malted milk and a little milk in the bottom of a big glass. Fill the glass with chilled milk, stir it once more, and there. A Kraft malted is mighty nourishing, too, because it's filled with all the food values in milk. Get a jar of Kraft chocolate-flavored malted milk from your grocer and enjoy a Kraft malted often.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too. Tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Dark Moon.
It was a miracle. The kind of miracle peculiar to a piece of Southern California acreage, where only a few years ago, a handful of men in puttees and riding breeches put their caps on backwards, grabbed their megaphones firmly, and set their cameras to grinding out an industry. Yes, it was the kind of a miracle that happens to someone almost every day in Hollywood. Russell Benton told himself all this as he walked into the oak-paneled office of Matthew Ellsworth, movie producer, cast an eye on the artificially young secretary behind the artificially old desk, and introduced himself.
I have an appointment with Mr. Ellsworth. I'm Russell Benton.
Oh, yes, Mr. Benton. Mr. Ellsworth is expecting you. This way, Mr. Benton.
Don't bother. I know the way.
Oh, thank you.
Am I on time, Matt?
You're early. Sit down.
Yeah, this is one appointment I didn't want to miss.
Nervous?
Yeah, a little.
Relax. It's not going to hurt a bit. You know, I've got a lot of confidence in you, Russ.
I hope you're right.
Funny, isn't it? Only a week ago, you were just another name. A face that dropped in once a week at the casting offices around town. Now I've got every movie columnist in the country on my back trying to get your life story.
A little premature, isn't it?
I don't know. I think this screen test will be everything I want it to be.
I hope so.
And if you make it, Russ, you'll be right at the top. It's a smash vehicle, this one we're testing you for. I think you're right for it. It needs a leading man with a touch of character. And in my opinion, you can't miss.
Dark Moon.
3 years on Broadway and still going. We spent $500,000 for the picture rights of Dark Moon, you know.
Tell me, Matt, there was another guy.
Don Bradford?
Yeah. He's up for the part, too, isn't he?
He made a great test, but I think you'll top him. The New York people seem to think he's terrific. I'm not so sure.
Uh-huh. What about my test? When does it happen?
As soon as they're ready on the set.
It's a little like waiting to be hanged.
Relax, I said. By the way, what do you think of the part?
It's a natural for me.
Shame I didn't find you when I was casting the play in New York.
It wouldn't have been hard. I was there at the time.
Well, what made you leave?
Circumstances, Matt.
Theatrical?
Matrimonial.
Oh. I didn't know you were married.
I'm not. Been divorced for 2 years.
Couldn't make a go of it, huh? Or, am I on a touchy subject?
No. It was simple. She liked mink. My pocketbook didn't.
An actress?
Yeah, she's probably still back there. I haven't seen her since we split.
Well, that's too bad. I've only been married for about a year now, but I think I have a pretty wonderful girl. An actress, too. I met, excuse me. Ellsworth? Yes, he's in my office. Good, we'll be right down. Let's go, boy. They're ready to shoot. We'll do on the set in 10 minutes.
And in 10 minutes, the miracle begins to happen, Russ. As soon as you face the camera, the second Matt gives you the cue to begin, you forget about everything except the scene you're doing. Forget about Kathy and the marriage that failed. Forget the struggle, the futile hopes, and even the miracle that placed this opportunity in your lap. As you get into the scene, all you know is that you're giving the greatest performance of your life. And when the cameras finally stop grinding, you can tell from the look on Matt's face that you made it. That the name of Russell Benton is as good as on 1,000 theater marquees over the magic title, Dark Moon.
Cut?
Save him, boys.
All right, print it.
All right, wrap it up.
How was I, Matt? What do you think?
Terrific. As far as I'm concerned, it's settled.
Who else is there?
A handful of New York backers. I'm flying back there tonight with the prince. Call you as soon as it's definite.
It's happening right before your eyes, Russ. The wonderful night before Christmas feeling is real, not a dream anymore. And now with a big hurdle behind you, you know you can't miss. It's too good to keep, Russ. And early that evening, you drive over to Laura's home in Beverly Hills. She'll be proud of you now, and that's important. You want Laura to be proud.
Russ, darling, I heard. I'm so happy for you.
Me too.
Have they said anything definite?
Matt's gone to New York with the prince.
Oh, you mean about Don Bradford?
Yeah.
Well, the New York people have held out for him all along. But don't worry, darling. Matt'll make him see the light. Come on now, the party's out by the pool. Let's join them, shall we?
Wait a minute, Laura. I thought you said a small party.
Come on, they won't bite. I'll introduce you to some of the nicer ones.
Well, if you... Say, isn't that Frances Connors, the columnist?
Uh-huh. Queen Frances herself. I want you to meet her.
How do you do it, Laura?
You'd be surprised. Now, be nice to her, darling. She can make or break any actor in Hollywood.
Do I kneel down and kiss her hand?
No. Just give her a captivating smile, A26, darling. The impressive one. Frances! Excuse me. Yes? Oh, Laura. Frances, I'd like you to meet Russell Benton. This is Frances Connors, Russ.
Aha! Mr. Lucky himself. How do you do, Russ? I've been waiting to meet you.
How do you do?
I've heard the good news. Congratulations. It's a great story and a great part, darling. I'm all for you.
Thanks.
Don't let it spoil you, Russ.
Go on, Francis. I love it.
Well, let's have the story. What did you do up to now, Russ?
Oh, the usual. Stock. And several years of theater work in New York. That's about all.
Ever been married? Divorced? Kidnapped? Shot at?
Married and divorced, yes.
Russ, you never told me.
You never asked, Angel. Why should I...
Mr. Benton, excuse me, please.
Yes.
You're wanted on the phone, sir. Said it was important.
Oh, you'll excuse me?
Of course, darling. I'll think up some questions while you're gone.
Be right back. Hello?
Hello, Russ. This is Kathy.
Kathy?
Well, don't sound so happy, darling.
Where are you?
In front of my fireplace in Hollywood.
But I thought you were in New York. How did you know I... What made you call here?
It wasn't too hard to find you, dear.
What do you want?
I just want to talk to you, if it isn't asking too much.
Well, you better forget it. I told you once I was through, and I meant it.
You're being very foolish, you know. This is business.
Business?
Your part in Dark Moon.
Maybe I didn't make myself clear. I don't want to talk to you about that or anything else.
I think you will, Russ. It's so nice. You're a success now.
Matt Ellsworth seems to think so.
Does he?
Anything odd about that?
No, I just wonder sometimes whether Mr. Ellsworth knows you as well as I do. Perhaps I ought to have a talk with him.
What makes you think you could talk to Ellsworth?
Well, that shouldn't be hard, darling. You see, I'm his wife.
With the prologue of Dark Moon, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. But now let's tune in on another strange story. Listen.
That's strange. I just bought that battery a short time ago and it's dead already.
Nothing so strange about that, lady. Chill nights and mornings put quite a strain on batteries. And some batteries hold up better than others.
You mean all batteries are not alike?
Indeed, they're not. That's why when you're investing money in a new battery, it's not good business to take a chance on new or unknown brands. Make sure that you're choosing a real quality article, such as a genuine Signal battery. Every rugged Signal battery is made from the very finest materials, according to exacting specifications laid down by Signal Oil Company. And Signal batteries are guaranteed for long, trouble-free service.
Who stands back of that guarantee?
Signal Oil Company, which supplies the products for almost 2,000 dealer-owned Signal stations, is proud to stand back of every Signal battery.
One more question. Where can I get a Signal battery?
From your neighborhood Signal dealer, the same man who checks your battery when you get gasoline and recharges it when it's low. Just another good reason for making your next battery a genuine, guaranteed Signal battery. And now back to the Whistler.
Yes, Russ. Kathy is Matt Ellsworth's wife. You stand dumbly at the telephone, her words still reverberating in your ears. Putting it together now. Matt's remark this morning about marrying some actress, the most wonderful girl in the world, he'd said. Yes, Russ, it's true. Kathy is Mrs. Matt Ellsworth. She can ruin you with a word. You make a hurried excuse to Laura, hasten down to your car, drive to the number Kathy gave you high in the hills overlooking Hollywood. And as you walk up the steep stairs to her front door, you make a decision, Russ, that if Kathy tries in any way to keep you from getting that part, you'll do anything to stop her. Even kill her.
Sit down, darling.
Thanks.
Nice of you to come. I thought you'd change your mind.
I simply wanted to find out what was on yours.
Well, aren't you even going to say you're happy to see me?
I'm not a hypocrite, Kathy.
Just as sweet as ever, aren't you?
Suppose you get to the point.
Point?
I don't want to stay here any longer than I have to.
Well, as I told you, it's about Dark Moon.
Naturally.
My husband doesn't often make mistakes, Russ. However, I think he's making one on this picture. And I've told him so.
What kind of a mistake?
There's a charming young actor I've come to know very well in the past year. I think he's made to order for the lead. And the New York backers seem to agree with me.
Don Bradford?
Yes. I want him to have that part.
Why?
I told you, he's charming. He's competent. I like him.
I see. I might mention that Matt doesn't seem to agree with you. At least not after my screen test this morning.
Yes, that's right. So I'm afraid there's only one way to convince him.
Oh?
You're going to tell him you don't want the part, Russ. You've decided not to take it.
What? You think I'm crazy?
No, that's why I'm talking to you. I've put some high cards in front of Matt, Russ. But I haven't played the ace.
What do you mean?
He doesn't know we were married. There are some things I could tell him.
You wouldn't do that.
I don't think I'll have to. Because you're going to gracefully decline in favor of Don Bradford.
I think I know why you're doing this.
I told you I liked Don Bradford.
No, it isn't that. You know as well as Matt that I'm right for this one, and this part will make me overnight. And you resent that, don't you, Kathy? Nothing could hurt you more than seeing me successful. It's not a boost for Bradford, it's a kick at me.
All right, call it anything you want. But Matt gets back from New York tomorrow night at 9:30. I'll give you until 9 to make up your mind.
Where can I get in touch with you?
Right here. I'll be waiting. You won't disappoint me. Now, will you, darling?
No, Kathy. I won't disappoint you.
You know she's deadly serious as you leave the house. Know that this woman will stop at nothing to ruin you. And calmly, without emotion now, as you guide the car through the dark streets back to your house, you decide to kill her. It will involve a risk, a terrible risk. But you're ready to take any kind of a chance now, with destruction 24 hours away. Yes, all you can do now is improvise. Prepare in advance for the questions that are bound to come. The next morning, you call Laura.
Hello?
Hello, Laura. This is Russ. I wonder if you could give me a hand.
Well, why not?
Anything planned for tonight?
Free as a bird.
Good. This may sound a little premature, Angel, but I thought I'd drum up a little thing at my place, you know, for 10 or 20 or so. A celebration.
Oh, sounds like fun.
I'll be busy all day, though. I have to get a few things for the party. I might not get there until around 9. Could you be a pal, sort of get things started for me?
Well, what time?
8:30 or so. I'll leave the place open, have everything ready for you. Suppose you could round up enough people to make it interesting?
Free party, darling. They'll be standing in line at the door.
Then I can count on you.
Of course, dear. You won't be long, though.
No, Laura. I won't be long.
Russ, you mind if I admit I'm a little confused?
It's very simple, Jeff.
Is it?
You're not the biggest agent in the world, you know. You were saying the other day you'd give anything to handle me. After all, 10% of my salary after this picture is shot.
I know, Russ. I just don't understand why you'll sign up with me now after you turn me down.
I can trust you, Jeff. That's why. I want you to do a favor for me.
Oh.
I'm having a little party tonight. I can't get there until after 9, and I want to tell him I was tied up with my agent, say from 8:30 until 9 o'clock.
You want me to say...
Yeah, huh?
Oh, look, Russ,
That's all you know. That's all you have to say no matter what comes up. And tomorrow, I give you a 7-year contract as my manager. Now, what about it?
What can I lose? It's a deal.
Yes, Russ, it'll be a straight story, and you can stick with it. A conference with your new agent, Jeff Harris, until 9. A room full of witnesses ready to testify. You arrived at the party a few minutes afterwards with your arms full of groceries. That it's simply impossible that only a few minutes before you made the fatal visit to Kathy Ellsworth's house high on the hill. Yes, it's foolproof, isn't it? At 5 minutes to 9, you step out of your car, walk up the steep stone steps to Kathy's door, and press the bell.
Sorry I kept you waiting, darling. I was on the phone. Come on in.
No hurry, Kathy.
Let's go into the living room, shall we?
Any way you like.
Sit down.
I'll stand.
All right. Now, what about it?
I want to make very sure of one thing, Kathy. You are going through with this?
Well, of course I am. Matt will be here in half an hour, Russ.
There's no way I can change your mind?
I told you the way.
It's too bad, Kathy. Too bad.
Russ, no. Russ!
Mr. Benton.
Good evening, Angelo. Open a little late, aren't you?
Every night, Mr. Benton. Take my advice, my friend. Never go into the delicatessen store business. Work all the day. Work all the night, too.
I thought you closed at 9. It's 10 after, isn't it?
10 o'clock we close.
Oh, well, that's a break for me. I got a bunch of hungry friends on my hands tonight. What do you suggest?
Oh, maybe some salami, Swiss cheese, a beer.
Great. A pound of each of those. Some kosher dills if you have any. A couple of loaves of rye bread.
Hey, take it easy.
And some champagne, Angelo.
Champagne?
Yeah, half a case. After all, Angelo, this is a celebration.
You try and shake the picture of her out of your mind as you leave the delicatessen and drive towards your house and the waiting guests. It's a grim picture, Russ. Kathy slumped limply against the overstuffed chair near the fireplace, awaiting the arrival of her husband in a matter of minutes now. A cold dread creeps over you, Russ, and the awful finality of what you've done makes you realize only now that, important as it seemed a few minutes ago, Dark Moon and the new career wasn't worth this. No, Russ, it wasn't worth murder. But there's no changing it now. You steady yourself, take a firm grip on your nerves and the bundle of groceries, and open the heavy front door of your house.
Hello, Russell.
Dave! Here he is, gang!
Dale, the conquering hero!
Look, reinforcements.
Oh, manna from heaven. Oh, what is it? I'm starved.
Hey, take it easy.
Ah, that's my boy.
Give me a hand, will you, Dave?
Oh, what is it?
Champagne.
Whee, champagne.
Will I give you a hand? Here, let Uncle Dave
Oh,
take care of
be
it.
gentle, old man. I don't want to christen the floor.
Always get this way when I hear that magic word.
Where's Laura?
Out there in the wilderness somewhere. Laura!
Here you are, Dave. Take care of the champagne, will you?
You bet I will.
Laura?
Oh, Russ.
You did a great job on the party. Thanks.
When you're a great man, I'll be your secretary. Did you take care of everything, darling?
Huh?
Your business. The thing that tied you up.
Oh, yes. Everything is fine. Did Matt call yet?
No, not yet. When does he get in?
He ought to be in now.
Nervous?
Yeah, a little.
I don't blame you.
Well, he'll be over in an hour or so. It was nice of Frances Connors to accept tonight. Is she here yet?
No. Let's see, there was something Oh, yes, I knew there was something I had to tell you.
Yeah.
Russ, telephone.
Okay, I'll take it in the den. Excuse me a minute, Laura.
Yes.
Yeah?
Russ,
Yes?
this is Matt. I'm calling from the airport.
What do they say, Matt?
Brother, did I have a fight on my hands. We went round and round for 6 straight hours, with me talking Russ Benton while they talked Don Bradford.
How'd they like my test?
Great. They thought you did a great job.
It's all set, then?
Now, that's why I called you, Russ. I didn't want to keep you in suspense any longer.
That's nice of you, Matt.
I, just wanted you to know I tried my best.
Tried your best.
They were too much for me, kid. I'm afraid it's going to be Bradford.
Bradford?
As I said, they loved the test and all that, but they were set on Bradford from the first.
Bradford?
And after all, they're putting up most
Oh,
of the dough.
no.
Russ, hello. Hello, Russ.
He couldn't have done it better with a sledgehammer, Russ. The room swims before your eyes. There's a buzzing in your ears, wiping out the sounds of the party in the next room.
Did you hang up?
And you realize Matt's voice is still coming out of the receiver on the table.
What's going on there?
You pick it up, lay it in the cradle.
Hello, Russ. Hello.
You've committed a murder, Russ. You've killed Kathy. And for what? You stumble up to your room where you can be alone and sit smoking cigarette after cigarette while the party downstairs goes on without you. You can almost see Matt on his way now, on his way to find Kathy. You picture his car cutting through the night, winding along the tree-lined streets high over Hollywood. You can hear his steps as he walks up the brick path to the door, the key in the lock. You can see him as he walks into the living room, calling for her, puzzled. And you can see the sudden stroke of terror in his eyes as he finds the answer. You don't know how much later it is that the sound of your own doorbell downstairs snaps you out of it. And as you hurry back down, Dave is letting 2 men in. One of them is Matt. The other, a grim-faced man in a gray suit, is unquestionably a police officer.
Well, Matt, welcome home.
Hello, Dave. Hello, Matt.
Russ, can I see you a minute?
Sure. Let's go in here. You made it here in a hurry. Come straight from the airport?
No, I didn't.
I thought you were sore the way you hung up on me.
Hung up on you?
Yeah, right after you gave me the jolt about Bradford. And it was a jolt, too, you know. That's no reason to hang up on a guy.
I guess we were disconnected.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This is Inspector Hardin, Russ. Homicide detail.
Homicide?
That's right. I'd like to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind.
Of course. But I don't understand.
I'd like to know where you were tonight, Mr. Benton.
Why, is something wrong?
It's my wife, Russ. Kathy was murdered tonight.
Murdered? Why are you asking me?
You didn't answer my question, Mr. Benton. Where were you all evening? Here?
Why, practically.
Practically?
Yeah, I was tied up with Jeff Harris, my agent, until pretty late. You can check on that. Then I stopped on my way here and bought some things for the party. Look, why are you asking me?
We had to ask a few questions, Russ. My wife had written the name Russell on a memo pad. After it, 9 o'clock.
Good Lord, Matt, I don't even know your wife. Until this moment, I didn't even know her name.
What about it, Mr. Ellsworth?
I'm surer now than I was before.
What are you talking about, Matt? How could I?
I had to do it, Russ. The inspector insisted we talk to you as a matter of routine. Even though I knew it was ridiculous. It wasn't Russ here, Inspector. I think I can vouch for that.
Okay. Sorry we bothered you, Mr. Benton.
Matt, you don't know how this makes me feel.
I know, Russ. Thanks. Come on, Hardin. We'd better get down to headquarters.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, see if you can pick the winner in this discussion.
That's a smooth-running motor you have there, Mary. What kind of gasoline do you use?
Signal, Jim. I like the go it puts into the old buggy.
Hey, that's interesting. I use Signal, too, because I like its good mileage.
Mileage or performance? Which is the better yardstick of gasoline quality? Well, fact of the matter is, it takes superior performance to give you extra mileage. You see, the only way any gasoline can give you quicker starting, faster pickup, and smoother knock-free power is by helping your motor run more efficiently. And when your motor runs more efficiently, naturally you enjoy extra mileage, a thing Signal gasoline is famous for. That's why we say, to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality, there are just two things to remember. One,
in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther.
And two,
Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline.
And now back to the Whistler.
Well, Russ, you've brought it off. Somehow, somewhere, you found the strength to face Matt and the inspector. And as you guide them back to the front door, you know the worst is over. That in spite of that damning piece of paper with your name on it, there's still no reason for them to suspect you. Still no known connection between you and Kathy. Still no discovered motive. And even though it was futile, Russ, even though the reason for the whole terrible night vanished into thin air with Matt's telephone call, you're safe. And with Matt still on your side, there'll be a future for you somewhere. As you open the door for them, Laura comes up to you looking a little worried.
What is it, Russ?
It's nothing, Laura.
Matt, aren't you going to stay?
No, Laura.
Well, what is this? What's the matter?
It's nothing, Laura. There was just some question about where I was tonight at 9 o'clock.
Oh, well, you told him, of course.
Yes.
You know where he was, miss?
Of course. He was at Kathy Ellsworth's front door. She told me so when I called to ask her why she hadn't arrived at Russ's party.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at the same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story was Frank Lovejoy. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen with story by John W. Hart, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint as well as The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Yes, Miss Wilkins.
Your Buffalo call is on 1, Mr. Harvey. I'm getting Denver and Los Angeles.
Thank you. Hello, Jones. How are you? Good. Get my wire? Fine. What about that shipment? Can you accept it? You can. Great. It'll be there on schedule, I expect. Just a minute. Yes, Miss Wilkins.
Denver on 3, Mr. Harvey.
I'll take it in just a minute.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Jones, the price on that shipment is all right? I'll send it on tomorrow. Give it your best treatment, will you? Goodbye. Hello, Lawrence. How's everything in Denver? Glad to hear it. About the shipment, Oh, you will. Fine. That's all I wanted to know. It'll be on its way. Cleveland is clear, and I just got an okay from Buffalo, so all we need is one more stop, and we're in. Goodbye. Yes, Miss Wilkins?
Los Angeles on 2, Mr. Harvey.
Thanks. Hello, Sheridan. Everything's cleared as far as Denver. What about you? Can you take it from there? Ready and waiting, are you? Fine. I'll send it on. Goodbye. Oh, Miss Wilkins.
Yes, Mr. Harvey?
Call the Morton Hotel.
Yes, sir.
Ask for room 404. And tell that killer we'll get him out of the country all right.
Now meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Hello.
Boston Blackie, please.
Speaking.
Blackie, this is Saunders. Joe Saunders?
Oh, yes, Saunders. Charlie Kingston wired that I might hear from you. How is Charlie?
Oh, fine. Making millions as usual.
He got into that habit a long time ago.
Well, I don't know any better one.
Yes, all right.
Look, Blackie, Charlie said I could call on you if I needed help.
Do anything I can. What's the trouble?
Oh, no trouble, really. I made a sale this afternoon, a cash deal. I have $50,000 that I can't get to the bank until tomorrow.
Well, it's not exactly pin money, is it?
No, it's not. Charlie says you have a safe in your apartment.
That's right.
Now, if I dropped an envelope off at your building, would you keep it for me till tomorrow?
Be glad to.
Fine.
Bring it right up.
Thanks, but I can't right now. I have to keep an appointment first. Could I bring it up, say, in an hour?
Well, I was going out, but for $50,000, I guess I can wait. Do you know my address?
No, I don't. Wait, I'll get a pencil.
Okay.
All right.
It's 51 Sunset Parkway.
51 Sunset Parkway.
Apartment 9A.
Apartment 9A. Okay.
Better be careful, though. Somebody might try to get a hold of that $50,000 and you.
Keep your eye on the drugstore, Feeney.
Okay.
He ought to be coming out in a minute or two.
How do you know he ain't going to go out the back way or something? And, Sam, how do you know for sure he's got the dough on him?
Why would he go out the back way? He don't know he's being followed. And I know he's got the dough on him.
You sure?
Sure, I'm sure.
Okay.
Our pal over at the place where Saunders made the deal said it was in cash. And I've followed him ever since.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Look, you're going to keep your promise about no rough stuff now, huh?
There won't be no rough stuff. Just what there has to be.
Yeah, but no guns, Sam, or I'm not in on this. No killing. You promise?
No guns.
Then why'd you bring one? We ain't going to need it.
We might. To scare the guy. Now, hey.
Yeah?
He just came out of the drugstore.
Yeah, I see him. He's coming this way, too. What do we do?
Leave it to me. Make like you're looking for a match.
Yeah, but my cigarette...
Shut up and let me handle this alone. Hey, Bud.
Yeah?
You got a match?
Oh, get out of my
Just
way.
stay where you are, Bud.
What do you mean, stay where I am?
Don't know what that is in your ribs? Don't make me prove it's a gun.
What do you want?
Just 50,000 clams.
What?
Feeney, open the door of the car.
Say, what's the idea?
Now get in, you.
Here, wait
Get
a minute.
in.
Get out of here.
Get this crate moving, Feeney.
Sure. Hey, what's the idea of pushing me around like that? Where to?
This guy's got the dough on him. Head for the country.
All right. I have the money on me. Here, you can have it. Now let me go.
Let you go?
Yeah.
No, it ain't too crowded. Huh? 3 on the seat. And corpse don't take up too much room.
Hey, corpse.
Sam, no, you promised. No. Hey, Sam, you killed him.
If I didn't, he's a living sieve.
But Sam, you promised you wouldn't.
I got such a bad memory.
Well, what do we do now? We got a dead guy on our hands.
And 50 grand in our pockets.
I know, but...
Don't worry, non Feeney. For just 10 grand, we can get out of town. And out of the country if we have to.
Here's the latest on the hunt for that guy we want. It's coming in on the teletype now, Inspector Faraday.
No trace of him yet, I suppose. Where are these guys going, Matthews? 6 guys we know were in the city have disappeared just like that.
I don't know, Inspector. Murderers and thieves, hoodlums and big shots. We get almost near enough to grab them and they vanish into air.
Well, that's the end of the message. Just what I thought. No trace of him.
Well, guys just don't disappear, Inspector.
No, what'll you bet?
What?
Somebody's got a swell racket going. On account of it, I don't know whether I'm coming or going.
Hey, Feeney, where you going?
Out.
Stay here.
I said I'm going out, Sam.
Where?
Just out.
Oh, no, you ain't.
You ain't stopping me.
And you ain't crossing me.
Look, I said I'd go in on the Saunders robbery with you, but there weren't to be no guns. Now I'm through.
You're sticking with me, see?
Not no more.
I said you're sticking. You're staying here and you're leaving town with me. I want you to keep an eye on you. And a gun on you, too, if I have to.
That's what I thought. So long, Sam. It wasn't nice knowing you.
Come back here, you. I know where you're heading. Straight for the cops.
Yeah? Maybe that's just where I ought to head.
I thought so. Okay, Feeney, here goes.
You mean here goes, don't you?
It's too bad, Feeney. I didn't want to knock you out. But I've got to get out of the country.
I'm sorry to keep you waiting here, Mary, but Saunders was going to come in an hour.
Well, I didn't want to see that movie anyway, Blackie.
Not much.
It's all right. I'll get to see a movie someday. They tell me these newfangled talking pictures are much better than silent films.
Propaganda, those things won't last.
Oh, you always do me one.
No, but seriously, I'm getting worried about Saunders. He was awfully anxious to get that envelope to me.
Why? What's in it?
Oh, nothing. Just $50,000.
Oh, is that all? I thought you were waiting for something important.
Now, all kidding aside, Mary, I'm really getting worried.
Oh, now.
Saunders seemed to me to...
Uh-oh. I'll bet that's Mr. Saunders, who's a little late in calling today. He'll be a little late.
Oh, I hope so. Hello.
Hello, Blackie, old pal.
Oh, Faraday, hello. Say, I'm glad you called.
Yeah, there's a first time for everything, isn't there?
Yes, sure is. You see, I have a hunch a friend of mine is in trouble. And I was just thinking of asking you for help.
Well, I'll help you someday, Blackie. Right out of town.
Now, listen, Inspector, I'm serious. A fellow named Joe Saunders was carrying $50,000.
Well, he's not carrying it now.
How do you know? If I couldn't guess.
He's been shot, murdered. Now I know there are 50,000 reasons why. All right, you guessed he was dead. Now can you guess why I'm calling you?
You want help, of course.
I got all the help I need. A police department. You ever hear of it?
Yeah.
I'm calling you because I found your name and address in Saunders' pocket.
Oh.
What was it doing on him, Blackie? Was his body supposed to be shipped to you?
No, he was supposed to come up here alive. So I gave him the address. Now I'm going to find out who gave him the works.
Hey, Clerk! Clerk!
Take it easy. This hotel ain't on fire.
Come on. I want service.
You want service, huh? Okay, Hey, you look like you need a doctor.
Yeah, I had a little accident.
With a fist. What's the other guy look like?
It's the Morton Hotel, ain't it?
It ain't the Ritz.
Looks good enough to me. A fellow named Harvey sent me here. My name's Sam. I'm, out.
So what do you want me to do about it? Fan you?
Now, I want a room. I was told this was the place to get it until Harvey gets me out of town.
We got rooms, plenty of them, but most of them got people in them.
How much for one without anybody in it?
I said this wasn't the Ritz.
How much? I'll need it only a couple of days. And I'll be leaving town and the country.
$75 a day.
With that?
No, with protection.
Yes, Miss Wilkins.
Mr. Harvey, Arnold James of our Cleveland office is out here to see you.
Oh, thank you. Send him right in.
Yes, sir.
Come in.
Hello, Harvey.
James, come in. How's everything in Cleveland?
Just fair. That's why I took a run down to see you.
Oh, really?
I think things in Cleveland can be better.
Oh? I don't follow you.
Well, I know you're a busy man. I'm in a hurry, so I'll get right to the point.
Go on.
I took that last fellow through Cleveland, all right. Kept the cops away from him and everything.
Sent him on to Chicago in style. But I didn't make the profit I ought to have made.
Things cost money, don't they?
Yeah. And it's going to cost you more money to send your men through Cleveland from now on.
I'm afraid I can't do that just now.
They just about have to go through Cleveland, Harvey. And I want double what I'm getting. Double or else.
Or else? What?
Or the next fellow you send through Cleveland on the way to the coast gets free room and board at city jail.
Oh, I see.
Now, what do I get?
This, Mr. James. This. Yes, Miss Wilkins.
Mr. Harvey, I heard shots. Is anything wrong?
Not really, Miss Wilkins. Mr. James and I just had a slight misunderstanding. We'll need a new Cleveland manager.
And now back to Boston Blackie. Joe Saunders phones Boston Blackie to say he's going to leave $50,000 with Blackie until morning. But on his way to Blackie's, he is robbed and murdered. Meanwhile, Roland Harvey, head of an organization which guarantees to get hunted criminals safely out of the country, has a run-in with his Cleveland manager and kills him. As we return to our story, Sergeant Matthews of the Homicide Department is in Inspector Faraday's office, waiting orders from his chief.
Homicide, Sergeant Matthews.
Hey, Sergeant, you want a little hot tip, huh?
Who is it?
It don't matter, does it, long as I tell you what you want to know? I know who killed this guy, Saunders.
What?
I was there. But I didn't kill him. I just ducked out on the guy who did. I didn't want no shooting, just the dough.
You sound as if you know what you're talking about.
I do?
Yeah.
Well, I do. I know the name of the guy who did the shooting and where he is now.
Yeah?
At a place where, for a lot of dough, a guy will get him out of the country.
Well, quit talking and say something.
You go easy on me if I do?
We don't make any promises like that.
Okay, cop, I'll take a chance. Get this and then see that I get off easy. It was like this, see? The guy...
Here's the place, Inspector Faraday. According to that telephone tip I got.
All right, thanks. You wait out here in the car, Matthews. I'll handle this alone.
Yes, sir. Hey, Inspector, a car just pulled into the curb in back of us.
Well, we'll see about that right now.
He's getting out of his car, too. Inspector, it's Blackie. Wait for me.
Blackie, he's all I need right now. He must have followed us from headquarters.
Hello, Inspector. Hi, Matthews.
What's the idea of following me, Blackie?
Inspector, do no, I know what I'm doing.
Well,
what's going on here?
You're going on about your business.
Not me. I work too hard in my business. I'm going along with you so I can take it easy.
Aha. Wait here, Matthews.
Right, Inspector.
And, Blackie, you better save your jokes for the guy I'm looking for. His name is Harvey. If I find him, he'll need jokes.
Where's his office, on the ground floor?
According to the tip Matthews got, it's the private door to the right of the main entrance. Here it is.
Yeah. There's a telegram stuck in the door. I'll play messenger boy.
Yeah, well, while you play, I'm going to work on Harvey. Now, let me do the talking.
All right, go ahead and talk. I'll listen.
Well, I won't be talking to you. I'll be...
Well, I'm listening.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm the only one listening because I'm the only one here.
Yeah, in other words, the place is empty.
Faraday, it looks as if Harvey cleared out of here.
You must have got a tip. We got a tip.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Even the wastebaskets are empty. Hey, what's this?
So what'd you take out of that basket?
Nothing at all. No, Faraday, but... Uh-oh. I found the body in back of this desk over here.
I see it. I wonder what it means.
What a body usually means, Faraday. Murder.
I know that. Harvey must have known I was wise to him, huh?
And this must be what's left of the guy who set you wise.
Could be. What are you doing with that telegram?
Opening it for the rather odd purpose of seeing what's inside.
Well, there won't be anything in it.
I guarantee there's a telegram in it. And what do you know? There is. From Los Angeles, and it says, shipment arrived and on its way.
Yeah.
Advised date of next shipment.
So what?
So nothing. But I think I have an idea, pal, and believe me, that is something. You see, Mary, when we got to Harvey's place, there was nobody there. Nobody who could talk to us, that is.
Well, Blackie, what's this to do with Joe Saunders?
Well, that remains to be seen. From the telegram I picked up, a telegram that was apparently delivered after Harvey had vacated the premises, I know he's been spiriting criminals out of the city and probably out of the country. Faraday knows, I'm sure, but he wouldn't tell me.
Well?
Well, I found a little piece of paper in the wastebasket at Harvey's.
Oh, let me see.
Yeah, probably was overlooked.
Call Morton Hotel. Well, what's that supposed to mean?
I don't know, but I do know. And what I know is that the hotel is a joint down on the waterfront, and it seems to me that Harvey has to have someplace to hide his clients before shipping them out.
So, putting two and two together.
That's right. So I go down to the Morton Hotel after I talk to Sergeant Matthews in Faraday's office. Somebody's using the Morton Hotel and putting two and two together. I'm going to find out what for.
Yes, Miss Wilkins.
Chicago on 1, Mr. Harvey.
Thank you. Hello, Jones. How's everything along Michigan Boulevard? Good. I'm sending you a customer soon. Fellow named Sam. What did you say? Oh, that's just a rumor. No, our Cleveland man just resigned, that's all. Oh, by the way, I'm in new quarters now. Yes, better ones. From now on, business will be better, too.
There he goes. He's in an old hotel there. After him, boys. Now, we got him cornered. All right, now. Round to the back of the hotel.
Hey, somebody quick. Hey, Click. What kind of hotel is this? Hey, room Click.
Take it easy. Take it easy.
I don't have time to take it easy. The cops are after me.
Well, then get out of here. This is a respectable dump.
They told me I could hide out here.
They told you wrong. Beat it.
Look, I need a room, and quick.
I don't need trouble. I got enough. Beat it.
But I can't. The police saw me come in here. They're just down the street, and... Here. Here's $100, and it's not for the room, then. It's for you. Now,
Run
do
up
me...
those stairs over there. Room 101. It's empty.
Thanks.
Hurry up now. Get out of sight and keep out of sight.
All right, stand by the door here, Callahan. He's probably in here somewhere. Hey, you. You behind the desk. I want to talk to you.
Yeah? What do you want?
We think we saw him come in here. Where'd he go? Where is he?
Didn't nobody come in here, mister?
Now, look, we're the police.
You don't
We were
say.
chasing him down the street, and he got away from us and ran in here.
Not in here, he didn't, copper. And if you ask me, I think you'd better start looking around outside. Seems to me you've lost something.
Hello.
Is this room 101?
Yeah?
I understand you're in a little trouble.
Well, not at the moment. Who's this?
Someone who could be your friend if you need one. You can't stay in that hotel room forever. Do you have any plans?
Well, I plan to stay away from the cops.
Do you have money?
Look, who are you? What's this all about?
You'll find out.
I don't have time to find out right now. So long.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, that does it. Who is it?
Open up and see.
Okay, just a minute. What do you want?
Just have a little talk with you. What's your name?
Jones. John Jones.
Unusual name. Did you make it up all by yourself or get someone to help you?
Does my right name matter?
No, not as long as you have the right kind of money.
What for?
A little trip.
Say, you weren't by any chance outside the door while I was talking on the phone, were you?
I was and heard everything you said. That was my secretary who phoned you as a sort of test.
And did I sort of, pass the test?
You did. Now, can you spare $10,000?
For services received, maybe.
Good. I can get you out of the country. I'll phone you later and tell you where to meet me and when. Then
Can't you tell me that now?
Oh, no, Mr. Jones. I trust you, but not that much.
Faraday speaking.
Hello, Inspector. This is Blackie.
Blackie, where are you?
I'm still John Jones, and I'm still in this crummy room in the hotel.
Still in the hotel, Blackie? How dumb can you get? You put your call through the switchboard there.
I know. They might know the number of police headquarters, but I asked for your private number. Nobody knows that.
Well, maybe not, but you can bet your life somebody's listening in on this wire. I thought you were smart.
But I had to take this chance, Faraday. I was... Wait a minute. Someone's at the door. I'll call you
okay.
back. Come in.
Hello, Mr. Jones.
Oh, hello there. Are we ready to go so soon?
Yes, we're ready to go. Come in, Sam.
Sure.
Allow me to introduce this fellow to you, Mr. Jones. He's one of my clients and was supposed to be your traveling companion.
Supposed to be?
Yes, and for your information, he and his partner, Feeney, are big time. They did that $50,000 job on Joe Saunders. Sam, meet Boston Blackie.
Glad to know you, Blackie.
What makes you think I'm Blackie?
What makes you think we wouldn't listen in on every call you made out of here?
Oh, I guess I thought you trusted me.
Not very much. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Roland Harvey.
What? No card?
Yes, Blackie. Here's my card.
That looks to me like a gun.
I can't imagine why.
I can't imagine why you'd pull it out with Inspector Faraday in back of you.
How silly can you get?
How rude can you get? You and Sam have your backs to the inspector, and I'm sure his feelings are hurt.
You're just as dumb as the inspector said you were, over the phone. It's 15 miles from here to police headquarters. Faraday's nowhere near here yet. You don't expect either of us are going to turn around and fall for that old look-behind-you routine, do you?
No, but you might fall for... He was there.
Nice going, Faraday. I'll handle this other one.
That's for me.
Yeah, he'll be quiet, I'm sure. Now...
Good.
Well, Faraday, it's really too bad Harvey didn't turn around before you slugged him. You might have enjoyed the look of surprise on his face.
Huh?
I know you're unhappy about all this.
Unhappy. I am not.
No? Don't tell me you're pleased because my trick worked.
Look, it wouldn't have worked if I hadn't agreed with you.
Could be.
How did Matthews do on the phone?
Oh, great. Harvey here was convinced I was talking to you at headquarters.
I thought you'd never make the call, and Matthews never radioed me. I sat in my car on the corner for over 2 hours.
Well, it was worth it, wasn't it, Faraday?
I guess so.
Because Harvey here is going to sit in jail for the rest of his life.
Blackie, I see in the papers where the district attorney got an indictment against Eve Wilkins as Mr. Harvey's secretary, too.
Yes, Mary, we've rounded them all up. Harvey and all his managers in other cities, his secretary, and the 2 men who killed Joe Saunders.
And the men Mr. Harvey had already shipped out of the country?
They'll be brought back. Faraday has a complete list.
Good. Seems to me a lot of people are going to jail because those 2 men killed Joe Saunders.
We might say that.
Well, thank you. In that case, I will. A lot of people are going to jail because those 2 men killed Joe Saunders.
I'll tell you another thing you might say.
What's that?
That I was very clever about phoning headquarters, pretending to be talking to Faraday so that Harvey would make his move.
You're so smart, Blackie.
Oh, now, it's all right for me to say that, Mary. But after all, I thought that you had better judgment.
Something happens to my judgment when you're around. It just fades out of the picture. Which reminds me.
Oh, I know the picture. I promised to take you to the movies, didn't I?
At least you remembered. How about tomorrow night? Do we go then?
Absolutely. What's playing, by the way?
Oh, a murder mystery.
Uh-oh. That's out then. You know, Mary, I just can't ever figure out who's guilty in those movie murders.
Well, my dear niece and nephew, we make a very happy family, don't we?
Personally, I'm overjoyed. How about you, Jane?
Me? I've got all I can do to keep from laughing out loud.
I don't understand it. Neither you nor Roger has a thing to worry about financially as long as I'm alive.
So you keep reminding us?
True, isn't it? Very happy to take care of my late brother's children.
Yes, and to remind us that you're doing it.
Someday, Uncle Bill, there's going to be a
I'm
change.
afraid I'm going to have to wait to find out what there's going to be someday. Come in. Yes, what is it, Carrie?
I'll need some money for the groceries, Mr. Larson. Food's terrible high these days.
Money?
Yes, sir.
I gave you the household allowance 3 days ago. What are you doing with the money? Carrie, you're working here for me only because I'm sentimental and you work for my father. You realize there isn't a good day's work left in you, and I won't stand for stealing.
Uncle William. I do not steal, Mr. Larson.
We'll discuss that in a little while. Come back in 10 minutes.
Yes, sir, I will. I'll come back in 10 minutes. How can you talk to Carrie that way, Uncle Bill? How can you?
I won't be imposed upon. I won't. And I'll talk to anybody, anytime, any way I like. And if you and your brother don't like it, you can get out.
Wouldn't it be a little ironic if you were the one who was going to leave your own house? Oh, I take that back. Who wasn't going to leave, who was going to be carried out.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. These are very public times. Few of us can have a completely private life anymore. Even when we think we are living one, in the day of infrared cameras, wiretaps, computers, fingerprints, to mention only a few, which of us knows who knows what about our most intimate secrets? Happily, only the men who fear these probes, who have something dreadful to hide, have to spend every waking and sleeping hour planning to protect the secrets of their lives. And even they can slip and fail to avoid the unseen watcher.
Sam, where are you, buddy?
Back over Columbia Shores, Ridge.
What are you doing there?
Something funny just happened below.
What do you mean, funny?
Well, I'm too far away, and I just caught it by accident, but I think I just saw a murder.
Our mystery drama, The Unseen Watcher, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Earl Hammond and Mandel Kramer. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. In any town of reasonable size today, the helicopter has become a common sight. So familiar that most of us go about our business unaware of its presence. In most large cities, where the rush of traffic clogs the roads as suburbanites stream to work and away from it, there is a traffic helicopter. I'm sure you wouldn't be able to identify it. Possibly you haven't even noticed it. But you probably, at one time or another, have heard the pilot's voice.
This is your eye in the sky, Sam Bendix, at 3 minutes after 8 on a bright, sunny morning. All major roads into the downtown area are running heavy traffic this morning, but so far most of them are moving. Coming in from the Bay Area, it looks as if some trouble may have developed further out towards Tarleton. Now, I'm going to cut off now and make a pass out that way and see what kind of report I can bring you. Back in 5 minutes with an update. Calling commuter desk. Rich, do you read me?
Loud and clear, Sam. What can I do for you?
I'm on my way out towards Tarleton. Looks like we got the beginning of a real foul-up. What traffic is coming in is drying up fast, so there's got to be a big tie-up the other side of the water.
You give me the news, I'll see it gets out. You fly boys get all the fun.
You've got to be kidding. It's the same grind every day.
Back off, man. You're not cooped up.
How big is this cabin, huh? There's more room in a compact.
Yeah, but you look to expanding horizon.
Yeah, same old parkways, same old freeways, same old toll bridges.
What about the fringe benefits?
What fringe benefits?
Where are you now?
Columbia Shores, just about to head over the bay. Why?
Why? Isn't that what I'm talking about? Is she out today, or is it too early?
Who?
You know who I mean. Suntan Sue.
Oh, her. No. A little early for her yet.
Hey, is she really that stacked?
You'll never know till you come upstairs with me.
Can you really see that good from that high?
Hey, only with my X-ray vision.
But I mean, you're sure she doesn't have anything on?
Who needs X-ray vision for that? Hey, hold on. I'm across the bay now, and, I see the trouble. And, man, it is not good. I'm banking down to take a closer look. Somebody jumped the guardrail coming out of the city. Oh, we really have a Donnybrook down there. They won't clear this one in under an hour. Look, can you sandwich me in on somewheres between the world falling apart and the elderly citizens' revolt?
Give you airtime in 10 seconds. Stand by. Okay, Sam, you got your moment of glory. Coming up on 4, 3, 2, 1.
Old Man Eye in the Sky, back with you again and laying this sad news on anyone using 85 or any of its feeder routes. A multiple accident just your side of the Bay Bridge has stalled everything for at least an hour.
Oh, thank the Lord for small favors.
I had to check out how heavy the traffic is where I'm going.
A little late to check that out, wouldn't you say, Morgan, dear?
But don't try to be funny, Cheryl. There's nothing very funny about the spot we're in.
Correction, Morgan. The spot you're in. I had nothing to do with it.
You're involved. Look, I got to take a ride out to Guernsey this morning and face Lou Roney. Now, I owe the man $100,000 or more. Now, I have to pay it some way, cash or blood.
Well, that's your choice.
What do you mean, my choice? You know that I'm busted, that the only way out is to sell the house.
Over my dead body.
Cheryl, honey, I don't think you understand. If I don't ante up, these guys play for keeps. It could be over my dead body.
That's your problem. I don't owe him anything.
Look, the only asset I've got left is this house, and it's in both our names. Now, I can't sell it without your permission.
That is so right. That's why I made you make it joint ownership. All I've got left out of our marriage, Morgan, is my interest in this house. And nobody's taken that away from me.
It's only temporary, honey.
I wouldn't like to think you consider me the same. That's too bad. You were obviously such a small-time operator that you blew everything. You handle your debts and don't bother me with them anymore.
Where are you going?
Oh, to take a little sun up on the roof. One of the few pleasures left to me.
Look, let me put up the house against the debt, will you, baby? The debt I could wipe out. I just need some room to operate, that's all, to breathe. Now, let me tell the guys out in Guernsey when I get to them that I've got something to back up what I blew.
You go see them first and then let me know. You use the word. I'm not about to blow anything. All I care about is how I come out. And you better convince me it's very far ahead. You want to talk any further business? You'll find me on the roof in the raw. And the business had better be just as basic.
Hey, woodchopper. You gonna sleep up there?
No, Rich. What do you want?
Just a kind word. What are you seeing up there, Sam?
Not much. Just came back across the bay.
Where are you heading now?
I guess I'll just mosey on up to Queen Parkway and take a gander to see if that parked car is still blocking the lane. Except for the mess the other side of the bridge, everything else looks peachy dandy.
Hey, you over Columbia Shores yet?
Yep, right smack on top of it.
Has Suntan Sue made her appearance yet?
I'll hold everything. I'll take a look. Oh, yes, sir. Just came up on the roof. Large as life and twice as natural.
You mean she's really in the buff?
Unless it's a plastic bikini.
Oh, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
No, she doesn't mind. She just waved at me.
How do you like that?
At 800 feet, who can be sure, huh?
I think you're putting me on, Tiger.
Not me.
I don't think this dame exists.
Well, sure she does. You go ring the doorbell of the fourth house from the corner of Avenue B on Gardner Avenue. I bet she opens the door.
Oh, come on. How would you know her address?
Ed, I've been flying the city for 5 years in the traffic beat. You name me a street I don't know.
So that's your address, huh? Next thing you'll be telling me is you know her phone number.
Oh, there's a limit to my encyclopedic knowledge. Anyways, forget it. She's married.
Crumb, you've gone low enough you can see her ring?
Her husband. He just came up on the roof.
How do you know it's her husband?
Elementary, my dear Watson. She didn't even reach for a towel. Oh, that's enough of this idle chatter. Now, come on, let's both concentrate on what we're paid to do.
What is it, Morgan?
I have to leave now to go see Lou Roney, Cheryl.
So leave. You know I don't like to be disturbed when I'm sunbathing.
I know, honey, but about the house.
No. Nothing about the house. Nil. Zero. Now get off the roof and leave me alone.
Cheryl, I've got to tell him something. How am I going to pay him what I owe him?
Well, maybe if you have a nice little boy chat, he'll do you a favor as an old customer and wipe out the debt.
$100,000? Are you kidding?
Oh, he's taken you for more than that in the past. I ought to know. I'm the one who's always had the pleasure of paying your gambling debt.
Look, I spent plenty on you when I was riding high.
Oh, sure, Morgan. All that lovely jewelry and furs. I enjoyed them. The brief time I had them. For we had to pawn them to pay last year's tab at your favorite horse parlor.
Well, I still have the tickets. We'll get them back.
Oh, yeah? How?
Look, once I clear my credit through Lou, I got a big hit coming. I feel it in my bones.
And what would you use to bet with?
Now, look, Cheryl, I figure we get at least $250 for the house, okay? Now, the mortgage is only $75, and say the agent's fee and the lawyers and taxes and everything eat up maybe $25 more. That leaves us with $150. Now, look, I don't take any flyers. I play chalk, just bet favorites, and in no time at all, honey.
That's it.
What?
No time. No time at all.
What are you talking about?
That's what I have for you. No time. Or for any of your big ideas.
Cheryl, honey, listen to me. Lou Roney doesn't call anyone on the carpet like this for nothing. If I can't satisfy him that I can raise the cash to pay him off, he could have me rubbed out. Now, honey, I promise
I don't want your promises. I just want you out of my life.
How can you talk that way? Look, I've made mistakes, but you know how I love you.
Don't touch me. I'll tell you a way out of your problems, Morgan.
What?
Why don't you go buy a bushel basket and take it around town to all the fancy women you've clothed and supported? Let them save your bacon this time. Take up a collection.
Look, honey, I never cheated on you. One good thing in my life, the only one I ever loved. You're my whole life. I count on you. If you let me down now, I don't know what...
Oh, save the act for whoever you're involved with now. If you want a shoulder to cry on, make it hers. The only shoulder you're getting from me is stone cold. Who is it?
It's all right, Denise. It's only me, Morgan.
Oh, you gave me a start. I woke up and heard the door. I thought someone broke in. What's the matter, sugar pie? What are you doing here so early in the morning?
I got to talk to you, honey. I don't have much time.
Okay, well, here. Help me out with my roll first, okay?
Yeah.
You want some coffee?
No, I need a drink.
Well, you know where it is. I'll get some ice.
I'll forget it. I'll take it straight.
Hey, what's got you so down?
Had a call from Lou this morning. He wants to see me.
The office?
No. His place.
Out in Guernsey? Oh, that's not good.
I know. I'm scared, Denise.
Well, you don't have to be if you have the money.
I don't.
I mean, you can have it when you sell a house.
Well, I can't sell the house.
Well, why not?
Because it's only half mine. The other half is in Cheryl's name, and I can't sell it unless she agrees.
But she's got to agree. Doesn't she know the spot you're in?
Yes, she knows.
Oh, Lou Roney doesn't mess around. He plays for keeps.
Well, she knows that, too, and it doesn't make any difference.
She hates you that much?
Look, she wouldn't lift a finger to save me. Denise, honey, you're the last hope I've got. You got to help me, please.
Me?
Look, you can talk to him. You can ask him to give me a break.
Oh, no, Morgan. I'm the last one who can get mixed up in this. No matter what I think about him, he's still my father. If he knew I'd been messing around with you, he'd hand me my head. And you'd be deep sixed for sure. No, sugar, that's no way.
Well, what am I going to do?
There's only one way out I can see. You'll have to get a torch.
A torch?
Yeah, a guy who sets fires. A pro.
How would I go about getting someone like that?
You've got the best contact in the world. Lou Roney. If it's anything against the law, he's got it. Or can get it. You tell him it's the only way he'll ever get his dough out of you, and he'll find you somebody.
Well, suppose he does. I mean, what do I want him for?
To burn your house to the ground. And if it was me, I'd burn up that wife you married with it.
What do we really know about anyone? How much do we sense or understand of what drives and motivates them? Even our closest friends. We don't see them under a magnifying glass, but rather at the wrong end of a telescope, removed from us, as a helicopter pilot might see them. Inanimate dolls that move and live a distant life that never will cross his. That's the rule. This is the exception, as you will begin to see when you return for Act 2. By the time Morgan Denning crossed the Bay Bridge heading in the general direction of Tarleton, they had already cleared one of the lanes jammed by the multiple accident on the inbound road. Outbound traffic, of course, was unimpeded, and he was able to approach the interview he dreaded faster than he would have wanted. He was as totally unconscious of the traffic helicopter overhead as Sam Bendix was of him, except for their accidental and totally objective contact through Sam's voice on the radio.
Wrecking crews have already cleared one lane inbound to the city, and within the next 5 minutes should have the second lane open. Traffic, which had been bottled up, has already been able to spill out some, and there's relatively steady movement towards the city. Delays should run from 15 minutes to half an hour. Well, this is your eye in the sky, Sam Bendix, hoping you have a good day and... Real easy to be bubbly about disaster, isn't it? Sam Bendix, or whatever your name is, when you're not sitting in the middle of disaster. Why, wouldn't it be great if you could just fly that whirlybird down here and lift me off the hook? What's the matter with me? I'm flipping my lid, talking to nobody.
Yeah? Who? Oh, yeah, Morgan Denning. All right, I'll see him right away. Come. Well, hello, Morgan. Come on in.
Hello, Lou.
Close the door behind you.
Sure. I hope I'm not late.
No. I heard about the accident near the bridge. No trouble on your side.
No, it was just a little slowdown. That's all.
I hope there won't be any trouble about your return.
No, I think they got it all cleared up.
Here, cigar?
No, thanks.
Drink?
A little early in the day for that.
Yeah, we all have our habits, bad or good.
I'll pass on the drink.
Fine. Now, suppose we get down to business. Huh? Did you bring me some money?
Lou, I have to explain about that.
If you have to, you have to. It better be good.
I don't have the cash.
Get it?
No, I intend to. But I need a little help from you.
I don't peddle help, just odds and the opportunity to lay a bet on anything you want. Now, if my judgment is wrong, I pay off. If my bettor screws up, that's his problem.
I know that, Lou. I know that. All I'm asking for is a break. That's all.
All you ask for every time you bet is the same thing. Sometimes the breaks don't go your way, and I let you get in a lot deeper than I usually do. It's $100,000. Now, I waited. I want to collect. As of now.
I haven't got it.
Answer one to question one. Now, next question. How do you get it, and how soon?
Real soon. If you'll give me a hand.
What does that mean?
Now, look, I'm sitting on some prime property on Columbia Shores. It's worth $250,000. Less the $70,000 mortgage. Now, that should be security enough for what I owe you.
You say. But I'm not interested in real estate. Sell it and pay me off.
I can't.
Why not?
Because it's a joint property. It's in my wife's name and my name, and she don't want to sell.
Well, then it looks like you're in a real bind.
Well, it would be, except that... there is a way out of it if I can get your help.
What?
Well, we carry top dollar insurance. If that house should happen to just go on fire, and burn down, if it should be a total loss, we'd realize at least $200,000, plus whatever we could sell the land for. Now, you split it 2 ways, and I have enough to pay you off.
That's if the house burned up. Now, are you thinking of setting fire to it yourself?
No, I wouldn't know how to. To be sure that... I thought maybe you could tell me how.
Yeah, if I could, it'd cost you.
How much?
Figure 10%, $25,000.
Well, I wouldn't have it and be able to pay you until, after we sold the land.
I don't think I'd want to ride with that.
Lou, what do you want from me? There's no blood in a stone.
That isn't my problem.
Well, it isn't mine anymore either. My hands are tied.
Not quite. Your wife would have the dough.
No way.
She won't put anything up for you?
No. That's why she won't sell the house.
Oh, she doesn't care about your health, huh?
She'd just as soon see me dead.
It's too bad. She could just get her wish.
Lou, please. You're not serious.
Nothing personal, Morgan. Just business. Of course, you could be sitting pretty if you turn the tables on her. You got a week. Whatever you figure. If you need the torch, contact Dave Varga. You know where. You placed enough bets. I will be seeing you again.
What are you saying?
Either way, you and me don't have any business in the future. Ever? I don't like deadbeats. You better come through.
What choice have you got, Morgan?
You realize what he was telling me? Just as flat out as if he'd said the words.
Oh, I don't need any pictures.
He was as good as telling me to murder my wife.
That's my father. He never loses a string on anything. One thing I have to say about him, he always knows the answers.
His answers.
That's the bottom line with him.
Which means it has to be with me?
Of course.
You mean you agree with him about Cheryl?
I told you the way out before you even went.
You mean I have to kill her?
Well, it would be better for her if she's going to burn up with the house.
How can you talk about it like this?
Well, how can we not talk about it if you value your neck?
Look, I never killed anyone.
She doesn't mind seeing you get rubbed out. Why should you hesitate to protect yourself?
Denise, I wouldn't know how. I haven't got a gun. I haven't got any weapons.
Oh, don't be a fool. It can't be anything that would show up later. And don't think the insurance company won't sift the ashes.
Well, then how?
Use your head. Strangle her, or smother her, feed her an overdose of pills. Anything that can't be traced in the remains.
You want me to do this, Denise?
Well, it solves a lot of problems for us.
But we've been all right as we are, haven't we?
No. I want to tie you down.
Why?
Oh, don't ask me questions I can't answer. Your sickness with me, Morgan. Maybe with most women. I need you. I don't want to be without you.
If I should go through with this, you'd have me on a platter, tied hand and foot.
You know something, baby? That'd suit me just fine. Make sure you never stray again.
Well, you don't ask much.
Only your life, lover. It isn't worth a plug nickel any other way.
Abe? Oh, no, this Morgan Denning. Give me Abe, will you? Yeah, hold on. Hello, Abe. It's Morgan Denning. Look, Abe, I want to get a message to Lou. And he said to go through you. Yeah, the message? Just that it's okay. I bought the deal. Now, how do I contact the guy, and when is the big event? And tell him that he doesn't have to worry, that I can make good all the way. What? Tonight? Well, I don't know if I... Yeah, okay. Yeah, I understand. I'll get out of town on business. My wife? I'll make sure the insurance company can't blame her any more than me.
Commuter's desk to Copter. Sam. Hey, you up there?
I got you, Rich.
Where are you now?
Town end of the Bay Bridge.
Any trouble?
No, not yet. Evening traffic's building up, but everything's moving. Why? What do you got?
Big Harry, our peerless producer, has a mobile unit out covering some Boy Scout rally in Pier Square. He'd like to get a fast color story of how it looks from the air. Could you skip over there and catch it for him?
Sure, okay by me if you kill my 6 o'clock report. But I'd like to get back over here before dark. They're patching the road in from Tarleton where the accident tore it up this morning. And some of the heavy equipment is blocking the flow out from town. We're liable to have a big tie-up here.
Fine. This won't take you long, and you should make it.
Okay, I'll wheel over there right now.
Just for me, before you leave, how's our girlfriend? Is she anywhere around?
Oh, Suntan Sue? A little late for sunbathing, but wait a minute. Yep, yeah, she's there. But she don't stand a chance. She's got her husband with her.
So what's her husband got that I haven't?
Right at the moment, the pillow. He's bringing it to put under her head. Forget her, Rich. She's got all the loving she'll ever need.
Cheryl?
You startled me. What are you doing up here on the roof?
I want to talk to you.
Well, I don't want to talk to you.
Oh, look, you can't get any sun anymore. Get your robe and come downstairs.
I don't want to.
Cheryl, I have to talk to you.
If it's about selling the house, no, that is out.
It can't be. Now, I saw Lou Roney this afternoon, and he laid it on the line. I have got to find that cash.
I told you my idea where you could get it.
Now, look, I'm not fooling around, Cheryl. This is deadly serious. I'm giving you a last chance.
Last chance for what?
To bail me out.
Oh, no, never again. You've exhausted your credit.
Now, Cheryl, I'm begging you to listen to me before...
Before what? What are you doing with that pillow? I don't have any use for it.
I hope I won't have. Now, one last time, Cheryl, are you going to help me sell the house and save my neck?
How many times am I going to have to tell you no?
Even if it costs me my life?
I wish to heaven it would, and that you were out of mine. I never want to see you again. You're such a rotten nothing. Oh, you fixed it for me, so life isn't worth living.
All right, if that's the way you feel, I'll fix it so you don't have to.
I told you I don't want that pillow. Hey, Morgan, what are you...
You're making me, Cheryl. I don't want to do this. There's no other way. It's the only way I could save my own neck. The only way I could be safe.
Sam, where are you, buddy? Come in.
I'm here, Rich.
Where?
Back over Columbia Shores.
Well, what the heck you doing there? Harry's waiting for that color story over at Pier Square.
Well, I had to swing back here, Rich. There's something funny going on.
What do you mean, funny?
You remember you asked me about Suntan Sue?
Yeah.
Her husband was bringing her a pillow?
Oh, forget that, babe. It's all just a gag.
Yeah, well, not what I thought I just saw. I can't be sure. I'm too far away, and I just caught it by accident. But right at this moment, if you ask me to swear to it, I'd have to say I think I just saw a murder.
I said in the beginning, these are public times. It's hard to avoid some unseen watcher over our lives. But how much has Sam Bendix actually seen from the vantage point of his helicopter? Even he is not sure. Has murder been committed? And can he prevent Morgan Denning from getting away with it? Or is his accidental witnessing of an event, as far away as it is, too late? I shall return shortly with Act 3. After he lands his helicopter, even Sam tends to think he was building something out of nothing. But after sleeping on it overnight, Sam has gone to the police anyway and made a statement. All the rest of the morning, he has felt some embarrassment about stirring up a kind of visual rumor, till in the afternoon, he is called back to see a Captain Fuchs.
Why did you report this last night, Mr. Bendix? Oh, I asked the news show to phone it India, Captain, but I guess the powers decided that we didn't have enough evidence to go on.
Yeah, according to this affidavit the precinct took from you this morning, there wasn't.
Yes, I realize that, yeah. Thinking back on it all, I realize I was taking a heck of a lot for granted.
What did you see exactly? Suppose you tell me.
Well, this dame is a running gag. See, I always tell Rich and the boys in the news show below that she's in the, you know. But that's just kidding around.
What does she wear?
Well, I don't know. Bikini, two-piece. I'm too high up to see that much detail. But like I said, it's just a gag. But you know, we'd keep it up just to relieve the monotony.
And last night she was on the roof?
Check.
What time?
Oh, around 6.
And just exactly what did you see?
Well, it was overcast, and I was just wheeling west to check a possible traffic tie-up, and I passed over the house.
At what height?
Ooh, 6, maybe 700 feet.
And you saw her on the roof?
Yeah.
How big would she be at that height?
Oh, not much bigger than half of your small finger. But like I said, so small you couldn't tell what she was wearing or wasn't.
And you saw this man come up carrying a pillow?
Yeah, that's what it looked like.
And then?
Well, I'd started on course to my next checkpoint, and something made me turn back. And I banked and went into descent because I don't know why, really. Just a sort of instinct that something was wrong.
Wrong like what?
Well, I had the notion that instead of bringing the pillow up to put under her, he had it over her. Over her face.
Smothering her?
No, I couldn't actually see that. But as I zoomed down, I could see the guy pick her up and sling her over his shoulder and carry her off the roof.
Were you close enough by then to recognize him?
Oh, no, heck, no. All I could see was the top of his head.
Mm-hmm. And the woman, was she fighting him or what?
Well, I just couldn't tell that. She didn't seem to be.
So you didn't really see very much, Mr. Bendix, did you?
Oh, I guess not. What made you think it might have been a murder?
Well, it's just a hunch.
Oh, don't apologize for it. A cop like me lives on them. I think your hunch could have been right.
Well, I wish the radio station could have phoned the police right away.
It wouldn't have made any difference. There wasn't enough evidence for us to take any action. And by my book, it would have already been too late to stop a murder, that is. Now, the fire is something else again.
The fire?
I didn't give you my full title when we met. I'm Captain Tim Fuchs of the Arson Squad.
Arson?
That's right. Now, the house we're talking about belonged to a Morgan Denning and his wife, Cheryl. Last night, it went up like a torch and burned to the ground.
You mean he set fire to it?
Not Mr. Denning. We checked him out. He was in Atlanta on business last night.
Well, what about his wife?
Well, from what we gather from the bereaved husband, she was in the house at the time. The ashes are just getting cold enough for us to sift for her remains.
Why did I have to meet you here, Denise?
Oh, relax, Morgan. You're a hot item. Till your skirts are clean, anyone takes a risk being tied up with you. Me especially.
You can't pin anything on me. I have an alibi.
Just for the fire.
Well, that wiped out the other.
We'll keep our fingers crossed. Have you contacted Lou?
He got to me. I'm okay now. With all the insurance going to me, I can pay off him and the torch and come out well ahead. Plain sailing for you and me, Denise, from now on.
Well, first we lay low and let this blow over. You're not home free yet.
What's to stop it? There was nothing left of the house. Nobody can trace a thing.
That's what has to be made sure of. Oh, it's going to kill me, Morgan, but you and I are split for the next 6 months.
You walking out on me?
Well, for 6 months, we better act like neither of us exists.
Why?
Well, for the police, that they shouldn't find a motive for my father and the organization. Oh, heaven help us if they knew you and I had anything going. I'm going on a cruise.
Now, you wait a minute. You can't run out on me.
I'm not running out on you. I'll be back when the heat's off.
I appreciate you bringing me up here, Sam.
Oh, it's my pleasure, Captain Fuchs.
Now, we're right over at Columbia Shores now?
Yeah. You see down there the empty spot between those two buildings? That's where the Denning house was.
And this is the height you were flying?
Yeah, right. Now, I'll give you an idea. You see the house to the right, 3 away from where the Denning house was?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, good. Well, there's a guy working on the chimney there, huh? See?
That little dot? That's all you could see?
Well, I'm a little more used to looking from this angle than you are.
But you still couldn't identify that guy face to face?
No.
Any more than you could swear that it was Morgan Denning you saw on the roof of the house 2 weeks ago before it burned down?
Well, I gotta say no.
Or that you could even testify that you actually saw a murder?
Well, I couldn't swear to it, but...
If you couldn't swear to it, what good is it in court? Nah, the only thing you know for certain is the date. October 24th.
No. Yeah, come right down to it. That's right.
Come right down to it, we're stymied, Sam. Now, you know, I know, that Morgan Denning murdered his wife and burned up his house and her for the insurance money to pay off his debts. But we're never in the world going to prove it. The son of a gun is going to get away with it, even with a witness.
Yeah, but that isn't fair.
No, son, it sure as all get out isn't. The only consolation is that life has a way of catching up.
Well, how's it going to catch up with a heel like Denning?
I don't know it will, but give it time. I'll give you odds one way or another. You'll get his comeuppance.
This is your eye in the sky with the first report of a grim morning in late November. The driving rain is slowing up all the traffic with poor visibility, and flooded roads are causing massive backups on all access routes into the city. And it ain't a fit night out for man, nor beast, nor helicopters, nor traffic. This has been a long winter, and if anyone thought we were through with the snow, forget it. As far as I can see over any major traffic... Well, I
I guess most of you thought winter would never end. But it has been a glorious day, and from all the signs, spring is here to stay. Now, all the roads are clear tonight, so let's all take a deep breath and say, hallelujah, it's been a great day.
Hello, Denise, baby. Welcome home.
What are you doing here, Morgan?
Well, I figured you would do back from the cruise. The timing's just great.
What makes you think so?
The insurance came through. Your father's paid off, so is the little man with the lucky match. We're free to start howling, kid. Oh, and that is one beautiful tan. Does that go all over?
You'll never know.
What's that mean?
Well, I did a lot of thinking in the months while I was away about the future.
Yeah, I've been doing the same thing, honey. And as soon as it looks good, you and me, we're going to get married.
No way, Morgan. I've made up my mind. I'm not interested in you anymore. That way.
Oh, come on, honey. Denise, give me a chance to make up to you for all I haven't been able to do yet.
Oh, I'll give you the chance for that.
Now you're talking.
How much did you clear on the whole deal? How much did you net after you paid off Lou and the torch?
No, I don't know. Maybe 75 grand?
I'll settle for that.
What are you talking about? I mean, it's a start, but just give me a chance to run it up, and then you and I...
Not you, Morgan. Me. The thrill is gone.
I don't get you.
I'll spell it out for you. We're through.
Huh?
Finished.
You can't walk out on me.
It's a new experience for you, Morgan. You always ditched the girls, didn't you? This time it's different.
If that's the way you want it.
Just the way I want it.
Well, it's a free country.
Not for you, Morgan. This one's going to cost you. Like, say, the $75,000 you just mentioned.
I don't get you.
That's all right. You don't get me. And I take the cash.
You think I'm going to hand the $75,000 over to you?
I think you'd better, Morgan. Otherwise, I blow the whistle on you.
Blow the whistle? Don't get too big for your boots, baby. What could you say to the cops without involving yourself?
I wasn't thinking of the cops, stupid. All I have to do is to tell Lou about you and me when you're long gone. Now, do you want to hand over the dough?
Rotten, two-timing little... Look, I haven't gone through all I have in the last 6 months to let you take it away from me. I'm calling you a bluff.
Okay. Let's lay it right on the line.
Who are you calling?
Lou, just like I told you.
You threatened me.
You hurt my hand. Now, don't you ever touch me again.
I'll do better than that. I'll shut you up once and for all.
Get your hands off me. Are you crazy? Your wife was one thing, but you can't think you can get away with murdering...
Shut up. Shut up, do you hear me? Don't you say it. Don't you say that word.
Let me go. You're crazy.
6 months, I sweated it out. Nobody's going to take that away from me. Nobody.
Please.
Denise? Denise? She's still breathing. What do I do now? What do I do now?
Hey, you reading me, Rich?
It's gotten to be a habit. Where are you?
Over Queen Parkway. Nothing to report, really. All systems go.
Did you say something about some ice slicks still hanging about?
Well, only a few spots after you swing onto the parkway off Piers and head north out of town.
How's traffic in general?
It's heavy, but moving. This is the kind I always worry if someone does foul up. The stream is running so hard, you got a real pile up before the cars behind have any chance to stop. I think I'll drop down and have a closer look at road conditions. I'll get back to you.
Where am I?
You'd be better off if you never woke up, Denise.
My hands. It's hot. My face.
Stay asleep, Denise. Sleep. It won't hurt as much.
What are you doing?
This is where you get off.
No!
I didn't ask for it, Denise. You did. Holy choke.
What is it?
Some guy shoved someone out of a car. Oh, no.
Hey, Sam, what's going on?
You heard me. I saw this guy shove her out. I think it was a woman. Then he cut off the Queen Park exit, gone like a bat out of hell.
Well, what happened to the woman?
I'm not sure it was a woman, but whoever it was, the cars are panic stopping now. 15, maybe 20 of them have just gone over her before they could stop. Oh, all hell has broken loose down there.
I'll get you an air spot so you can report.
No, never mind that. I'm taking off after that guy. Oh, that was no accident. It was deliberate. I'm going to stay on his tail till you get the police to intercept him. He's headed north on Queen Parkway, and I am right on top of him. I'll keep in touch. You raised the cop, Rich?
They're on their way, Sam. They'll set up a roadblock around Stammet and beyond. Now, where are you?
I'm right over his tail. Hey, he's seen me now. He's trying to run away from me. Now, he hasn't got a prayer. Oh, brother, I'd like to sit down on him and squash him like a bug, whoever he is.
All right, take it easy, take it easy. Maybe what happened was just an accident. Just stay with them.
Yeah, don't worry. I wouldn't let this guy get away for... Uh-oh.
What is it?
He's hit an ice patch. Oh, wow, he is out of control. His car is spinning around like... Oh, man, he's heading straight for the underpass wall. Oh, he has bought it.
Just because sometimes life pays off even, I figured I'd buy you a beer, Mr. Bendix.
Well, I appreciate it, Captain Fuchs, but it was nothing special.
Now, I thought perhaps maybe you'd think it was. You know who the guy was you trailed in your copter before he crashed?
No.
It happened to be a guy named Morgan Denning.
The guy who beat that murder rap last summer?
Yep. Didn't do him much good, did it? Less than 6 months later, he totaled himself. It's like I tried to say to you. Give it time. These guys always cop it in the end.
I always wonder, when I think of this story, what went through the mind of that frantic man, Morgan Denny, when, after he rolled Denise out onto the highway, he found that his crime had been witnessed by a silent watcher from the sky. No wonder he lost his head. And in panic, also lost his life. The fact that no one will mourn. I'll be back shortly. I was surprised to find, when I looked it up, that I couldn't locate the derivation for the phrase, time heals all wounds. Is it Shakespeare, the Bible, or someone much more obscure? What I had expected not to find is the marvelous switch that someone more contemporary has made with the phrase, time wounds all heals. I mention all this obviously because that's what our story was about. Does anyone know whose quotations each of these is? Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Earl Hammond, Sam Gray, and E.V. Juster. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet margarine. Millions of women all over America serve Parquet because it tastes so good. Why, Parquet tastes like it should cost twice as much.
To market, to get some Parquet.
Home again, try it today. You'll like it, you'll love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is
Parkay, Parkay margarine, made by Kraft. Well, let's see what's doing in Summerfield. The great Gildersleeve left his home a few minutes ago, headed for Peavy's Pharmacy, so let's drop in and wait for him there. Well, there's the great man's little nephew, Leroy, sitting at the counter polishing off a soda. And daintily perched beside him is that pretty little girl who was visiting in the Bullard home across the street. Leroy with a girl?
I just love to have sodas with you, Leroy. You're so sweet to buy them for me. Mine was simply perfect.
Yeah, you make swell sodas, Mr. Peavy.
Well, they sound good.
Gosh, Brenda, you haven't even finished yours. There's half an inch left in the bottom.
My mother says it isn't polite to drink sodas way down to the nose. Huh? She says if you haven't had enough, the polite thing to do is to ask for another one.
Another one?
2 more, Leroy?
Oh, gosh, I don't know, Mr. Peavy. Let's see here.
If you don't have the cash with you, why don't you charge it?
Charge it?
In Baltimore, Mother and I have charge accounts all over the town.
Yeah? But gee...
I'm making the sodas, Leroy. I think I know somebody I can charge them to.
Gosh, thanks, Mr. Peavy. I'll try to settle with him later.
You're making the same kind, aren't you, Mr. Peavy?
Oh, yes. 2 strawberry agonies coming up.
Isn't this fun, Leroy?
Yeah.
I just love coming to the drugstore with you.
My. Well, here you are. 2 double strawberry agonies made according to the young lady's prescription.
Just like they make them in Baltimore.
Baltimore must be quite a town.
Oh, gosh, here comes Uncle Mort. Hurry up, Brenda. We gotta go.
Why?
Well, I'd rather talk to Unc about this thing in private.
Well, hello, Peavy.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, look who's here.
Hi, Unc.
Hello, Leroy. Aren't you going to introduce me to your little friend?
Oh, sure. This is Brenda Knickerbocker, Unc. We were having a soda. I'll talk to you later about things. Let's go, Brenda.
Yes. No, wait a minute, Leroy. How do you do, Brenda?
How do you do, Mr. Gildersleeve?
You're Mr. Bullard's little niece, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
From Baltimore.
Mother and I are visiting Uncle Rumson.
Come on, Brenda.
But, Leroy, I haven't finished my soda.
Well, you said your mother doesn't think it's polite to finish them. Come on, let's go.
Well, we can always come back for another one. Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Goodbye.
So long, Unc. Thanks, Mr. Peavy.
Call again.
Little Leroy. Guess he was embarrassed being with a girl. Too bad I didn't get here earlier. I'd like to have bought him that soda.
Don't worry, you did.
What?
That's what Leroy was trying to tell you. It seems the young lady wheedled more sodas out of him than he was prepared to pay for.
Oh?
So I put the last round on your bill.
You did?
Of course. If that arrangement isn't satisfactory, the pharmacy will be glad to...
No, that's all right, Peavy. Just can't understand why he doesn't have the cash. It was only yesterday I gave him his June allowance. I better have a talk with that boy.
Well, money doesn't last long when you're buying strawberry agonies.
Strawberry what?
Agonies. Seems to be quite the rage in Baltimore. Tutti Frutti ice cream, chocolate syrup, pistachio ice cream, and strawberry syrup. You care to have one, Mr. Gildersleeve?
No thanks, Peavy.
I'd like to try one out on an adult.
No, Peavy. I'm no guinea pig.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Leroy! Oh, Leroy!
Leroy ain't here, Miss Gildersleeve.
He isn't, Bertie. I saw him half an hour ago, and he was on his way home from the drugstore.
Well, he's on his way back there now.
What?
Him and that cute little girl from across the street.
But where did Leroy get the money? Last time I saw him, he was broke.
Yes.
Bertie, has Leroy been borrowing money from you?
Me?
I don't want Leroy borrowing money.
I didn't say I'd lend him any money, Mr. Gilsleeve, but if I did, he promised to pay it right back.
Uh-huh.
Well, he did, Mr. Gilsleeve, right after he pays back Miss Marjorie.
Oh, has he been borrowing from Marjorie, too?
It costs money when you start buying girls' perfume. You know that.
Perfume? Not Leroy.
Well, you have to spend money if you travel in high society, Mr. Gilsleeve, and little Brenda's high society.
Perfume? I don't know what's come over that boy. He's never paid any attention to girls before.
He had no little cutie like her fan them eyelashes at him before.
What?
She sure is cute. You ought to see her turn it on, Mr. Gilsleeve. I just love to have sodas with you, Leroy.
What does Leroy say to that?
He just giggled.
Now I know I'm going to have a talk with that boy. I have a feeling he's letting a girl make a fool out of him. Look, here they come now.
Well, look at Leroy.
Oh, what's he walking on his hands for?
That's puppy love, Mr. Gilsleeve.
Puppy love, huh? Wonder if he walked on his hands all the way from the drugstore, 6 blocks. I better call him in before he cartwheels out of sight. Leroy.
What? Oh, hi, Aunt. Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Brenda.
Doesn't Leroy have a lot of talent?
Leroy, if you have a minute to spare, I'd like a word with you.
Sure. Goodbye, Brenda. Goodbye. I just loved having that soda with you, Leroy.
Oh, brother.
And if you'd like to, I'd just love to go to the matinee tomorrow.
Leroy, will you please come in the house?
Okay. Goodbye, Brenda. Goodbye, Leroy.
Leroy, step inside.
Sure. I didn't want to be rude, Unc.
Yes. Step into the den, my boy. I want to have a talk with you.
Okay.
Now then, Leroy, sit down.
If it's about those sodas at Mr. Peavy's, I figured I'd pay you back out of my allowance.
It isn't just that, my boy. You borrowed from Bertie. You borrowed from Marjorie. You're living beyond your means, Leroy.
Yeah, I sure am.
Now then, tell your old uncle everything from the very beginning. Just how did this expensive friendship with little Brenda start?
Well, the day she and her mother came to visit the Bullards, I was showing her how I can stand on my head, and 50 cents rolled out of my pocket.
Yes?
And the next thing I knew, I was buying her a strawberry agony.
Yeah. That's what I thought. Leroy, she places entirely too much emphasis on money. I'm sure Brenda's a very nice little girl, but she was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. She probably doesn't realize that you can't afford these things. So why don't you take it easy, my boy?
But gosh, Unc, I like to be with her.
Leroy, what's gotten into you? You always avoided girls like poison ivy.
Yeah, but Brenda's different.
Different? In what way?
Well, she says such nice things to a guy.
Oh? What does she say?
Oh, you think it was silly.
Now, my boy, your old uncle understands these things. Now, what does she say?
Well, she says I look like...
Like who?
Like Gregory Peck.
Gregory Peck? Leroy, believe me, you don't look like Gregory Peck.
I know. He's taller.
Leroy, that little girl is just using flattery to get things out of you.
But,
It's an old trick, and you've got to learn to recognize it. Now, let's break it up before she breaks you. And me, too. I want you to promise me you'll stop throwing your money away.
Okay, Unc.
You and the little girl can play together all you want, but stop buying her perfume and things.
Okay. Unc.
What?
What'll I do with this pound box of candy?
Leroy, you haven't been buying candy, too.
Well, she said she just loves candy.
Sodas, movies, perfume. Give me that box of candy. I'm going over to Bullard's and have a talk with her mother about this. It's time they found out my nephew's no Ali Khan.
Rumson?
Yes, Ellen?
Do you mind driving Brenda downtown? She wants a new dress for tomorrow afternoon. She's going to the movies with Leroy. She has to have a new dress to go see Hopalong Cassidy? My dear sister, don't you know you're spoiling that child?
Oh, Rumson Bullard.
She's just like you. She gets everything she wants.
Don't be silly. There are lots of things I haven't got. For instance, I don't even have a date for your party at the country club tomorrow night. That shouldn't happen to an attractive widow.
Oh, now, Ellen, really.
Surely there must be some dark and handsome, eligible bachelor around here.
Believe me, there's nobody in this neighborhood who fits that description.
What about Leroy's uncle across the street?
Ellen, I hate to sound uncharitable, but I will not have a bullet of Baltimore escorted by that blustering water buffalo.
He looks like he has possibilities to me.
Oh, Ellen, please.
I suppose I do sound like a desperate woman, but I just dare anything resembling a knight in shining armor to glance my way.
Oh, excuse me. I'll answer the door.
Well, hello, Mr. Bullard.
Oh, hello, Gildersleeve.
I came over to speak to Mrs. Knickerbocker about a personal matter.
Oh, no.
What?
Nothing. Come in, Gildersleeve.
Thank you.
She's in the living room. Our living room is this way.
It is? Oh, yes.
Ellen, this is Mr. Gildersleeve, my sister, Mrs. Knickerbocker.
Well, how do you do, Mr. Gildersleeve?
How do you do, Mrs. Knickerbocker?
We were just talking about you.
You were?
Uh-huh.
Yes, we were. I was just telling Ellen what an unusual neighbor you are.
Oh, well, thank you. Mrs. Knickerbocker, I came over to have a chat with you about Leroy and little Brenda.
Oh, Brenda and Leroy. Well, if you'll excuse me, I can go now. But, Ellen...
Yes, Rumson?
Don't mistake blue serge for shining armor.
What did he mean by that?
Private joke.
Oh. Well, Mrs. Knickerbocker, what I came over to talk to you about...
Oh, yes, little Brenda and Leroy. Isn't it wonderful they get along so well together? I consider her most fortunate to have Leroy for a playmate while she's here. He's such a perfect little gentleman.
He is? Oh, yes, he is.
Of course, after meeting his uncle, well, it's easy to see where he gets such sterling qualities.
Thank you.
A friendship like this is very valuable for Brenda.
Well, it's expensive for Leroy, too. I mean, valuable. What I mean to say is, I know little Brenda doesn't mean any harm, but she flatters Leroy quite a bit.
Oh?
Yes. For instance, she tells him he looks like Gregory Peck.
Oh, now, Mr. Gildersleeve, I don't consider that flattering. After seeing his uncle.
Huh?
Well, you're both dark and rugged and handsome features.
Well, he's taller than I am.
Well, he gives one that impression.
Well, that's the movies for you. Trick shots.
Oh, I knew you'd be a lot of fun. Oh, I hope I see you at the country club tomorrow night.
Country club? Well, I hadn't planned on being there.
Why not?
Well, as a matter of fact, I've been such a busy public official, I haven't gotten around to joining the country club yet.
Oh, but Mr. Gildersleeve, you must come. The party won't be a success without you.
Well, thank you.
And you don't have to be a member to go tomorrow night.
But I understood that that's a big benefit dinner. All the seats are probably taken in advance.
The seat next to me isn't taken.
What's the matter? Is it broken?
No, silly. How frank do I have to be? I haven't an escort.
You haven't? Say, I just got a great idea. I don't want you to think I'm pushy, but why don't I escort you to that party?
I just love to go with you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, a great idea I had. Shall we say 7-ish?
Whatever you say.
7-ish, then. We don't want to be late for dinner. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, nearly forgot. Here's a box of candy I brought over.
Oh, for me? Jelly beans.
Jelly beans? Oh, I mean, it's for you to give to Brenda from little Leroy.
Oh.
Like you say, a grand little friendship they have. Goodbye, jelly beans at Leroy.
Bertie, I guess everybody who's tried it agrees about Parquet margarine.
That's right, Mr. Wall.
Yep. I guess that we all agree that Parquet is the margarine with a delicate luxury flavor that costs only about half as much as the most expensive spread.
You say it that way if you want to, Mr. Walls. You got a constitutional right to say it any way you want.
Well, Bertie, that's...
Me, I say Parquet tastes real good. It tastes like it should cost twice as much.
Well, Parquet margarine ought to taste that good. It's prepared like a rare luxury food. Only selected products of American farms are used in making it. That's why Parquet is so nutritious. And that's why it has such a light, sweet flavor, whether you use it on hot mashed potatoes or spread it on your Sunday biscuits.
Yes, sir. You got a constitutional right to say it that way if you want to.
Don't you see, Bertie? That's the way.
Parquet tastes so good. That's my way of saying it. Tastes like it should cost twice as much.
Well, friends, there's one thing that Bertie and I do agree on. And I think there's only one way to say it. We'd both like you to try Parquet.
You're getting better all the time, Mr. Wall. Yes, sir.
That's Parkay, Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Well, the wealthy mother and daughter visiting the Bullards are causing quite a commotion in the Gildersleeve home. The great man didn't think Leroy could afford so many soda fountain dates with the daughter, so he went over to complain and came back with a country club date with her mother. And this morning it's duly recorded in the Summerfield Indicator.
Listen to this, Auntie. Society is agog over the dinner party tonight at the country club.
Marjorie, I read that.
I haven't. Read it to me, Marge.
Leroy each approves.
Okay. I think you should hear about your uncle's plunge into society, Leroy. Huh?
Marjorie?
Prominent visiting socialite, Mrs. Ellen Bullard Knickerbocker of Baltimore and Palm Beach. Hey, that's Brenda's mother. Will be escorted by Mr. Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. That's your uncle, Leroy, of Summerfield in the water department. How do you like that?
All right, Marjorie, that'll be enough.
Hey, Unc, how come you're taking Brenda's mother to the country club when you won't even let me?
No, Leroy, I've had time to think it over, and I've changed my mind about the Knickerbockers.
Yeah?
By the way, here's $1.
Gosh, thanks. What's it for?
Well, you wanted to take little Brenda to the movies this afternoon, didn't you? I'm not the kind of an uncle who objects to a boy spending a little money on movies and sodas.
What a character.
Don't take too much hair off the top, Floyd, and leave the sideburns long like Gregory Peck.
Okay, Commish. I see by the society column you're breaking bread with the country club set tonight.
Well, I am going out there for dinner, if that's what you mean.
Escorting Mrs. Ellen Bullard Knickerbocker of Baltimore, I see.
Yep.
Uh-huh. I've been giving this splurge of yours a little thought, Commish. How about letting me chauffeur you out there?
Floyd, I don't think I need a chauffeur to drive my car.
Commish, you mean you're taking your Baltimore Oriole to the country club in a 1937 touring car?
36.
How are you going to feel when you rattle up to the front portico behind all them Cadillacs and turn your keys over to a sneering attendant?
Now, Floyd...
Worse than that, how's the rich Mrs. Knickerbocker of Baltimore going to feel?
Well, I hadn't thought of that.
Well, start thinking, Commish. Gee, when you take a classy dame like her to the country club, you got to go in style.
Well...
You're the city water commissioner stepping out. You're an important man.
Well, yes, I am.
Of course, your little pal, Floydie Munson, could get you out of this awkward situation.
Oh? What do you have in mind?
You know my brother Al that runs the used car lot?
No, him.
Well, he just got in a 49 model half a block long. And I think if I slipped him $10 from you, he'd let us use it tonight.
Well, I don't know, Floyd.
Okay, just an idea. But if you'd rather be ostrich-sized...
Yep. Well, it might be worth $10 at that.
Sure.
It won't be putting you out too much, will it, Floyd?
No, anything for a pal. Excuse me a minute, Commish, while I go out back and make a phone call.
Yeah, all right.
Hello, Al.
He went for it. $10. Don't forget, I get half for driving.
Well, Gildersleeve, you look pretty handsome in your tux. Getting a little tight, though. I think that cleaner's been shrinking it. I know I haven't put on any weight. Better take this loose change to tip the boys around the club. Yes, sir. Evening clothes certainly make a man feel important.
Unky, why, you look positively dreamy.
Yeah, thank you, Marjorie. I don't imagine those Baltimore boys have much on me.
Oh, Mrs. Knickerbocker called while you were shaving.
She did?
Yeah, she just wanted you to know what color dress she's wearing.
Well, that's strange. I'll see it when I pick her up.
Unky, she wanted you to know so you could send the proper corsage.
Oh, yes, corsage. I almost forgot about that. Thank you, my dear. I'll stop by the florist and get something.
She's wearing black, so she gave me a little hint.
Oh?
White orchids.
White orchids. Oh, that's fine. I'll get a nice bunch of those.
Oh. She'll love that. They're only $10 apiece.
Oop. Well, I'll get one and be sure it's in full bloom. Oh, that must be Floyd. By George, the horn alone is worth $10.
Isn't the evening delightful, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, indeed. Delightful.
It reminds me so much of those early spring evenings motoring along the French Riviera.
The French, well, a little.
It's a lovely automobile you have, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, thank you. Nice horn, too. Munson, the horn.
Will that be all, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, that's all I can think of right now, Munson. Oh, you might turn on the radio.
Okay, Commissioner Gildersleeve.
We have a loudspeaker in the back seat here, Mrs. Knickerbocker.
Oh, but this must be quite an expensive car.
Oh, yeah, $10 a night. Listen to the music.
Isn't that a lovely song?
Lovely. La 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 la.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, you're a baritone. I just love baritone.
Oh, you do? I've got my love to keep me warm.
Beautiful. Go on.
I can't remember the worst December. Just watch those icicles fall.
Splendid.
What do I care if icicles fall?
I got my love.
I've got my love to
keep me warm.
Munson, please. Boy, pay attention to your driving. For heaven's sake. May I have the waiter bring you another demi-tassy, Mrs. Knickerbocker?
No, thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, it's been quite an evening, hasn't it, Mr. Bullard?
Hasn't it?
I'll bet you were surprised when you heard I was escorting your sister, weren't you?
Frankly, Gildersleeve, I was.
And I think my water commissioner is the most attractive escort here.
Well, thank you. I'm going to have to come out here more often. After all, the country club uses a lot of our water.
Oh, hasn't it been fun?
Yeah, it certainly has. Certainly been fun for me. Wonderful dinner. Mr. Bullard, who pays for all this?
Oh, I'm glad you reminded me, Gildersleeve. It's time I made an announcement. Members of the Summerfield Country Club and distinguished guests.
That's us.
We hope you enjoyed your dinner.
Oh, yeah.
That's why we waited until now to tell you how much it's going to cost you.
What's this?
The dinner is $10 a plate.
Oop, that's $20. That makes $40 I've spent.
The proceeds tonight will be used for a very worthwhile project. This affair is sort of a benefit, you know, so we don't mind giving a little, do we?
This keeps up, they'll have to throw a benefit for me. Oh, well, I won't have to spend any more.
Quiet, please. Now, We only need about $200 more.
I knew I was giving Leroy good advice. Why didn't I take it?
So, would someone present who really enjoyed his dinner care to start the ball rolling?
I think he's looking at you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
He is?
Why don't you start things off?
Well, I'm in this far. Mr. Bullard.
Yes?
I'd like to contribute $5.
Wonderful. I just love a generous man, Mr. Gildersleeve.
What the heck? Make it 10.
Well, thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve. Members of the country club, I think you'll agree that this is a most generous gesture on the part of our city water commissioner. Since the club will be using this money to drill a well and install our own private water system.
The great Gildersleeve will be back in just a moment. You'll know when you try it. Just one bite of crisp toast topped with parquet, and you'll know that this margarine is prepared like a rare luxury food. Because parquet margarine tastes like a luxury. Parquet is nourishing and economical, too. Though it costs only about half as much as the most expensive spreads, it gives you every bit of their nourishment. And every pound is fortified with 15,000 units of essential vitamin A. Tomorrow, get Parquet. You'll love its light luxury flavor on everything from breadsticks to Johnny cakes. You'll find it tastes like it should cost twice as much. That's Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft.
Ladies and gentlemen, besides the members of our regular cast, we had two charming newcomers to Summerfield tonight. Mrs. Knickerbocker of Baltimore. She was played by the lovely star of the new RKO movie, The Story of Sam Wilson, Miss Martha Scott.
Thank you, Hal. Being in Summerfield tonight with you has been a lot of fun.
Well, thank you, Martha. Come to see us again. Say hello to Sam Wilson, too. And here's our other charming miss, and the star of radio's junior miss, Miss Barbara Whiting.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. I just love being Leroy's girlfriend.
Well, I'm sure he enjoyed it, too. Didn't you, Leroy? Oh, for good night.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It was written by John Elliott and Andy White with music by Jack Meeker. This is John Wall saying goodnight to the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Here's a real bargain. An all-aluminum Silent Butler, $1.50 retail value, and it's yours for only 50 cents and a Pabstet label. This Silent Butler is handsome enough for a gift, and it's big. Has a deep, generous-sized bowl, a long handle, a hinged top that opens at your touch. It's just the thing for collecting cigarette ashes or crumbing your table. Now today, just get either regular Pabstet or the new Pabstet 2-pound economy loaf. Your dealer will give you full details about getting this beautiful aluminum Silent Butler valued at $1.50 for only 50 cents.
Hi, Art. What you doing?
Oh, look, Benny, I'm just about to make an announcement that Duffy's Tavern follows immediately.
Yeah, I know. It follows immediately on Nibbuck.
Nibbuck? Finnegan, what is this Nibbuck?
It's easy, Art. NBC.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous Philadelphia brand cream cheese. Philadelphia brand is far and away America's favorite cream cheese. That's because it's so creamy white, so delicately rich, and so fresh tasting. But remember, there is only one Philadelphia cream cheese. It's the brand that's made by Kraft and guaranteed fresh. So when you buy cream cheese, always look for the name Philadelphia brand right on each silvery package. Well, it's dinner time at the great Gildersleeve's house, and it looks like Leroy will be the first to finish. I wonder if the fact that little Brenda Knickerbocker's waiting for him across the street has anything to do with it.
I don't want any dessert, Unc.
Leroy, what's wrong with your appetite?
In the spring, a young man's fancy turns to love, Unky. Even Leroy.
Oh, Marge.
Now, Marjorie, don't tease. It's time Leroy learned to be at ease around girls. Is Brenda waiting for you, Leroy? You see what I mean, Marjorie? He needs this sort of thing.
She wants me to meet a friend of hers from Baltimore that just got here.
She does? Well, as long as you're having Brenda over tomorrow night, why don't you invite her visitor to your little party, too?
Yeah, I guess I'd better.
Little Leroy with 2 girlfriends.
Oh, that's a switch. Last year, all he wanted to do was wiggle his ears and listen to the Lone Ranger.
Yeah, now, Marjorie.
I wonder who's at the door.
I'll bet it isn't the Lone Ranger.
I'll go see. I'll get it.
Never mind, Bertie. Leroy's gone. Jet propelled.
Hi, Brenda. Hello, Leroy.
Cute little girl.
I just finished supper.
I didn't mean to rush you, but it seemed I was waiting for you so long.
Oh, my goodness. That boy. Leroy, where are your manners? Why don't you invite little Brenda in?
Oh, you want to come inside, Brenda? Oh, thank you, but I want you to come out and meet my house guest from Baltimore.
Oh, is she outside?
She? Leroy, it's a boy.
A boy?
What's this?
I thought it was a girl.
Well, I didn't tell you before. I didn't want you to worry.
Gosh.
Come on, Leroy. I want you to meet Gerald. Come on up, Gerald.
Well, Marjorie, it looks like Leroy is going to have a little competition.
Leroy Forrester, this is Gerald Mason.
Hi. I'm delighted to meet you, Master Forrester, I'm sure.
No competition there.
So long, folks.
Bye.
Yeah, goodbye, Leroy. Have a good time.
The Bullards have a lot of visitors, don't they, Unky?
Yeah, but old Moneybags Bullard can afford it.
I think little Gerald's cute. And isn't he intelligent looking?
Well, Leroy'd look that way, too, if he wore those horn-rimmed glasses. And a bow tie. And a little Homburg.
Did you notice that panic-stricken look on Leroy's face when he discovered Brenda's friend was a boy?
Don't you worry, Marjorie. Leroy can hold his own. When he starts doing handstands and cartwheels for Brenda, that poor kid from Baltimore won't stand a chance. Pass me Leroy's dessert.
Oh, doesn't Gerald play the violin beautifully, Leroy?
Yeah.
Oh, that was simply super, Gerald.
Thank you, Brenda.
I just love boys with talent.
Yeah? Hey, Gerald.
Yes, Leroy?
I bet I can chin myself more times than you can.
Well, Leroy, I'm afraid chinning myself isn't the proper conditioning for my fingers. My tutor wouldn't approve.
Okay. I bet I can hold my breath longer than you can.
Oh, Leroy, let's not do silly things. Let's turn on the radio and dance.
Dance? That's the silliest thing I ever heard of.
Oh, I don't know. I've had a dancing instructor since I was 5. Are you kidding? Certainly not. I find it a definite aid to my footwork in fencing. Do you fence, Leroy?
Fence? Well,
you dance, don't you, Leroy?
Well...
Don't you, Leroy?
Sure. Yeah, I dance all the time. Practically.
Well, then I'll have the first dance with you, Leroy.
But, gosh...
Turn on the radio, Gerald.
I don't think I'd better dance right now, Brenda.
Why not?
Well, my uncle says it isn't good to exercise so soon after supper. I'd better get home. But, Leroy...
Well, if Leroy doesn't want to dance, voulez-vous danser avec moi, mademoiselle?
Oh, mais oui, monsieur.
Merci.
Oh, for corn's sake. I'm going home.
Leroy, is that you home so early?
Yeah.
But you could have played till 9 o'clock.
Oh, who wants to play with those smart aleck kids over at the Bullards?
But, Leroy, you and little Brenda have been getting along so well together.
Not since that Gerald came, the sissy.
Yeah. No, Leroy, you shouldn't call him that. Gerald seems like a nice little boy. Why don't you go back and play? You have a whole hour.
And listen to him saw on the violin.
Does he play the violin?
Yeah, and dances.
Oh?
Who wants to dance? I'd much rather go upstairs and listen to my radio.
Well, all right, my boy. If that's the way you feel, go ahead.
Sure. Who wants to dance? I'd much rather go up and play my little radio.
Leroy, come back here. What's the matter, my boy?
He's been taking dancing since he was 5. The little sissy.
Leroy, you shouldn't get upset because a little sissy can dance. I mean the little boy.
He can do everything better than I can. He's got talent and private tutors for everything. I'm no good.
Leroy, that's not true. I bet little Brenda doesn't think that.
Oh, she doesn't even look at me when he's around. That voulez-vous stuff. All they do is talk Spanish to each other.
Leroy, that voulez-vous stuff is French.
It is? You see, Unc, I'm no good.
Now, my boy, get your chin up off your chest. Gerald may be able to dance and do things like that, but I'll bet you can do things he can't do. You have a lot of talent, Leroy.
Yeah? Like what?
Well, you've always been pretty good at... I mean, you can... Maybe you better go up and play your radio with that. Hello, Floyd.
Well, if it ain't the water commissioner. Step right up in the chair, Commish. One bobber, no waiting. That's how efficient I am.
I'm not having any work done today, Floyd. I'm meeting Leroy here. He needs a trim for his party tonight.
Oh, kid's birthday or something?
No, he's having a party for Brenda, the little girl staying at the Bullards, and her guest, Master Gerald Mason.
Yeah? Got the kid crashing into society, huh?
It's not that, Floyd. They're well-bred children, and I'm encouraging Leroy to associate with them because I think it'll do him good. He seems to be suffering from an inferiority complex.
Kid feels like a round peg among the squares, huh?
Well, not exactly. He enjoys being with little Brenda, but I think this boy from Baltimore is lording it over him.
Yeah, I know the kind. What's he got that Leroy ain't got?
Well, he plays the violin and dances.
Oh. Leroy don't dance, huh?
With those feet, it doesn't come easy for Leroy.
Commissioner, you know what I'd do if some guy tried to show me up in front of my girl?
Well?
I'd punch him right in the nose.
Now, Floyd, that wouldn't accomplish anything.
It would if he hit him hard enough. Fighting's a great leveler.
Floyd, I can't encourage Leroy to fight little Gerald. He's a visitor in our neighborhood. Besides, a boy with his background wouldn't know how to fight. Against Leroy, he wouldn't stand a chance. Leroy!
What happened, kid?
You hit me in the nose, you dirty guy.
Who hit you?
Gerald.
Gerald? Leroy, how did that happen?
I called him a sissy and he hit me in the nose, you dirty guy.
But, Leroy, why didn't you defend yourself?
I tried to, but he ducked.
Yeah, what?
He's got a boxing tutor, too.
Well, from now on, you're going to have one.
Attaboy, Commish.
Come on, Leroy. Let's go home and find the boxing gloves.
Here's the gloves, Mr. Gillsleeve. They was hanging behind the furnace.
Oh, thank you, Bertie. The heat has hardened the leather a bit. Well, we'll train right down here in the basement. Put on the gloves, Leroy.
But, Unc, what's the use? Gerald's better than me.
Well, that's why we're having this workout, so you'll be able to hold your own with him.
Your uncle's right, Leroy. Everybody ought to know how to box. I learned that when I went with that prize fighter.
Oh? All right, Leroy, my guard's up. You try to hit me.
Okay.
Leroy, you can hit harder than that.
Gosh.
And don't close your eyes when you swing. No wonder Gerald licked you.
Why don't you try the old 1-2, Leroy?
The 1-2?
Yeah. Just lead with your left and cross with your right. That's what Joe Louis would do. 1-2.
Let's see. Lead with my left and cross with my right.
That's it. That's the old 1-2.
All right, Leroy. Now you try to hit me again.
Okay. 1, 2.
Oh.
Joe Louis, eh? Nice blow you landed, Leroy. Birdie.
You mean that's all there is to it? 1-2. 1-2.
All right, Leroy, that's enough. I think you're ready for Gerald now.
You bet. I can't wait to get at that guy.
Uncle Morris, Leroy.
Yes, Marjorie?
There's someone here to see you.
Oh, who?
Gerald.
Gerald? He probably come over here to start something. Let me up those stairs. I'm ready for him. 1, 2.
No,
1, 2.
Leroy, you stay down here.
What?
I'll go up and have a talk with him first. Besides, I don't want you to hit him on our property.
Be showing your swelled up nose, Mr. Gillsleeve. He won't want to tackle Leroy.
Now, just leave this to me, Bertie.
Gerald's sitting in the living room, Unky, with his hat in his hand. He certainly is a polite little boy.
Yes, sir.
Here's Uncle Mort, Gerald.
Good morning, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Gerald.
Oh, thank you, Miss Forrester, for conveying my message.
What? Oh, you're welcome, Gerald.
Now then, Mr. Gildersleeve, shall we sit down?
Sit down? Oh, yes. Sit down, Gerald.
Thank you. I suppose you're wondering why I came over.
Well, if you're looking for Leroy, he'll be up in a minute.
Oh, yes, I'm looking forward to meeting Leroy again.
He's looking forward to meeting you again, too.
How nice. Oh, that makes my apology easier.
Apology?
I came over to apologize for my ungentlemanly conduct. I should not have struck Leroy on the nose, even though he insulted me by calling me a sissy.
Well,
after all, even he who wins the fight loses.
Even he... Oh, yeah.
Will you accept my apology, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, yes, of course. I think it's very gentlemanly of you to want to apologize, Gerald. It was nice of you to come over.
Thank you.
Okay, what are we waiting for? Put on the gloves, Gerald.
Oh, Leroy, Gerald came over to apologize.
Are you kidding?
I'm sorry I struck you, Leroy. Will you accept my apology?
Oh, yeah? What's the matter, scared? Put up your dukes, you sissy.
Leroy, you go on downstairs and take those gloves off immediately.
What?
There'll be no fighting. After all, Leroy, even he who wins the fight loses.
Oh, for corn's sake.
I'll get going, young man. And when you come back, I want you to apologize to Gerald.
Apologize?
Certainly. And you might try being more of a little gentleman, like he is.
What a character.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I don't think it possible for Leroy to be quite like me.
What?
Well, at least that's Mr. Bullard's theory.
Bullard, eh? What did he say about this?
Well, he said it wasn't Leroy's fault that he behaved as he did.
Oh?
He pointed out that Leroy hasn't had the advantages and training that I've had. And Mr. Bullard says it's difficult for water to rise above its own level.
What did he mean by that?
Well, I don't know exactly what he meant, but he said in this town, the level of the water commissioner is quite low.
Oh! I know what he meant. We'll show him. Leroy!
Now that spring is just around the corner, your folks are probably longing for some of those really fresh-tasting, springy-tasting foods. For instance, crisp salads, fresh vegetables, and that month-in, month-out favorite, wonderfully fresh-tasting Philadelphia brand cream cheese. Yes, this cream cheese is always so exquisitely fresh. Every day, creamy white Philadelphia brand is made fresh in Kraft plants from coast to coast. Then it's rushed to food dealers in ice-cold trucks and cars. That's why genuine Philadelphia brand is guaranteed fresh by Kraft. And Kraft makes this famous cream cheese from fine milk and thick cream to give it a glorious richness that adds so much to your meals and snacks. Try it tomorrow for extra good luncheon sandwiches, for fresh-tasting fruit salads, or for really grand, easy desserts. Just remember, there is only one Philadelphia brand cream cheese. So when you buy, look for the words Philadelphia brand printed right on each silvery package. Then you'll be sure of getting genuine Philadelphia brand, the cream cheese that's guaranteed fresh by Kraft. Well, let's get back to the problems of the great Gildersleeve. It's been hinted that Leroy lacks the social graces and talents of the little boy visiting the Bullards. And not one to ignore a challenge, we find our water commissioner determined to remodel Leroy overnight. In fact, sooner than that, he's going to do it this afternoon.
That Bullard, insinuating I don't know how to raise my boy. Leroy, you've got a lot to learn before that party tonight.
Do I have to have the old party? I want to call it off.
You will not. You invited Brenda over, and you'll have the party. And you'll outshine that Gerald, or I'll know the reason why.
Gosh, what do you expect me to do?
Well, for one thing, you can learn something about politeness.
From who?
What? Leroy, when it comes to the social amenities, your old uncle isn't exactly a bumpkin. You can observe me. Now, let's stop in at Peavy's and get the ice cream.
Okay.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Peavy.
Yeah, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. Hello, Leroy.
Hi.
Hi. Leroy, is that the proper way to address your elders? Say good afternoon, Mr. Peavy.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Peavy.
Hi.
Yep. Peavy, I'm trying to give Leroy a lesson in politeness.
How's that?
He's having a party this evening, and I want to be proud of it. We'll need a quart of ice cream, I guess. Tutti frutti.
Oh, boy.
1 quart coming up. Tutti frutti.
Well, good afternoon, gentlemen.
Oh, hello, Judge.
Well, good afternoon, Judge.
Hello, Leroy.
Hi. Good afternoon, Judge Hooker.
I'll be right with you, Judge, as soon as I finish packing this ice cream for Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, I am in a bit of a rush. I've decided to buy that new electric razor I was looking at the other day, Peavy.
My, that's quite an item. I'll be with you in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail, Judge.
If the judge is in a hurry, why don't you wait on him first, Peavy?
Very well.
That's very nice of you, Gildy. May I see the razor, Peavy?
Oh, very well.
You see, Leroy, politeness pays.
On second thought, Gildy, there's no reason why I should make you wait.
No, Judge. We're in no hurry. Go right ahead and make your purchase.
No, Gildy, that wouldn't be fair. After you.
Judge, please buy your razor.
But you were here first.
But you're in a hurry.
Would you gentlemen care to draw straws?
Go ahead, Gildy. You're keeping me waiting.
I am not keeping you waiting, Judge. I'm telling you to go ahead.
After you, Gildy.
After you, Horace.
Peavy, wait on Gildy.
I've been trying to.
Don't you do it, Peavy. I insist you wait on the judge.
All right. Here's the razor, Judge, and that'll be $20.
Pay the money, Judge, and get out.
Well, if you two are trying to push me into a sale, I won't buy at all.
What's that?
Good day.
Good riddance.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I've been trying to sell that $20 razor to the judge for 2 months.
Well, Peavy, you can't blame me for trying to be polite.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Leroy, pick up your feet when you dance. Marjorie, make him pick 'em up.
I'm picking them up, but don't put them back down on mine. Gosh, I'll never get it.
And you'll never make an impression with Brenda. That Gerald will dance circles around you again.
Uncle Mort, can't we stop for a while? The record's wearing out. So am I.
Leroy, you have to keep going till you learn at least one dance. And a waltz is the easiest.
Why persecute me to make a social butterfly out of him?
He's your brother, Marjorie. 1, 2, glide. 1, 2, glide.
Miss Gilsleeve, I got them little cakes for the party. My goodness, what's going on in here?
Leroy's learning to waltz, Bertie. All right, Leroy. 1, 2, glide. 1, 2, glide. Glide, Leroy. Don't slide. You're dancing, not playing baseball.
Flying up.
1, 2, glide. 1, 2, glide. 1.
My, this house is getting crazy all the time.
Gosh, Aunt, haven't I practiced this piece enough?
Leroy, when Gerald steps up to play the violin, you're going to step up to play Tchaikovsky. Now play.
Okay. But every time I come to this part, I make a mistake. See?
That's C sharp, Leroy. Right here, the black key. You've been making that same mistake for 5 years.
But, Aunt.
Keep practicing, Leroy.
My, what's going on now, Miss Gilsleeve?
Leroy learned his waltz. Now he's getting his Tchaikovsky down perfect. Oh, C sharp, Leroy, for heaven's sake.
Why you got Leroy playing and dancing, Mr. Gilsleeve? Forsyth coming to town?
No. He has to outdo that little Gerald at the party tonight.
He does?
Yes, Mr. Buller doesn't think I've taught Leroy anything. And we're going to show him. C sharp, Leroy! C sharp!
That was a lovely dinner, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, we're glad you enjoyed it, Brenda. Aren't we, Leroy?
Yes, Brenda, we're glad you enjoyed it.
It was a very good dinner. My compliments to the chef.
Yes, I'll tell Bertie. Well, how about a little after-dinner entertainment?
Oh, that's a wonderful idea. Gerald, did you bring your violin?
No, I didn't think of it. But I could run over and get it.
Oh, no, you don't have to do that. We'll have other music.
Oh?
Leroy might think of something to play on the piano, although he hasn't touched it for quite a while.
What?
Go ahead, Leroy. Don't be too modest about your talents.
Okay.
What are you going to play, Leroy?
This is a little number by Tchaikovsky.
Yeah, Tchaikovsky, Gerald. Russian.
Oh, I just love Tchaikovsky. It's so morbid.
And not the way Leroy plays it. Proceed, Leroy. Hope he makes that C sharp. Very good, Leroy. Here it comes again. Bravo.
Oh, I didn't know you could play the piano, Leroy.
No.
Very good, Leroy.
I didn't bring my violin, but I play the piano, too.
What? You do?
I'd like to play an excerpt from Defiance Fire Dance from the ballet El L'Amour Brujo.
L'Amour hoo-hoo? Well, I wonder if we haven't had enough music for one evening.
Oh, no. I'd just love to hear Gerald play the piano.
This is one of the more descriptive passages.
God's a young Orson Welles.
Oh, that was marvelous, Gerald.
Thank you.
Yeah, very nice.
Yeah. All that practice for nothing.
Well, why don't you ask Brenda to dance, Leroy? I'll put a record on the phonograph.
Oh, that's a wonderful idea, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Sure. Well, imagine this. The first record I picked up was a waltz, the Blue Danube.
Come on, Leroy.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty good. La, la.
Mr. Gildersleeve, we can't dance to that.
Guess we wore the record out.
Turn it over, Mr. Gildersleeve. There's a good tango on the other side.
Tango? Trapped.
I better go sit down. The Danube's all I know.
Well, you don't tango, Leroy. Voulez-vous danser avec moi, mademoiselle?
No, he's talking French. It's a lost cause.
Wait, Gerald. Look at Leroy.
What?
Look at him. He's wiggling his ears.
Oh, for Leroy.
He is? Oh, let's see you do it again, Leroy.
Oh, that's nothing.
Gee, I've always wished I could wiggle my ears.
I can wiggle one at a time, even. They gave me San Semaphore before signals in school.
What's this?
Will you teach me, Leroy?
Teach me, too, will you, Leroy? Why, you just do it like this.
Oh, isn't that cute? Oh, Leroy, I just love boys with talent.
Little Leroy.
The Great Gildersleeve will be right back. Most folks agree that an extra good dessert can turn an ordinary meal into something pretty special. And fixing extra good desserts is so easy with Philadelphia brand cream cheese whipped. For instance, you can whip Philadelphia brand into a wonderful topping for baked apples or hot gingerbread or cake or pie or fruit. To fix that delicious topping, just put delicate white Philadelphia brand cream cheese in a little bowl, add a small amount of milk, and whip lightly with a fork. And there you have it. Fluffy mounds of fresh-tasting goodness that'll make any dessert very special. Yes, for glorious rich flavor and exquisite freshness, be sure you get genuine Philadelphia brand, the cream cheese that's guaranteed fresh by Kraft.
Wasn't the party fun?
You bet, Leroy, and I was proud of you.
Yeah, I was proud of me, too. I even made some money.
What?
I taught Brenda how to wiggle her ears for nothing, but I charged Gerald $1.
Leroy, you shouldn't have taken his money. You give that $1 right back to him.
But, Unc, I want to buy Easter seals with it.
Easter seals?
Yeah. They told us about it in school. Every Easter seal you buy helps a crippled child.
Oh, yes. Well, I'm glad you're doing that, Leroy, because the Easter seals all of us buy will help 8 million handicapped children to walk and play again.
Did you buy some, Unc?
You bet. And how'd you like to buy another $1's worth, Leroy?
Gee, I'd like to.
All right, here's the $1. Teach me how to wiggle my ears. Good night, folks. Let's all buy Easter seals.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. The show was written by John Elliott and Andy White, with music by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Mary Lee Robb, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wald saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Good night. Here's a real bargain. An all-aluminum Silent Butler, and it's yours for only 50 cents and a Pabst-ett label. This Silent Butler is handsome enough for a gift, and it's big. Has a deep, generous-sized bowl, a long handle, a hinged top that opens at your touch. It's just the thing for collecting cigarette ashes or crumbing your table. Now today, just get either regular Pabst-ett or the new Pabst-ett 2-pound economy loaf. Your dealer will give you full details about getting this beautiful aluminum Silent Butler that's worth so much more for only 50 cents.
Say, Arch, I was just thinking, I think you and me ought to do a radio show.
A radio? Finnegan, I got news for you. We already got a radio show. Duffy's Tavern. It comes up next on NBC.